Swallowed Star, signing in for 30,000 years. Chapter 324 to Chapter 393. Deep within the airflow, there was a starry sky, and there stood a magnificent statue. It was the founder of the virtual branch of the human race, Origin. Seeing that towering statue, Zhou Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. He knew that under Origin's leadership, the human race had truly risen and given birth to many universe masters, including universe supreme masters like Xianxia. And during Teacher Origin's era, the human race was the true #1 power in the universe. Within the original universe, even the ancestral god school didn't dare to provoke them. Even in Universe Ocean, the other powers from the universe era didn't dare to bully the human race. It was also because of Teacher Origin that the human race occupied the fertile territory. Even the primal secret region and the absolute beginning secret region, where the ancestral god school was originally located, became the human race's territory. Teacher was invincible in Universe Ocean, and none of the other universe supreme masters at the same level as him were his match. At that time, the human race was powerful, and the demon race, automaton race, bug race, and other races didn't dare to compete with us for territory. While flying toward the sculpture, Primal Chaos City leader introduced the place. His tone was filled with yearning and pride, but soon, he sighed. Unfortunately, Teacher was suppressed, and the human race had to shrink its territory. If Xianxia's founder hadn't broken through and become a universe supreme master, the human race wouldn't even be able to keep this fertile territory. Speaking of which, Primal Chaos City leader looked at Zhou Hao seriously. What determines a race's position in the universe is the universe supreme master within the race. My disciple, you have exceptional talent and comprehension, and I believe that in the future, you will definitely become a universe supreme master like Xianxia. You may even be like my teacher, leading the human race to rise again and to glory. Zhou Hao listened and didn't try to be humble. He nodded heavily. I'll work hard. While they were talking, the 7 of them from the virtual universe arrived at the foot of the towering statue. The statue was wearing a white robe, and there was a smile on its thin face. Its kind eyes seemed to see through the entire universe, making people feel extra peaceful, as if all the distracting thoughts had disappeared. Zhou Hao raised his head and looked at the smiling face. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is the most amazing genius of the human race. Compared to Teacher Origin, although his speed of cultivation was astonishing and he had also comprehended the ultimate chaos laws, all of this was due to the assistance of the sign-in system. In a true sense, his own talent and comprehension ability were far inferior to Teacher Origin's. Teacher Origin relied on himself to create his own virtual universe and even wanted to seize the willpower of the origin of the original universe. It was simply a combination of genius and guts. Unfortunately, the latter did not understand the operating rules of the universe. Trying to seize the willpower of the origin in the original universe was destined to be a path of no return. It violated the rules of the universe and was eventually suppressed by the original universe. However, Zhou Hao understood Teacher Origin very well. At Teacher Origin's level, if he wanted to progress further, he had to either break through reincarnation or seize the willpower of the origin. And life forms born in the original universe could not possibly understand the operating rules of the universe. Even Sitting Mountain guest only knew a little about it. Hence, no matter who it was, if they were in the same environment and at the same height as Teacher Origin, they would try to seize the willpower of the origin. Once seized, they were destined to be suppressed. Teacher, the virtual universe is now growing stronger again, said Primal Chaos City leader. After Heaven Erosion Palace Master, another universe master has been born. He is my disciple and also the disciple of my junior, Ice Mountain. Now, the human race is growing stronger because of him. I believe that under the leadership of this disciple of mine, the human race will most likely regain the glory you had back then. Primal Chaos City leader's voice interrupted Zhou Hao's thoughts. The rest of Darkness, Long Xing, and the others all bowed respectfully. Zhou Hao, come and pay your respects to Teacher Origin. Zhou Hao nodded and took a few steps forward. He looked at the statue and bowed respectfully. Zhou Hao pays his respects to Teacher Origin. The statue did not respond at all. Primal Chaos City leader and the others were already used to it. Although they could only see Teacher Origin in this land of the origin of the virtual universe, Teacher Origin was suppressed and could not transmit any messages. He could only execute such heaven-defying means as the virtual universe. Of course, if there was any important news, Teacher Origin could also make the universe master of the automaton race that he had enslaved, which was also the intelligent core of the virtual universe, transmit it. Soon, Primal Chaos City leader and the others whispered something to the statue. After a while, they took Zhou Hao and left the starry sky where the statue was. After they disappeared, the eyes of the statue trembled slightly. Zhou Hao is really an unfathomable genius. He actually has such heaven-defying talents and means. I only hope that he will not repeat the same mistakes in the future. From Teacher Origin's point of view, it was only a matter of time before this Zhou Hao became a universe supreme master. He might even become as powerful as him. Although there was a precedent like Teacher Origin, the stronger one was, the more confident they were in themselves. In the future, if Zhou Hao could not continue to improve, there was no guarantee that he would be like Teacher Origin and provoke the universe origin. How can I get rid of the suppression? Teacher Origin muttered. After being suppressed for countless eras, he had been thinking of ways to get rid of the suppression, but he could not come up with anything. Now, he vaguely understood that he had violated the laws of the universe all those years ago. But the laws of the universe were vast and mysterious. Even with his talent and comprehension, he could not comprehend even a little bit of the laws. Back at the palace on Thunderbolt Island, Primal Chaos City leader and the others had all received an email from the Supreme Meeting. Zhou Hao, the Supreme Meeting is divided into two types. One is for all the Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supreme Masters to participate in. You have participated in one before. The other type is a small-scale meeting called the Huge Axe Meeting. Just like the one you participated in last time, it is also considered a different type of Huge Axe Meeting. This time, we are also participating in the Huge Axe Meeting, but it is different this time. You will truly participate in the meeting, and in the meeting, you can speak freely and put forward any suggestions and so on. Primal Chaos City leader smiled. Besides, you are now a universe master, so you should have a title. For example, I am in charge of Primal Chaos City, so others call me Primal Chaos City leader. My junior brother, Ice Mountain Master, has a ceiling-type true treasure, Ice Mountain Palace, which is similar to a mountain peak. Hence, he is called Ice Mountain Master. Universe Masters from other races are mostly referred to by their weapons or the true treasures they possess, as well as their own obvious characteristics, Dark Lord of Darkness said. The Lord of Darkness said, Zhou Hao, your previous title of Sword River Overlord is not bad. Long Yan Master shook his head. I feel that Sword River Horde leader does not match Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shared his comprehension and even preached the Tao in the universe, which influenced countless undying beings and universe knights of various races in the universe. It even affected us. Such a talent that is similar to preaching the Tao and resolving doubts, so the title should be more appropriate. Heaven Erosion Palace leader, Remote Lord Master, and the others all nodded. They also felt that Zhou Hao should be given a title based on such a talent. Pathmaster? Zhou Hao could not help but think of such a title, but he quickly suppressed it. He did not deserve a title like Pathmaster. After all, he had not even completely figured out his own Tao. He thought for a while and smiled. Let's just call me Sword River Horde leader. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. It is just a title. It is okay to be casual. In the future, if you have other titles, you can change them. Let's go. Let's go to Huge Axe Godly Palace. The group of universe masters immediately disappeared from the palace on Thunder Island and teleported to a plain palace where Huge Axe Godly Palace was located. Inside the palace hall, there were rows of stone chairs around the huge, long stone table, and universe masters with different auras were sitting on the chairs. Some of them were burly, some were fat, and some were graceful. However, all of them had smiles and expectations in their eyes. They all knew that the Huge Axe Conference was held to welcome the 23rd Universe Master of the human race, Zhou Hao. Under normal circumstances, the birth of a Universe Master by the human race was, at most, worthy of celebration. However, Zhou Hao was different. Every Universe Master present was very clear about his talent. He could influence any life form whose comprehension of laws was lower than his. Now that Zhou Hao had become a universe master and possessed techniques that were almost comparable to the strongest techniques of universe masters, there was no doubt that his comprehension of laws had reached a very high level. Even if he had not fully comprehended time and space, he was not far from it. In this way, Zhou Hao's comprehension of laws would most likely grow to the point where he could influence them. This was what they were all looking forward to. After all, everyone had seen the effect of Zhou Hao's talent. Within a short period of time, he could make others' comprehension of law soar. At the level of universe master, it was extremely difficult to make any further progress. It required endless years of training. Even if they could make some progress while listening to Zhou Hao's lectures, that progress was only in the direction of their own comprehension and path. This was why universe masters, including Void Gold, Pengong, Qingdong, and Deserted Mirror, were all very much looking forward to being able to improve under the influence of Zhou Hao's talent. Even if they could make further progress in their secret techniques, their combat power could be raised to a higher level, and if they improved, the overall power of the human race would also improve. Shua, a universe master of the virtual universe branch, appeared. Haha. Chaos, you are here. Darkness. Ice Mountain. Seeing Chaos and the others appear, Void Gold and the others greeted them enthusiastically. Especially when they saw Zhou Hao, almost all the universe masters spoke up. Zhou Hao, congratulations. Congratulations. Our human race has given birth to another universe master. For example, Ancestral Tree Master, Star Prison Master, and Bai Ling Master, who had broken through and become universe masters because of Zhou Hao, were even more enthusiastic and grateful. To be able to be ranked among the great universe masters was the cultivation dream of every living being. Without Zhou Hao, even with their potential and talents, it would take countless eras for them to break through. You were able to break through mainly because of your own accumulation. I just gave you a little push. Zhou Hao also said modestly. The atmosphere in the hall was very harmonious. Whoosh. Soon, the fluffy-haired founder of the giant axe appeared in the main seat, and the hall quieted down. The founder of the giant axe. Everyone shouted in unison. The wild giant looked around and finally rested his eyes on Zhou Hao. He could not help but smile. Zhou Hao, we finally meet here. Our human race has been able to continuously produce several universe masters within a few thousand years. You have contributed greatly. Zhou Hao immediately said, You're too kind, founder of the giant axe. The founder of the giant axe waved his hand and smiled. It's not an overstatement. Even the various races in the universe are grateful and praising your talent. Alright, let's cut to the chase. Today's meeting is first to celebrate the birth of another universe master in our human race, and second to discuss the upcoming universe sermon. Then, he looked at Zhou Hao. Previously, every universe sermon was mainly to draw in the idle races and some powerful races in the universe. After all, facing the 5 pinnacle races, the demon race, the bug race, and the other races, it's far from enough for us to rely on ourselves. Thus, Zhou Hao, we had no choice but to let you, Zhou Hao, open up a dojo plane. This is a last resort. Now that you've become a universe master, Zhou Hao, it's somewhat inappropriate for you to continue this sermon. After all, it's taking up your time and freedom. I've discussed it with Chaos City Leader. If we abruptly cancel the universe sermon, it'll cause dissatisfaction among the idle races, and it might even cause the power of the Han Alliance to decline rapidly. Under the current circumstances, doing so will make the human race the target of public criticism. Thus, we can only continue with the sermon for now. However, we can postpone it from 100 years to 500 years, and then slowly postpone it. This way, there will be a buffer time. Giant Axe said softly. Zhou Hao, do you think this suggestion is feasible? Void Gold, Pengong, and the other universe masters all looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shook his head. Giant Axe founder, although the human race and the 5 pinnacle races have temporarily stopped fighting because of the opening of the original stars, the situation of the human race at the border is not optimistic. If we abruptly change the time, it will cause dissatisfaction among the idle races. Although they won't withdraw from the Han Alliance, it's inevitable that they will passively respond to the war. Thus, I think that the centennial sermon should not be changed. Giant Axe couldn't help but say, Zhou Hao, after all, you're already a universe master now. Zhou Hao smiled and said frankly, Giant Axe founder, actually, with my talent, the more listeners there are, the better the effect will be. It will also increase my own power to a certain extent. With his current power, there were some things that he didn't need to hide anymore. Chaos City leader, Peng Gong, and the others heard this and looked enlightened. In fact, they had already guessed this, and now that Zhou Hao admitted it himself, they were instantly relieved. Giant Axe also smiled. Okay, in that case, the universe sermon will continue. At the same time, Chaos City leader, try to increase the number of participants. Chaos City leader nodded. Zhou Hao then said, Giant Axe founder, I believe that the race has also realized that as the number of sermons increases, the number of undying beings and knights who have become undying beings will gradually increase. Giant Axe heard this and became serious. Actually, he had asked Zhou Hao to change the time of the sermon partly out of consideration for Zhou Hao and partly because of the impact. Yes, the race has indeed realized this, said Giant Axe founder. And we've also discussed this. Now, with your talent, you're already able to let ordinary overlords comprehend time and space and become universe masters directly. We're worried that as the sermon continues, once knights or universe overlords from the idol races become universe masters, it will cause a greater chain reaction. By then, the alliance of the 5 pinnacle races will directly engage in the final battle with us. Giant Axe sighed. With your authority, you should know that the overall power of the human race and the Hong Alliance is currently inferior to the alliance of the 5 pinnacle races. Even though the Northern Territory, Thorn Ring, and the other alliances are also in the Hong Alliance, they won't participate in the final battle. They're neutral. The same goes for the Ancestral God School and the Space Beast Alliance. Of course, the human race isn't afraid of the alliance of the 5 pinnacle races, but we're worried that once we're truly at a disadvantage, the other races will turn against us and force us to hand you over. By then, the human race will have no choice but to withdraw from the territory. Without the territory to reproduce in the original universe, even with your talent, Zhou Hao, you can only increase the probability of universe masters being born, but you can't make universe masters become universe supreme masters. Actually, this was the real concern of the higher-ups of the human race. They had Zhou Hao, so they didn't have to worry about universe knights or even universe masters being born. However, no matter how many universe masters there were, they couldn't compare to the alliance of the entire original universe. If the powers from the universe era in Universe Ocean heard about this, they might even force the human race like the alliance of the original universe. Zhou Hao understood the concern of Huge Axe creator. After all, the races of the original universe had experienced the most glorious era of the human race, and they didn't want to experience it again. Especially the demon race, automaton race, and bug clan, the 3 pinnacle races. They were neighbors of the human race, and they had been fighting each other for countless eras. The hatred they had accumulated could no longer be reconciled. Under such circumstances, if the human race rose again, the 3 pinnacle races could only migrate to remote areas of the universe or even enter miniature universes. Hence, as long as they sensed the possibility of the human race rising again, the 3 pinnacle races would do everything they could to stop it. As for the other races of the universe, such as Northern Territory, Thorn Ring, and Space Beast, they wouldn't want to see the human race rise again. Under the pressure of the race, even if listening to Zhou Hao's sermon could improve the overall power of the race and help them break through to Universe Master, they would still adjust their strategy and join the alliance of the demon race and automaton race to stop the human race together. There was a high probability of this happening. Primal Chaos City leader couldn't help but say, Zhou Hao, Huge Axe creator said everything for the benefit of the race, but we'll still respect your opinions and ideas. Darkness Master and the others all nodded. As universe masters, none of them were afraid of war, but they had an entire race on their shoulders. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Teacher, Huge Axe creator, I understand the concerns of the race, but now my law comprehension is at a critical stage, so I insist on continuing the sermon every 100 years. The bigger the scale, the better. Besides, I'm going to give sermons in the virtual universe, and I'm going to give sermons in the primal secret region every 50 years. The key to the race war is the number of universe masters and universe supreme masters. Using Great Path Proverb and the talent of law following speech in reality was definitely more effective than in the virtual universe. This had been proven on Jade Dome Star and Earth. The reason why he hadn't continued for thousands of years was that he was worried about alerting the alliance of the 5 pinnacle races. After all, a sermon in reality would cause a lot of commotion, and it was hard to keep it confidential. It was easy to do it once or twice, but if it happened too many times, it was inevitable that the intelligence organizations of the shifter race, the insectoid race, and other races would infiltrate. However, things were different now. He had become a universe knight, and he had received 64 engraving pictures of the 8 beast gods from the beast god sector. Combined with the engraving and the enhancement of his talent, he believed that his speed of studying and comprehending the laws would double again. Then, as his law comprehension improved, he would be able to influence a large number of universe knights of the human race. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Hao did not listen to the suggestion of the founder of the Giant Axe to postpone the universal sermon. Doing so would certainly delay the start of the final battle between the 5 peak races, but it would not be of much help to him. One had to know. At his current level of laws, even with the amplification of his 2 great talents, the speed of his study would become slower and slower. If he delayed the lecture, he would need even more time to comprehend the second step of the laws of life and the laws of destruction, as well as the preliminary laws of primal chaos. Besides, he had yet to complete the 4th stage of the rise of the humans in the special check-in mission. If he could not complete the mission, he would not be able to activate the next special check-in, and he would not be able to obtain the golden wings of primal chaos and the fragments of Star Tower. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Hao would naturally be willing to wait and cultivate slowly. However, as he comprehended the laws of primal chaos, the original stars were opened in advance. Obviously, everything was going in a completely different direction from the original plot. If the land of darkness were to change, what would happen to his original body? Therefore, he could not stop. He had to speed up his cultivation at all times. The founder of the Giant Axe, Primal Chaos City leader, and the others were all stunned when they heard Zhou Hao's words. Immediately after, the universe masters of the human race could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Ever since they had listened to Zhou Hao's lecture on Earth, they had been looking forward to Zhou Hao's next lecture in reality. Unfortunately, for the sake of their race, the latter could not preach in reality. Now, Zhou Hao finally decided to preach in reality again. Preaching in the virtual dojo plane could only affect undying beings and knights. However, in reality, universe masters like them could also make progress. On Earth, Zhou Hao was only a domain master. Now, he was a universe knight, and his comprehension of laws had improved tremendously. Besides, Zhou Hao had another even more terrifying talent, which was to enforce the law with his words. Therefore, even though they knew that preaching in reality would make it easier for the 5 peak races to obtain some information, they could not help but be tempted. The founder of the Giant Axe and Primal Chaos City leader were suddenly in a dilemma. Of course, they would be more than happy to hear Zhou Hao preach in reality. Previously, even Primal Chaos City leader was somewhat affected by his preaching and was about to enter the ranks of Universe Supreme Masters. Darkness Master also clearly found his own path. If this were to happen a few more times, then the top Universe Masters of the human race might be able to find their own path to become Universe Supreme Masters. And if the human race had 3 or even 4 Universe Supreme Masters, then they would not be afraid of the 5 peak races. However, they were not clear about the influence of Zhou Hao's talent in reality. If it was the same as the previous time, then the improvement to Ice Mountain, Pungong, and the others would be very small. However, the founder of the Giant Axe did not hesitate too much. He quickly smiled and said, "Since you have already made up your mind, Zhou Hao, then we will do as you say. We, the human race, cannot be afraid of the alliance of the 5 peak races." Back then, Teacher Origin of the branch of the virtual universe led the human race to rise, and we have never been afraid of anything. Primal Chaos City leader listened and could not help but laugh. Indeed, back then, when Teacher was only a universe master, he had led the human race to overcome all obstacles and fight for territories with other races. The pressure they faced back then was not any less than now. The supreme meeting ended quickly. As for Su Jin, Huang Jian, Pungong, and the others, when they left, there was a trace of excitement on their faces. They had listened to Zhou Hao preach in the virtual universe many times, and they had seen so many undying fighters and universe knights benefit from it. To be honest, how could they not be envious in their hearts? Not to mention, they had personally experienced that kind of improvement. As universe masters, the feeling of every improvement was unforgettable. Now, Zhou Hao was finally going to preach in reality again. Faced with such an opportunity, of course, they would show their emotions. Thunder Island, Primal Chaos City Leader's Palace. Zhou Hao and Primal Chaos City Leader walked in the corridor outside the palace. Disciple, regarding the preaching in the dojo this time, what scale do you think is the most suitable? Primal Chaos City Leader asked. The previous preachings were usually limited to a few million people, of which the human race only took up 30%, and the remaining 70% were from the Hong Alliance. It was not that the human race did not want to take up more space, but the number of undying fighters and universe knights of the human race was too small compared to the expanding Hong Alliance. More than 90% of them had listened in a few times, so the effect would be mediocre if they continued to listen in. It was better for them to concentrate on cultivating and accumulating experience. Zhou Hao said casually, 7 million then. The preaching in the virtual dojo was not the most important thing. The most important thing was to preach in reality. This time, he planned to study the second step of the life law in the real world. Primal Chaos City Leader nodded and asked, what about in reality? 5 million. Hong Alliance City. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. As the time for another universe lecture drew near, people in both the inner city and the outer city no longer talked about the true treasures on the original stars. Instead, they talked about who would become universe knights and universe overlords. Last time, there were more than 1 million undying knights attending the lecture, and more than 20,000 of them broke through to become universe knights. I wonder how many there will be this time. I think there will be more than 30,000. Based on the results of the previous lectures, the number of breakthroughs has been increasing. Yes, I wonder if I can become a universe knight this time. That's a universe knight. I've been an emperor for millions of years. This will be my third time attending the lecture, and there's an 80% chance I'll break through. It's a pity that I exchanged my contribution for a chance to attend the lecture last time. I've been killing emperors from the 5 pinnacle races in the frontier battlefield for the past 100 years, but I'm still not enough to exchange for a chance to attend the lecture. I thought it was too long before, but now it seems that it's too short. I don't have enough contribution points to exchange for it. Yes, it's too short. We don't have enough time to accumulate laws, but even so, it's better than long. At least we can exchange for it as long as we have enough contribution points. The emperors in the outer city were discussing loudly. After the expansion of the Hong Alliance, the number of emperors had skyrocketed to more than 10 million. Most of them came from idle races in the universe, and they accounted for 50%. The remaining 30% came from the Hong Alliance, and the remaining 20% came from the Northern Territory, Thorn Ring, and other alliances. This was the result of the deliberate suppression of the human race. If they were completely free, the Hong Alliance would have more than 100 million emperors in the outer city and more than 1 million knights in the inner city. There were more than 100 million heirs in the ancestral god school, and many emperors stayed on Bauhinia Island all year round. They were all geniuses from different races. The Hong Alliance, on the other hand, didn't restrict talent and comprehension. Any emperors could join the Hong Alliance. However, due to the limited number of participants, the idle races sent their talents and comprehension to the Hong Alliance. For the chance to attend the lecture, these emperors hunted down undying fighters from the demon race, automaton race, and other races in the frontier battlefield, which greatly reduced the pressure on the human race. Otherwise, the Hong Alliance alone wouldn't be able to fend off the emperors from the 5 races. For example, Oka and Buren would not be able to hunt so easily. However, after listening in several times, these emperors all realized that the more they accumulated, the better the effects of listening in. Luckily, most of them had decent comprehension abilities. They could rely on listening in and their own accumulations to improve. If it were an emperor with no potential or talent, just listening in twice would have no effect at all. Even so, they could feel that they had reached a bottleneck. Although they could still improve, the effect was getting worse and worse. This situation made all of them feel very conflicted. They wanted to continue listening, but they were also worried that they wouldn't have enough experience and would waste a precious spot. After all, apart from the first spot, which was free for the human race, the rest of the spots had to be redeemed with battle merits or treasures. Last time, because Ice Mountain Master had killed 2 Universe Masters, most of them had exchanged for spots. This time, many Undying Fighters and even Knights didn't want to waste resources to exchange for spots. Big news, big news. At this moment, the well-informed Arc-Hammer Monarch shouted excitedly. His shout attracted the attention of many foreign race monarchs. Even the human monarchs couldn't help but look over. Arc-Hammer Emperor, what news do you have? Yes, don't keep us guessing. We'll have plenty of good wine later. Many of the scattered emperors who had joined the Han Alliance liked the atmosphere in the open-air plaza, and many of them enjoyed drinking. As they spoke, some of them had already asked the waiters to serve Fox Hammer Emperor some good wine. Fox Hammer King picked up a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. TSK, the Han Alliance's wine is really good. Every time I drink it, I forget to go home. Alright, this is really big news. According to the news I got from a good friend, the number of seats for the sermon in 3 months will be expanded. Guess how much it will increase? The moment he said this, many of the other race emperors were shocked, after which they revealed happy and helpless expressions. 1 million? At most 1 million. Yes, the number of observers last time was quite high, but it was only a little over 1 million. Many of the other race emperors said. Actually, they all knew that it was impossible for the human race to expand the number of participants. Giving them a few 100,000 was already the limit. After all, there would be tens of thousands of Undyings breaking through to Knight level each time. Under normal circumstances, even an invincible emperor would need countless years of accumulation to break through the threshold of Universe Knight. However, now, as long as he had enough accumulation, he could make the breakthrough with just one lesson. Such an opportunity, if not for the pressure of the 5 alliance of races, would never have been given to the human race. Fox Hammer Emperor laughed loudly and looked around. It seems like most of you said 1 million, but you're all wrong. This time, the number of participants isn't just 1 million, but a total of 5 million more than last time. What? An increase of 5 million? Has the human race gone mad? 5 million, according to the average 1 million will have a chance of breaking through to over 30,000. With an increase of 5 million, won't there be close to 100,000 more knights? 100,000 knights. Many of the other race emperors in the open-air plaza stared wide-eyed. The number of knights in the human race didn't exceed 10,000, and there were over 100,000 in one lecture, which was almost 10 times more than a pinnacle race like the human race. This was a terrifying number. Even with all the races in the primal universe added together, there might not be that many knights every 100 million eras. Hence, the other race emperors found it hard to believe and suffocate. After all, if it were them, they definitely wouldn't increase the number of spectators. Fox Hammer Emperor was very satisfied with the reactions of the emperors around him. He drank another cup and said, and this time, if you want to get one, you only need to pay 10% of your previous contribution. Rumble. The moment he said that, the entire plaza went silent. Many of the emperors didn't want to exchange for a spot because they were worried that it wouldn't have much effect and would be a waste. Secondly, each time they wanted a spot, their race had to pay a huge amount of treasure. But now, they only had to pay 10%, which meant that one treasure could be exchanged for 10 spots. This news was a huge surprise for the scattered clans, the powerful clans, and the super forces of the northern borderline. Almost instantly, all the other race-titled emperors sent the news back to their races. Very quickly. Within a short time, many races in the universe, as well as the Alliance, knew that there would be an increase of 5 million spots. At that time, trillions of races in the universe were excited. The Northern Territory Alliance, the Thorn Ring Alliance, and even the Ancestral God School and the Space Beast Alliance immediately held a meeting to discuss this. No matter what the human race wanted, they had to fight for more spots, because every extra spot meant that their race could have one more Universe Knight or even Universe Overlord. In the core area of the Northern Territory Alliance, it was rare for Universe Masters from many races to gather together. They were discussing the expansion of the human race's quota. It was a great surprise for the races in the Northern Territory, but the Universe Masters didn't know why the human race suddenly expanded. I think it's because the five alliances are putting more pressure on the human race at the border. We all know that even though many idle races and ordinary powerful races have sent emperors to the human border, their numbers are still much smaller than the five alliances. I agree. Besides the human race at the border, the most important thing is the original stars. The opening of the original stars has always been the focus of all the races in the universe, and it's also the main battlefield for fighting for true treasures. But all these years, the human race has been suppressed by the five pinnacle races, so their universe knights haven't been able to gain much. I don't think the human race suddenly expanded the quota because of the pressure. They must have a deeper purpose. The original stars are the main focus, and it's also the main source of true treasures. But don't forget that the human race can get a lot of true treasures through Zhou Hao's sermon. Yes, I think we should be more cautious. The human race is at a disadvantage in the war against the alliance of the five top clans, but their strength is constantly rising. Ice Mountain Master's combat strength is especially worrying. Although our Northern Territory alliance doesn't share a border with the human race, if the human race rises again, our Northern Territory alliance will be affected. That's right. That's right. Many Universe Masters voiced their opinions. Generally speaking, there were many who were worried about the rise of the human race. As Universe Masters, they had all experienced the era of teacher origin, when the other races had been suppressed to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Even the ancestral god school had to avoid the sharp edge. So, no one wanted to go back to that era. However, the temptation of Zhou Hao's sermon was too great, and there was an expansion of more than 5 million slots. If the Northern Territory Alliance was willing, they could definitely get 1/5 of the slots, which was 1 million. That was a huge number. Even if the slots were distributed among the races, each race could get one slot. Before the sermon, they couldn't get a slot even if they wanted to. Now that they had a slot, even if they said they didn't want the human race to rise again, they wouldn't really reject it. This was the Northern Territory Alliance. Even though it was a superpower with a Universe Supreme Master holding the fort in name, each of the superpowers had their own ulterior motives and were difficult to unify. Regarding this, the few Universe Masters in charge of the Northern Territory Alliance were well aware that the purpose of this meeting was merely to emphasize the threat posed by the human race. Meanwhile, the Thorn Ring Alliance, the Nine Territory Alliance, the Snow Territory Alliance, and the other alliances held a meeting to discuss the expansion of the quota. The Space Beast Alliance's primogenitor had even negotiated with the human giant axe personally to obtain 1,000 slots. This was undoubtedly a huge number for the already rare space beasts. If Zhou Hao's clone wasn't cultivating in the beast god realm, the primogenitor would have sent Sword River Tribal Lord to listen in. The various races of the universe were in a state of turmoil. They were restless because of the expansion of the number of Tao lectures. Zhou Hao remained in the primitive mystic realm to cultivate quietly. Although he had the battle prowess of a Universe Master and could guard a secret region, he still chose to stay in the palaces of Thousand Treasures River. However, Zhou Hao had long been accustomed to the life of bitter cultivation. In the quiet room, he opened his eyes with a calm expression. He had already comprehended the fourth level of the time and space fusion law. What he needed now was to create the prototype of his own technique and perfect it. The third talent technique, Dark Light, was already as powerful as an ultimate technique of a Universe Master. After the fourth talent technique was perfected, its power would definitely increase to another level. By then, he wouldn't have to rely solely on the light of life anymore. Besides that, the second step of the life law was also on the agenda. After all, he had already seen the power of the life law secret technique. If he could create the second step of the secret technique, he would reach the level of Star River Master and Primal Chaos City Leader in terms of the power level of the secret technique. However, as he delved deeper into the high-level laws, the difficulties would multiply. Fortunately, he had signed in and obtained 64 engraving pictures in the Beast God realm. Otherwise, relying solely on the Great Path Proverb and the Absolute Speech talent would have slowed him down. More than 5 million slots will be added this time. There will be a total of 7 million spectators. I wonder how powerful the Great Path Proverb will be, Zhou Hao stood up and walked out of the palace, mumbling to himself. 7 million spectators would be the largest number ever since he gave a lecture. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Virtual universe. On the square of the dojo, figures with powerful auras appeared one after another. Most of them looked expectant and excited. Zhou Hao's lectures had become more and more influential in the past 1,000 years, but there were still many undying knights who hadn't listened in. Their talents weren't bad, but they couldn't compare to the top of their race, which was why they had been waiting in line. Just like the humans from the primal, absolute beginning, heaven and earth, and doomsday era, they were all at the heaven and earth level. Under normal circumstances, they would have had to wait at least another 1,000 years if they wanted to listen in. However, with the increase in the number of slots, they had the opportunity to listen in. To them, the slots this time were extremely precious. No one knew if the human race would be reduced to the previous number of slots next time. My brother is very talented and has listened in 5 times. He's already become a middle-level universe knight from an emperor. It's only been 1,000 years, and now it's finally my turn. I'm a pinnacle emperor, and I hope I can comprehend space and become a knight. Then, both my brother and I will be knights, and we can explore the universe together. I've been a knight for countless eras, and I still can't create a technique at the universe overlord level. It's said that Zhou Hao's lectures can help me improve my technique. I hope it's true. For the sake of this expansion, our clan has paid the price of 2 treasures. We must seize this opportunity to soar into the sky and break through to the Venerable One realm. A large number of undying emperors and universe knights were looking forward to it. They carried the responsibilities and expectations of their race, and they all wanted to break through the bottleneck after coming to this dojo plane that was comparable to Bauhinia Island of the ancestral god school. Silence. Suddenly, endless pressure was transmitted along with the voice. In the noisy square, the densely packed undying emperors and knights quieted down. Soon, a figure appeared on the high platform in the center of the square. Shua. Shua, 7 million pairs of eyes simultaneously gathered on this figure. The willpower of emperors, knights, and other great beings was enough to create a huge pressure in the virtual universe, and when it reached 7 million, even knights wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. However, the human race had already considered this point. When they opened up the dojo, they formed a unique energy on the high platform that could counteract the willpower pressure. In fact, Zhou Hao's willpower was already comparable to a universe supreme master. Even without the protection of the high platform, he wasn't afraid of the pressure from so many willpower pressures. He looked at the great beings of other races below. There were many who worshipped him, respected him, despised him, and were jealous of him. There were all kinds of emotions mixed together. He smiled. Everyone, there are many new faces in this lecture. I believe everyone will benefit from it. I won't disappoint Teacher Zhou Hao. Thank you for your blessings, Teacher Zhou Hao. Thank you, Teacher Zhou Hao, for your blessings. I'll definitely become a knight. The noise was like a tidal wave. However, it quickly calmed down. Zhou Hao spoke again. This time, the lecture is still about space. As his voice spread, the great Tao proverb was activated, and the effect started to take effect. Hong, waves of profound concepts spread out in the air above the square, spreading to every listener at an extremely fast speed. Whether it was those who had listened several times or those who were listening for the first time, they were all shocked. The scene in front of them suddenly changed. Under the cover of the mysterious conception, their consciousness entered the law ocean that was similar to the condensation of the origin. A large amount of law threads related to space, time, and other laws filled this mysterious law ocean. The threads were like runes. Not only were they imprinted with the various forms of the laws, but they were also imprinted with the essential symbols of the laws. Every listener could see the law ocean that belonged to their research direction. The floating law threads slowly transformed into fragments of conception, allowing those listeners who had accumulated a lot to enter a state of enlightenment. The 7 million spectators had the greatest amplification effect on the Great Tao Proclamation. Even the supremacies and titled emperors who had listened to it several times could enter a state of enlightenment in a short period of time, and this state of enlightenment was effective. Zhou Hao's own buffs increased exponentially. The fourth style of time and space that Zhou Hao had comprehended was soon combined with a section of the secret pattern in the 64 secret pattern diagrams that he had obtained from checking in. In a broader and macroscopic form, it allowed Zhou Hao to understand how to create the fourth style according to the operation of the universe. In the past, when he created his own secret technique, he could only slowly explore it according to the direction. However, this time, it was completely different. Through the secret pattern diagram, he could clearly see how he should use it to better unleash the precepts. Furthermore, the ultimate secret techniques and pinnacle secret techniques of universe masters created by the space beasts he had obtained from signing in were also integrated in an instant, forming the direction and path of the fusion of time and space. It could be said that this time, the secret technique of the fourth style of time and space was completely displayed in front of Zhou Hao. He didn't need to slowly explore the direction by himself. At the same time, this secret technique was created according to the structure of the secret pattern diagram. It had reached a perfect level in the beginning. All Zhou Hao needed to do was to grasp and comprehend it accordingly. This saved a lot of time. Therefore, in just half the time of the Great Tao proverb, he had comprehended the secret technique of the fourth style of time and space and created it himself. He casually named it Starlight. When this secret technique was performed, it was as beautiful and dazzling as the starry sky emitted light. Then, there were only 2 hours left. He immediately began to change his direction and study the second step of the spatial fusion. With the 64 secret pattern diagrams as reference, Zhou Hao soon discovered that it was much easier for him to study with the help of the Great Tao proverb and the amplification effect of the law. It was unlike before, when he could only see a clear direction of the fusion. After all, the secret pattern diagrams themselves represented the most fundamental way of operating the universe. For the spatial fusion, he only needed to look at the secret patterns of the space fusion of the 8 beast gods' laws. It was like in the past, when he first laid the foundation and then relied on a vague general direction to build a house. Not only did he need to explore every step on his own, but he also needed to verify if it was right. However, now that he had a house design, he only needed to build according to the design. Therefore, the process became much easier. Also, due to the effect of the Great Tao proverbs and the absolute speech, his consciousness was in an overclocked state. The mysterious conception even directly extracted the overall structure of space from the secret patterns of the microscopic universe gathered by the 64 secret patterns, allowing him to observe and comprehend it clearly. Time passed quickly. The last 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The abstruse illusion with the amplification effect of the conception suddenly shattered like a mirror. However, Zhou Hao didn't break free from the state of epiphany. He was still eagerly studying the secret pattern diagram of the second step of the spatial type fusion. The conception of the diagram was imprinted in his mind. Hong, the 7 million emperors and knights were also immersed in the state of epiphany. Until half a month had passed. Only then did the emperors and knights come out of this state one after another. Their faces were filled with uncontrollable joy. Apparently, they had all gained something from this lecture. Some even comprehended space completely. They only needed to withdraw their consciousness from the virtual universe and combine the 3 laws of space strangulation, teleportation, and sealing. Then they could officially break through and become a universe knight. They looked at Zhou Hao, who still had his eyes closed. The spectators who woke up bowed respectfully. The reputation of the son of the universe is well deserved. I didn't expect to break through after just one lecture. Knight, I really broke through to the knight level. Not to mention 1 treasure, even if it's 2, I'll come again next time. Some of the newcomers were excited. Before they came, they had heard a lot about the miraculous effects of Zhou Hao's lectures. After experiencing it for themselves, they realized that the effects were even more miraculous than they had expected. Shwa. Soon, their consciousness withdrew from the virtual universe. However, compared to the number of 7 million, they were only a small part of it. 1 month later, a large number of spectators started to break free from the state of epiphany. Like the other spectators, they bowed respectfully and left quickly. Zhou Hao woke up 1.5 months later. Looking at the remaining spectators, only 1/5 of them were left. He smiled and disappeared. His consciousness withdrew from the virtual universe. In the quiet room of the Palace of Thousand Treasures River, Zhou Hao opened his eyes. 7 million spectators. The effect of the Great Path proverb is indeed beyond my expectations. His eyes were shining. During this lecture, not only did he create the fourth move of the perfect space and time, but he also combined the second step of the space-type laws, which was the second step of the life law. In a remote territory of the universe, 6 majestic wills descended from the sky. Almost instantly, the universe law of this star field stopped operating, and even the virtual universe couldn't cover it. They were the universe supreme masters of the 5 pinnacle races alliance. Bug Empress, Dream Demon Ancestor, Shock Demon Ancestor, Father God of the Automaton Race, and so on. The main purpose of their arrival was to discuss the next step of their plan against the human race. In fact, discussions like this had been held several times, and every time it was because of Zhou Hao. This time was no exception. After all, Zhou Hao had just finished his sermon of the human race. Let's talk about it. Father God of the Automaton Race was shrouded in a black shadow. His cold, mechanical voice was tinged with helplessness. He was the one who initiated the discussion, but he knew that there were no obvious results. Although the 5 pinnacle races had formed an alliance, the human race was only at a disadvantage. As for Zhou Hao, who was more important, he was still alive and well in the human territory. In other words, the war that had been going on for hundreds of years had no effect at all. Prison Clan Devil Ancestor snorted coldly. What's there to say? Every time Zhou Hao preaches, the effect of his Tao is getting stronger and stronger. This is all we know. This time, the number has only increased to 7 million. Even if the number of universe knights breaking through exceeds everyone's expectations, so what? Speaking of this, his tone was even colder. We can't kill Zhou Hao, and we don't dare to start the final battle. We can only wait like this. When that Zhou Hao really has the ability to affect universe masters, I think that the sword above our heads will fall. Bug Empress, Meng Tu, and Shock Horn of the Demons, and the universe supreme masters of the crystal race all heard the resentment in Demon Ancestor's voice, but they didn't say anything. Of course, they had thought about starting the final battle carefully. However, because of that, they were hesitant. Once the final battle was started, it meant that the final battle wouldn't stop until the human race was suppressed to the primal universe and Hujax universe. Currently, the 5 Alliance was stronger than the human race in terms of universe masters, universe supreme masters, pinnacle true treasures, and so on. If they really started the final battle, they had a higher chance of winning. However, the human race was a pinnacle race, and now they had gathered a large number of scattered races and powerful races. Even if they won the final battle, they would suffer a great loss. After the final battle, they had to worry about the revenge of Hujax and the rise of the human race again. Hence, in a situation where they were unable to settle the matter once and for all, even though they were universe supreme masters with strong willpower and decisiveness, they did not dare to make a decision rashly, because this matter concerned the entire race. Father God of the Automaton Race was the supreme master of the most intelligent life form, and he was extremely rational and calm. After several discussions, he was determined to first exhaust the human race and wait for the right time to give the human race the final blow. However, this time, Father God of the Automaton Race spoke up after Devil Ancestor. I think we need to speed up the start of the final battle. According to my calculations, with the influence and effect of Zhou Hao's enhancement each time, the human race will have more universe knights than the alliance of the 5 pinnacle races. More importantly, I think the human race must have a universe overlord who has broken through to become a universe master, but we don't know about it. After 20 times, the human race will have 2 to 3 new universe masters. The universe supreme masters of the bug race and the demon race were silent again. Dream Demon Ancestor soon spoke. Although he knew that Father God of the Automaton Race was very good at calculation, he still couldn't help but ask, Father God, is there really a universe overlord who has become a universe master? And it's because of Zhou Hao. You should know that the breakthrough of a universe master can easily take hundreds of millions or billions of eras. Zhou Hao is less than 5,000 years old, and he hasn't given more than 30 sermons. Even if he has an impact on universe knights and universe overlords, it shouldn't be enough for them to become universe masters. Bug Empress couldn't help nodding. Whether it's the path of beast god or the path of time and space, the last step is extremely difficult. Universe Knights, for example, are extremely gifted and talented, but they'll still be stuck at the last step for thousands of years. The last step of Universe Masters is measured in units of tens of thousands of years. Hence, I feel that the universe overlords of the human race may be able to reap some benefits, but they'll be stuck at the last step at most. Devil Ancestor of the prison race wanted to speed up the start of the final battle, but he still agreed with Dream Demon Ancestor and Empress. After all, becoming a universe master wasn't something that could be done overnight. Even if they understood everything, they still needed time to pass the last stage. Father God of the automaton race wasn't surprised at all. Of course, he knew how difficult it was to become a universe master. However, the changes in the human race didn't allow him to be careless, especially when there were 7 million spectators this time. Meng Ta, Empress, Ancestral Tree Knight, Star Prison Devil Master, and Xianxia Palace Master haven't been listening for many times. They're top-tier universe overlords, and they're more eager to become universe masters. Therefore, even if they gain something, they won't be in seclusion. They'll keep listening until they can't make any more progress. Hearing that, the rest of the Universe Supreme Masters were all shocked. Indeed, they hadn't heard any news from the 3 top-tier universe overlords of the human race for a long time. Normally, they'd be in seclusion to comprehend the last step. If it were in the past, they wouldn't have cared. However, now that Zhou Hao was in the human race, it was abnormal that they hadn't heard anything at all. Father God of the automaton race continued, the other universe knights and universe overlords of the human race are sometimes absent, but they'll show up again. Therefore, I'm guessing that Xianxia Palace Master, Star Prison Devil Master, and Ancestral Tree Knight must have comprehended the last step, and some of them might have become universe masters. Bug Empress and the other universe supreme masters suddenly became serious. They all understood what Father God meant. They'd rather think of the worst-case scenario than be careless. Father God, when do you think we'll start the final battle? Bug Empress's dreamy and seductive voice spread, dyeing the star sector with a layer of dazzling light. A cold, mechanical voice sounded. It takes time to mobilize universe masters, but it's better to be early than late. 1,000 years, at most 1,000 years. We have to be quick. Okay, 1,000 years it is. Haha. Father God, you're finally enlightened. After 1,000 years, we'll drive the human race out of the original universe. Although 1,000 years is a short time, Father God, you're right. We can't delay it any longer. The demon race, prison race, and crystal race universe supreme masters all raised their voices, and their eyes flashed with determination. They might hesitate, but once they made a decision, they wouldn't hesitate anymore. At this time, the human race naturally did not know that the alliance of the 5 races had already agreed to launch the final battle within 1,000 years. They were now actively preparing to sit in for the hearing in reality 50 years later. This was the 3rd time Zhou Hao sat in for the hearing in reality, so the entire human race paid great attention to it. Zhou Hao didn't know either. After his lecture, he went into a state of penance again. In the blink of an eye, 40 years had passed. Primal Secret Region. Thousand Treasures River. Brother Zhou Hao. Brother Zhou Hao, it's rare for you to walk out of the palace. Brother Zhou Hao, you haven't walked around Thousand Treasures River, have you? Do you want me to show you around? Thousand Treasures River is our teacher's top-tier domain true treasure, and it's very beautiful when it's not used. Zhou Hao stood in the Palace River domain corridor with a faint smile on his face as he looked at the many senior brothers and sisters around him greeting him enthusiastically. He responded to them one by one. The strongest among these senior brothers and sisters had already become top-tier universe overlords, and the weakest was a senior universe knight. Like Golden Axe Knight, he had received a lot of care from Primal Chaos City leader, and he had become a top-tier universe overlord from a knight. From the beginning, it had only taken him a few thousand years to make such rapid progress. The other disciples of Primal Chaos City leader were envious of him. Therefore, every time Zhou Hao showed up, the other senior brothers and senior sisters would greet Zhou Hao with the most enthusiastic attitude. Even the 12th senior sister, who was rumored to be the coldest, joined them. Haha, it's rare that junior apprentice brother Zhou Hao isn't cultivating, so he came out to relax. You shouldn't disturb him. A bright voice sounded out. Zhou Hao didn't need to sense this aura to know that it was his senior apprentice brother Golden Axe. The other senior brothers and senior sisters were unhappy at first, but when they saw Golden Axe and Guai walking over, they dispersed. Although Golden Axe Knight was a top-tier universe overlord, he was friendly, so they weren't afraid of him. However, Guai was different. He had been following Primal Chaos City Leader all year round, and he had been ordered to live in Primal Chaos City Leader's palace. Even though Guai Knight wasn't as powerful as the other senior brothers and senior sisters, he was still respected by them. Zhou Hao stood in the hallway and chatted with his two senior brothers for a while. He also admired the beautiful scenery of Thousand Treasures River before returning to the palace. For him, an occasional walk could relieve his tense mind. Otherwise, if he immersed himself in studying laws for a long time, even if his willpower was comparable to a universe supreme master's, he would feel bored, and his efficiency would decrease. A few days later, he sat cross-legged in a quiet room. Although I've created the fourth move of time and space fusion law, Starlight, its power is probably similar to Light of Life. It's comparable to a universe master's most powerful technique. With it, my moves will be more versatile, and I'll have one more way to fight my enemies. Light of Life focuses on a single attack, while Starlight's attack focuses on area of effect. But strictly speaking, Starlight shouldn't be able to weaken defenses, so the might of this technique is probably inferior to Light of Life. If I want to increase my combat strength, I'll have to start from the Law of Life. The laws of spacetime fusion had originally been Zhou Hao's main focus. However, ever since he had embarked on the path of Omega Daos, the laws of spacetime fusion had merely served as a springboard for further research. Just like the Daos of the 8 great beast gods, they were all used to establish a foundation for comprehending the laws of primal chaos. Of course, studying them seemed a little redundant, but it was actually a necessary process. Even though he now had the better 64 secret pattern diagrams and could comprehend the law of chaos from a macroscopic perspective, this kind of comprehension was far less solid than starting from the basics. Therefore, Zhou Hao didn't give up on the study of other fusion laws even after he received the secret engraving diagram. Anyway, with the combination of his 2 great talents and the secret engraving diagram, he didn't have any bottlenecks to improve from the basic essence step by step. It was the same as when he first comprehended space. It was difficult at first, but easy later. Especially the law of chaos. This was an ultimate law that was more complicated and mysterious than the space law. If he wanted to fully comprehend it, he must have a solid foundation. Otherwise, everything would be useless. Apart from that, with the 8 beast gods and time and space, as well as the fusion of space and time, Zhou Hao's will and consciousness could slowly improve. After all, his will was directly given to him by the sign-in system, so he couldn't control it perfectly. I've already comprehended the second step of life law. In the past 40 years, with the help of the secret engraving diagram and my 2 great talents, I still haven't created the prototype of the second step, he murmured. Zhou Hao focused and immersed himself in the study of the secret technique of life law. In the past, when he created the prototype of the secret technique, he needed to fight with a large number of different races in the virtual training ground to find and correct the flaws and shortcomings of the secret technique. But now, with the secret engraving diagram and the self-created ultimate secret techniques of universe masters by so many great beings of space beasts in the beast god sector, as well as the reference of the strongest secret techniques of universe masters, he didn't need to do the same as before. He only needed to combine his own understanding with the secret engraving diagram. Although this saved a lot of time, the difficulty of creating the prototype of the second secret technique of life law still exceeded Zhou Hao's expectations. However, he wasn't discouraged. After all, this was a secret technique of life law. It was superior to other fusion laws, and it could ignore the defense of the enemy's armor to a certain extent. So, it was normal that it was difficult. Besides, 10 years later, he would begin his 3rd lecture in reality. By then, all the universe masters of the human race would participate. He believed that he would gain something from that lecture. And the power of the first secret technique of light of life was already so strong. The power of the second secret technique would definitely be higher. As the time for the lecture in reality approached, the upper echelons of the human race became very busy. In the virtual Tao lecture, humans could still control the dissemination of information through the virtual universe. However, in the real world, it was much more difficult to maintain confidentiality. This was especially so when Zhou Hao had given a quota of 5 million people to listen in. This meant that other than universe masters, universe knights, and emperor great beings, there would also be a large number of undying beings and sector lords. Even if the human race chose the geniuses who had passed the test, it would inevitably arouse the vigilance of the alliance of the 5 pinnacle races. After all, some of the geniuses were enslaved by the great beings of the alliance of the 5 pinnacle races in the outer domain battlefield or the universe secret region, as well as the newest frontier battlefield. The human race wouldn't be able to find out. Even if they entered the primal universe and the huge axe universe, they wouldn't be able to screen out the undying other races. Hence, after a discussion, the upper echelons of the human race decided that instead of hiding it, it would be better to show it openly. After all, they couldn't completely block the lecture in reality. As long as there was a slip of the net, the alliance of the 5 pinnacle races would know about the lecture in reality. However, they still divulged the fake news. This time, only universe knights, undying fighters, and sector lords were allowed to attend the lecture in reality. Universe overlords were not allowed to attend, and huge acts would separate the spectators. As for universe masters and universe overlords, they would stay in a special treasure. Thank you for the 1,500 coins tip from Burly Han Guangwu. There have been a lot of extreme weather recently. After a rare rainstorm, I encountered a rare thunderstorm. The wind level reached level 12, which I've never encountered before. Scary. Power outage, water outage, air outage, internet outage. In the core territory of the bug race. Empress Palace. Dream Empress, with wings as thin as a cicadas, sat on a high throne and looked down at the universe masters of the bug race. Compared to the human race, the demon race, and the automaton race, the bug race had the least number of universe masters. The reason was that the bug race was born with stronger genes than the demon race and the human race, which made it difficult for them to become undying, universe knights, and universe masters, just like space beasts. However, once they made the breakthrough, their power would surpass those of the same level. Almost every universe master of the bug race was proficient in soul illusions, and they were born soul masters. Besides, the bug warriors they created were extremely powerful, and every one of them was comparable to a universe overlord. Many universe masters didn't want to fight with universe masters of the bug race. However, the universe was balanced. Universe masters of the bug race might be strong, but their godly bodies weren't big, so it was difficult for them to improve their gene level. Shuelin Na, how long will it take for all the universe masters of our subsidiary races to be mobilized? A pleasant voice reverberated in the palace. Universe knights who heard this voice would fall into endless illusions and be immersed in it forever. Empress, because several universe masters are traveling in universe ocean, it will take at least 100 years for them to be mobilized. After most universe masters reached the pinnacle level, they would start their adventures. Very few of them would stay in the safe territories to cultivate and comprehend. If not for the early opening of the original star, the Bug clan would need even more time to mobilize all the universe masters. Unless it was an emergency mobilization, all the universe masters would rush back at full speed. However, although the final battle was about to start, it would take place within 1,000 years, so the 5 pinnacle races weren't in a hurry. Empress nodded and continued, "There's news from the human territory. Zhou Hao is going to give a lecture in reality, and it's on a large scale. Shuelin Na, you've always been in charge of intelligence. Do you think this is a good chance to kill Zhou Hao?" Shuelina quickly said, "Empress, since the human race dares to let Zhou Hao preach in the real world on such a large scale, they will definitely protect him to the greatest extent. The human race's huge axe will definitely be by his side. With huge axe there, we won't have a chance to kill Zhou Hao. Furthermore, the location of the human race's preaching in the real world this time is in the primal secret area, which is the most secure area outside the primal universe and huge axe universe. In addition, I think that the reason why the human race is holding such a large-scale practical sermon is that the pressure on the frontier battlefield and the original star is too great. At the same time, it is also to prepare for the final battle with the 5 pinnacle races. A hint of a smile flashed through the queen's eyes. Of course, she knew all this. The reason why she had asked was mainly to test Xuelina. Although the latter was in charge of intelligence, her aptitude was the most likely to become the queen of the insectoids. Continue to pay close attention to the actions of the human race. Yes, Your Majesty. Of course, the actions of the human race couldn't be hidden from the demon race, automaton race, crystal race, prison race, and other races. However, they had already made plans to start the final battle within 1,000 years, so no matter how big the human race's actions were, in their eyes, it was useless. After all, not to mention 1,000 years, even if the human race was given 10,000 years to develop, they would only have one universe master at most. As for the number of universe knights, it was completely useless in the final battle. Therefore, the alliance of the 5 pinnacle races didn't take Zhou Hao's practical sermon seriously. Other than mobilizing universe masters within their races, they put more effort into fighting for the true treasures on the original star. Once the final battle started, one more true treasure would increase their chances of winning. The other races, such as the Northern Territory Alliance, the Space Beast Alliance, the Ancestral God School, and the Thorn Ring Alliance, quickly heard about Zhou Hao's practical sermon in the real world. Unlike the insectoids and demons, they immediately contacted the higher-ups of the human race after hearing about it, hoping to get some places to enter the human territory to listen in. It was the same for the other races. No race was stupid. It would be easier to arrange such a large-scale practical sermon in the virtual universe. Why did it have to be held in the real world? It must be because the practical effect of the practical sermon was better than the virtual universe. If it had been in the past, they wouldn't have let the great beings of their races enter the human territory. Although they were in a cooperative relationship, if the human race turned hostile and killed the great beings they sent, they couldn't do anything. But now, the human race was at war with the 5 pinnacle races, and they needed their support, so they weren't afraid. But unfortunately, the higher-ups of the human race refused. This practical sermon was very important, and they wouldn't let the other races listen in. Of course, they refused, but the human race didn't completely stop the other races from thinking about it. They vaguely said that they would gradually open up the places in the future. To this, the Northern Territory Alliance and the other races didn't insist. It was good enough that the human race had made such a statement. They didn't expect the human race to agree to open up the places immediately. If that was the case, they wouldn't dare to send the great beings of their races. In the Palace of Thousand Treasures River, Zhou Hao opened his eyes and ended the state of cultivation that he had been in for almost 10 years. Although he still hadn't created the embryonic form of the second step of the life law, he was still satisfied with the progress of the other fusion laws. Among the 8 beast god paths, gold, space, water, and space fusion laws were the fastest to progress. Especially after combining them with the engraving picture, the speed could be described as leaps and bounds. Up until now, he had already comprehended the 6th level. As long as he comprehended the next level, he would truly become a master of the universe and possess the means to control time and space. As for the remaining 6 types of fusion laws, his progress wasn't slow at all. He had already crossed the 5th level and started to touch the 6th level. Besides these, he started to study the 5th level of the fusion laws of time and space. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and other space-related laws fused with one another. Thunder, lightning, wind, and time-related laws fused with one another. Comparatively, his progress was slower and was still at the 3rd step. Lastly, the life law was still at the initial stage of the 3rd step, and the destruction law was at the 2nd step. This was the progress of Zhou Hao's laws in the past 5,000 years. If the news were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire universe. After all, the fusion laws that he studied were the least difficult of the 8 beast god paths. If other geniuses, such as Buren, Rongjuan, and Uka, were given 5,000 years, they would be very outstanding if they could comprehend the 1st level. As for Luo Feng, he could only comprehend the 3rd level at most, and he was only focusing on one type. However, Zhou Hao had 8 beast god paths, and he was also focusing on the more difficult single basic law, which was the fusion of space-time laws, the overall fusion of space-time laws, and the almost impossible fusion of life and destruction laws. If Sitting Mountain Guest knew about this, he would be dumbfounded and his mind would stop working. He stood up. Zhou Hao walked out of the palace and looked at the dreamlike palace complex in the distance. His expression was calm. There was still half a year before the Tao lecture. He could take advantage of this time to relax and ease the tension in his mind. At the same time, within the space of Star Tower in the Outer Region Wars, a towering silhouette sat there casually. He was Sitting Mountain Guest. Ever since the war between the 5 pinnacle races and the human race began, the Outer Region Wars had become unusually peaceful. Occasionally, some scattered races and emperors would come to Star Tower to train themselves. Teacher. Pu Ti bowed respectfully. Sitting Mountain Guest nodded and looked into the depths of Star Tower. There was a figure there who was undergoing the master recognition test of Star Tower. It's been a few thousand years. Earth's Luo Feng, his willpower and mental state are indeed resilient. He's still some time away from his limit, and looking at the process, more than half the time has passed. At this speed, this Luo Feng really has a chance to become the master of Star Tower. Pu Ti said. This Luo Feng is indeed outstanding. Sitting Mountain Guest suddenly sighed. It's a pity that Star Tower is special. It's extremely difficult to fully recognize it as its master. Let's hope he succeeds. However, the one from Earth that interests me the most is Zhou Hao. That punk has been causing quite a commotion recently. As he spoke, he looked at Pu Ti. You belong to the Han Alliance too. Do you know anything about that punk's lecture in reality? Pu Ti smiled. Teacher, I've been paying extra attention to Zhou Hao. Even though the human race has been keeping it a secret, I still managed to get some information. This time, Zhou Hao's lecture in reality was rather sudden. It might have something to do with his power reaching Universe Master level. After all, his lectures in reality would affect Universe Masters. If he wasn't strong enough and the news was leaked, it would attract the attention of many Universe Masters. Sitting Mountain Guest was surprised. This punk's power has reached Universe Master level? Even though he was paying attention to the human race, he hadn't paid much attention to Zhou Hao. Yes, teacher. The one who recently made a name for himself as the Sword River Overlord in the original Star is a doppelganger of Zhou Hao. Sitting Mountain Guest laughed. I see. TSK. This Zhou Hao has only been cultivating for 5,000 years, and his combat power is already at the level of a Universe Master. Show me his battle on the original Star. Pu Ti immediately used his divine power to draw out the battle scenes of Zhou Hao's mirror image clone. Sitting Mountain Guest was just watching to pass the time. However, when he saw Zhou Hao use the light of life, he suddenly sat up straight. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this be? Zhou Hao, how could he create a secret skill of this level? Pu Ti had followed Sitting Mountain Guest for countless eras, but he had never seen him lose his composure like this. He couldn't help but ask, Teacher, the secret skill Zhou Hao used is indeed different, but its power is only at the level of a Universe Master's most powerful technique. Why are you so shocked? He knew how powerful Sitting Mountain Guest was. If they were to really fight, even huge acts from the human race wouldn't be a match for Sitting Mountain Guest. Not even First True Master from the Divine Eye clan from Universe Ocean would be a match for Sitting Mountain Guest. Besides, his teacher was very knowledgeable, and all the Universe Supreme Masters were no match for him. Therefore, even Pu Ti, who had always been taciturn in front of his teacher, couldn't help but ask. Sitting Mountain Guest came back to his senses and sighed again. Incredible. This Zhou Hao from the Earth Pulse really surprised me. Pu Ti, do you know what law this technique is based on? Pu Ti frowned. When I saw it, I couldn't tell. Perhaps it's a path from before the Great Apocalypse, but it can't escape the 8 Beast God paths and the more advanced secret engravings paths. Sitting Mountain Guest had once told him about the secret engravings paths before the Great Apocalypse. Haha, so you still remember the School of Secret Runes. However, the School of Secret Runes is more of a Tao of the universe and not a Tao of laws. The secret technique Zhou Hao executed was created from the laws he comprehended. It's naturally impossible for it to be the School of Secret Runes from before the Great Calamity. After discovering Zhou Hao, an interesting life form that shocked even him, Sitting Mountain guessed was in a good mood. In the entire original universe and universe ocean, except for the supreme laws, there was nothing he couldn't see through, but now, he couldn't see through Zhou Hao. The more he couldn't see through, the more it meant that Zhou Hao had a big secret, and this secret could even be helpful to his plan. Of course, Sitting Mountain guessed was in a good mood. Puti could see how his teacher was feeling, so he said, "I'm stupid. I can't guess what law Zhou Hao comprehended." Sitting Mountain guest looked at the image again and exclaimed, "It's life law." "What? Life law? How? How is that possible?" Puti knew that life law was one of the first 2 laws of the universe, and then it gave birth to the 8 beast god fusion laws, the 8 basic laws, and time and space laws. However, after countless eras of the original universe, very few great beings still knew about life and destruction laws, let alone study them. Moreover, even among the first batch of life forms born in the universe, no one had the talent to comprehend the law of life, let alone comprehend it. Thus, when he heard it was life law, he was completely shocked. "That's right. How is that possible? Your master is also very confused. However, that secret technique is a genuine law of life." Sitting Mountain guest slowly stood up, his eyes filled with interest. "I've seen countless geniuses, but this is the first time I've seen someone who has comprehended the law of life and created a secret skill of the law of life after just 5,000 years of cultivation. Normally, life forms in the original universe would first become universe knights through the basic laws, time and space, and then go through fusion laws or time and space to break through to universe master. They would then study the fusion laws, control time and space, and transform their god country into a miniature universe. After that, they would continue to study and create a more perfect technique until they comprehended a bit of the origin. Only then would they be able to come into contact with the origin of life and life law. But now, Zhou Hao had actually comprehended life law in the original universe. How could this not shock Sitting Mountain guest? One had to know that this was the original universe, not the land of origin where the laws were more complete. Sitting Mountain guest was even wondering how Zhou Hao had done it. Could it have something to do with his talent, which could affect other cultivators' epiphanies? Thinking about this, he suddenly had the thought of going to listen in. As the universe's strongest lone traveler and the reincarnation of a godly king, he would do it immediately. "Puti, make the arrangements. Tell them I want to listen." Puti was shocked. His teacher was Sitting Mountain guest, the most mysterious universe supreme master, a great being who could make true treasures at will. Now, he wanted to listen to a little guy who had only been cultivating for 5,000 years. It was unbelievable. However, he knew his teacher well. Once he had decided on something, no one could change his mind. He could only say respectfully, "Yes, teacher." After that, Puti sent a trace of his consciousness into the virtual universe. Sitting Mountain guest waved his hand and erased the image of the battle. He looked at the figure deep inside Star Tower and muttered to himself, "Star Tower is special, but it was made by me. It's too difficult to complete my plan. Luo Feng is indeed excellent. If he can get Star Tower to recognize him as its master, he'll have a chance to cultivate the higher-level linear element technique. As for Zhou Hao, the universe is so vast. There are so many strange things." Although he was surprised that Zhou Hao had created light of life technique in the original universe, he was only interested in Zhou Hao. In the virtual universe. "What? Sitting Mountain guest is coming?" Hujax was surprised to hear Primal Chaos City leader's words. "Are you sure?" He had to be suspicious. After all, this was Sitting Mountain guest, the most mysterious and extraordinary being among the lone universe supreme masters. No one knew his real power, and no universe supreme master could really test Sitting Mountain guest's skills. Even Teacher Origin couldn't see through Sitting Mountain guest, so Hujax couldn't believe that Sitting Mountain guest wanted to come to the human territory to listen to Zhou Hao's lecture. "It's true," Primal Chaos City leader said seriously. His disciple came to deliver the news, and Sitting Mountain guest is willing to give him a pinnacle true treasure. Hujax could not help but grin. "Pinnacle true treasure. TSK, TSK. No wonder you are the great being who is best at refining true treasures in the universe. you can easily create a pinnacle true treasure. Since Sitting Mountain Guest is coming, the human race will naturally welcome him with open arms. As for that pinnacle true treasure, Chaos, you can ask Zhou Hao if he needs a special pinnacle true treasure. As he spoke, he smiled. You have to make good use of this opportunity. Primal Chaos City leader understood right away and laughed. Sitting Mountain Guest had said pinnacle true treasures, but he hadn't said anything about the type of pinnacle true treasures. It should be known that pinnacle palace, soul, and realm-type true treasures were much more valuable than defensive armor true treasures and offensive true treasures. Soon, the Primal Chaos City leader came to Zhou Hao's palace and asked him if he needed any treasures. The race would arrange them as soon as possible. When Zhou Hao heard this, he guessed that the tribe must be looking for Sitting Mountain Guest to refine a supreme treasure. Although the treasured saber from last time wasn't bad and could still be improved, his own combat power had soared too fast. It was obvious that it couldn't keep up. As for the other treasures he had obtained from signing in, there were quite a few pinnacle and top-tier treasures, but basically none of them were suitable for him. Even the Sword River Luo was only a space-type domain treasure. Using it to cast the Light of Life last time was a complete waste. As for the Chaotic Golden Wings and Star Tower, they were very suitable. But first of all, the Chaotic Golden Wings were still incomplete. There was only a pair of wings, so it was at most a true treasure. Second of all, the Star Tower was still in fragments and hadn't reached the point where it could be exchanged. Therefore, the only true treasures that Zhou Hao could really use were the Origin Feather Coat and the Seal of Stars. The Sword River Luo could only be used temporarily. It was just like how Giant Axe hadn't been able to find a suitable Giant Axe true treasure. Now, and even for a period of time in the future, it was very likely that he would be in the same state as Giant Axe. Therefore, now that the tribe was asking Sitting Mountain Guest to refine a supreme treasure for him, it was certainly a very good opportunity. After thinking about it, Zhou Hao asked tentatively, "Teacher, I should be able to activate top-tier true treasures now, so I'm lacking a suitable offensive true treasure." The Primal Chaos City leader nodded. "Since it's an offensive true treasure, the tribe will quickly get you a pinnacle true treasure. What kind of true treasure do you like?" Zhou Hao replied casually, "A blade, then." Ordinary Universe Masters and Universe Supreme Masters usually used blades, axes, hammers, truncheons, or stars as their offensive weapons. Previously, he had wanted to use a truncheon-type weapon mainly because he had considered Star Tower. However, Star Tower was a palace-type true treasure, so it was used for protection. Not long after, Sitting Mountain Guest received a reply from the human race. Regarding the human race's request to refine a pinnacle true treasure suitable for Zhou Hao's battle blade, Sitting Mountain Guest wasn't surprised. In fact, when he had proposed to exchange a pinnacle true treasure for a spot, he had already mentally prepared himself for this. With his ability and experience in refining true treasures, it wasn't difficult to refine a pinnacle battle blade, but this time, he planned to refine one suitable for Zhou Hao. Sitting Mountain Guest ordered his disciple, Pu Ti, to collect all the battle videos of Zhou Hao on the original star, including some of the previous battle videos and the Sky Bridge. After watching them, his eyes flashed with surprise again. His time and space fusion is so deep, and he seems to have comprehended the 8 beast god paths. To comprehend so much in such a short period of time, no wonder he could comprehend the life law. This Zhou Hao probably started from the basic laws, then fused laws, and slowly got in touch with the higher level life law. Right, the operation of the original universe is based on the 8 fused laws, so it's almost impossible to comprehend the life law without taking the path of secret engravings. However, going back to the origin is indeed the right path. As the reincarnation of a godly king from the land of origin, even though he had taken the most ordinary path of law and didn't have strong godly power, in terms of experience and willpower, he definitely surpassed all the life forms in the original universe and universe ocean. Thus, after watching Zhou Hao's secret techniques once, he could guess the path that Zhou Hao had taken. I didn't expect to see such a genius in the original universe of 3000 Universe Ocean. If he were in the land of origin, he would definitely be recruited by the oldest ancient countries or superpowers. Sitting Mountain Guest was amazed. The land of origin had complete laws. Not only the life law, but even the chaos law could be directly comprehended by geniuses. However, it was different in the original universe. The laws here weren't obvious, and the paths weren't smooth. No matter how talented a life form was, it was limited by the environment. Because of this, many genius souls from the original universe were able to rise quickly in the land of origin. But now, even though he was naturally limited by the environment, Zhou Hao was still able to comprehend the life law, and he was comprehending it step by step from the foundation. This definitely required extraordinary talent and perseverance. Seems like I have to put more effort into this true treasure. Sitting Mountain Guest muttered to himself. He had risked his life to leave the land of origin and come to Universe Ocean mainly for revenge, but after the death of his real body, he could only be reincarnated in the original universe. He wanted to train outstanding disciples to avenge himself in the future. Now that he had met Zhou Hao, a life form with amazing talent and perseverance, he naturally had other ideas. There was only 1 month left before Zhou Hao's lecture in the real world. 5 million people from the universe countries and the 5 top powers of the human territory, including sector lords, undying fighters, emperors, and knights, arrived at the original universe through God Country teleportation. Even Wuka, Bolan, Ai Chen, Rongjun, and the others arrived from the frontier battlefield. Thousand Treasures River Palace. Zhou Hao's palace. The aroma of wine accompanied Uka, and Iken's voice could be heard. It was very lively around the round table. Zhou Hao looked at the noisy Uka and the others with a smile on his face. Uka and the others had been fighting at the frontier battlefield all these years. Although they didn't form a team, the pressure from the alliance of the 5 pinnacle races kept them together to kill enemies. Their relationship was even better than when they were in the absolute beginning region. They were like brothers and sisters who could trust each other with their backs. As for Luo Feng and Zhou Hao, one stayed in Star Tower to accept the master recognition test, and the other stayed in the primal universe. Later on, they stayed in the primal secret region. This caused their relationship with Uka to drift apart. However, after a few days of gathering, the estrangement between them and Zhou Hao had dissipated. After all, Uka, Rongjuan, and Iken had their current power mainly because of Zhou Hao. Therefore, they had already decided to follow Zhou Hao. Even if they were geniuses, they respected Zhou Hao from the bottom of their hearts. No matter how big the estrangement was, it would dissipate quickly. Of course, the most important reason was that they hadn't been practicing for long. It had only been 5,000 years since they participated in the genius battle. Even the next pinnacle genius battle held by the Battle Axe Coliseum hadn't officially started yet. After a while, Uka was a little drunk and sighed. The next pinnacle genius battle will be held in 10 years. Although the war between the human race and the alliance of the 5 pinnacle races is at a stalemate, the opening of the original star in advance prevented a large-scale war. Otherwise, the lower world pinnacle genius battle would have to stop temporarily. Iken said softly. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Zhou Hao, other than Rongjuan, Buren, and Luo Feng, the rest of us would still be at universe level, doing missions to lay the foundation for our future practice. Xianxia nodded. Yes. Who would have thought that we're all as strong as universe knights now? Like Buren and Rongjuan, they're only a hair's breadth away from becoming universe knights. They'd all broken through to Undying during their adventures in the frontier battlefield, and because they'd listened in on the virtual universe several times, their law comprehension wasn't low. If they hadn't been limited by their techniques and experience, as well as their own gene levels, Uka and the others would have definitely surpassed universe knights in terms of combat power. Zhou Hao smiled. Although I've helped a little, you've all relied on your own efforts to get to where you are now. Uka shook her head. Zhou Hao, you don't have to be humble. Actually, it's not just us. The entire human race's power has increased a few times. The geniuses from the Heaven and Earth region and the Apocalypse region are all sector lords now. Some have even broken through to Undying and reached pinnacle emperor level. If it were in the previous competitions, it would have been rare for one person to break through to domain lord in 5,000 years. Buren, Rongjuan, Jiang Yamo, Long Yun and the others all nodded. Of course they knew everything about themselves, it was all thanks to Zhou Hao. Under normal circumstances, the new geniuses would usually stay at universe level for thousands to tens of thousands of years. The seniors they'd interacted with before were all over 10,000 years old. Zhou Hao didn't continue this topic. Instead, he asked, "Uka, Buren, how's the situation in the frontier battlefield?" Hearing this, Uka, Buren and the others' expressions grew serious. "Zhou Hao, to be honest, the difference in power between us humans and the five alliances is still huge. After all, they're the five pinnacle races. Even though because of your teachings, large amounts of scattered races and weak races have joined the Han Alliance and entered the frontier battlefield to accumulate battle points, the five pinnacle races are still absorbing other races. Currently, it's a stalemate. Our human race hasn't lost any territory, and the five pinnacle races haven't expanded either," Rongjun said in a low voice. "But the situation isn't optimistic. There are too few undying emperors in the human race. There are many members of the Han Alliance, but most of them are only here for the war credits. They won't really fight the five pinnacle races. Luckily, the Universe Masters have been revived. Otherwise, we would have suffered more losses on the battlefield." Xianxia sighed, "There's no other way. The demon undying emperors all have bigger godly bodies, and the Bug clan has a large number of Bug soldiers that are proficient in souls. They have many emperor servants, and the automaton race relies on a large number of automaton puppets, making them even harder to deal with. As for the prison race, they are all natural-born warriors with rich battle experience. Only the crystallizers are slightly easier to deal with, but they are very united. The moment someone is attacked, more of them will come to help. We are strong, but we are too few." Zhou Hao frowned. He knew they were at a disadvantage in the frontier battlefield, but he hadn't expected it to be so bad. The human race had lost too many undying emperors. If the higher-ups hadn't distributed the treasures they'd obtained from the teachings to the emperors at the frontier battlefield, they would have suffered even greater losses. No wonder the original star opened early and the five alliances agreed to stop the war so quickly. They probably wanted to use the number of emperors to suppress the human race and deplete their potential. Then they'd start the final battle and force the human race into the primal universe and the huge Axe universe. That way, the human race wouldn't have any more blood, and sooner or later, they'd slowly decline. That was why the five pinnacle races' real plan was to fight a war of attrition and endurance. No matter how strong the human race was, they were only one. Even if they had the Han Alliance, most of the members of the Han Alliance were other races. They would help, but they wouldn't go all out. Ding! Special check-in mission activated. Mission 1, 6 stages of the race's rise. When the human race is under great pressure, the host should continue to work hard to increase the overall combat power of the human race and get rid of the pressure. Mission 2, 5 stages of the path of a great being. Kill 5 universe masters and become famous in the universe. Mission 2, kill 5 universe masters and become famous in the universe. Mission 2, get 20 pieces of Star Tower. Hearing the system's voice in his head, Zhou Hao was shocked, then he couldn't help but get excited. Since he'd completed the mission on the original star, there hadn't been a new check-in mission for hundreds of years. He hadn't expected to get another one this time with Uka, Icon, and the others. After the small gathering, Zhou Hao checked the special mission seriously. There wasn't much change in the content. For example, the rise of the race was the same as the previous missions. There wasn't a clear goal. It wasn't like at the beginning, where it directly improved Uka, Icon, and the others. It was more general, and the reward wasn't law comprehension. Instead, it was talent. As for the second mission, the road of a great being, he had gone from killing universe knights and universe overlords to becoming a universe master. The difficulty level was getting higher and higher, and it was getting harder and harder to complete it. However, the reward this time had increased by quite a bit. Plus, there were 20 fragments. Once he completed it, he would be able to exchange for the advanced version of Star Tower. With Star Tower, he would be truly safe. Get rid of the pressure the race is facing, Zhou Hao muttered. He was thinking about how to complete this mission. Currently, the disadvantage of the human race wasn't their overall power level, but their numbers. After all, they were up against 5 pinnacle races. There were 2 ways to solve this problem. One was to slowly improve the geniuses of the Sector Lord level to the level of Undying Emperors or even Universe Knights through lectures. Compared to Undying Emperors, the number of Sector Lord geniuses was much larger. If they all broke through to undying emperors and had high law comprehension, they would be able to overwhelm the 5 pinnacle races in terms of numbers. The second way was to improve the power of the higher-ups of the human race, but this was more difficult. According to the information he got from Primal Chaos City Leader, he could influence Universe Masters, but the effect was far from that of Universe Knights. He could only let Universe Masters see the right direction of their cultivation. If he used words, his law comprehension wasn't at the level of Universe Masters. So, Zhou Hao could only use the first way. Thinking about this, he connected his consciousness to the virtual universe and went straight to his teacher's palace. "What's the matter, my disciple?" Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. Zhou Hao bowed and said, "Teacher, I learned some information about the frontier battlefield from Uka and the others. Our race seems to be under a lot of pressure." The Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. "Indeed. I didn't tell you about the frontier battlefield because I was worried that I would disturb your cultivation. Now that you know, I will tell you in detail." Following which, he walked with Zhou Hao to the corridor outside the palace. Right now in the border battlefield, the number of undyings from the Bug clan and other alliances is tens of times more than us humans. If we include the Hong alliance, both sides are about even. However, many of the new emperors from the Hong alliance are mainly here to accumulate contribution points. Even though the race focuses on killing, it's still not enough for the other race emperors to truly deplete the core undyings of the 5 races. As a result, the number of emperors in the human race has been decreasing, and the demons and insectoids have gone crazy. In just a few thousand years, the number of emperors in the human race has decreased by 10%. The Primal Chaos City Leader paused and looked at Zhou Hao. And on the original star, the number of knights of our race that have fallen is the highest in recent times. However, the higher-ups have ordered that Universe Knights should try their best not to go to the original star. Zhou Hao couldn't help asking, "The original star is the place where true treasures are produced the most. Won't that make the 5 races stronger?" The Primal Chaos City Leader shook his head. "We have no choice. We humans aren't afraid of any pinnacle race, but facing the combined forces of the 5 pinnacle races, we can only defend ourselves and wait for the right time." Zhou Hao understood what the Primal Chaos City Leader meant by waiting for the right time. This time, there are 5 million candidates, and 99% of them are sector lords and domain lord level geniuses. The rest are undyings and knights who have been accumulating for hundreds of years. According to the speculation of our race, the effect of your lectures in the real world is better than in the virtual universe, so this time, we hope the geniuses can grow faster. Of course, the most important thing in the race war is the combat power at the level of Universe Masters. This time, we'll listen in as well. Disciple, although the race is facing a lot of pressure, it's only temporary, so you don't have to worry too much. With Huge Axe and me, we humans will survive this crisis. His consciousness left the virtual universe. Zhou Hao, who was standing in the palace, couldn't help but sigh. In the original plot, the race war had started because of the inheritance of Duandong River. It was an inheritance of a complete cultivation system, which was of great help to Universe Masters and Universe Supreme Masters. That was why Universe Masters from other races in the universe had chosen to join the human race. In addition, they had obtained true treasures from the Holy Land of Universe Ocean, such as the Trump Card, Ancient God Eye, and many other treasures. Together with Luofeng's 9 Remoteness Ocean, they had won the race war. But now, the human race didn't have these advantages, and Luofeng hadn't even obtained Star Tower. Other than the trump card left by Teacher Origin, they had no other advantages. In such a situation, any Universe Master would be worried. Zhou Hao was also worried. After all, strictly speaking, the race war had started because of him. He shook his head and suppressed his worries. His consciousness once again connected to the virtual universe, but this time, he went directly to the Ganwu continent, 9-Star Bay on Black Dragon Mountain Island. 9-Star Bay was now surrounded by the relatives of Zhou Hao, Hong, Thunder God, and Luofeng. The original residents had been arranged to other districts by the Ganwu country. Big brother, second brother. Seeing Hong and Thunder God chatting in the pavilion on the lawn, Zhou Hao walked over. Third brother, you have time to come over today. Big brother and I were just talking about you. Zhou Hao walked over and said with a smile, what are you saying about me? Hong joked. Nothing bad. Just that Thunder has been a little arrogant recently, and he wants you to give him a blow. Thunder God was speechless. Third brother, don't listen to big brother's joke. Even if I want to give him a blow, I'd look for fourth brother. Looking for you is purely looking for a beating. Hong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhou Hao smiled too. Long ago, he had used his words to raise Hong and Thunder God's law comprehension. In the past 1,000 years, the two had been staying in the core of the huge axe dojo, digesting the sudden increase in law comprehension. Like Hong, his law comprehension had already reached the 20th level of light and time. In terms of fighting power, combined with the true treasures he gave, he was close to invincible emperor level. Thunder God wasn't bad either. His fighting power was already emperor limit. If the two were to go to the border battlefield, they would quickly make a name for themselves. Hong looked at Zhou Hao and asked, "Third brother, is there a problem?" Thunder God looked at Zhou Hao too. The two were clear that if Zhou Hao didn't have anything to do, he would basically be training hard. He wouldn't easily come to 9-Star Bay. Zhou Hao said casually, "There's no problem. I'm just worried about the human race's current situation." Hong and Thunder God glanced at each other and went silent. Because of Zhou Hao, they had all become core geniuses of Battle Axe Coliseum, and they all had universe masters as their teachers. Naturally, they knew a little about the human race's situation in the frontier battlefield. However, because their law improvement speed was too fast, they didn't go to the frontier battlefield to train. Instead, they stayed in the core secret region of Battle Axe Coliseum to train. "Third brother, don't blame yourself too much," Hong said softly. "Even without you, the race wars still happen every day. In the outer region wars, our race, the Bug clan, the demon race, and other races often kill each other. The hatred has long seeped into our bones. War would have come sooner or later. This time, it just happened earlier." Thunder God hurriedly added, "Yes, third brother, you've helped the human race enough. Even though the 5 pinnacle races formed an alliance because of you, the other races in the universe also joined the Han Alliance because of you, making it the #1 power in the universe. Right now, the human race is only in a bad situation temporarily. I heard from my teacher that as long as we get through this difficult period, we'll rise again. By then, the demon race, Bug clan, and automaton race won't dare to bully us as they do now." Zhou Hao smiled. "Big brother, second brother, I understand. I'm just frustrated for a while, so I came to drink with you." As he spoke, he flipped his hand and a few bottles of wine appeared on the table. Thunder God laughed. "Hee, this is the even more precious Jiyuan Kuei wine. I heard that even universe masters can't bear to drink it. Even in the virtual universe, it's worth thousands of mixed elements." Hong joked. "Seems like we're in luck again. Come, let's drink." Thunder God picked up a bottle and poured a large glass for Zhou Hao and Hong. Looking at the fragrance of the wine, he couldn't help but say, "It's a pity that fourth brother isn't here. Otherwise, the 4 of us could drink to our heart's content. This wine can even intoxicate universe masters." Speaking of Luo Feng, Hong couldn't help but look at Zhou Hao. "Third brother, you're the closest to fourth brother. Last time, you said he had other opportunities in the outer region wars. It's been thousands of years, how is it?" Thunder God also looked at Zhou Hao. They were more worried about Luo Feng's safety. However, they were also clear that if one were to encounter a fortuitous encounter in the extraterritorial battlefield, especially in an environment like Star Tower, it was very likely that one would stay there for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Just like Luo Feng's previous teacher, the Time Realm Lord, he was trapped in a place for 1,000,000 years. Zhou Hao raised his wine glass. "Big brother, second brother, don't worry. Fourth brother is fine. I asked Teacher Han Dun and he consents fourth brother's life." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Hong and Thunder God immediately relaxed. The Primal Chaos City leader was a human powerhouse second only to Huge Axe. If he said that Luo Feng was still alive and well, then Luo Feng must be safe. "Come, drink." Zhou Hao had been cultivating diligently. Aside from the bad situation in the war, there was also the death of the 7-Sword Reverend and more than 400 people in the extraterritorial battlefield weighing on his heart. Therefore, it caused him to be depressed. However, this time, he was drunk for nearly half a month. When he woke up, many of his worries immediately disappeared. He was very clear that no matter what, his own strength was the foundation of everything. Sitting cross-legged in the quiet room. It was less than half a month before the lecture in reality. He began to sort out the law of chaos. This time, he planned to focus on the law of chaos and strive to grasp the basics of the law of chaos. After all, the reward of this special sign-in mission was a special mystic technique of the law of chaos and the talent of the chaos domain. He estimated that they should be related to the law of chaos. In addition, he had yet to complete the second stage of the highest sign-in mission, so he had to study the law of chaos again. Now, he had only comprehended the first step of the law of chaos, and this first step was only a superficial study. It was like comprehending the basics of the chaos tablet. He was still a distance away from grasping the basics of the law of chaos and using it. But with his comprehension of the second step of the law of life and more than half of the second step of the law of destruction, as well as the other fusion laws and basic laws, it wouldn't be difficult for him to grasp the basics of the law of chaos and use it. Not to mention that he now had the help of the secret engraving diagram. Therefore, Zhou was very confident. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that this special sign-in mission had a mystic technique of the law of chaos, he would still continue to study the law of space and law of life and temporarily delay the fusion of life and destruction. Time slowly passed. In the primal mystic realm, in a large void of space. Boom. Suddenly, two majestic willpowers descended. Immediately after, the void space shattered, and a gigantic mountain suddenly appeared. At the top of the mountain, a figure smiled and looked at the wild giant not far away. Xianxia, the conditions that you humans have proposed still need some time. The wild giant flashed his body and stood directly beside Sitting Mountain Guest. He grinned and said, "Sitting Mountain Guest, you've always done what you've promised. I'm not worried. It's just that I need you to keep the process and results of this lecture a secret." Sitting Mountain Guest smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. Your human race is still favored by the universe origin. Previously, there was teacher origin, and now there's Zhou Hao. The original universe origin won't favor a race, and to be honest, Zhou Hao is a life form born on Earth that you created. So, your methods are really amazing." Sitting Mountain Guest laughed. "Haha. The Earth I created can only provide some assistance to the comprehension and state of mind. It can't give birth to such amazing talents." Sitting Mountain Guest laughed. "Otherwise, if I'm the one who created all this, why would I come here?" Xianxia looked at Sitting Mountain Guest. "It's really not your method?" Actually, deep down, he didn't believe that it was Sitting Mountain Guest's method. After all, if it was true, then Sitting Mountain Guest was too terrifying. However, Zhou Hao and Luo Feng were both from Earth, and they were both talented and had high comprehension, so he couldn't help but guess that it had something to do with Sitting Mountain Guest. Sitting Mountain Guest shook his head and didn't reply. Instead, he looked at the boundless starry sky and saw many figures with strong forces slowly appearing. They were all the universe masters of the human race. He sensed the number of universe masters. Sitting Mountain Guest's eyes narrowed, and then he laughed again. "Haha. Not bad. As expected, the number of universe masters of your human race has increased a lot. Seems like I made the right choice this time." Xianxia grinned. Actually, the higher-ups had discussed whether or not to reveal the number of universe masters of the human race to Sitting Mountain Guest. In the end, they unanimously agreed to let Sitting Mountain Guest know the number of universe masters of the human race. First of all, although Sitting Mountain Guest was mysterious, he always kept his promises, so they were not worried that he would deliberately leak the secret. Besides, Sitting Mountain Guest was a universe supreme master, so he would not stoop to such petty things. Second, through the increase in the number of universe masters of the human race, Sitting Mountain Guest could see how powerful Zhou Hao was and continue to attract him. It would be best if he could join the human race. Even if that didn't work, they could form an alliance with the human race. In that case, the alliance of the 5 races would be intimidated. 2 universe supreme masters were enough to make the demon race, the bug race, and the other races wary. Third, they were worried that even if they hit it, with Sitting Mountain Guest's methods, the human universe masters wouldn't be able to hide it if they wanted to listen in. After Primal Chaos City leader and the other universe masters showed up, they all came to the mountain and greeted him politely. Sitting mountain guest smiled faintly and waved his hand. Huge axe, I know what you humans are thinking, but you should know that I won't join any power. However, if the influence of Zhou Hao's talent can exceed my expectations, I can consider forming an alliance with you humans. Hearing that, Huge Axe, Primal Chaos City leader, and the others were delighted. For Sitting Mountain guest to say something like this, it was already very good news. Even if they didn't form an alliance, as long as they maintained a good relationship, it would be much easier for the human race to ask Sitting Mountain guest to make true treasures. Soon, Chaos City leader, Darkness City leader, and the other universe masters entered a palace and hid in the starry sky. Actually, they could have stayed on Sitting Mountain guest's mountain peak. However, during the moment of epiphany, their ability to sense the outside world would be weakened. If Sitting Mountain guest wanted to do something unfavorable to them, Huge Axe might not be able to take precautions in time. Schwa. Schwa. As time went by, the 5 million listeners who had arrived at the primal secret region showed up in the boundless space. Sitting Mountain guest glanced around and squinted. So many sector lords and undying fighters. If all of them break through this time, then the human race will have a chance to defeat the alliance of the 5 pinnacle races. However, that's only if Meng Tu and the others are willing to give you time. Huge Axe shook his head. Even if they all become undying fighters, they won't be of much help in the war. Once the final battle begins, only universe masters and true treasures can affect the war. Unfortunately, we humans don't have any supreme true treasures. If we did, the demons and bug clan wouldn't dare to force us like this. Sitting Mountain guest glanced at the giant axe. This concerns the survival of our race. The demon race, the insect race, and the other races have no choice but to join us. Huge Axe didn't respond. What Sitting Mountain guest said was true. If a genius like Zhou Hao appeared in the demon race, the humans would definitely join forces with the automaton race, bug clan, and prison race. After all, the 4 pinnacle races neighboring their territories had been fighting each other for countless eras. It was impossible for them to truly join each other. Schwa, he waved his hand. A giant stamp platform showed up in the sky. It was a ceiling-type true treasure, and it could be used as a temporary dojo. Hua. Hua, a large number of sector lords, undying fighters, and knights flashed to the surface of the stamp platform and sat down cross-legged. No matter what happens, don't make a fuss. This is your most precious opportunity. The voice of the Great Axe founder rang in the ears of every listener. Instantly, the 5 million listeners who had been whispering to each other using their godly power or transmitting their voices to each other quieted down. So, only a few dozen seconds. A being showed up in the center of the stamp platform. Sitting Mountain guest, who was standing on the peak of the mountain, looked at Zhou Hao. He couldn't help but be surprised again. He could tell from the look in Zhou Hao's eyes that the latter's willpower level was not low. Although he was only a universe knight, his willpower was definitely higher than that of ordinary universe masters. The godly power of the Huge Axe enveloped the stamp platform. Dao lectures in the real world were different from those in the virtual universe. In the virtual universe, the aura of the listener could be easily isolated, and it would not affect the other listeners much. However, in the real world, if a sector lord and a knight were to stay together and both entered a state of epiphany, the knight's aura alone would be able to destroy a sector lord. Therefore, Giant Axe could only use his divine power to isolate each of the spectators, so that they could only hear the sound with their skills, but they could not affect the other spectators. In the center of the stamp platform, Zhou Hao sat cross-legged in the air. His gaze swept over the 5 million spectators, and a smile appeared on his face. Whether or not he could completely grasp the primal chaos laws would depend on how effective the great Tao proverb was under the amplification of so many spectators. Everyone, I believe that all of you will be able to achieve breakthroughs in this lecture. A faint voice was heard. In an instant, the spectators, who had already been reminded by their teachers or good friends, all said in unison, "Thank you for your auspicious words, Teacher Zhou Hao." And in the palace, Primal Chaos City leader, Darkness City leader, Pung Gong, and the other universe masters also quickly responded, thank you for your auspicious words. The effect of verbal compliance law was the strongest when it was one-on-one. For such a large group, the effect was much weaker. This talent had the opposite effect of great Tao proverb. However, although it was weak, it was still effective. The universe masters, who had already known this information, naturally informed the spectators. Of course, they did not directly say that this was Zhou Hao's talent. They only asked for the spectators to respond in this way. Among the 5 million spectators, there were also undercover enslaved members from the Bug clan, the Demon clan, and other races. They knew that this lecture was highly valued by the human race, and there might even be a universe supreme master like Giant X. Therefore, all of them, like the other spectators, did not make the slightest move. What is life? Every mountain, every rock, every blade of grass, every tree is life. As Zhou Hao's voice spread out, the two talents of great Tao proverb and verbal compliance law immediately began to influence. However, this time, the lecture was not about space and time. Instead, it was about life, which was more mysterious. The other spectators felt as if they were listening to a heavenly book. Even so, they quickly entered a mysterious state, just like when they were in the virtual universe. Inside the palace, Primal Chaos City Leader, Darkness City Leader, and the others all widened their eyes. Sector Lord, Undying Night, and the others did not understand what Zhou Hao was talking about, but they knew that this was clearly an explanation of a law, which was more unfathomable than space and time. However, they did not have time to be shocked by the level of law comprehension of Zhou Hao. Very soon, they all realized that their consciousness had directly entered a mysterious illusion. In this illusion, every universe master could clearly see the path that they were ignorant of. Just like when they were on Earth previously, although they also had some comprehension, during Zhou Hao's lecture, they could at least maintain a clear mind. Even if they entered a state of epiphany, they could still sense the outside world. However, at this moment, they were shocked to discover that they had actually lost any sense of the outside world. It could be said that if a great being were to make a move at this moment, Chaos City Leader, Darkness City Leader, and the others would definitely not be able to react in time. However, very soon, they were immersed in this mysterious illusion, eagerly watching and comprehending the direction and path of their future cultivation. Hong, it took almost less than half a minute. Nearly 10% of the 5 million spectators had entered a state of epiphany, and the aura that erupted from them was much more obvious than when they were listening in the virtual universe. Fortunately, the godly power of Huge Axe isolated them. Otherwise, the other spectators who had yet to enter a state of epiphany would definitely be affected. Just like in the previous lectures, when the epiphany was connected, it suddenly formed a strange tide of divine light. Under the tide of divine light, every spectator felt as if they were facing a tsunami, and they were involuntarily pushed into a state of epiphany. On a mountain peak far away from the stamp platform. Compared to Chaos City Leader, Darkness City Leader, and the others, sitting mountain guest's face did not show any signs of shock at the beginning. After all, when he watched the video of Zhou Hao's battle previously, he already knew that the other party had comprehended the life law, so naturally, he was not surprised that Zhou Hao was explaining the life law. However, as he continued to listen, the shock in his eyes became more and more intense. This was especially so when the tide of divine light completely covered the entire stamp platform. He completely lost his composure, and even his towering body began to tremble slightly. The others, including Huge Axe, did not know what this sound meant, but sitting mountain guest was different. As a godly king from the land of origin, his knowledge and level far surpassed that of the life forms of the original universe. It was a Tao sound. A sound that went straight to the great path of origin. Moreover, it wasn't just a single great Tao. It covered all the great Taos in the universe. Even the great Tao of chaos was included in it. Any cultivator could comprehend their own path from this supreme and mysterious Tao sound. Sitting mountain guest trembled, and the mountain he was sitting on buzzed. Luckily, he had great willpower, and he quickly recovered from this loss of self-control. He stared at Zhou Hao, who was in the center of the stamp platform. How is this possible? How is this possible? He kept murmuring. Apparently, he had never expected to hear this supreme Tao sound in the original universe. He looked at Zhou Hao, who was immersed in the preaching. Sitting Mountain Guest suddenly had an illusion that he was back in the land of origin, listening to the preaching of those pinnacle godly kings and great beings beyond godly kings. But he quickly shook his head and focused on Zhou Hao again. Is Zhou Hao like me? Is he a godly king from the land of origin? Or is he the reincarnation of a being who has surpassed the godly king level and is about to take the last step? Impossible. Even if Zhou Hao is such a being, he can't transmit Dao sounds in the original universe. The original universe doesn't allow that. The more Sitting Mountain Guest thought about it, the more confused he felt. He moved his eyes away from Zhou Hao and started to observe the void space around the stamp platform. As for the original universe, he knew far more about it than Teacher Origin did. Dao sounds that could directly affect the comprehension of other life forms would be restricted by the original universe. It was just like how one could not reveal all the information beyond a true God in the original universe and universe ocean. This was how the universe rules worked. Those legendary beings beyond godly kings in the land of origin couldn't go against the rules. At least, that was what Sitting Mountain Guest knew. However, after observing for a while, he realized that there was a special environment around the stamp platform. It was similar to the miniature universe of a universe supreme master. It was completely separated from the original universe. Although the miniature universe of a universe supreme master had different rules from the original universe, it couldn't escape from the universe rules. However, the area covered by the sound of the stamp platform seemed to be unaffected by the universe rules. Sitting Mountain Guest was even more shocked after he had guessed the result. Transcending the rules of the universe was the goal of every godly king, and even those who had surpassed the godly king realm. Unfortunately, other than the legendary Yuan, no one had been able to achieve it for countless chaos eras. But now, in the primal universe, which was one of the 3,000 universe oceans around the land of origin, he had met a life form who could isolate himself from the rules of the universe. If this news were to spread to universe ocean, then the great beings of the entire land of origin would be in an uproar. In the center of the stamp platform, Zhou Hao didn't know that Sitting Mountain Guest was also listening to this lecture. Sitting Mountain Guest had analyzed that Zhou Hao's talent exceeded the rules of the universe. Right now, his consciousness was completely immersed in studying the law of primal chaos. Compared to the other fusion laws and the 64 types of mysterious beast diagrams he had seen in the beast god realm, the law of primal chaos was clearly more complex and profound. If he hadn't seen the diagrams, he wouldn't have been able to understand the patterns of the engravings outlined by the law of primal chaos. However, after seeing and studying the law of primal chaos, Zhou Hao naturally studied the engravings of the law of primal chaos that he had comprehended. Then, he extended the engravings that he had comprehended to the surroundings. Under such circumstances, his comprehension speed naturally increased by many times. However, the effect of the Great Path Dictum talent only lasted for 4 hours. Even though its amplification effect was terrifying, there was still a time limit. After the effect of the talent disappeared, Zhou Hao's consciousness broke free from the strange illusion. It was the same for the 5 million spectators. However, almost 99% of the spectators, including Zhou Hao, were still immersed in the comprehension of the laws, the secret techniques, and the direction they were walking in. Especially the universe masters like Chaos, Darkness, and Pungong. They were all hungry and thirsty. Just like those geniuses who had just comprehended a trace of the law of origin, they couldn't wait to comprehend more. They were also like young people who had tasted the forbidden fruit and wanted to grasp it all. Hong. Hong, Hong. Many of the sector lords started to break through. The origin of the universe descended, and these sector lords all transformed their bodies into godly power. From then on, they entered eternity. However, these sector lords who had broken through had already broken free from that strange state. Thus, when they broke through, they all left the platform and didn't disturb the spectators who were still comprehending. Huge axe, I'll fulfill the conditions that I promised before. As for the cooperation with the human race, I'll seriously consider it. After that, Sitting Mountain Guest controlled the mountain and disappeared. However, Giant Axe was pleasantly surprised. Since Sitting Mountain Guest had said so, it was obvious that he was inclined to form an alliance with the humans. Once Sitting Mountain Guest joined the alliance, the whole situation of the war would change greatly. After all, Sitting Mountain Guest was the most mysterious universe supreme master in the original universe, and he could make a large number of true treasures. He could even make pinnacle domain-type true treasures. If he really joined the human race, many scattered races and powerful races in the universe, as well as some other races like the Snow Territory Alliance, would also join the Han Alliance. One had to know that these races relied on true treasures much more than the human race. That was why Xianxia had expressed his willingness to rope in Sitting Mountain Guest. However, he had not expected Sitting Mountain Guest to be so ambiguous before the meeting. He had only said that he would consider it. After the meeting, Sitting Mountain Guest's attitude had changed so drastically. Seems like he's comprehended something from Zhou Hao's sermon. Xianxia frowned. While Xianxia was overjoyed, he frowned slightly. When his godly power covered the entire stamp platform, he also listened to Zhou Hao's sermon. Other than being slightly touched, he did not feel anything else. Sitting Mountain Guest was also a universe supreme master like him, but this time, he seemed to have comprehended something. This puzzled him. However, Xianxia shook his head and looked at the palace hidden in the void space. He could see that the forces of universe masters like Chaos City Leader and Darkness Master were increasing at different levels. Besides them, the forces of the universe knights on the platform, including the pinnacle emperors, were obviously increasing. Among them, there were a few universe knights who were showing signs of becoming universe masters. This situation made Xianxia even happier. Time passed slowly. On the platform, more and more spectators came out of their state of immersion. Their faces were filled with excitement. After suppressing their excitement, they stood up and bowed deeply to Zhou Hao, who was still in a state of enlightenment. Then, they quickly left the stamp platform. Half a year later, less than 10,000 of the 5 million observers were left. And after a year, except for Zhou Hao, Chaos City Leader, Darkness Master, and the other universe masters, all the other observers woke up. Haha. Seems like Chaos City Leader and Darkness Master have comprehended something this time. Xianxia thought happily. After all, according to his previous experience, after the end of the session, the longer one stayed in the state of immersion, the greater the gain. Another 2 months passed. This time, 3 universe overlords among the 5 million observers had comprehended time and space. After Zhou Hao, they became universe masters. And so, there were a total of 26 universe masters in the human race. And this time, the number of universe knights who had broken through was the highest in the history of Undying Emperors. A total of 2,371 emperors had directly crossed the threshold from Undying to Knight. And there were tens of thousands of sector lords who had broken through to Undying. Like Uka, Icon, Buren, and the other geniuses who were in the same batch as Zhou Hao, they had all comprehended time or space and had officially broken through to universe knights. From the Pulse of Earth, like Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God, there were also some geniuses who had been heavily nurtured and had broken through from sector lords to Undying. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 years had passed since Zhou Hao's lecture in reality. Inside the palace, Huang Jian, Qing Dong, Su Jin, and the other universe masters had all broken free from their immersed state of comprehension. Like the other observers, their faces were all filled with uncontrollable joy. Thank you to Yi Luomu for the 134 coins tip. Thank you to Zhu Tiandao's Barbara for the 100 coins tip. It was extremely difficult for universe masters to improve, and it would take them hundreds of millions of eras to realize something. To cross a level, it would take them at least 10 billion eras, and some might even stay at the same level for tens of thousands of eras. That was why Zhou Hao's talent, which could affect universe masters, was so precious. The demon race, the bug race, and other races were willing to form an alliance and launch a war just for this possibility. The last time on Earth, only Darkness Master and Primal Chaos City Leader had gained a lot. The other universe masters, like Huang Jian and Qing Dong, had also gained some enlightenment, but it was only about the direction of cultivation, and the real improvement of power was next to nothing. But this time, Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and the other universe masters looked at each other and saw excitement and shock in each other's eyes. They were excited because they had learned a lot from listening to Zhou Hao's lecture in reality. As long as they digested these insights, they would be able to further improve their power base. What shocked them was that only a few thousand years had passed, And the influence of Zhou Hao's talent had increased to such an extent that it had significantly improved the power of universe masters like them. Undoubtedly, this meant that after another few thousand or 10,000 years, the influence of Zhou Hao's talent could start to have an effect on universe supreme masters. By then, it would cause a huge sensation. At that moment, Primal Chaos City leader's voice was heard. Hugh Jax has called for a meeting. Everyone, please go to Hugh Jack's godly palace immediately. With that, he sent a mail to Zhou Hao. After a while. Virtual universe, Hugh Jack's godly palace. In a plain palace. There were rows of stone chairs around a huge round table. Compared to the previous time, there were 3 more stone chairs. Shwa, shwa, numerous figures appeared. Universe Masters from the Virtual Universe, Universe Mercenary Alliance, Hugh Jack's Coliseum, Universe Star River Bank, and Universe First Bank were all gathered. The 3 Universe Masters who had just broken through couldn't suppress their excitement. When they saw Zhou Hao, they were stunned at first, then they hurried forward to salute him. Zhou Hao smiled and waved his hand. There's no need to be so polite. You were able to break through mainly because of your accumulation. The influence of my Tao preaching was only one of the factors. Primal Chaos City leader and the other universe masters all smiled. Of course, they knew that Zhou Hao was being humble. Going from a universe knight to a universe master was the biggest threshold for all cultivators. Even geniuses that appeared once in 100 million eras required great perseverance and great luck to have a slight chance of making it. As for the 3 who had just made a breakthrough, although they had great talent and comprehension, according to their potential, the chances of them becoming universe masters were very slim. Whoosh! A giant axe appeared. The 3 universe masters, who were about to thank Zhou Hao again, quickly sat down on their respective stone chairs. The other universe masters bowed one after another. Hugh Jax waved his hand and looked at the 3 newly minted universe masters. He smiled and said, our human race has given birth to 3 more universe masters, and our power has increased again. This is all thanks to Sword River Horde leader. Besides him, the other universe masters have also improved their power to varying degrees. This meeting is mainly for this matter. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to Chaos. Chaos, let's start with you. Now that the 5 alliances are under more and more pressure, we humans must have a clear understanding of our overall power. Chaos nodded. Seeing that everyone else was looking at him, he smiled and said, this time, after listening to Sword River Horde leaders preaching, I've gained a lot of enlightenment. I've taken a few more steps on the path to becoming a Universe Supreme Master. If nothing goes wrong, I might be able to become a Universe Supreme Master in a few thousand years. The moment he said that, Darkness, Ice Mountain, Deserted Mirror, and the other Universe Masters widened their eyes in surprise. Even Hugh Jax couldn't help but say, Chaos, really? Becoming a Universe Supreme Master wasn't something that could be done overnight. Even if one knew the path, it was impossible to know exactly when to make the breakthrough. This was completely different from becoming an Undying, a Universe Knight, or a Universe Master. However, all the Universe Masters present knew Chaos City leader's character well. If he wasn't certain, Chaos City leader would never say that. Chaos City leader smiled and nodded again. Last time, I was only clear about my path, but this time, the path to becoming a Universe Supreme Master is no longer a mystery to me. The key for a Universe Master to become a Universe Supreme Master was the path, and the so-called path was, in fact, to understand the direction of any operating law of the universe. Thoroughly transforming and evolving one's God country according to the operating law of the universe, and finally absorbing a large amount of origin to form a self-sufficient miniature universe, complete the conservation of energy, and break away from the original universe. The key for the 8 merged law paths was to comprehend the heart of Beast God. The heart of Beast God was to completely transform into a Beast God, which was to coincide with the ideology of the operating law of the universe. Every Universe Supreme Master took a different path, and if someone else took a path, then the successor couldn't take it anymore. It was the same for the operating law of the universe. Overall, it was divided into 8 beast gods and 64 operating patterns of secret engraving diagrams, but in fact, it could be divided into many types. Even a single basic gold, wood, water, fire, and earth law could form an operating pattern. When it was taken to the extreme, finally, one could comprehend the origins of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Therefore, the process from a universe master to a universe supreme master, then to a true god of void space, was actually to comprehend the laws and continuously create techniques to use and understand the laws. Finally, when it was perfect, one would comprehend the great path of origin of the law. Primal Chaos City Leader was originally the most likely being in the human race to become a universe supreme master. After listening in on 2 consecutive occasions, he had completely laid the foundation of the direction, which meant that he had comprehended the most crucial heart of true God. The only thing lacking was the accumulation of the water to gather the water to form the foundation. That was why he said it would only take a few thousand years to complete the final transformation. Hearing Primal Chaos City Leader's affirmative answer, Primal Chaos City Leader became excited. Xianxia and the other universe masters were all excited. The human race was finally going to give birth to a second universe supreme master. This was even more exciting than the birth of 3 universe masters at once. Zhou was also overjoyed. Primal Chaos City Leader was his teacher, and he was sincerely happy for his teacher. Haha. Today is something worth celebrating. Xianxia laughed and looked at Darkness Master. The rest of the universe masters were like Xianxia. They looked at Darkness Master with anticipation in their eyes. After all, Darkness Master was the first to listen to Zhou's lecture, and he had already seen his own path and had a clear direction. And how much Darkness Master had learned from this lecture was something they were all very concerned about. Darkness Master shook his head helplessly. Compared to my senior Primal Chaos City Leader, I'm still a little lacking. However, this time I've completely figured out the path and know how to become a universe supreme master. The moment Darkness Master finished his sentence, all the universe masters around the round table were overjoyed again. Xianxia kept laughing. Great, that's great. Having a clear path and knowing how to break through is the most important step. Next, we just need to follow this path firmly, and I believe it's only a matter of time before we become universe supreme masters. Actually, the most difficult threshold was the heart of true God. Xianxia knew this, but to comprehend the heart of true God, it could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be easy. However, to be able to rely on oneself to make a breakthrough and become a universe master in the primal universe, almost all of them had a high level of comprehension talent. To them, comprehending the heart of true God was, in fact, just a matter of time. Because there was no experience to follow, even universe supreme masters like Xianxia didn't know how to guide and impart experience. This led to the universe masters born in the original universe to rely on some scattered experience to slowly figure things out. If they figured things out correctly, then they might become universe supreme masters. If they figured things out wrongly, then sorry, but they would be stuck at this step forever. Darkness, congratulations. Chaos, your virtual pulse is going to rise completely. Haha, Chaos, you and your junior brother, Darkness, are going to become universe supreme masters together. It'll be a good story if word gets out. And when your disciple Zhou breaks through, then there will be 3 universe supreme masters in one pulse. Huang Jian, Peng Gong, and the other universe masters congratulated one another. However, there wasn't much envy in their eyes, as they had gained a lot this time. Next, Peng Gong, Bing Feng, Huang Jian, Qing Dong, Void Gold, and the other universe masters reported their gains one after another. Xianxia, Chaos, and the others were also delighted. Zhou couldn't help but look surprised. In reality, with the 5 million seats, the effect of talent was indeed great, but he didn't expect it to be so good. The universe masters of the human race, such as Chaos and Darkness, all had clear paths. The rest of the universe masters, such as Peng Gong, Bing Feng, and Huang Jian, all had a vague idea of the path they would take in the future. They could already easily create their own universe master's strongest fusion techniques. Like Peng Gong Master, he could create his own universe master's strongest fusion techniques. Besides Chaos and Darkness, he was the one who had the greatest improvement in this lecture. It could be said that Peng Gong Master's current level was equivalent to the previous Primal Chaos City Leader. As for universe masters like Long Yan, Remote Lord, Qi Ling, and the rest of the universe masters, they were all able to create their own universe master's most powerful techniques and were ranked at the top level. As for the new universe masters like Sky Erosion and Ancestor Tree, they had just broken through not long ago, so their life gene levels were still improving, so they didn't gain much from listening. However, they were still able to create ultimate techniques of universe masters. After all the universe masters had finished reporting their progress, Luo Ruoxin took a deep breath. The eyes of Xianxia and the others all gathered on Zhou Hao. Sensing the intense anticipation in the eyes of Chaos, Bing Feng, and the others, Zhou Hao spread his hands helplessly. Xianxia, teacher. I haven't fully comprehended time, and I haven't fully comprehended the other fusion laws, so I'm still a distance away from becoming a universe master. This time I'm mainly comprehending the laws. Chaos knew that this disciple of his had always been modest. If they had gained so much, Zhou Hao would certainly not be weak. Thinking of the explanation of the mysterious laws, he couldn't help but ask the question that all the other universe masters were curious about. Zhou Hao, the law you're comprehending now isn't the fusion law of the 8 beast gods, is it? Zhou Hao didn't hide it and nodded. That's right. The law I'm comprehending now is the life law. What? Life law? Life law, one of the 2 laws that evolved in the beginning of the universe? Xianxia, Chaos, and the others all looked at Zhou Hao in shock. Although they all knew about the life law, they had never thought of comprehending it. Since the original universe had evolved until now, life and destruction had evolved into the 8 fusion laws. There had been great beings who wanted to go back to the origin to comprehend the first 2 laws, but unfortunately, they hadn't comprehended anything until their deaths. Of course, there were quite a number of talented universe masters who wanted to comprehend it. However, in the end, they all realized that it was extremely difficult to even fuse time and space, let alone go back to the origin. It was even more difficult to fuse space-type basic laws. Thus, over the years, no universe master dared to waste time on comprehending it. Xianxia couldn't help asking, Zhou Hao, so you've dabbled in the other fusion laws? Zhou Hao nodded again. See, the rest of the universe masters couldn't help but gasp. They knew that Zhou Hao had extraordinary talent and comprehension, and that he had become a universe knight after only 5,000 years of cultivation. However, they had never thought that he would comprehend so many fusion laws. After all, it was already extremely difficult to comprehend just one fusion law. It was unimaginable that they would spend endless years to comprehend so many fusion laws and even go back to the origin. Haha. No wonder you're the most powerful genius in the history of our human race. Zhou Hao, maybe you can really become a universe master with the life law. Xianxia laughed. Although no life form had ever comprehended the life law, everyone knew that the life law was definitely above the 8 fusion laws. When one comprehended and studied the fusion laws to great success, one would become a universe master. So, if one comprehended the life law, one would definitely become a universe master. The thoughts of universe masters were very fast. They quickly thought of the strange secret technique Zhou Hao had used on the original star. Zhou Hao, so what you used on the original star was the life law secret technique? Primal Chaos asked with a smile. Yes, I didn't expect the life law secret technique to be so powerful. Zhou Hao didn't want to hide anything. At his current level, there was no need to hide anything. Of course, he didn't intend to tell anyone that he had comprehended the chaos law. After all, it was too shocking. Even true gods of void space found it difficult to comprehend the chaos law. He was only a universe knight, yet he had comprehended the chaos law. Once the news spread to Universe Ocean, it would definitely attract the interest of the ancestors of the 2 holy lands. They chatted for a while. This time, Xianxia's meeting came to an end. However, at the end of the meeting, Xianxia reminded the various universe masters, although all of you have concealed yourselves in your palaces, the other 5 million listeners did not. The demon race, the bug clan, and the other races should know that the effect of this time's sermon is far greater than that of the virtual universe, so everyone should be prepared for the final battle. Yes, Xianxia. The rest of the universe masters responded with solemn expressions. However, they didn't look as stressed as the previous universe master. After all, Primal Chaos City Leader and Darkness City Leader had a clear path, and it was almost certain that they would become Universe Supreme Masters. By then, even if the human race lost the war, they wouldn't be forced to retreat to the primal universe and the huge axe universe. Having one universe supreme master and having two or more were two completely different concepts. In the original plot, if huge axe hadn't been annihilated, the other races wouldn't have been able to force the human race into submission even if they had obtained the inheritance of Duandong River. And now, if Zhou Hao hadn't been such a great threat, the demon race and the other races wouldn't have formed an alliance and started a war. Even in the era of ancestor origin, the powerful human race couldn't force the demon race and the bug race to retreat to their miniature universes. This was the main reason why a universe supreme master could be considered a superpower. Thank you for the 100 coins from Don't Think of Secular World. His consciousness exited the virtual universe. Before Zhou Hao's mind could break free from the huge axe conference, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on initial mastery of Chaos Law. You've completed the third stage of the highest sign-in mission. You're rewarded with Chaos Law talent and a higher level of willpower. He couldn't help but smile. He'd already comprehended the first level of Life Law and Destruction Law. He'd even comprehended the second level of Life Law. Only Destruction Law was still at the second level. This time, through the lecture, he'd successfully merged the first level of these two laws and grasped the initial mastery of Chaos Law. And the moment he grasped it, he had a deeper understanding of the operation of the original universe. When he studied the 64 engraving pictures, it became much easier. It was as if he'd gotten to know the world all over again. Zhou Hao understood then that his consciousness was standing at a different height. Receive. He muttered in a low voice. The reward of completing the highest sign-in mission was applied to him. First, it was willpower. At this moment, it was like an ordinary person who'd gone through a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, as well as 7 emotions and 6 desires. His willpower was incomparably strong. Even if his whole body disintegrated, his bone marrow shattered, and the pain of his soul crushed, Zhou Hao couldn't be shaken at all. His eyes had an additional kind of pressure that made people unable to look directly at him. If an undying was standing in front of him, his gaze alone could make the undying soul collapse. But soon, Zhou Hao's gaze became ordinary. He lowered his head subconsciously. An indescribable energy enveloped his entire body. Every cell of his godly body, every godly power, was covered with mysterious engravings. This was the talent of Chaos Law. He closed his eyes. His heart calmed down. Soon, with the talent of Chaos Law, he sensed the deepest part of the original universe origin, the source of chaos energy. And through the source of chaos energy, Zhou Hao realized that he could comprehend the Chaos Law at any time. However, the Chaos Law was too complicated. Even with the talent, it was like reading a wordless heavenly book. But compared to before, with the talent of Chaos Law, it saved him a lot of trouble when he tried to comprehend it. For example, the second level of Chaos Law. When his consciousness connected with the source of chaos, he could clearly see the way Life Law and Destruction Law engravings fused with each other. He could understand the Chaos Law more directly. System, sign in. When Zhou Hao's consciousness was connected to the spring of chaos, he muttered in his heart. The system didn't respond. Obviously, he couldn't sign in successfully this way. Regarding this, he wasn't too disappointed. Previously, when he was a realm lord, he tried to communicate with the origin of the universe. He also tried to sign in, but there was no response at all. Whoosh. His consciousness withdrew from the spring of chaos. Zhou Hao felt a trace of exhaustion. Ding. You will be rewarded with an elementary chaotic body, an increase in willpower by 1 level, and the willpower secret technique, Transform Mountain. After signing in for 5,000 years, he was no longer as happy about the activation of the sign-in mission as he was at the beginning. Even if it was the highest sign-in mission, his expression didn't change at all. However, the reward this time was rather different. Apart from the chaotic body, there was also a secret technique of will. It seems that after so many years of check-ins, the check-in system has been completely restored. Zhou Hao murmured to himself. When he was in the land of darkness, the items he had gotten from signing in were all top-notch. However, after reincarnating into the original universe, nothing was out of the scope of the original universe. Now, more precious items began to appear as mission rewards. For example, the chaotic body and the willpower secret technique this time were rare even in Universe Ocean. My willpower is now comparable to that of a true god of void space. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance through layers of space. Unfortunately, he still couldn't sense his original body. I still have to continue practicing. Zhou Hao was quite proud that he had reached such a level in just 5,000 years of checking in. However, the early opening of the original stars made him feel a great deal of pressure again. After all, according to the original plot, the original universe still needed tens of thousands of years to open. This undoubtedly meant that some changes had happened to the original universe because of him. Since the original universe was going to change, what about Universe Ocean? Would the sector beasts in the Land of Darkness be born in advance? None of this was certain. Therefore, Zhou Hao knew that he still couldn't slack off. If the sector beasts were born in advance, it would be a great catastrophe for the entire original universe and Universe Ocean. This time, Luo Feng hadn't grown up yet, and Sitting Mountain Guest's body hadn't come to Universe Ocean. Therefore, no one could fight against the sector beasts. Besides, the pressure from the alliance of the 5 major races was a problem, let alone the sector beasts. Inside Star Tower, Puti stood beside Sitting Mountain Guest respectfully. His teacher had been sitting there thinking since he came back from the human territory. Suddenly, Sitting Mountain Guest opened his eyes. Puti immediately said, "Teacher." "Puti, you've been with me for countless eras," Sitting Mountain Guest said slowly. "In terms of talent and comprehension, you're not as good as Flame Emperor or Luo Feng, but you're the strongest under my command." "I'm not very talented," Puti replied respectfully. "It's all thanks to your guidance that I've gotten to where I am today." Sitting Mountain Guest nodded and smiled. "I have never participated in the fights between the various races in the universe, but this time is different. That Zhou Hao is indeed the most talented life form I have seen in all these years. In the future, his achievements will also surpass that of the human race's previous ancestor. This time, I intend to ask you to help the human race." Then, he flipped his hand. A supreme treasure appeared in his palm. This supreme treasure exuded boundless power. Puti looked at this true treasure and trembled. With his power, he knew this was a supreme true treasure. Sitting Mountain Guest looked at the supreme true treasure in his palm and could not help sighing softly. Star Tower is also a supreme true treasure, but it is extremely difficult for it to recognize a master. As for this palace-type supreme true treasure, it is more ordinary. It can recognize a universe master as its master. I spent some time searching for precious resources in Universe Ocean to make it, and I don't have a name yet. Now, I will bestow it to you. With this supreme true treasure, you can make the human race invincible in this war." Puti immediately said. "Thank you, teacher, for giving me this supreme true treasure." He was excited. This was a supreme true treasure, and even Universe Supreme Masters would fight for it. He didn't expect his teacher to give him one. However, thinking about Star Tower, Puti understood. Star Tower was a valuable, and his teacher gave it to a disciple he hadn't met before. Giving him a supreme true treasure was nothing. Sitting Mountain Guest waved his hand and gave Puti Palace to Puti. Actually, he had planned to let Puti explore Universe Ocean, but now that he'd seen Zhou Hao's power, he changed his mind. As for supreme true treasures, Sitting Mountain Guest didn't care about them at all. He was a blacksmith grandmaster who could even refine true treasures at the godly king level. An ordinary machine-type supreme true treasure was nothing to him. Zhou Hao may be from Earth, but unfortunately, we're not destined to be teacher and disciple. If I want him to help me in the future, I'll have to pay a price. Sitting Mountain Guest sighed inwardly. When he had found out that Zhou Hao's talent was Dao Sound, he had already made up his mind. After all, the reason he had come to Universe Ocean and reincarnated into the original universe was to find a genius who could help him take revenge in the future. In the core territory of the bug race. Within Empress Palace. The dreamy bug race Empress sat on the Empress throne in the center of the palace. Her starry eyes looked down. Ever since she'd discovered the threat posed by Zhou Hao, she'd immediately returned from Universe Ocean. Now, it wasn't her avatar that was guarding the bug race. Instead, it was her true body. At the same time, the other universe masters of the Bug Race Alliance had all returned from Universe Ocean. As for the universe masters of the Bug Race, there weren't many who'd ventured into Universe Ocean. Shuelin Na, how's the effect of Zhou Hao's lecture in reality? A misty voice resounded within the palace. The other Bug Race empresses all looked toward Shuelin Na. Shuelin Na quickly said, Empress, according to the information sent back by the spies of my race, more than 80,000 undying beings have raised their law comprehension to the level of emperor or official. Among them, about 30,000 have reached pinnacle emperor level. About 2,000 to 3,000 have become universe knights, and a few hundred have become universe overlords. Hearing this data, not only did the Bug Race Empress's expression change, but even the Empress's expression changed slightly. Although they knew that the data sent back by the human race was different from the actual data, even so, the data was still terrifying. 80,000 undying beings had raised their law comprehension to the level of emperor or official, and 30,000 pinnacle emperors had reached that level. Even though they'd been mentally prepared, they still found it hard to believe when they heard the data. One had to know that before Zhou Hao's rise, the human race only had 100,000 emperors. However, after this lecture, there were 30,000 pinnacle emperors. It was terrifying, it was too frightening. At this rate, after a dozen lectures, the human race would have 400,000 to 500,000 pinnacle emperors. There would be tens of thousands of universe knights. This was almost more than the total number of Northern Borderline, Thorn Ring, and other alliance members. Shuelin Na glanced at Empress and said hesitantly, Empress, that human Zhou Hao's lectures in reality are obviously more effective than those in the virtual universe. According to the reports of the human emperors we've enslaved, they all had different levels of comprehension after listening to him. Some of them had higher law comprehension, and some of them had higher comprehension of techniques. The rest of the emperors, universe knights, and universe overlords were all the same. Besides, the enslaved emperors guessed that if this were to happen a few more times, he might become a universe knight. Boom, waves of powerful aura rippled out from the palace. Clearly, the rest of the Bug Tribe Queen Mothers were finding it hard to remain calm. They knew that the enslaved emperors were mostly high emperors or pinnacle emperors, and they had evaluated their potential. Under normal circumstances, their chances of breaking through to knight level were close to zero. But now, he said that he only needed to listen to a few lectures to become a universe knight. This speed of improvement was beyond their imagination. Before, they thought that listening to Zhou Hao's lectures required one's own accumulation and comprehension, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. The misty voice resounded from the throne. Shuelin Na, how's the human universe knight's improvement? Shuelin Na shook her head. Empress, our Bug clan doesn't have any human universe knight slaves. The information we have is all from the enslaved emperors, and it's not very accurate. However, from the effects of the lectures in the virtual universe, the knight's improvement isn't very strong. Only when enough accumulation is there will there be an explosion. Bug Empress frowned. Apparently, she wasn't satisfied with such an answer. From Undying to Emperor, then to Universe Knight, the data wasn't of much use. Only the data of Universe Knights and Universe Overlords were meaningful. However, she knew that it was very difficult to enslave a Universe Knight. Even though the Bug clan was good at soul attack enslavement, it was still difficult to enslave a Universe Knight. After all, every Universe Knight had strong willpower and soul, and almost all of them had cultivated a soul defense amplification technique. Hence, once a Universe Knight realized that he couldn't resist, he would choose to self-destruct without hesitation, unless the difference between the two was so great that the Universe Knight couldn't resist at all. However, only a top-tier Universe Overlord who was good at soul attack could do that. Shuelin Na, how's Zhou Hao's power? The Empress asked again. Shuelin Na was dazed, then she said, Empress, I don't know much about Zhou Hao's power. I only know that he's become a Universe Knight, but I don't know much about him. Zhou Hao has been staying in the Primal Universe and the Thousand Treasures River of the Primal region, so it's hard for our informants to get in touch with him. We can only find out about him through rumors. The Zerg Queen's frown deepened. She knew that this was normal. If the Zerg race had such a genius, they would protect him as well. However, if they did not know anything about Zhou Hao, it would be easy for the same situation as the last time they were assassinated in the foreign battlefield. It was because they didn't know enough about Zhou Hao that virtual real devil master couldn't really kill Zhou Hao. Fine, Shuelin Na, you continue to keep an eye on the humans. The rest of you, quickly allocate the resources of our race and get ready for the final battle. Yes. No matter what, the Bug Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Automaton race had completely broken off relations with the humans. Although the four races hated each other, only by suppressing the humans could they continue to reproduce and survive. Another 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. Primal Region. Thousand Treasures River. A voice sounded in Zhou Hao's mind. Ding. Congratulations on completing the 6th stage of the special check-in mission. You've been rewarded with 2 pairs of chaotic gold wings, Chaos Law Technique, and Chaos Domain Talent. He, who was in a state of cultivation, couldn't help but open his eyes, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. The special check-in mission this time was completed so quickly, it was obviously out of his expectations. Did many of the 5 million listeners break through in the past 20 years? Zhou Hao murmured. He had guessed correctly. The effect of the lecture was much better than he had expected. Over the past 20 years, some undying fighters and sector lords with average comprehension had broken through in the frontier battlefield. Among them, there were more than 50,000 officials and emperors, and another 10,000 pinnacle emperors. This resulted in the human race's strength multiplying. Of course, compared to the 5 alliance emperors, the number of emperors wasn't much. However, the effect of the lecture had been secretly spread by the upper echelons of the human race. When the various races in the universe heard about this terrifying effect, they all became excited again. They all sent messengers to the human race to discuss the number of people who could listen to the lectures. However, this time, the human race did not agree. They only said that the human race was under too much pressure at the border and had no time to think about such things. When the other alliances heard this, they all knew what the humans were thinking. Hence, they hurriedly sent large amounts of emperors to the frontier battlefield. In just a few decades, the number of emperors the Han Alliance had increased by more than 100,000. Even if they didn't go all out, the pressure on the human race was greatly reduced. Thank you to Han Guangwu for the 100 coins. Thank you to Futon Song for the 100 coins. In the vast God country. The cloud formed by primal chaos law rolled around the outer layer of his God country. As Zhou Hao began to grasp the primal chaos law, his God country started to change. The outer layer of the cloud absorbed energy from the interlayers of space and strengthened the cloud. If a universe knight were to barge in, the lightning within the cloud alone would be enough to kill him. Lightning was only the least dangerous part of the cloud of primal chaos laws. The most dangerous part was the vortex in the cloud, which flashed with complex secret runes. Like the cracks in the primordial universe, they would sometimes combine and sometimes split apart. The whirlpool area could even hurt universe masters. At that moment, in the godly mountain palace, Zhou Hao left Thousand Treasures River and went to the square in front of the palace. System, collect. Schwa, 2 pairs of huge wings floated in the air. At the same time, waves of incomparably profound and obscure secret techniques also surged into Zhou Hao's sea of consciousness. Apart from that, there was also the innate primal chaos domain that was at the level of the great Tao proverb and the law of words. Zhou Hao didn't check the techniques and talents. He looked at the chaos golden wings. He felt a strong calling from them. Without hesitation, he took out his own chaos golden wings. Ka. As if attracted to each other, the 2 pairs of wings immediately flew to his back and combined with the original pair of wings. The complicated secret patterns on them were also tightly connected, like inseparable machine parts. Soon, there were 3 pairs of wings on his back. The color of the wings could be changed at will. Zhou Hao turned it into a dark purple color, and it looked like it had a demonic attraction. Hong, he, who had comprehended the primal chaos law, activated the complicated engravings on them. Hua, la. The 3 pairs of wings suddenly burst out with endless dark purple light, which covered his God country easily. In the dark purple light, there was a vast pressure of time and space. However, this pressure was different from the time and space that universe masters could control. It was more like a ceiling-type true treasure with the ability to trap and suppress. He tested the power carefully. Zhou Hao roughly understood the information about the 3 pairs of Chaos Golden Wings. Without a doubt, with the 3 pairs of wings, the Chaos Golden Wings had been upgraded from a Wing True Treasure to a Pinnacle Top-Grade True Treasure. In terms of flying, it was no less than a Supreme True Treasure. Besides that, it was also a top-grade Defensive True Treasure, a top-grade Attack True Treasure, a top-grade Suppression True Treasure, a top-grade Domain True Treasure, and a top-grade Soul True Treasure. No wonder it's a holy level True Treasure. After the system's evolution, only 3 pairs of wings have such an effect in the absence of origin energy. Zhou Hao was overjoyed. As his strength increased, the chaotic golden wings could only help him in flying. They could not keep up with him in other aspects. However, this time, he had received 2 pairs of wings as a reward. The degree of improvement was simply too great. It could be said that such a pair of wings had the functions of several top-level true treasures at the same time. Other than being slightly inferior in defense and realm, it had almost no other shortcomings. Even if he didn't have other true treasures, the Chaos Golden Wings was enough, of course. The most important aspect of Chaos Golden Wings was its ability to fly, which was comparable to a Supreme True Treasure's ability to fly. This allowed Zhou Hao to be able to protect himself even when facing off against Universe Supreme Masters. Even in Universe Ocean, no one could surpass him in speed. The upgrade of the Chaos Golden Wings this time is enough to make me invincible in the original universe. Zhou Hao murmured excitedly. He valued the ability to protect himself the most. In the original universe, Universe Masters couldn't break through the speed of light, but with the Chaos Golden Wings, he could accelerate to the speed of light in a very short time. This meant that no one could catch up with him. Even in the Dark Universe, Universe Supreme Masters couldn't catch up with him, who had the flying ability of a Supreme True Treasure. After all, after the initial mastery of the Chaos Law, he could activate more than just a trace of the engravings on the Chaos Golden Wings. Besides the Chaos Golden Wings, he also had a Pinnacle Soul True Treasure, a Domain-type True Treasure, and a Palace-type True Treasure. Once equipped, unless he was besieged by many Universe Masters, no one could really do anything to him. He suppressed the excitement in his heart. Zhou Hao started to check the secret techniques and talents. First was the secret technique of the Chaos Law. Through the information in his spiritual ocean, he learned that this secret technique was called Open Sky. There were a total of 7 moves. Every time he mastered a level of the Chaos Law, he could practice one move. With his current level of mastery, he could only practice the first move. Although he didn't know the power of the first move, through the information, he roughly knew that it was no less powerful than a Universe Master's strongest fusion technique. Of course, the specifics still depended on the application and the level of the true treasure. The second was talent. Zhou Hao valued talent the most. The first 2 talent rewards, Great Path Dictum and Absolute Speech, had improved his power and law comprehension rapidly. At the same time, it had also improved the overall power of the human race. Now, this was the talent reward of the 3rd special check-in mission. Chaos Domain. He closed his eyes. He browsed through the information of this talent carefully. A moment later, Zhou Hao opened his eyes again, and there was a trace of excitement on his face. With his current state of mind and experience, it was rare for a reward to make him feel this way. But this talent of the Chaos Domain was obviously a surprise. Previously, he had stopped studying the Chaos Law Crocodile. Firstly, it was too difficult to study and comprehend the Chaos Law, and secondly, it couldn't be used in the original universe. But now, with this Chaos Domain, it was different. Although this Chaos Domain was still an auxiliary talent, it was no longer inclined towards comprehending the laws. Instead, it was more inclined towards combat. After activating this talent, it could form a Chaos Domain with a diameter of tens of billions of kilometers. This Chaos Domain was similar to the absolute speech of a Universe Supreme Master, and it wasn't affected by the universe operation rules. In other words, within this Chaos Domain, not only could he surpass the speed of light, but he could also perform the Chaos Law secret techniques. If that was all, Zhou Hao wouldn't be so excited. What really excited him was that within the Chaos Domain, he could use the chaos energy of the Chaos Domain to create many different bodies. Each body could have 60% of his original body's power. At the same time, if his original body was injured, it could be transferred to the other bodies. This talent was simply a combination of attack and survival. Zhou Hao was, of course, excited. Of course, there was a limit to creating bodies in the chaos domain. It mainly depended on one's godly power storage. The bigger the godly body, the more bodies one could create. Right away. Zhou Hao couldn't wait to perform it. Instantly, the entire god country was filled with chaos energy, just like Luo Feng's I am the universe. However, the difference was that this chaos domain had the true power of chaos. Universe knights would be greatly suppressed inside, and those who were slightly weaker would collapse. Voila! The moment Zhou Hao performed it, he immediately realized that the godly power in his godly body was being consumed rapidly. Even with the enormous amount of godly power he had accumulated in his godly body, 1% of it was consumed in an instant. Shwa shwa shwa, his expression didn't change. He clenched his teeth and created bodies. Within the entire area with a diameter of tens of billions of kilometers, many bodies made of chaos energy appeared. Every time he created an avatar, Zhou Hao's divine power would rapidly decrease. After creating 10 avatars, his face turned slightly pale, and he hurriedly removed the primal chaos domain. This consumption is too terrifying. Zhou Hao was secretly shocked. One had to know that his godly power storage was more terrifying than that of the endless remote ocean. Every bit of his cells was absorbed by the chaos law to store godly power. Even so, just performing this talent alone consumed 1% of his total. Several days passed. After many attempts, Zhou Hao grasped the detailed information of his talent, chaos domain. With his current storage of divine power, if he used it without regard to consumption, he could create a maximum of 10 doppelgangers. He could sustain it for half an hour. If he was cautious and only created 5 doppelgangers or less, he could sustain it for an hour. The best way was to make 3 bodies. That way, with his special godly body's godly power recovery speed, he could last for at least 3 hours. However, the more bodies he made, the more damage he could withstand. 10 bodies could withstand the attacks of 20 universe masters of the same level, which was equivalent to one body being able to transfer twice the total amount of damage. Which meant, if he made 3 bodies in the best way, Zhou Hao could withstand the attacks of 6 universe masters of the same level as him in a very short time. The effect was terrifying. In the original universe, it was rare for universe masters to be annihilated. Even on the original star, where the competition for true treasures was fierce, only 2 or 3 universe masters would be annihilated, and this was under the circumstances of being surrounded. Now, Zhou Hao was relying on his body in chaos domain to resist the attack of 6 universe masters at the same level. This meant that even if he was besieged, he would still have time to react and ask for help from his race. He could also hold on until the great beings of his race arrived. Chaos Golden Wings, Chaos Domain. The reward for this special mission is really generous. Now, even if I go to Universe Ocean, I'll have enough power to protect myself. Zhou Hao muttered to himself as he left God Country. After more than 5,000 years of cultivation, he finally had the foundation to roam the universe. Virtual Universe. Chaos airflow surrounded the palace. 2 figures stood facing each other. They were Primal Chaos City Leader and Zhou Hao. However, Primal Chaos City Leader frowned slightly. Disciple, I know you're powerful, and your power can rival a pinnacle universe master. However, your identity is special. If you leave the primal secret region and human territory, the demon race, the bug race, and the other races won't let go of such an opportunity. They'll definitely send out Universe Supreme Masters, and even 5 Universe Supreme Masters from the 5 races will attack you together. Although Universe Supreme Masters are unable to unleash their true power in the primal universe, the techniques of Universe Supreme Masters are far beyond your imagination. When the time comes, even if Hugh Jack stays by your side to protect you, I'm afraid it will still be beyond his power. You want to go to the original star and use yourself to attract the attention of the 5 big clans. You want them to focus their attention on the original star and you so that you can buy more time for your clan. I understand your intentions, but your safety concerns the entire clan. I don't recommend that you do that. Zhou Hao smiled. Teacher, I am well aware of the dangers of leaving the human territory. That is why I chose to continue to the original star. With the identity of Zhou Hao, there is no way to teleport in the original star, and there is no way to use God Country teleportation. My advantage will be put to good use. Even if the Universe Supreme Masters of the 5 races come, I am confident that I can escape. And this time I will be using my avatar. My original body will still be in the primal secret region. That way, even if I am unable to escape in the end, I will only lose an avatar. Primal Chaos City leader looked at Zhou Hao and understood that the latter had made up his mind. He sighed helplessly. Alright, but you still have to be careful. Do not be careless just because you have another avatar. Universe Supreme Masters have many techniques. If you encounter a soul attack that you cannot defend against, you must give up and self-destruct your avatar. Zhou Hao nodded. I understand, teacher. Shua, his body gradually disappeared. Primal Chaos City leader shook his head gently. He knew that Zhou Hao still blamed himself for the deaths of Seven Sword and the other knights in the outer domain battlefield. He wanted to avenge them personally. Otherwise, he would not have insisted on going to the original star as Zhou Hao, even though he had another avatar and could use the disguise of Sword River Horde leader. After thousands of years of hard work, it seems that this disciple of mine can't hold it in anymore. However, his power now is different from before. It is time for him to go out and experience some hardships. Every Universe Supreme Master did not rely on hard work to break through. Although Zhou Hao was special and could rapidly increase his power even if he worked hard, after a long time, it was inevitable that he would feel bored. Moreover, there was always a fire in his heart. If he suppressed it, it might affect his state of mind and eventually affect his character, leading him to go down the wrong path. Primal Chaos City leader was worried about this, so he did not continue to persuade him. Disciple, in another 1,000 years, I will be able to help you. In the Beast God sector. Zhou Hao's avatar, who was eagerly looking at the 64 types of mysterious beast pictures, suddenly frowned. Then he quickly rushed to the mountain peak in the distance. Ancestor. Space Beast Ancestor smiled. Sword River, what have you gained in the Beast God sector? Zhou Hao's avatar hurriedly said, Ancestor, the predecessors of the Beast God sector have left behind a variety of secret techniques, and the various postures of the 8 Beast God statues are too profound. Up until now, I have only comprehended a few of them. Space Beast Ancestor was not surprised at all. Although he thought highly of Sword River, he did not think that he would be able to gain anything in just over 500,000 years. After all, it would take a lot of time just to sort out the secret techniques, and each secret technique, even the lowest level of Universe Knight level secret technique, would take hundreds or thousands of years to fully comprehend. Seeing Zhou Hao's hesitation, he could not help but smile. Sword River, if you have something to say, just say it. Ancestor, Descendant Sword River needs to leave the Beast God sector for a while. Oh? Space Beast Ancestor was surprised. What is so important? Staying in the Beast God sector was a great opportunity. Other space beasts did not have such an opportunity. Anyone who could enter the Beast God sector would want to cultivate as much as possible. Zhou Hao's avatar, of course, wanted to stay in the Beast God sector. After all, the flow of time in the Beast God sector was different from the outside world. 10,000 years of cultivation in the Beast God sector was only 1 year in the outside world. For him, who was in urgent need of time, the Beast God sector was the best place to cultivate. However, his mirror image avatar could not cultivate. He only came here to sign in. Ancestor, Descendant Sword River has other opportunities outside, Space Beast Ancestor laughed. I see. Okay, I will send you away now. When you return, you can enter the Beast God sector again. Thank you, Ancestor. Soon. Zhou Hao's avatar left the Beast God realm and the Space God mountain. Once he was far enough away from the universe controlled by the Space Beast progenitor, his avatar teleported to a remote star region and performed the God Nation teleportation. Space Beast Ancestor had treated him well, and the Beast God sector was open to him at any time. Unfortunately, he was not a real ice mountain beast. Once he duplicated his original body and used mirror image avatar, the genes of this avatar would be unique in the universe. In the vast God country. Looking at the mirror doppelganger before him, Zhou Hao could not help but sigh. Although the mirror doppelganger could be used for adventuring and fighting, bringing various benefits, at the end of the day, it was not a real doppelganger and could not be cultivated. And the gene bloodline that was modified by the chaos law didn't have any universe talent, let alone clone talent. What a waste of the identity of Sword River Horde leader. Shaking his head, Zhou Hao took out the Chaos Golden Wings, the Pinnacle Soul-type True Treasure Beast God Seal, and the Pinnacle Domain-type True Treasure 8 God Sector. He gave them to the mirror image body. Just like that. The true treasures on the mirror image body were luxurious. For flying, he had the Chaos Golden Wings, which was comparable to a supreme true treasure. For soul defense, he had the Beast God Seal. For domain, he had the Pinnacle 8 God Sector. For protection, he had the Origin Feather Coat. Now, he only lacked an attack-type true treasure. When Sitting Mountain Guest is done refining the Pinnacle Offensive True Treasure, this doppelganger of mine can head to the original star and travel as Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's eyes flashed. This was the first time he planned to leave the human territory after thousands of years of hard work. The previous identity of Sword River Horde leader was a complete disguise, and he didn't dare expose himself. As for this body dying in the original star, he wasn't worried at all. First of all, with the Chaos Golden Wings, no one could catch up with him. Second, with the talent Chaos Domain, he could break through the speed of light. Even if he encountered a Universe Supreme Master, he would still have the upper hand in terms of speed. And he also had a Pinnacle Domain-type True Treasure. When combined with the Chaos Golden Wings, the power of the domain would skyrocket. Other Universe Masters wouldn't be able to rely on the domain and control of time and space to suppress his speed. As long as they couldn't suppress his speed, he could rely on the Chaos Golden Wings to quickly enter any whirlpool portal. Besides, even if he was blocked, Zhou Hao wasn't afraid at all. After all, he went to the original star as Zhou Hao to attract the attention of the 5 pinnacle races, as Primal Chaos City leader had said. The second reason was to complete the mission of the 5 stages of the path of a great being. This mission required him to kill 5 universe masters, and the reward was enough for him to exchange for the evolved version of Star Tower. So there was nothing more suitable than fighting on the original star. This was also the main reason he insisted on going to the original star as Zhou Hao. Of course, the most important thing was that he still had his final trump card. He suppressed his emotions. Zhou Hao closed his eyes again and continued to race. Against time to cultivate. With the Primal Chaos domain, he could use the law of Primal Chaos, and the reward of the law of Primal Chaos, split the heavens, saved him the time to create his own secret technique. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Thousand Treasures River. A voice echoed in Zhou Hao's ears while he was cultivating. Disciple, come to Master's place. He opened his eyes. Zhou Hao's eyes were filled with anticipation. Shua. His figure disappeared and reappeared in the palace at the center of the Thousand Treasures River. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled and said, "This is a true treasure that the Almighty of the mutated tribe made for you. It's called the Star Knife. This offensive true treasure is of the highest quality, and it can easily shatter an ordinary true treasure armor. Even an advanced true treasure armor can't withstand it." As he spoke, he handed a battle knife that was surrounded by a green light and looked like a bright star to Zhou Hao. The Star Knife? Zhou Hao murmured as he took the knife. He couldn't help but touch the blade, and a cold energy emanated from it. He looked at it carefully and couldn't help but be surprised. There were no secret engravings on the blade. The Primal Chaos City leader paid attention to Zhou Hao's expression and saw his surprise. He sighed and said, "That Almighty of the mutated tribe is indeed a master of refining true treasures. You can imprint your own secret engravings on the Star Knife to maximize the power of this true treasure." Zhou Hao suddenly understood. At the same time, he had the same feeling as the Primal Chaos City leader. No wonder Sitting Mountain Guest was a God King level master. True treasures that could be imprinted with secret engravings were rare, let alone pinnacle level true treasures. Usually, pinnacle level true treasures had their own secret engravings. Sitting Mountain Guest had obviously considered his uniqueness when he made the Star Knife. He had been worried that he didn't have a suitable attack true treasure, and now he finally had one. "Teacher, I really like this Star Knife," Zhou Hao said quickly. "Please thank that Almighty of the mutated tribe for me." The Primal Chaos City leader nodded and said, "Disciple, there are only 20 years left before the next lecture in reality. Will the number of people who can attend the lecture be the same as last time?" Last time, many sector lords and undying fighters had a lot of enlightenment. It's only been 50 years, so I'm afraid they haven't even completely digested what they learned last time, including me and the other universe masters. At our level, we need a long time to digest every enlightenment. Hence, what I mean is, if the quota is still the same, then the race will try to get domain lords and universe levels to attend, and the range will be even wider. It just so happens that the Huge Axe Dojo's Pinnacle Genius battle has just ended. The new batch of little punks can attend. Zhou Hao thought for a while and shook his head. "Teacher, we can give some people who are domain lords and universe masters, but you should know that even if they keep improving, it won't affect the overall power of the race. Under the current situation, the race should try to increase the power of the higher-ups as much as possible. Even though the benefits will be greatly reduced if they continue to attend the lecture, after a few accumulations, they'll still improve a lot. As for universe masters like you, I suggest you continue to attend the lecture. Even if there's a slight effect, it's still better than training hard." Primal Chaos City leader pondered. "Disciple, you're right. Okay, we'll do as usual. Besides, the alliance powers of the universe have been communicating with us all these years. At the same time, they've sent many emperors to the frontier battlefield, which has greatly changed the situation. Do you think we should open up some more places?" Zhou Hao had completed the special mission so quickly thanks to these races, so he said casually, "We can open up some places, but we have to consider the contribution of these races." Primal Chaos City leader smiled. "What the race means is that we should open up some places, but it's limited to emperors, and it'll be based on contributions." The benefits of lectures in reality were great, and the human race was naturally worried that universe knights of other races would break through to universe masters. By then, the demon race and the bug race would be in an uproar. They talked about some specific matters, and before they left, Primal Chaos City leader couldn't help but suggest that Zhou Hao go to the Ancestral God School first. On one hand, the Ancestral God School had invited him several times. If he went, with the power of the Ancestral God School, they should be able to protect him. On the other hand, going to the Ancestral God School could test the movements of the 5 pinnacle level races. "Thank you, First Xing Yi, for the 100 coin tip." Zhou Hao thought about Primal Chaos City leader's suggestion for a few days and decided to go to the Ancestral God School. With his current power, he could protect himself from the attack of a Universe Supreme Master. Besides, it was his mirror body that left the human race, so there was nothing to worry about. However, he was used to being cautious. He wanted to go to the Ancestral God School to test the 5 pinnacle races so that he could be prepared. Besides, the Ancestral God School was the top power in the universe, and it was much more powerful than the human race. He believed that he could get a lot of rewards if he checked in there. He had gotten a lot of true treasures from checking in on the original star, but the most powerful one was only at the pinnacle level. The Ancestral God School had supreme true treasures, so far. Other than the chaotic golden wings and star tower, none of the other rewards that Zhou Hao had received from signing in were supreme true treasures. He had planned to go to the Ancestral God School while he was still a sector lord. However, there had been an accident in the outer region battlefield, so he could only stay in the Primal Universe and the Primal Secret region. Now that he had become a Universe Knight and was almost as powerful as a Pinnacle Universe Master, he dared to leave the human territory as Zhou Hao. After he made his decision, he sent an email to his teacher, Primal Chaos City leader. Primal Chaos City leader heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhou Hao had agreed. In his opinion, although Zhou Hao had the identity of Sword River Horde leader and had multiple bodies, the 5 pinnacle races would definitely use all their strength to kill Zhou Hao. They might even pay a huge price to invite Universe Supreme Masters like Virtual Real Devil Master to help them. It was too dangerous to go to the original star. However, it was different to go to the Ancestral God School. There were 3 ancestral gods there, and each of them could fight with a Universe Supreme Master with the help of the willpower of the universe origin. Besides, the Ancestral God School had supreme true treasures, so it was absolutely safe. Primal Chaos City leader immediately arranged for Huge Axe to take Zhou Hao to the Ancestral God School. In the vast space, countless black whirlwinds were roaring for billions of miles. They were entangled with each other like giant pythons playing in the sky. Zhou Hao stood beside the axe and said softly, "So this is the ancestral god's secret realm." Hujax smiled. "That's right. Those black whirlwinds are naturally dangerous areas in the ancestral god's secret region, and they're also a big symbol of the god's secret region. If ordinary universe knights encounter the black whirlwinds, they'll die without a good true treasure to protect themselves. The ancestral god's secret region is one of the most dangerous secret regions in the universe. Under normal circumstances, only those who have the token of inheritance can enter the ancestral god's secret region. However, you were invited here. I've already notified the elder gods, and I believe an elder god will arrive soon. Let's wait here for a moment." Zhou Hao nodded. In fact, he and Hujax could easily enter the ancestral god's secret region, but trespassing would be an insult to the ancestral god school. Swish swish. Soon, a faint fluctuation appeared in the void, and a figure appeared. "Hujax, I didn't expect you to bring Zhou Hao here in person," the figure said as soon as he appeared. "Double-face ancestral god," Hujax said, grinning, "you know that Zhou Hao has a special status in our race. Of course, I have to come here in person. If anything goes wrong, not only will it be a great loss to the human race, but it will also be a loss to the universe." Double-face ancestral god didn't refute, as he knew that Hujax was telling the truth. Given Zhou Hao's status in the universe, even if Hujax didn't come, the ancestral god school would have sent an important guardian to welcome him. However, the fact that the human race had allowed Zhou Hao to come to the ancestral god school under such circumstances meant that they were giving the ancestral god school face. Therefore, double-face ancestral god's attitude was very polite. "It's only right that Hujax is so cautious." Hujax nodded and teleported Zhou Hao into the palace of the ancestral god school on Bauhinia Island. After some small talk, double-face ancestral god said, "Hujax, don't worry. The ancestral god school will protect Zhou Hao's safety. Besides, I hope that Zhou Hao will join the ancestral god school as a peripheral guardian." Hujax looked at Zhou Hao. Double-face ancestral god explained with a smile, "Peripheral guardians are relatively free, except for the occasional missions. They can also enjoy some of the resources of the ancestral god school." Of course, Zhou Hao knew this. Thus, he agreed without hesitation. At the same time, he said in his heart, "System, check in." Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in successfully at Bauhinia Island in the ancestral god's secret region. You have received a modified Supreme True Treasure, 5-color Aurora Lake. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have received a 7 Fantasy Origin Fruit. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have received a Universe Master's most powerful fusion technique, Daylight Pull. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have received 500 grams of Tree Heart Fluid. 212 items had exploded in a row. Most of them were rare treasures in the universe. The 7 Fantasy Origin Fruit was even more precious than Pinnacle True Treasures, as it could greatly enhance the life genes of Universe Masters. The Tree Heart Fluid was even rarer, as it could restore the godly body of a Universe Master in a very short time. Such natural treasures of the universe could only be born in the ancestral god's secret region. Of course, the most precious item this time was the Supreme True Treasure, 5-color Laser Lake. This was the first Supreme True Treasure that Zhou Hao had received from checking in. TSK. No wonder the ancestral god's secret region is blessed by the universe origin. All kinds of rare treasures in the universe can be found here. Zhou Hao was both excited and emotional. As a pinnacle race, the human race had a rich heritage. However, more than half of the treasures that he had checked in this time could not be found in the treasury of the human race. More importantly, this was only the first time he had checked in. He knew that if he checked in continuously, he would continue to receive new rewards until he had completely collected all the treasures in this area. With all the rewards that I have accumulated from checking in, I am afraid that I have a richer heritage than the human race. If I were to cultivate a race, it would definitely become a powerful race in the universe. It could be said that Zhou Hao was now wealthier than any great being. Even Hujax's countless eras of accumulation could not compare to his. A moment passed. Double-Face Ancestral God arranged a location for Zhou Hao to build a palace and told him some things that the Ancestral God School needed to know, such as the Land of Treasures, the Land of Inheritance, the Land of Secret Region, and the World of Glory. After that, he left. Generally, undying fighters and knights who came with tokens of inheritance would be received by deity generals. Although Zhou Hao was a universe knight, Double-Face Ancestral God personally received him. Double-Face Ancestral God naturally did not know about Zhou Hao's combat power. The reason why he was so enthusiastic was mainly because of Zhou Hao's talent and status in the universe. "Zhou Hao, you don't have to deliberately keep a low profile in the Ancestral God School," Xianxia said. "I have already discussed with Double-Face Ancestral God. I will stay in the Ancestral God School for a period of time. Besides, the inheritance of the Ancestral God School is very magical. Not only the human race, but also the geniuses of other races in the universe who walk the path of beast gods will come to the Ancestral God School to receive the inheritance. Usually, those who have received the inheritance will improve their comprehension of law integration faster than those who practice the path of beast gods." Xianxia looked at Zhou Hao and continued, "Since you walk the path of life law, which is more mysterious, you need to receive the inheritance. This will save you a lot of time. However, even if your status is special, the Ancestral God School can't give you the number of times to receive the inheritance. You have to obtain it in the World of Glory. Of course, with your combat power, I believe it will be very easy for you to obtain glory points." Zhou Hao nodded solemnly. "Thank you, Xianxia's founder." Xianxia waved his hand and smiled. "It's no trouble at all. At my level, hard work doesn't have much effect. Besides the original stars, there are no true treasures in the original universe that are worth fighting for. As for the affairs of the race, I don't like to worry about them, so I have a lot of time. Okay, go to the Land of Inheritance and see how it works." On the square of the palace on Xianxia Island, several streaks of light landed from time to time and then entered one of the 3 whirlpool tunnels in the fountain pool in front of the palace. Many undying emperors from various races of the universe stayed in the square and chatted with each other. Xianxia Island was the Land of Inheritance, and it was also the main gathering place and source of information for various races of the universe. After all, the universe was vast. Except for the human race, who had the convenient virtual communication system of the virtual universe, the other races naturally had to find a place where a large number of great beings gathered if they wanted to transmit information quickly. Xianxia Island and the World of Glory had become the first choice. So, at this moment, a streak of light landed on the square. The other undying emperors who were chatting casually glanced at it, but they were completely stunned. That is, it's Zhou Hao, the son of the universe. It's Zhou Hao, the genius of the human race. How is it possible? Am I seeing things? Zhou Hao, it's Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao has come to the ancestral secret region. Almost instantly, many undying emperors on the square focused their attention on Zhou Hao, and their eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment. One had to know that ever since Zhou Hao had started giving lectures in the universe, his name and influence had been greater than any of the universe supreme masters. This was just like the top-notch on Earth. Even the weak races in remote territories knew of Zhou Hao. Therefore, his appearance and aura were naturally known to the other races. But it was obvious. The undying emperors on the square of the island had never expected Zhou Hao to show up here. After all, everyone knew that the human race and the 5 pinnacle races were at war. Because the original star had opened in advance, those above the level of night could not participate in the war. However, the reason the 5 pinnacle races were at war with the human race was Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao noticed the gazes around him, but he did not care at all. He had been mentally prepared for this when he came to the Ancestral God School. Moreover, when he was preaching, he could remain calm in the face of 7 million observers. He walked toward the fountain on the left side of the palace of the island master. As soon as he touched it, Zhou Hao disappeared. However, the square was in an uproar. At the same time, the news of Zhou Hao's appearance on Xianxia Island spread like wildfire. In less than half an hour, all the heirs on Xianxia Island knew about it. The Monster Clan, the Insect Clan, the Machine Clan, and the other top clans, as well as the inheritors of the northern borderline, the Thorn Ring Clan, the Snow Border Clan, and other clan alliances, immediately reported the news to their clans. At the same time, in a remote star area of the universe, the wills of the universe supreme masters of the 5 pinnacle races had arrived. This time, they arrived in a hurry. The space and time in this star area were completely distorted. As universe supreme masters, they could not stay calm after hearing the news. This is an opportunity. This is a great opportunity. The chance to kill Zhou Hao is here. We can't miss it. Haha. The human race allowed Zhou Hao to leave the primal secret region and the human territory. The 6 mighty wills were excited. Like the other great beings, they never thought that Zhou Hao would leave the human territory. After all, if they were in his shoes, they would protect Zhou Hao to the death and not let him leave the territory. Father God of the Automaton clan was very rational. His voice resonated. Everyone, although it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Zhou Hao to appear on Bauhinia Island of the Ancestral God School, we must make a detailed and comprehensive plan to kill him. We can't let Zhou Hao come back alive like what happened to Virtual Real Devil Master last time. Yes, we must be thorough. This may very well be our only chance. Virtual Real Devil Master may have failed to assassinate Zhou Hao, but he finally figured out some of Zhou Hao's trump cards. Meng Tu, Shockhorn, and Bug Empress said one after another. Among them, Prison Clan Devil Master squinted his eyes. Everyone, if you ask me, let's attack together this time. We'll use our sealing-type pinnacle true treasures to seal Zhou Hao completely, then transfer him to our miniature universe to kill him. Bug Empress agreed. Sealing Zhou Hao is the best choice. That Zhou Hao escaped from the soul attack of Virtual Real Devil Master, so he must have a soul-type talent like his preaching talent. I'm afraid soul enslavement won't work. Only through the miniature universe can we kill Zhou Hao completely. Meng Tu of the demon race added, with the arrival of 6 universe supreme masters, even with the abilities of the 3 ancestral gods, they are unable to deal with us. Although this might be a little too grand, to be able to annihilate Zhou Hao, it is worth it. Father God of the Automaton race said again. Sealing Zhou Hao is a good idea, but there's one thing we need to figure out. Meng Tu, Empress, and the other universe supreme masters all looked at Father God of the Automaton race. The higher-ups of the human race aren't fools, and neither is Hugh Jax. After the assassination of Virtual Real Devil Master, the human race must know that the 5 races will kill Zhou Hao at all costs. Under such circumstances, the human race still dares to let Zhou Hao leave the territory and come to the Ancestral God School. I'm afraid they have a trump card that's not afraid of us. I'm guessing that Hugh Jax is probably with Zhou Hao. If Hugh Jax is there, the possibility of us sealing Zhou Hao will be very low. Everyone, you must know that the Ancestral God School has the 5-color Aurora Lake. The 3 ancestral gods and the human Hugh Jax can restrain us. His words were like a basin of cold water that made the other universe supreme masters calm down. Yes. The human race dared to let Zhou Hao leave the territory, so they must have a strong foundation. If they acted rashly, the possibility of failure was very high. In a remote space, the great wills of the Samsara remained silent. Actually, they all knew that if they killed Zhou Hao in the Ancestral God School, they would offend the #1 power in the universe. Although they weren't afraid of the Ancestral God School, it would be very difficult for them to get the resources and inheritance of the Ancestral God School in the future. Especially the Universe Knights who walked the Beast God path, they might not have any chance to improve, which would destroy the hope of many talents in their race. But there was no other way. Zhou Hao had to die. That was the consensus of the leaders of the 5 pinnacle races. After all, with Zhou Hao's talent, there was an 80% chance that it would affect the promotion of Universe Masters. By then, the rise of the human race would be unstoppable, and the other races would be oppressed by ancestor origin again. Father God, what do you think we should do? Bug Empress asked. The shadow shrouded in a blurry oval did not respond. Apparently, Father God of the Automaton race was also thinking. With the giant axe, the 3 ancestral gods, and the supreme true treasure 5-color Aurora Lake, it was basically impossible for them to successfully seal Zhou Hao. Prison Clan Devil Master snorted. What else can we do? We can use some of our true treasures to invite Virtual Real Devil Master again, or we can pay a price to invite 1 or 2 more lone Universe Supreme Masters. I don't believe the three ancestral gods and huge axe can protect Zhou Hao. The moment he said that, Empress, Meng Ta, Shock Horn, and Crystal Master all frowned. It would cost a lot to invite a lone Universe Supreme Master. Last time, Father God of the Automaton race had asked Virtual Real Devil Master to help him, but he still paid a pinnacle true treasure. Although they were willing to pay a price to kill Zhou Hao, they were afraid that they wouldn't succeed even if they paid the price. Therefore, inviting a lone Universe Supreme Master was the last resort. Wait. After thinking for a while, Father God of the Machine Clan spoke again. Given the current situation, we must be patient and wait for Zhou Hao to leave Circus Island. As long as he leaves the vicinity of the five-color Aurora Lake, we will have a chance. Dream Demon Ancestor shook her head. Father, Zhou Hao has stayed in the Primal Universe and the Primal Secret Area for thousands of years. He might stay on Circus Island for thousands of years. Can we wait forever? Father God was helpless. There's no other way but to wait. Don't forget, we only have one chance. At this moment, the Bug Queen suddenly said, I have a suggestion. The rest of the Universe Supreme Masters shifted their gazes. Let Sitting Mountain Guest do it. He has always been mysterious and has many tricks up his sleeve. The six of us will first descend on Circus Island to attract the attention of the three ancestral gods and Giant Axe. Then, Sitting Mountain Guest will quietly suppress them. Shock Demon Forefather nodded slowly. I agree. Devil Master and Crystal Master nodded. Father God of the Automaton race said, inviting Sitting Mountain Guest would cost a lot, and it might not work. Sitting Mountain Guest is good at making supreme treasures, and he doesn't need anything. But it's worth a try. Ancestral God School. In the land of inheritance on Circus Island. Of course, Zhou Hao did not know that the Universe Supreme Masters of the five pinnacle races were having a headache over how to suppress and kill him. When he arrived at a void space, he instantly felt an extremely strong pressure. This pressure was accompanied by a suppression of his soul godly power. However, his willpower was comparable to that of a true god of void space, so it was relatively easy for him to deal with the natural pressure of the universe. At this moment, there was a meteorite floating in the void space, and a great being from the werewolf race in purple armor was sitting cross-legged on it. It was Jiu Feng Knight, who had received the godly general inheritance. When he saw Zhou Hao, he hurriedly stood up and smiled. Zhou Hao, my race informed me that you've arrived at the Ancestral God School, so I waited for you again. Zhou Hao smiled and stepped forward. Thank you. Jiu Feng Knight's power was comparable to that of Heaven Erosion Palace leader, and he was also a 7-star overlord in the Hong Alliance. However, because he had received the complete godly general inheritance, he belonged to the Ancestral God School. When Zhou Hao preached, he had listened to 4 or 5 times, but he hadn't become a universe master like Star Prison Devil Master and Ancestral Tree Knight. The main reason was that the godly general inheritance had restricted Jiu Feng Knight. Originally, becoming a 7-star overlord was already considered very good. It could be said that he was invincible below the level of universe master. Unfortunately, Zhou Hao had appeared out of nowhere and made the advantage of being a godly general heir disappear. After all, if he could listen to Zhou Hao's lectures, he would have a chance to break through to become a universe master. To this, Jiu Feng Knight regretted it, but it was useless. After listening to Zhou Hao several times, he didn't feel any improvement, so he stopped. However, he was still very friendly to Zhou Hao, and he even wanted to make friends with him. Zhou Hao felt it, but he wasn't surprised. Although Jiu Feng Knight couldn't become a universe master, his talent was rare and powerful. Maybe Jiu Feng Knight felt that as Zhou Hao became stronger in the future, he might be able to break through the restriction. Besides, Jiu Feng Knight had juniors and friends, so he didn't lose anything by making friends with a genius like Zhou Hao. Everyone knew that Zhou Hao had a bright future, so as long as he wasn't too antisocial or stupid, he would be very friendly to Zhou Hao. You're welcome. Jiu Feng Knight smiled like a spring breeze. The power here is naturally generated by the universe. Without the power of an undying emperor, you can't resist it. See the black fog around you? Go in and receive the inheritance. You'll feel an irresistible power, but don't panic. This power is just to figure out your comprehension of the law of beast-god path, Jiu Feng Knight explained in detail. Zhou Hao nodded. Thanks. Then he entered the black fog. Sure enough, just like in the original plot, an incredible power acted on his entire body. Even though Zhou Hao's willpower was comparable to that of a void real god, it was difficult for him to resist it. At the same time, the fingertips of his right hand lifted uncontrollably and drew threads of precepts in the void. However, it was different from other heirs. Zhou Hao drew not only gold space, water space, wood space, and so on, but also life law. He was shocked by the situation. How is it possible? The land of inheritance of the ancestral god school can accept the inheritance of life law? While his heart was shaken, his fingertips quickly traced the outline. After a while, the mysterious power left Zhou Hao, and he immediately felt relaxed. Soon, the mysterious power came again and transmitted its voice into Zhou Hao's mind. The third level. He was dazed. Among the 8 beast god paths, the lowest level he had was the 5th level. However, the mysterious power said the 3rd level, which meant the 3rd level of life law. This is the land of inheritance of the ancestral god school. The universe was born naturally, and the heirs have comprehended the beast god path at most. Almost no one has comprehended the life law, so they can't get in touch with the deeper inheritance. I'm afraid the 3 ancestral gods don't even know that the land of inheritance can accept the inheritance of life law. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao's eyes lit up. Originally, he didn't have much expectations for this land of inheritance. After all, relying on the combination of his 2 great talents, his speed of comprehending nomological laws was already very fast. The degree of assistance provided by this land of inheritance couldn't compare to his talents. But now, he didn't think so. If the land of inheritance could accept the life law, it would save him a lot of time and effort in comprehending and studying the life law. In this way, he could focus more on the destruction law. However, the premise was that his original body had to come to the purple thorn forest. His mirror image doppelganger couldn't cultivate. It's a pity that my human Fenhun has died. Otherwise, with the 2 Fenhun and the other doppelganger, I wouldn't have to come here personally. Zhou Hao sighed helplessly. At this moment, the mysterious power's voice made him fall into a specific illusion. This illusion was almost like his great Tao proverb, showing the life law in the most basic and clear way in front of him. Zhou Hao had an illusion that he was preaching. In fact, the land of inheritance of the ancestral god school was similar to Zhou Hao's great Tao proverb. They both analyzed the mystery of the operation of the origin and showed the most basic and clear law to the heirs and listeners. However, the difference was that the effect of Zhou Hao's great Tao proverb increased with the number of listeners, but the land of inheritance didn't have such an effect. Therefore, Zhou Hao's great Tao proverb could help listeners break through in a short time, and the land of inheritance could also help heirs break through, but it took a longer time. In short, the great Tao proverb was actually a fast-forwarded version of the land of inheritance of the ancestral god school. The law of speech was actually an enhanced version of the land of inheritance, which could directly transmit Zhou Hao's law comprehension level to the heirs of the land of inheritance in the form of instilling. In fact, it was because of this that the listeners of various races in the universe gave Zhou Hao the title of Son of the Universe. The ancestral god school also believed that Zhou Hao was the embodiment of the willpower of the origin, so they kept inviting Zhou Hao to the ancestral god school. After a long time, the black mist produced a strong repulsive force and repelled Zhou Hao. He took a deep breath and said in his heart, "System, check in." Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in at the land of inheritance of the ancestral god school. You've received the power of the origin. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've received the complete inheritance of the golden beast god path. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've received the complete inheritance of the water beast god path. There weren't many items, but every one of them was invaluable. If the news of the 8 beast god inheritances spread out, countless universe knights and even universe masters would go crazy. Zhou Hao couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected to receive the complete beast god inheritances after checking in at the land of inheritance. With this inheritance, he only needed to receive and digest it, and he would be able to master the 8 complete beast god inheritances in a short time. In other words, as long as he wanted, he could quickly become a real universe master, and once he became a universe master, his godly power would increase again, and his combat power would soar. With the secret method of life law, he could even reach the level of primal chaos city leader. Zhou Hao, this land of inheritance is amazing. Jiufeng Knight saw Zhou Hao's expression and wasn't surprised at all. Every heir would have the same reaction and expression when they came here for the first time. Zhou Hao nodded noncommittally. Jiufeng Knight smiled and said in a flattering tone, Zhou Hao, although the land of inheritance is amazing, it's far inferior to your talent. After all, you only have one chance to receive the inheritance for free in each level of the land of inheritance. If you want to come here again, you have to fight in the world of glory to gain glory points. Besides, the land of inheritance requires enough accumulation, and comprehension talent is also very important. But your talent is different. Although accumulation and comprehension are also important, accumulation is more important. Many pinnacle emperors and knights will greatly improve after listening to the lectures. Besides, not only will their law comprehension be improved, but even their secret methods will also be improved. So compared to the land of inheritance, many heirs are more interested in the chance to listen to the lectures. Jiufeng Knight sighed. Now that you've come to Bauhinia Island, I'm afraid those heirs will go crazy. But Zhou Hao, don't listen to any of the heirs please. Zhou Hao understood what Jiufeng Knight meant. He smiled and said, I know. Don't worry. I'm here mainly for the inheritance. Jiufeng Knight nodded. In fact, he knew that Zhou Hao must have other purposes for coming here, but it was not something he needed to know. Let's go. I'll go with you. I believe I can help you fend off some of the alien tribes. Jiufeng Knight then left the land of inheritance with Zhou Hao. At the same time, in the square of Bauhinia Island, countless inheritors had gathered, and each of them had a look of anticipation on their faces. Did Mr. Zhou Hao really come to Bauhinia Island? Zhou Hao is the son of the universe. His talent is not inferior to the inheritance. Why would he come to Bauhinia Island? It must be a rumor. Who knows? Anyway, some emperors saw it. It should be true. Everyone, be careful. The son of the universe is precious. We have to protect him well. We can't let the heirs of the demon race and the bug clan come in contact with him. Yes, the demon race, the bug clan, and the automaton race must want to kill Mr. Zhou Hao. We've been taught by Mr. Zhou Hao. How can we sit back and watch Mr. Zhou Hao be killed? Those who could come to Bauhinia Island were all talents of various races. Naturally, they had the chance to listen to Zhou Hao's lectures. Many of them had become universe knights, so they were very grateful to Zhou Hao. Even if they received the inheritance, they couldn't become universe knights in a short time. They couldn't even cross the threshold. For example, Chaman Emperor of the human race had stayed on Bauhinia Island for hundreds of millions of years, but he still couldn't make the final step. Many talents had been high-spirited when they first arrived, but as time went by, they all became quiet. They were no longer as glorious as they used to be. They all knew how difficult it was to become universe knights, therefore, the universe knights who listened to Zhou Hao's breakthrough were even more grateful. They knew that without Zhou Hao's lectures, they wouldn't have been able to become universe knights. Therefore, when they learned that Zhou Hao had come to Bauhinia Island, they all gathered in the square and stared coldly at the heirs of the demon race and the bug clan. To be honest, the heirs of the 5 pinnacle races, including the demon race and the insect race, had received instructions from the higher-ups of their races to figure out Zhou Hao's current strength and means. They were willing to sacrifice their lives if necessary. Their races had also agreed that any heirs who died because of Zhou Hao would be resurrected and given a true treasure by the higher-ups of their races. Therefore, the inheritors from the goblin tribe and the insect tribe really planned to self-destruct to force Zhou Hao to use his trump card. That was a supreme treasure, and the temptation was very great. But now, with so many heirs staring at them on the square of Bauhinia Island, they had no idea where to start. More importantly, most of the heirs were universe knights. On the other hand, the heirs from the demon race and the bug race had fewer universe knights. As a matter of fact, the heirs of the 5 races, including the demon race and the bug race, had many complaints about this. After all, if their races had not fallen out with the human race, they might have been able to get a place to listen in and break through to become universe knights. The longer the undying Emperor-level heirs stayed on Bauhinia Island, the more they understood how difficult it was to break through to become Universe Knights. Every time heirs from other alliances broke through to become Universe Knights by listening to Zhou Hao, the heirs from the demon race and the bug race would feel jealous. Unfortunately, their races had already started a war with the human race, so they couldn't get a place to listen in until the outcome was decided. What should we do? With so many Universe Knight heirs watching, it's hard for us to do anything. Yes, there are only tens of thousands of heirs of our 5 races, but now there are more than 50,000 Universe Knights on Bauhinia Island. We can only play it by ear. Since Zhou Hao has come to the ancestral god's secret region to accept the inheritance, he won't leave anytime soon. There are other heirs here, so we don't have a chance. But what about in the future? These heirs can't always surround Zhou Hao. Yes, we can only put up with it for now. Many heirs of the demon race and the insect race communicated with each other using their godly powers. Shua, at this moment. 2 figures walked out of the fountain square. It's the son of the universe. It's really the son of the universe. They saw Zhou Hao's familiar face and aura. The heirs on Bauhinia Island were excited. Greetings, Teacher Zhou Hao. Greetings, Teacher Zhou Hao. At first, only a few thousand people reacted quickly and shouted loudly. Soon, the other legatees all reacted and shouted in unison. In an instant, the square on Circus Island was filled with thunderous cheers. Even Venerable Jiao Feng was shocked and stood rooted to the spot. The heirs of the demon race, the bug clan, and the other races also widened their eyes. They knew that Zhou Hao was now influential in the universe, but they did not expect him to be so influential. More than 80% of the heirs had gathered in the Bauhinia Island square, and so many great beings were worshipping him together. Only a great master of the universe could have such prestige. However, when they came back to their senses, they all felt bitter. Faced with such a situation, they knew that they had no chance to attack Zhou Hao. It could be said that as long as they had the slightest intention to kill, the other inheritors would definitely not hesitate to attack. In the universe, no matter which race it was, the grace of imparting the Tao was greater than anything else, not to mention, Zhou Hao had the hope to help them break through to become Universe Knights and reach a higher level. Therefore, if they were in Zhou Hao's shoes, they would definitely support him. Zhou Hao, however, was relatively calm. For one thing, he had experienced such a situation dozens of times in the virtual universe, and for another, he had been mentally prepared for it. Everyone, I'm here on Bauhinia Island of the Ancestral God School, just like all of you, to receive the inheritance. We are all of the same status, and there is no difference between us, so please don't be so courteous. A calm voice sounded. A Universe Knight from the Snow Territory Alliance could not help but shout, Teacher Zhou Hao, I became a Universe Knight because I listened to your preaching. I can't repay you for your kindness. I just want to stay by your side and do my best for your safety. Hearing this, Zhou Hao could not help but be dazed. The other heirs were also dazed, but they soon came to their senses. Their eyes lit up, and they all shouted, wanting to stay by Zhou Hao's side. Some of them were even more respectful and humble, wanting to be Zhou Hao's guard. There were many Universe Knights who were willing to do so. This situation stunned the heirs from the demon race and the insect race. A Universe Knight as a guard? Only a Universe Master could receive such treatment. However, they did not know that Zhou Hao's combat power had reached the level of a Universe Master, and it was not low at all. Universe Knights were not condescending to be his guards at all. On the contrary, if they became Zhou Hao's guards, they might have extra opportunities to listen to his preaching. That was the reason why the Universe Knights were so enthusiastic about it. They had even decided that once Zhou Hao agreed to let them be his guards, they would be willing to join the Han Alliance and contribute to the human race. After all, they were Zhou Hao's guards. With their incredible talents and skills, if they stayed with Zhou Hao for a long time, they would have feelings for him. By then, it would be very easy for them to get a place or more. Besides, recently, the effect of Zhou Hao's preaching in the real world had spread throughout the universe. These Bauhinia Island heirs knew that the effect of listening in the real world was much better than in the virtual universe. Therefore, they all wanted to get a place to listen in the real world, and becoming Zhou Hao's guards was undoubtedly the fastest shortcut. Zhou Hao did not say anything. Beside him, Jiao Feng Knight's expression did not change. He immediately spread his godly power. Silence, heirs. Zhou Hao's guards will be arranged by the human race. If you want to become Zhou Hao's guards, you'd better apply to your race first. Then you'll have a chance to talk with your race. Zhou Hao has just received the inheritance, and he still has a lot of comprehension to sort out. Please don't waste Zhou Hao's time. Hearing this, the other heirs all looked disappointed. Of course, they knew that Jiufeng Knight was just making an excuse. However, Jiufeng Knight was a powerful deity general, and Zhou Hao had just come out of the land of inheritance. Therefore, the heirs on the square of Bauhinia Island consciously made way for them. Seeing this, Zhou Hao and Jiufeng Knight turned into two streams of light and quickly left the square of Bauhinia Island, returning to the palace. Zhou Hao, you have a special identity. As long as you stay on Bauhinia Island, situations like today will not be rare. Therefore, my race has informed me to stay by your side and protect you as much as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. In addition, I've also applied to the island owner to build another palace next to yours. If you need anything, you can ask me. Jiufeng Knight looked solemn. Zhou Hao did not refuse. After Jiufeng Knight left, he stayed in his palace to sort out the rewards he had received from the land of inheritance. Thank you, Brother Lei, for your 124 coins. Each of the 8 complete beast god inheritances was directly connected to the Great Path of Origin. As long as Fenhun's original body received them, he could digest them in a short time and become a universe master, and once he achieved a breakthrough, his combat power would soar rapidly. He might even be able to reach the top from the pinnacle level. And this time, he had received a modified version of the Supreme True Treasure 5-colored Aurora Beard. With this true treasure and Chaos Golden Wings, he would definitely be able to battle with a Universe Supreme Master, but after careful consideration, Zhou Hao decided not to do so. The first reason was that he walked the path of the laws of primal chaos. His divine kingdom was filled with the dense clouds of the laws of primal chaos. If he made a breakthrough using the more ordinary laws of fusion, he wasn't sure if it would affect his foundation or not. The second reason was that he was ambitious. He wanted to make a breakthrough using the more difficult laws of life. The stronger the foundation, the greater the future achievements. Just like Luo Feng in the original plot, he'd taken the most difficult godly body path and reached the 3rd level of godly body. With a solid foundation, he'd defeated the Sector Beast in the end. Zhou Hao knew how strong the Sector Beast was. In this life, because of his appearance, even the original star had opened in advance. If the Sector Beast was born in advance, he could only rely on himself before Luo Feng grew up. Of course, if the Sector Beast was born in advance, Luo Feng would grow faster, but Zhou Hao didn't dare to bet that Luo Feng would still be the same as in the original plot. Since he was walking the path of law, he'd make a breakthrough with the more difficult law path. His future potential would be stronger. However, the most important reason was that Zhou Hao had become a universe master, which was just icing on the cake for him. After all, with his current power, although he couldn't fully activate the modified 5-color Aurora Lake, he could still exert part of its power. His overall power was only second to the top-tier universe masters. He suppressed his thoughts. He started to organize the life law comprehension he'd gotten from the land of inheritance. Compared to his talent, the inheritance was more detailed, but the general direction was more vague. Besides, it emphasized one's own accumulation. If one didn't accumulate enough, they wouldn't be able to remember everything. So, in a real sense, the land of inheritance of the ancestral god school was just icing on the cake. In the virtual universe. In Hugh Jack's godly palace. Primal Chaos City leader and Hugh Jax walked side by side outside the temple. Chaos, the news of Zhou Hao's appearance in the ancestral god school must have been known by the 5 major clans. They will definitely take action, but I don't know what means they will use. Giant Axe sounded quite relaxed. After all, he knew that Zhou Hao was only a doppelganger on Circus Island. With a pinnacle soul-type true treasure to protect his soul, Zhou Hao's safety was assured, as he was also on Circus Island. Primal Chaos City leader smiled. The techniques that the demons and bugs can use are nothing more than suppression. Previously, Virtual Real Devil God's soul attack failed, so there's no way they won't be afraid of this. Besides, they only have one chance to make a move. If they fail, it'll be hard for them to have another chance like this. I'm guessing that Universe Supreme Masters like Meng Ta and Jin Jiao will be extremely cautious. Hujax nodded. The human race, the demon race, the bug race, and other races had been fighting for countless eras. In Universe Ocean, Hujax had also fought with Meng Ta, Shock Horn, and the others, so he was quite familiar with each other's techniques. Only Father God of the Automaton race kept a low profile, but he was also one of the Universe Supreme Masters with more techniques. If it had been before, Hujax would have felt the pressure. But now, after Zhou Hao's practical lecture, Primal Chaos City Leader had passed the most crucial stage of becoming a Universe Supreme Master, and Darkness Master had confirmed his direction. Therefore, the human race would definitely have 2 more Universe Supreme Masters in the future. Therefore, regardless of whether the human race would win or lose the race war in the future, the rise of the human race would be unstoppable. Besides, as long as Zhou Hao was protected, other Universe Masters like Pengong, Qing Dong, and Huang Jian might be able to grasp the direction and become Universe Supreme Masters in the future, just like Darkness Master, not to mention, there was also Zhou Hao's power. Therefore, after confirming the effect of Zhou Hao's lecture in reality, the human race, including Hujax, felt a lot less pressure. Primal Chaos City Leader changed the topic. In another 20 years, Zhou Hao's lecture in reality will begin again. At the same time, the lecture in the virtual universe will continue. I wonder how effective it will be this time. When Giant Axe heard this, he could not help but laugh involuntarily. Hun Dun, it has only been 30 years since the last sermon. Peng Gong and Huang Jian have not even fully digested the insights from the last sermon. How can the sermon this time have much effect? Primal Chaos City Leader shook his head. Even so, this disciple of mine is too talented, and the effect is getting better every time. Not only me, but even Darkness Master and Peng Gong are looking forward to it. Of course, we all know that if we want to have such a realization again, it'll take at least thousands of years. At this point, his tone changed. Besides, some Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance might have some guesses, and they want to attend the next lecture in reality. At the same time, some 7-star overlords have also expressed their desire to attend. I'm still hesitating about this. The 7-star overlords from the Hong Alliance, who were comparable to Tianshi Palace Leader, had only attended 1 or 2 virtual lectures. After that, the human race deliberately suppressed it. After all, if they became Universe Masters, the news of Zhou Hao helping Universe Overlords to become Universe Masters would be leaked. As for Universe Masters wanting to attend, it was even more impossible. However, after thousands of years of suppression, the 7-star Overlords and Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance had some criticisms. If they continued, Primal Chaos City Leader was worried that it would cause a split in the Hong Alliance. Hujax waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Continue to suppress it. At least before you become a Universe Supreme Master, you can't let go of this opportunity. However, you can give some extra places to those Universe Masters and 7-star Overlords so that their subordinates and disciples can attend." Time passed quietly. His mirror body couldn't cultivate on Bauhinia Island of the Ancestral God School, so he had to make time to go to the Land of Valuables and the World of Glory from time to time. Since most of the heirs wanted to build a relationship with Zhou Hao, they would challenge Zhou Hao and give him glory points. Even if Zhou Hao didn't use his power, those heirs would automatically admit defeat. Under such circumstances, Zhou Hao accumulated a lot of glory points in a short time, so he could go to the Land of Inheritance frequently to accept inheritances. Fenhun's original body continued to cultivate in the Thousand Treasures River Palace. However, he didn't study the life law. Instead, he focused on the first move of the law of chaos, sky splitting. He had a preliminary understanding of the law of chaos, so he could barely exert the power of the first move. However, the law of chaos was more mysterious and obscure than the law of life. Even with detailed explanations and references, Zhou Hao's speed of studying and comprehending was still very slow. In the blink of an eye, over 100 years had passed. During this time, Zhou Hao had conducted 2 lectures in the virtual universe and 3 in the real world. The scale of each lecture was constantly expanding, and the effect was improving. Especially the second lecture, among the 8 million spectators, close to 100,000 emperors had broken through to Universe Knights, and over 1 million had broken through from Undying to Emperor level. And the real-world lectures were even more impressive. Of the human sector lords who participated, 1/5 broke through to Undying, and the Undying from before also rose to emperor level in the 3 lectures. This caused the number of emperors of the human race to soar, close to 600,000 emperors, of which 30% were pinnacle emperors. However, it was a pity that the universe masters of the human race didn't gain much insight in the next 3 times they listened in on the real world. However, such an effect still made the human race excited, and the other races of the universe couldn't wait to fight for the chance to listen in. Even the Northern Territory, Thorn Ring, and the other races of the Alliance, which had previously been neutral, changed their attitudes. Most of the races of the Alliance couldn't resist the opportunity to break through to Universe Night on such a large scale. As for the other normal races, the weaker races and large amounts of scattered races, almost all of them leaned towards the Han Alliance. And to get a spot, they even sent their Undyings to the frontiers. This caused the number of Undying emperors of the human alliance to soar, and within 100 years, it exceeded the 5 alliance by 3 times. And because of Zhou Hao's lectures, the emperors participating in the frontiers were all incredibly strong, and over 40% of the pinnacle emperors of the human race had created their own ultimate techniques. Over 1,000 of them had broken through, and each of them had a treasure. With the increase in numbers and strength, it caused the 5 pinnacle races to shrink. They had lost 2 universe countries before, but within the next 20 years, they had regained them. The battlegrounds were once again in the outer region wars. Within Star Tower, Pu Ti's gaze pierced through the space within the tower, looking at Luo Feng who was struggling. He couldn't help but sigh. A few thousand years had passed, and the master recognition test still hadn't ended. Even though Luo Feng hadn't reached the limit of the Earth race, from Pu Ti's point of view, at Sector Lord Luo Feng's willpower was close to that of a universe overlord. He definitely had the right to become the master of Star Tower. Shua. At this time, a majestic silhouette appeared. Pu Ti bowed respectfully, "Teacher." Sitting mountain guest nodded and glanced at Luo Feng. After which, he looked back at Pu Ti. "You have to be prepared. Right now, the war between the humans and the 5 pinnacle races is reaching its climax. The 5 alliance can't take the pressure any longer. I'm afraid they will tear up the ceasefire agreement and send in Universe Knights. However, in terms of Universe Knights, the 5 pinnacle races can't compare to the human alliance. Hence, the demon race and the bug clan won't just sit by and watch. They might even bring forward the final battle." Sitting mountain guest couldn't help but laugh. After all, the little guy on Circus Island is really good at causing trouble. In just 200 years, 2 sermons have increased the number of venerables of various races in the universe by nearly 200,000 out of thin air. And the number of knights in the human race has even increased by almost 10,000. This effect is too terrifying. Even I find it unbelievable, much less the 5 pinnacle races. If this continues, within 1,000 years, the number of knights in the human race may exceed 100,000. By then, it would be meaningless even if the 5 pinnacle races wanted to start the final battle. Pu Ti nodded heavily. Actually, even without Sitting Mountain Guest's words, he had already guessed that the 5 pinnacle races would definitely start the final battle early. Everyone could see that the influence of Zhou Hao's lectures was increasing, and the attitudes of the various races in the universe were gradually becoming clearer. Large amounts of ordinary races and powerful races were leaning towards the Han Alliance, and even the universe masters were supporting them. After all, one lecture could increase the number of universe knights by more than 100,000. Universe knights were the cornerstone of a race, and the more universe knights there were, the higher the possibility of a universe master being born in the future. As long as a race had one universe master, it would become a powerful race. Even the powerful races wouldn't complain about having too many universe knights and universe masters in their own race, which was why the powerful races in the race alliance, such as Northern Territory and Thorn Ring, couldn't sit still and started to defect to the Han Alliance. In the north, the higher-ups of the Thorn Ring Alliance couldn't restrain such a force. Even though they repeatedly emphasized the threat posed by the humans, they couldn't stop those powerful races with only 1 or 2 universe masters. They had to compromise, because if they didn't, the alliance would collapse from within, not to mention the powers of the races alliance, who wanted more seats. They were the first to show their attitude and flag. In terms of the number of universe masters, the Hong Alliance wasn't any weaker than the five pinnacle races. Even the subordinate races of the five pinnacle races had ambiguous attitudes. Under such circumstances, if the five races, including the demon race and the bug race, didn't do anything, the Hong Alliance would definitely lose, Sitting Mountain Guest smiled. The demon race, the bug race, and the automaton race asked me to kill Zhou Hao, and I didn't turn them down directly. You can say that I've delayed for more than 100 years. However, Meng Ta and Empress should have guessed that I won't do anything, so they'll definitely attack Zhou Hao first. If they fail, the final battle will begin. Puti was shocked. He hadn't expected the Universe Supreme Masters of the five races to find his teacher and ask him to kill Zhou Hao together. They really thought highly of Zhou Hao. Teacher, Zhou Hao is staying on Bauhinia Island. Although there are 3 ancestral gods and a supreme true treasure, 5-color Aurora beard, if the 6 Universe Supreme Masters of the 5 races attack together, I'm afraid they won't be able to resist. How about I go to the Ancestral God School and use the supreme true treasure you gave me and the 3 races to stall the 6 Universe Supreme Masters of the Demon race and the other races? That way, Zhou Hao can escape safely. Sitting Mountain Guest listened to Puti. Sitting Mountain Guest pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll tell the 3 ancestral gods to let you go to Circus Island. In fact, he was worried about Zhou Hao's safety, which was why he agreed with Father God of the automaton race on the surface and bought time in secret. Thank you for the 500 coins from Twilight Hostel. Bauhinia Island of the Ancestral God School. On Earth, there were palaces and pavilions in the style of Jiangnan. Zhou Hao stood by the railing on the 2nd floor, looking at the palaces and buildings in different styles. His eyes were filled with joy and excitement. Over 100 years, after experiencing 5 lectures in both the virtual world and the real world, with the help of the Great Tao Proverb and the Absolute Law of Words, he had finally thoroughly studied the first move of the Chaos Law secret technique, split the heavens, and displayed it. This move was mainly based on the law of chaos, which gathered the chaos airflow to form a magnificent mountain and river, thereby exerting a huge amount of chaos power. Although it was only simulated in the practice field, Zhou Hao estimated that the power of this move was definitely stronger than the strongest fusion technique of Universe Masters. Now, my true combat power is definitely comparable to the top standards of top-tier Universe Masters. If I have a suitable supreme true treasure in my hands, then my combat power will be at level 6. Universe Supreme Masters in the original universe can only wield combat power at level 6. Luo Feng thought. He had godly power at the perfect life gene level, and his godly body was comparable to the godly body of the endless remote ocean. Furthermore, he had chaotic mountain and river, the first move of Split the Sky, which was more powerful than the most powerful fusion technique of Universe Masters. He also had Star Blade, a pinnacle top-grade attack type true treasure, and chaotic golden wings, which was comparable to a supreme true treasure. Although he had not yet reached the level of a Universe Master, his true combat power was definitely close to the limit of a Universe Master. The only thing he lacked was the strength of his godly power. It's time to leave Bauhinia Island and go to the original star to complete the mission of the Path of a Great Being. A moment later, Zhou Hao made the decision. His main purpose in coming to the Ancestral God School was to see what the 5 pinnacle races were capable of. However, more than 100 years had passed, and the 5 pinnacle races had not done anything. Although he did not know the reason, he did not want to wait any longer. Now that his combat power was close to level 6, in the original universe, with the true treasures he was not even afraid of Universe Supreme Masters. There was no need to be like before. Once he completed the 5 stages of the Path of a Great Being and exchanged for the advanced version of Star Tower, his combat power would really reach level 6. In the original universe, he would be truly invincible. Even in Universe Ocean, he would not be afraid of any great beings. All this came from the flying ability of the Chaos Golden Wings and his own power. Virtual Universe. Hearing that Zhou Hao wanted to go to the original star again, the Primal Chaos City leader fell silent. He had been keeping an eye on the Ancestral God School for more than 100 years. Although the 5 pinnacle races had not made any moves, he knew that the insect race and the demon race were definitely waiting for the perfect opportunity, especially now that the situation at the border was getting worse and worse. However, he noticed the look in Zhou Hao's eyes and knew that there was no point in trying to persuade him. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, the Primal Chaos City leader nodded. My disciple, your strength is not weak now. It's time for you to go out and explore. I won't stop you this time, but you must be careful. You should know that the original star is different from other areas. You can't use God Country transportation or teleport there. Besides, you encountered a crisis before, so huge axe and I couldn't help you immediately. You have to rely on yourself for everything. Besides, although some universe masters from the Northern Territory, Thorn Ring, and other races have joined the Han Alliance, if you meet them, try to avoid them. Your identity is too special. They won't kill you, but I'm afraid they will have other ideas. If you are in a desperate situation, before Huge Axe and I arrive, you must self-destruct. Although you will lose all your true treasures, it's better than dying. Zhou Hao nodded. Yes, teacher. I will be careful. Go. Zhou Hao turned around and left right away. Primal Chaos City leader looked at Zhou Hao's back and sighed. This disciple of mine has been practicing hard in the Primal Universe and the Primal Secret Region for thousands of years. The first time he went to the original star, he showed the level of a top-tier universe overlord. The second time, he became a universe master. I wonder how much his power has improved this time. If it had been any other genius, he would not have had such vague expectations. After all, only a few hundred years had passed. No matter how talented one was, there would be a limit to how much power they could improve, especially at the level of universe master. Every step forward was extremely difficult. However, Zhou Hao was different. He had given him and his race many surprises. On the original star. It had been 500 years since the original star opened. In the first 200 years, not only had a large number of true treasures appeared on the original star, but there had also been top-tier true treasures. Great beings like Sword River Horde leader had also appeared, giving countless universe knights something to talk about. However, in the last 200 years, the number of true treasures had gradually decreased. Most universe knights had entered the mode of guarding our original star, waiting for opportunities to appear. After leaving Bauhinia Island, Zhou Hao's mirror body chose a whirlpool entrance passage that was relatively close to the ancestral god's secret region and arrived on the original star. Once again, he felt the endless power, and he could not help but smile coldly. This time, he wanted to reap some interest from the demon race, the bug clan, and other races. As if sensing his murderous intent, Star Tower on his back started to tremble slightly. This pinnacle top-tier attack-type true treasure had not shed blood since it had been refined. Ka. Leaving the entrance passage, Zhou Hao flashed to a plain of water swamp. Stepping on the stubborn weeds, he walked slowly. He did not even try to restrain his force, but he let the chaotic golden wings fake the ripples of an intermediate universe knight's force. After flying at a low altitude for a few hours, he arrived at a lake not far from a mountain range. Generally, universe knights who waited for opportunities to appear would choose a natural cave in the mountain range to rest. At this moment, there was a natural cave not far from him. There was a small team of 4 universe knights resting in the cave. As Zhou Hao approached, they quickly sensed the ripples of his force. Huh? There are other great beings approaching. Shua, the 4 universe knights of other races were immediately awakened. They flashed out of the cave and prepared for battle. On the original star, under normal circumstances, there would not be teams of knights fighting each other. After all, everyone was there for true treasures, unless there was a huge disparity in power. However, such situations were rare, as none of the universe knights were fools. If they were weak, it would be impossible for them to travel alone. They would usually form teams of 3 or 4. Only universe overlords would venture out alone. Therefore, after noticing that Zhou Hao was alone, the 4 universe knights did not act immediately. Instead, they became more cautious. They checked the surroundings to see if there was an ambush. Even if they did not sense any other forces, they still did not act rashly. If there was a great being in the ring on this fellow's body and deliberately left him alone, they would be in trouble. Of course, such situations were rare. Most great beings cared about their reputation, so no one would use such underhanded means. Wait. Isn't that Zhou Hao, the genius of the human race? What? Zhou Hao? Impossible. How could the human race allow Zhou Hao to come to the original star? Gosh. It's really Zhou Hao. His appearance and aura are exactly the same. It's definitely Zhou Hao. The team of 4 universe knights from other races hid their auras and approached. They were all stunned. They were a team from the Demon Race Alliance, so they were familiar with Zhou Hao's appearance and aura. Hence, when they saw Zhou Hao's appearance and sensed his aura, they were all stunned. They were all stunned. This was Zhou Hao, the son of the universe, Zhou Hao. He was a life form that could help many emperors and universe knights improve. Both the demon race and the bug clan had offered a reward for capturing Zhou Hao. If they could capture him, they would be rewarded with a pinnacle true treasure. If they killed Zhou Hao, they would be rewarded with a top-tier true treasure. If they killed his soul, they would be rewarded with a pinnacle special true treasure. It could be said that the reward was too generous. However, all the great beings from the 5 Alliance knew that it was almost impossible to capture Zhou Hao and kill Zhou Hao. After all, even Virtual Real Devil Master had failed. But now, this team had never imagined that they would meet Zhou Hao in the original star at such a close distance. It was like a gift from the sky. After the 4 universe knights confirmed that there was no mistake, they lost their cool. They attacked almost instantly. Kill. As long as they killed Zhou Hao, even if it was just his body, they would be rewarded with a top-tier true treasure. As for top-tier true treasures, even universe masters would fight for them. Hong. Hong. Hong, mighty godly power spread out. 4 auras burst out at the same time, and they all charged toward Zhou Hao. At the same time, their captain hurriedly used a special method to pass on the news of Zhou Hao's appearance on the original star to the teams of the other 5 alliances. After all, just discovering that Zhou Hao had appeared on the original star was already a great achievement. Zhou Hao, who was strolling leisurely, did not panic at all when he sensed the sudden explosion of 4 auras. The strongest one is only a pinnacle universe knight, not even at the level of an ordinary universe overlord. Zhou Hao shook his head when the divine power covered him. He did not even bother to use the astral saber. The chaotic golden wings on his back vibrated continuously. He flashed to the side of one of the venerables at a speed that was close to teleportation. He clenched his fist and punched. Violent divine power condensed into an invisible giant fist that smashed into the venerable one's body. In just an instant, the venerable one's protective armor reached its limit and flickered non-stop. His divine body was obliterated, just one punch. A casual use of space-time starlight was enough to kill a high-level venerable. Swish. Swish, his figure flickered like a ghost. It was shockingly fast. In less than a breath of time, the remaining 3 universe knights were all killed. He looked at the true treasures and armors that had fallen. Zhou Hao waved his hand and put them into his ring using his divine power. He did not even use half of his power to kill this team of venerables. I wonder if this team of venerables has spread the news, he muttered to himself. He continued to stroll leisurely on the original star. In the core territory of the demon race, Meng Tu, Shock Horn, and dozens of universe masters were discussing how to allocate the resources of the race during the final battle. All of a sudden, a universe overlord rushed in from the palace. Meng Tu's eyes turned cold. His imposing willpower shrouded this universe overlord. He said coldly, "What's so urgent that you have to barge into the clan's discussion hall?" This universe overlord belonged to the bloodline of Dream Demon Ancestor. Meng Tu used his willpower to shroud this universe overlord as a form of protection. Shock Demon Ancestor and the other universe masters could not help looking over. Zhou Hao, the universe overlord shouted. Zhou Hao from the human race has appeared on the original star. He did not even have time to address him respectfully. The moment he said that, Meng Tu, Shock Horn, and the other universe masters were all dazed. Shua, Meng Tu flashed to the front of the universe overlord and stared at him. "What did you just say?" he asked. The universe overlord quickly repeated, "Dream Ancestor, Zhou Hao from the human race has appeared on the original star with coordinates 01922. Meng Tu and Shock Horn widened their eyes at the same time. "Really? Are you sure?" The universe overlord said quickly. "The 4 universe knights who found Zhou Hao have all died." Meng Tu and Shock Horn looked at each other, then Meng Tu said, take me to the location where the 4 Universe Knights stayed in the territory. Yes. Not long after, Meng Tu, Shock Horn, and the other senior members of the demon race revived the 4 Universe Knights and learned about Zhou Hao from them. It really is Zhou Hao. His technique is very powerful, and his godly power is very strong. His combat power is at the level of a top-tier universe overlord. Zhou Hao became a Universe Knight not long ago, but he already has the power of a top-tier universe overlord. That's normal. Don't forget that Zhou Hao himself is a genius, not to mention his talent ability. If he can influence other great beings to make breakthroughs, it's not surprising that he can make breakthroughs himself. Meng Tu and Shock Horn were both surprised and excited. Meng Tu looked at the Universe Masters of the Demon Race and suppressed his excitement. All Universe Masters and Universe Knights of the Demon Race, head to the original star immediately and surround all the whirlpool portals of the original star with coordinates 01922. After the order was given, the other Universe Masters all left. Meng Tu and Shock Horn returned to the palace. Although they were excited, they remained calm. Zhou Hao is going to the original star. What is the human race planning? Could it be that they want to have a final battle with the 5 pinnacle races on the original star? The environment on the original star is special. It's impossible to teleport or use God Country transportation. Even Universe Supreme Masters like us are suppressed. If there's a trace of power beyond level 6, we'll be suppressed by the universe origin. Huge acts of the human race will also be suppressed. However, the number of Universe Masters in the alliance of the 5 races is much greater than that of the human race and the Hong Alliance. Unless the Universe Masters of the Northern Territory, Thorn Ring, and the other alliance change sides, as Meng Tu and Shock Horn spoke, their eyes grew more serious. I'll inform Father God, Bug Empress, and the others. We must get to the bottom of this. No matter what, it's much better for Zhou Hao to be on the original star than to stay on Bauhinia Island of the Ancestral God School. This time, we must kill Zhou Hao, even if we have to pay a high price. Their eyes were filled with determination. In just 200 years, the 5 lectures had reached a level that made their hearts tremble. If they allowed it to continue, the alliance of the 5 races would lose without a fight. In a remote territory, 6 magnificent minds arrived. Demon Master of Prison Clan was the first to speak, and he said impatiently, Meng Tu, we just met a few years ago to decide the time of the final battle. How long has it been? Why do we have to come again? There are too many things for our race to deal with. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Bug Empress's faint voice spread. Don't be impatient, Prison Master. Meng Tu must have summoned us for something urgent. I guess it's about Zhou Hao. Demon Master snorted. Zhou Hao has been on Circus Island for such a long time. Sitting Mountain Guest promised to take action, but he hasn't done anything yet. He's obviously stalling for time. With his strength, he wouldn't need so much time to prepare if he wanted to take action. I think Sitting Mountain Guest has already sided with the human race. So, what's the point of discussing this? Father God of Automaton Race didn't say anything. He was also unhappy about this. Meng Tu had been the one to contact Sitting Mountain Guest, but it hadn't been done. Not only had it wasted everyone's time, but it had also wasted a true treasure. Dream Demon Ancestor glanced at Demon Master and Empress, then said slowly, Sitting Mountain Guest is my negligence. However, I did ask you to come here for Zhou Hao, and it's very important. Now, Zhou Hao isn't on Bauhinia Island of the Ancestral God School. He's on the original star. Hearing this, Father God of Automaton and the other Universe Supreme Masters were all dazed. Their auras and minds fluctuated. Meng Tu, what did you say? Zhou Hao went to the original star. That's impossible. The human race isn't stupid. It's already very risky for them to go to the Ancestral God School. Why would they let Zhou Hao go to the original star? Empress, Demon Master, and Crystal Master all shook their heads. It wasn't that they were doubting anything, but that this was simply impossible. After all, none of their clans would do such a stupid thing. One lecture from Zhou Hao could give birth to 100,000 Universe Knights. As long as they stayed in the human territory, the number of Universe Knights would increase rapidly. Everyone knew that at this rate, the rise of the human race was only a matter of time. Therefore, even the stupidest race would not do such a thing. Meng Tu did not say anything. Instead, he waved his hand and displayed the report of the demon clan's subordinate honorables on the original star. Then, the dream demon ancestor said, "This is indeed unbelievable, but Zhou Hao really did appear on the original star, and he was on the original star with coordinates 01922. I have no reason to lie about this." Father God of Robotics could not help but say, "That means Zhou Hao really went to the original star." But why would the human race do this? The Bug Queen said, "Everyone, I think we should not think about the reason for this. The most important thing now is to confirm that Zhou Hao is really on the original star and his exact location. Then, no matter what it is, we will have the upper hand." "I agree." "Agreed." The Bug Queen continued, "Good. If that's the case, the Five Alliance will make a big move this time. Let's mobilize all the Universe Knights and Universe Masters. Besides, Meng Tu and I will talk to the Alliance of the Northern Territory, the Thorn Ring Alliance, and the Space Beast Alliance. I believe they will not sit by and do nothing. Whether it is sealing and killing Zhou Hao or letting other powers get their hands on him, it will be a great loss to the human race." When the five pinnacle races heard the news about Zhou Hao, on the original star, Zhou Hao was still strolling around leisurely. There were not many teams of Universe Knights on the original star with coordinates 01922. Other than the Demon Race and the Bug Clan, the teams from the Northern Territory and the Thorn Ring Alliance were the most numerous. Since Zhou Hao did not conceal his force, they naturally noticed Zhou Hao. "It's Zhou Hao. It's the son of the universe. Zhou Hao is on the original star. Isn't the son of the universe on Bauhinia Island?" When the teams of Universe Knights realized it was Zhou Hao, they could not believe it at first. Then they came back to their senses and went over excitedly. However, they were different from the subordinate Universe Knights of the Demon Race. They did not attack right away. Instead, they greeted him. "Teacher Zhou Hao. Son of the universe." Zhou Hao, who was walking in the mountains, saw a few streaks of light landing. He smiled faintly and said, "You are Seven Restraints Knight and Huangling Knight from the Thorn Ring Alliance." "Yes, yes, it's us." The Universe Knights of the Thorn Ring Alliance were very excited. They did not have high potential, so they were not on the list to listen in. However, this did not stop them from being enthusiastic about Zhou Hao. After all, if they could establish a good relationship with him, Zhou Hao could give them a spot with just one word, and their status in the race would rise rapidly. "Teacher Zhou Hao, it's really you. Why are you on the original star?" "Yes, the original star is too dangerous. You are the son of the universe, and the future of countless races depends on you. You don't have to come to the original star. If you want any true treasures, just say the word, and we will try our best to get them for you." Seven Restraints Knight and Huangling Knight were very enthusiastic. At the same time, they were excited to see Zhou Hao on the original star. This was no doubt an opportunity for them. Just this information alone was worth a lot to them. Therefore, when they confirmed that it was indeed Zhou Hao, they all used their godly power avatars and other methods to contact the higher-ups of the race and spread the news. Of course, Zhou Hao would not be fooled by the enthusiasm of this team. In the human territory and the ancestral god school, he might have been the son of the universe, and many undying Universe Knights would have to call him teacher. However, this was the original star, a place where killing and fighting for true treasures were common. Seven Restraints Knight. I came to the original star mainly to explore and gain experience. Seven Restraints Knight nodded. He smiled and said, "Since Teacher Zhou Hao is here to explore, why don't you come with us? Although you are very talented and can influence countless undying Universe Knights, the original star is too dangerous, and you are only a Universe Knight. You will only be safe if you form a team." "Yes, let's form a team. Our team is not very strong, but we have universe overlords. I believe we can protect you." Zhou Hao shook his head. "That won't be necessary. I want to explore alone. This way, I can achieve the effect of gaining experience." Seven Restraints Knight probed. "Teacher Zhou Hao, your identity is special. The human race is not worried about you traveling alone on the original star. They must have arranged for great beings to protect you. Huang Ling Knight added. There must be great beings protecting you. Maybe they are top-tier universe overlords. It seems like we don't have to worry about your safety, Teacher Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao waved his hand. There are no great beings protecting me. It's just me. Ah? You're alone? It's too dangerous to be alone. While Seven Restraints Knight and Huang Ling Knight were talking, they quietly surrounded Zhou Hao. Teacher Zhou Hao, since you are really alone, why don't you form a team with us? Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes. What? Are you trying to force me to form a team? No, no. We are just thinking about your safety, Teacher Zhou Hao. Yes, so we will have to trouble you. Hong, the moment he finished speaking. Seven Restraints Knight and the team attacked. However, in half a breath's time, the raging aura that had just started to wreak havoc within a radius of 10,000 miles suddenly stopped. Supremacy 7 Restraints, Supremacy Huang Ling, and several other supremacies were annihilated as their divine bodies crumbled and vanished in disbelief. When they attacked, they'd considered the possibility that Zhou Hao's power was stronger than his level, but they hadn't expected Zhou Hao to be so powerful after only 1,000 years of being a universe knight. Even if there were ordinary universe overlords among them, they couldn't hold on for half a breath's time. Weapons, armor, and other true treasures fell. Zhou Hao skillfully waved his hand and put away the treasures. In fact, for him now, he could destroy ordinary treasures with just a little bit of strength. Ordinary treasures were nothing to him at all. However, the more treasures there were, the better. Although he didn't need them, the future lineage of Earth needed them. After killing Seven Restraints Knight and the other knights, he didn't wander around. He stayed on the mountain and waited for the news to spread. In the core territory of the demon race, Meng Ta, Shock Horn, and all the Universe Masters' avatars gathered in the palace. It had been a few hours since they'd given the order. 2 of the 3 teams of Universe Knights on the original star of 01922 have been annihilated, said Dream Ancestor Demon Ancestor. Now we can confirm that Zhou Hao is still on the original star of 01922. Near the whirlpool passageways that lead to this original star, there are more than 20 teams of the Demon Clan and more than 100 venerables. They have all entered, but it will take them a few days to reach Zhou Hao's exact location, Dream Demon Ancestor's voice echoed in the palace. The news has spread. Northern Territory, Thorn Ring, 9 territories, and other alliance groups all know the coordinates of Zhou Hao. We can't fall behind. We have to find Zhou Hao first and seal him. When he spoke up to this point, he looked at the Master of Sky Wolf and the Master of Blood Qin and continued, both of you take our clan sealing treasures and head to the entrance of the vortex that's relatively close to Zhou Hao. The Master of Sky Wolf and the Master of Blood Qin nodded. Yes. Dream Demon Ancestor looked at Tong Ling Master, Forbidden Extermination Master, and Fennel Master. The 5 of you were originally on the original star, so this time, you will be the first to arrive on the original star in 01922. Remember, if you encounter universe masters from other races, don't hesitate to fight. We, the demon race, are not afraid of anyone. Yes. Not only the demon race, but also the bug race, the automaton race, the prison race, the crystallizer race, and other races in the universe were all holding meetings to emphasize the need to seal Zhou Hao first. Although the 5 pinnacle races were in an alliance, they all wanted to take Zhou Hao for themselves. After all, they all knew the value of Zhou Hao. Although they wanted Zhou Hao to die on the surface, deep down, they really wanted Zhou Hao to preach to their races. Virtual Universe. Inside the Giant Axe Shrine, all the universe masters of the human race had gathered. Everyone, Huge Axe said in a low voice, the news of Zhou Hao's appearance on the original star has spread. Every race in the universe has heard the news and taken action. According to the information we have gathered, a large number of universe knights and universe masters have rushed to the original star. We, the human race, cannot do nothing. From now on, all universe masters will enter the original star. However, there must be at least 3 universe masters staying together to avoid being surrounded by universe masters from the demon race, the bug clan, and other races. Yes. After the meeting, Primal Chaos City leader didn't leave but stayed in the palace. Primal Chaos City leader, you're Zhou Hao's teacher, so you know him better. Zhou Hao's sudden visit to the original star was a bit reckless. He has a special identity now. Not only the bug race, the demon race, and the other races, but also the other races in the universe are coveting him. Fortunately, his original body is still in the primal secret region. Otherwise, even if the human race went all out, it would be difficult to turn the situation around. Primal Chaos City leader smiled. Giant Axe, this disciple of mine has always been calm and low-key. This time, he used his body to leave, not only to buy time for our race and divert the attention of the other races, but also to train himself. After all, he's already a universe master. After thousands of years of hard work, even with the help of his talent, he'll hit a bottleneck. At this time, it's better to be active. However, Zhou Hao knows what he's doing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just sent his body out. Even if he dies, he'll lose some true treasures at most. Giant Axe nodded. He was just reminding Primal Chaos City leader. The main thing was that Zhou Hao was too important. Primal Chaos City leader added, Giant Axe, the true treasures on my disciple aren't simple, either. This time, you'll have to go personally to clean up the mess for him. At least, those true treasures can't fall into the hands of the other 5 races. Giant Axe grinned. I understand. Then he changed the topic and asked, Primal Chaos City leader, do you think the 2 times you sat in on reality helped you break through to become a Universe Supreme Master? Primal Chaos City leader was helpless. Now that I'm breaking through to become a Universe Supreme Master, it's mainly a matter of accumulation, so Zhou Hao's talent doesn't have much effect on me anymore. Actually, he knew the meaning behind Giant Axe's question. This was because once he broke through to become a Universe Supreme Master, the situation would be completely different. With 2 Universe Supreme Masters, the Universe Masters from the various idol races and the powerful races in the universe would think more highly of the human race. It was highly possible that they would no longer continue to observe and would choose to join the Hong Alliance. One had to know that the number of Universe Masters from the pinnacle races and the superpowers actually didn't make up a large proportion of the entire original universe. On the contrary, the number of Universe Masters from the alliance of the powerful races and idol races was the largest. Although each race might only have 1 Universe Master, when added together, they made up more than 90% of the total number of Universe Masters. This was also the main reason why the human race had agreed to let Zhou Hao give a lecture in reality. Their goal was to rope in the idol races and the powerful races. Original Star 01922. Zhou Hao stayed for 6 to 7 days and destroyed more than 30 teams of knights. When he felt that it was about time, he left this original star and flew toward the nearest whirlpool portal. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Original Star 06715. And on this original star, Tong Ling, master of the Demon Race Alliance, had already arrived. Haha. I'm lucky. There are 3 whirlpool portals near Zhou Hao, but he came to my original star. It seems that suppressing Zhou Hao will be my main contribution. Tong Ling Master was very excited. Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Ancestor had already said that whoever controlled Zhou Hao first would get a pinnacle special type true treasure. This reward was very good. Although he had strong combat power and a top-tier domain type true treasure, Floating Mountain Ocean, and Demon Ancestor was willing to spend a fortune to rope him in, he didn't have a pinnacle type true treasure yet. Tong Ling Master, who was guarding not far from the whirlpool portal, first waited for Zhou Hao to completely leave the vicinity of the whirlpool before using his technique to control time and space. The reason why he didn't immediately use Floating Mountain Ocean was that he was worried that Zhou Hao, with his power as a universe knight, wouldn't be able to withstand it. Almost instantly. There was an extremely strong time and space pressure on this original star. A large number of universe knights, who were guarding this star, stayed where they were. They didn't even dare to move. And through the control of time and space, Tong Ling Master quickly locked onto Zhou Hao. His hearty laughter suddenly resounded throughout the entire original star. Haha. Zhou Hao, surrender. Thank you, Burly Han Guang Wu, for the 1,500 coins tip. What? Zhou Hao is on Original Star 06715. It's Tong Ling Master from the Demon Alliance. Oh no, Zhou Hao is going to be sealed by the demons. This Tong Ling Lord is really lucky, he actually ran into him. On the original star. In the north, the universe night overlords from the Thorn Ring Alliance heard the laughter and felt helpless. In the eyes of all the great beings, Zhou Hao was highly sought after. Whoever ran into him first would have the upper hand and would most likely be able to get their hands on Zhou Hao. As long as they brought Zhou Hao back to their races, they would have ways to make him obey their orders. Besides, Zhou Hao was only a universe knight, so universe masters had the chance to enslave his soul. Even if that didn't work, universe supreme masters could always enslave his soul. As for offending the human race, other than the alliance of second-class powers, the other superpowers were not afraid. We must inform the universe masters of our races and ask them to get here as soon as possible. Let's hope this Zhou Hao is strong enough to buy us some time. At the same time, most of the universe night teams were sending messages to their races. In a short time, all the races in the universe knew that Zhou Hao was on original star 06715. Damn it. The demons beat us to it. We're so lucky. Quick, let's go there quickly. We only need to go through 3 original stars to reach him. The bug race, automaton race, and crystal race were all cursing under their breaths and hurriedly dispatched universe masters. In the core territory of the demon race, Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Ancestor couldn't stop laughing. Great, Tongling Master, you're in luck. Now Zhou Hao belongs to the demon race. Remember, control your godly power well, and be careful. That Zhou Hao has strange skills. Even Virtual Real Devil Master failed. Besides, the Zhou Hao on the original star must be a body. We must be careful of his self-destruction. In fact, they had all guessed that the Zhou Hao on the original star was a doppelganger. Otherwise, the human race would not have allowed Zhou Hao to go to the original star. Tongling Master was also very happy. 2 demon ancestors, don't worry. I have already used space-time pressure to control Zhou Hao. However, I am not good at soul control, and I don't have any ceiling-type true treasures with me. If Zhou Hao wants to self-destruct, I can't stop him. Dream Demon Ancestor smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Even if we fail in the end, Zhou Hao is recognized as the Son of Universe. It's not easy to suppress him. Besides, even Virtual Real Devil God failed to enslave his soul. If it were any other great being, they wouldn't be able to enslave his soul. The only way is to suppress him. When we transfer him to our miniature universes, we'll have more methods to use. Of course, the remaining problem is Zhou Hao's self-destruction. If he self-destructs, none of us can do anything. So now we can only gamble. We can gamble that Zhou Hao's true treasures are more precious, so he won't be willing to self-destruct. Once he enters the ceiling-type true treasure, I'll transfer him to our miniature universe immediately. Tongling Master nodded. This was the best method. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Dream Demon Ancestor noticed it and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Is it a universe master from another race? Tongling Master shook his head. No. It's Zhou Hao who broke free from my space-time pressure. It's normal, Shock Demon Ancestor said casually. Zhou Hao is, after all, the most powerful genius in the history of the human race. Although he's only been a universe knight for thousands of years, he has many tricks up his sleeves. Besides, the human race will definitely give him some powerful true treasures. Tongling, don't worry about using Floating Mountain Ocean. If even a top-tier domain true treasure can't resist it, then this Zhou Hao is just SOSO. Sky Wolf, Forbidden Annihilation, you two hurry over. Dream Demon Ancestor and I will arrive immediately. 06715, Original Star. As Zhou Hao broke free from the shackles, a boundless black ocean suddenly spread out and covered the entire original star in a short time. In the black ocean, there was the voice of Tongling. Master. Zhou Hao, don't put up any unnecessary resistance. As long as you surrender, I promise you won't be harmed at all. It's not easy to accumulate a godly body. Give up resisting. Listening to the voice, however, Zhou Hao immediately stopped. Tongling Master was delighted. His huge body approached quickly. Zhou Hao, seems like you're smart. Don't worry. Although the demon race has started a war with the human race, we just want to get some places to listen in. We don't want to hurt you. Chi. However, as Tongling Lord approached, a resplendent starlight shrouded him at an extremely fast speed. This starlight seemed to cut through space and time, and cracks began to appear in the primordial starry sky like a mirror. Not good. Tongling Master's expression changed. He could sense an extremely strong power from the starlight. Immediately, the black ocean around him condensed into a huge mountain range. A top-tier true treasure weapon appeared in his hand, blocking in front of him. Hong, the incoming starlight directly destroyed the huge black mountain range and collided with his supreme treasure weapon. What? The most powerful technique of a universe master. How? How is this possible? At such a close distance, Tongling Master could feel the power of the technique. His face was filled with disbelief. Pung, pung. Pung, Tongling Master's armor shone brightly. Even after being weakened by the floating mountain sea and the supreme treasures, the remaining power of the starlight was still extremely strong. It reached the limit of his armor and destroyed part of his divine body. Haha, Tongling Lord, do you think you can make me surrender without putting up a fight? You're not qualified. Zhou Hao's laughter was heard. Tongling Master was furious and shocked. He stared at Zhou Hao with his huge eyes. Zhou Hao, you're indeed a genius of the human race, and you're even the most powerful genius in the universe. You became a universe knight only a few thousand years ago, and now you have the power of a universe master. I admit that I underestimated you, but you're still a universe knight. Humph. Otherwise, I would have been severely injured by that attack. Zhou Hao clicked his tongue. Whatever you say. I'm not going to waste my time with you. Then, a golden river spread out from his body. Tongling Master's eyes widened. You're Sword River Horde leader? Zhou Hao was deliberately activating Blade River Luo to let the other races know that he was Sword River Horde leader. Previously, Sword River Horde leader had displayed power at the pinnacle level of a universe master on the original star. Regardless of whether it was the demon race, the bug clan, or other races, they would all be cautious. Even if they wanted to come, they would send at least 2 or more universe masters. As for the identity of Sword River Horde leader being exposed, he didn't care at all. After all, he had taken all the wool from the space beasts. When Tongling Master said that Zhou Hao was Sword River Horde leader, he didn't try to hide it. At that moment, all the universe knight teams on the original star knew that Zhou Hao was Sword River Horde leader. This is crazy. How could Zhou Hao be Sword River Horde leader? That's right. It's said that the Son of the Universe became a knight only a few thousand years ago, and Sword River Horde leader is an iceberg beast from the space beasts, and he can easily suppress Fu Mo Master. If Zhou Hao is Sword River Horde leader, does that mean he's reached the pinnacle level of a universe master after only a few thousand years of cultivation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I admit that universe children are not even comparable to the unique life forms in the universe, but it has only been a few thousand years. Tongling Master wouldn't lie. Besides, Zhou Hao has already performed Sword River Horde leader's domain true treasure, Sword River domain. How could it be fake? Almost instantly. The team of universe knights from 06715 original star were all stunned. However, when they came back to their senses, most of them still couldn't believe that Zhou Hao was Sword River Horde leader. After all, it was too unbelievable. If Zhou Hao's combat power was comparable to a top-tier universe overlord, they might have believed it. However, to reach the pinnacle level of universe masters after only a few thousand years of cultivation was too shocking. Since the birth of the original universe, no life form had ever been able to do that. Even Teacher Origin, who was once the strongest of the human race, couldn't do it. It was as unbelievable as hearing that someone had broken through the limits of the human body in the era of science and technology. It was true that Zhou Hao was a son of the universe, and his talent was widely acknowledged to be heaven-defying. However, the threshold for him to cross from a universe knight to a universe master was too great. Furthermore, it would take countless years of accumulation to go from an ordinary universe master to a pinnacle level. It was impossible to cross this threshold in just a few thousand years. At the same time, Zhou Hao activated Sword River Luo and broke free from the strong restraint of floating mountain ocean. He flapped his chaos golden wings, and his body reached sublight speed. He quickly distanced himself from Tongling Master. Haha. The speed increase of the 3 pairs of wings is too awesome. Even if I only activate half of the power, it will only take me a few breaths of time to accelerate to the speed of light. I'm even faster than a Universe Master. I'm afraid only a Universe Supreme Master will be able to surpass me in terms of sudden acceleration. He was exhilarated. The reason he had dared to come to the original star as Zhou Hao was not because of his multiple bodies, nor was it because of his talents or other trump cards. It was because of his chaotic golden wings. It could be said that with the chaotic golden wings, regardless of whether it was dodging or chasing or escaping, no one could compare with him. And once it was paired with his new talent, Chaos Domain, which could block and conceal the willpower of the universe origin, then even Universe Supreme Masters would not be able to catch up with him. Tongling Lord, who was chasing after Zhou Hao, was shocked when he saw the Golden River easily widen the distance between them. How is this possible? Isn't this too fast? Did he burn his divine power? That's right. After all, this Zhou Hao is only a universe knight. Even with the help of a flying true treasure, he can't be so fast. He must have burned his divine power to activate it. Thinking of this, the avatar he had left in the core territory of the demon race hurriedly told the others that Zhou Hao was Sword River Horde leader and asked the other universe masters to hurry over. When Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Ancestor heard that Zhou Hao was Sword River Horde leader, they were shocked at first, but they soon became excited. Great! If that Zhou Hao is Sword River Horde leader, he definitely won't be willing to part with this avatar. And according to Tong Ling, he performed the Golden River, which is a top-tier domain-type true treasure. So, it might be Zhou Hao's original body that's on the original star. The other universe masters heard this and felt that it made sense. Haha. God bless our demon race. As long as we capture Zhou Hao, our demon race will rise quickly and surpass the ancestral god school to become the top power in the original universe. We can even open up a Holy Land universe in Universe Ocean in the future. The 2 demon ancestors looked at Sky Wolf Master and Forbidden Extermination Master excitedly. You too, take the ceiling-type true treasures with you. Meet up with Tong Ling Master quickly. Yes. Sky Wolf Master and Forbidden Master nodded. They were flying at sublight speed and couldn't accelerate to light speed because they were suppressed by the origin of the original star. I hope that Zhou Hao will choose the original star that we're going to transfer to. They both prayed. After a while, Tong Ling Master's avatar looked happy. What's wrong, Tong Ling Master? Tong Ling Master, what's the good news? The other universe master's avatars asked. Tong Ling Master laughed. Dream Ancestor, Shock Ancestor, that Zhou Hao is very fast, but I've been keeping a distance of several million kilometers from him. Who knew that he would enter a whirlpool portal, and that portal is the portal to the original star of 08911. What? The portal to the original star of 08911? Ha ha ha. Good news. This is really good news. Ha ha. That Zhou Hao is really going to the original star that Forbidden Master and I are going to transfer to. The other universe masters of the demon race were all excited. Every original star had 10,081 whirlpool portals. Under the circumstances where teleportation and God Country transportation were not allowed, even Universe Supreme Masters would have to fly obediently and use the whirlpool portals to reach their destination. However, if they happened to be close to the whirlpool portals, they would be able to reach the next original star in no time. Dream Demon Ancestor smiled. This is our luck. Soon, Tong Ling Master, Forbidden Master, and Sky Wolf Master will meet on the original star of 08911. With your power, you'll be able to suppress Zhou Hao. However, that Zhou Hao is Sword River Horde leader, after all, and he must have a lot of true treasures. If you want to seal him, you'll need me and Shockhorn to do it. So, you should focus on suppressing him and not giving him a chance to escape. As for the other universe masters, they'll be heading to the original star of 08911. Then, he looked serious. The Bug Race and Automaton Race, as well as some universe masters from the Northern Territory Alliance, are not far from the original star of 08911. According to my judgment, they'll need at most half an hour to get there. So, the other universe master's goal is to stall the universe masters from the Bug Race and the other races. On average, an original star had 2 whirlpool portals, and it took about 10 to 15 minutes to get there. The universe masters from the bug race and automaton race would definitely turn around after knowing where Zhou Hao was going. As long as there weren't too many whirlpool portals to the original star of 08911, they would be able to get there quickly. While the demon race was dispatching universe masters, the human race was also keeping an eye on the original star. The higher-ups of the human race were also paying close attention to the original star. Zhou Hao had gone to 08911 original star mainly because he knew that universe masters from the demon race and other races were the closest to it. According to the positions of the universe masters from each race, after they know where Zhou Hao is, at least 8 universe masters will arrive on the original star of 08911 within an hour. 8 universe masters, including top-tier universe masters like Forbidden Master Extermination. I wonder how Zhou Hao will deal with them. Thank you, silly dog, for the 1,500 coins tip. Inside Star Tower. Sitting Mountain Guest was also paying attention to the original star. Pu Ti, who was by his side, asked in confusion, "Teacher, why did the humans send Zhou Hao to the original star? Are they planning to start the final battle on the original star? But it doesn't seem like it. As far as I know, only Hugh Jax, Darkness Master, and a few others have rushed to the original star. The other universe masters haven't done anything." He couldn't figure it out. In fact, it wasn't just Pu Ti. The demon race, the bug race, and the other races in the universe couldn't figure it out. Although there were some scattered races and universe masters from lesser powers, such as Fluttering Feng Alliance, who had joined the Hong Alliance, in terms of the total number of universe masters, the human race was far behind the 5 pinnacle races. The difference was close to 3 times. With such a huge gap, even if the higher-ups of the human race were stronger, it wouldn't help. Besides, the 5 alliances had 6 universe supreme masters. When they worked together, they could almost dominate the original universe. This was the main reason why Northern Territory, Thorn Ring, and the other alliances didn't have high hopes for the human race. Therefore, in the face of such a situation, everyone knew that the best thing for Zhou Hao to do was to stay under the protection of the human race. Even if he went to the Ancestral God School, many experts still thought that the human race was taking too much of a risk. Sitting Mountain Guest looked through the distant space as if he could see what was happening on the original star. He smiled. Pu Ti, if Zhou Hao is really Sword River Horde leader, what do you think about Zhou Hao's power in the human race? Pu Ti replied without hesitation, "Teacher, Zhou Hao definitely has a lot of authority in the human race. Even if he isn't the Sword River Overlord, with his heaven-defying talent, he can influence the decisions of the upper echelons of the human race." Sitting Mountain Guest nodded. That's right. If so, why didn't Zhou Hao decide to go to the original star himself? Decide to go to the original star himself? Pu Ti was dazed. Then he was confused. Is he going to the original star to divert the attention of the 5 pinnacle races so that they can focus on the original star to buy more time for the human race? Sitting Mountain Guest laughed. I'm guessing that this is only one of the reasons. You must know that although the illusion on the original star is special, if the demon race and the other races want to surround and block Zhou Hao, they can still completely trap Zhou Hao within a short period of time, or at the very least, within a month. Unless Zhou Hao has other means to constantly break out of the encirclement and restrain the 5 major races, but by then, Meng Cha and the other Universe Supreme Masters will definitely come personally. That's why I think Zhou Hao must have other motives. Pu Ti frowned and pondered. Other motives. Judging from the current situation, Zhou Hao definitely knows about the dangers of the original star 08911. Once he enters, he'll be surrounded by several Universe Masters from the demon race. If he's surrounded, the Universe Masters from the other races will arrive one after another. Zhou Hao is Sword River Horde leader, but his combat power is only comparable to that of a pinnacle. Surrounded by so many Universe Masters, even if he has the combat power of a human Primal Chaos City leader, he won't be able to escape. As he spoke, he continued, and Zhou Hao must be aware of this point. He clearly knows that it is a hopeless situation, yet he still wants to go in. There is only one reason for him to do so, and that is to kill as many Universe Masters from the Demon Race and Bug Clan as he can. That was all. Pu Ti's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. Sitting Mountain Guest laughed. That's right. If Zhou Hao has other motives, it must be this. Teacher, but. Pu Ti felt that his brain wasn't enough. But what? Sitting Mountain Guest didn't believe it either, but he knew it was the only explanation. Pu Ti forced himself to calm down and said, but Zhou Hao only has the combat power of a pinnacle universe master. How can he kill universe masters from the demon race and the other races? If they were ordinary universe masters, it would take some time for him to kill them, and the other universe masters would arrive in time. Besides, this time, it's Sky Wolf from the demon race. Two universe masters from Forbidden and Sky Wolf alone aren't something Zhou Hao can kill. As for Forbidden Master, he's a top tier universe master with multiple bodies. Sitting Mountain Guest clicked his tongue. That's right. It's impossible for anyone else. That means Zhou Hao must have other tricks up his sleeves that we can't even imagine. I'm afraid he can kill universe masters like Sky Wolf and Forbidden Master. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. This is getting more and more interesting. Since the birth of the original universe, this is the most interesting thing I've seen. Ha ha ha. Zhou Hao. Even if you're Sword River Horde leader, you'll die here today. Other universe masters from the demon race are about to arrive on this original star. They'll set up an inescapable net. Even if huge axe of the human race comes, it won't help. Surrender. As soon as Tongling Master entered original star 08911, he could not help but laugh out loud. At the same time, a vast black ocean filled the entire planet in an instant, causing many of the honorables on the original star to feel an endless pressure. He was guarding the whirlpool portal. After all, Sword River Horde leader had performed a strange technique on the original star that allowed him to return to where he had flown before. Zhou Hao ignored Tongling Master and continued flying toward the depths of the original star. He was extremely fast, and in a few minutes, he was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Tongling Master. Hong! 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 At that moment, two towering figures descended from different vortex channels one after another. They were Sky Wolf Master and Forbidden Master of the demon race. Oh no! Two more universe masters from the demon race have arrived. Forbidden Master is here as well. The demon race is so lucky this time. Universe masters from our race are still two original stars away from this original star. It'll take them at least half an hour to get here. I'm afraid the battle is over by now. Humph. That Zhou Hao is Sword River Horde leader, and he has top-tier domain true treasures. It won't be easy for the demon race to suppress him in such a short time. The knights on the original star all had different thoughts, but without exception, they all hoped that Zhou Hao could hold on for a little longer. It would be best if they could wait for the universe masters of their race to arrive. As for the universe masters of the human race, when they learned that Sky Wolf Master and Forbidden Master of the demon race had arrived, their hearts were in their throats. Until now, they still thought that Zhou Hao had gone to the original star to buy time and divert the attention of the five races. They had no idea what Zhou Hao's real purpose was. Not enough. Zhou Hao looked calm. He still operated chaotic golden wings and Blade River Luo to resist the pressure of floating mountain ocean and continued flying toward the depths of the original star. Dream Ancestor, Tongling Master, and Sky Wolf Master have gathered together, but Zhou Hao has a pair of wings, and his speed seems to be faster than when he revealed his identity as Sword River Horde leader. We have to keep burning our godly power to catch up. Now, Zhou Hao is about 20 minutes away from the next original star whirlpool tunnel, which is further away. Unless we have a pinnacle domain-type true treasure to suppress his speed, we will most likely let him escape. A moment later. In a palace in the core territory of the demon race. They had surrounded Zhou Hao the moment they landed on 08911, but they soon realized that Zhou Hao's flying and changing directions were too fast. Even if they burned their godly power, they could barely keep up. After all, if they kept going in the same direction, they could only accelerate to sublight speed. However, Zhou Hao kept changing directions, which made them accelerate and decelerate. That was the ability of fast flying. Dream Demon Ancestor's expression didn't change. He had expected this, so he comforted them. Don't worry. Just follow Zhou Hao closely. Bloodly Master has the Dream Ancestor domain that I gave him. He's less than 15 minutes away from the original star. Once he arrives, he can use the combination of a pinnacle domain type true treasure and floating mountain ocean to suppress Zhou Hao's speed. Hearing that, Tongling Master, Forbidden Master, and Sky Wolf Master all smiled. They hadn't expected Bloodly Master to have the Dream Ancestor domain. On the original star, Zhou Hao kept changing directions, and he deliberately went toward a whirlpool tunnel that was further away from the original star where the universe masters of the demon race and the bug clan were rushing to. Master of Tongling, Master of Extermination, Master of Sky Wolf. Didn't you ask me to surrender just now? Haha, you can't even catch up with me. How dare you ask me to surrender? How shameless. Do you monster clans rely on intimidation in battles? As he shouted, he slowed down a little. With 3 pairs of wings, the flying ability of Chaos Golden Wings was comparable to a flying-type Supreme True Treasure. That was why he only used 30% of it, and Tong Ling and the other Universe Masters couldn't catch up with him. Of course, they were also waiting for Zhou Hao to use some weird technique to return. Damn it. Don't burn your godly power. That's right. You're burning your godly power to drive a flying-type True Treasure. Of course, you're faster than us. Zhou Hao, your wings are at least a top-tier flying-type True Treasure. Humph. If we had a true treasure like that, we'd be able to catch up with you. They were furious to be mocked by Zhou Hao. They were furious, but there was nothing they could do. As time passed, 3 extremely powerful auras descended on the original star one after another. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Forbidden Master was both happy and shocked. He was happy that Bloodly Master had finally arrived, and he was shocked that Universe Masters from the Bug Race and the Automaton Race had also arrived. If they were allowed to intervene, the Demon Race would not be able to monopolize Zhou Hao. Tongling Master, use Floating Mountain Ocean to stop the 2 Universe Masters from the Bug Race and the Automaton Race. Remember to be discreet. Forbidden Master, Sky Wolf Master, and I will suppress Zhou Hao immediately. Rumble, instantly. The entire original star was once again enveloped by a terrifying domain-type oppression. Under this oppression, all the teams of knights on the original star felt like they were in a swamp. They couldn't even move. Zhou Hao's Golden River was being compressed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Tong Ling Master activated Floating Mountain Ocean to the extreme, and its power skyrocketed. Combined with Dream Ancestor Domain, it was almost a top-tier domain-type True Treasure. However, the main power of Floating Mountain Ocean was distributed to the Universe Masters from the Bug Clan and the Automaton Clan, which slowed them down greatly. Tongling Master, what are you doing? They sensed a powerful obstruction. The Universe Masters from the Bug Clan and the Automaton Clan frowned. Tongling Master smiled and said, my 2 allies, Zhou Hao has a top-tier realm-type True Treasure, and he can use some strange means to teleport back to where he was before. Therefore, I have to make sure that the realm's greatest power is in this area. The Universe Masters from the Bug Clan and the Automaton Clan went silent. They knew Sword River Horde leader had that weird technique. 6 Universe Masters. TSK, TSK. 4 from the Demon Clan, 1 from the Bug Clan, and 1 from the Automaton Clan. I heard there are at least 10 Universe Masters coming here. No wonder he's a Universe child. He can stir up trouble wherever he goes. Although Zhou Hao is scary, it's a pity that he can't escape this time. Yes, unless he's willing to part with this body. Many teams of Universe Knights stood still and watched the show. This encirclement was a matter for Universe Masters. Even if they wanted to, they didn't have the power to get involved. So, the Golden River, which had been shrunk to a certain size, slowed down. Zhou Hao, on the other hand, remained expressionless. He still had no intention of making a move. 6 Universe Masters were still too few in his opinion. After all, once he unleashed his full power, his own power would be completely exposed. Next time, if he wanted to kill Universe Masters as easily as he did now, there would not be many chances. The original star was hundreds of billions of kilometers long. Even if Universe Masters flew at full speed, it would take them several days. However, although every whirlpool portal appeared randomly, it would take them dozens of minutes to 15 minutes to encounter a portal. With the suppression of Dream Ancestor Domain, the distance between Zhou Hao and Restriction Master, Sky Wolf Master, and Bloodly Master was shrinking. Seeing that they were close enough to attack, the three Universe Masters were excited. Right at that moment, Zhou Hao burnt his godly power again and changed direction to rush toward another whirlpool portal. Feudal struggle. With Dream Ancestor Domain, Zhou Hao will be suppressed by us sooner or later. And this time, I have Devil Eyelet Vine with me. What? You even brought a pinnacle true treasure? Haha. Great. Forbidden Master and Sky Wolf Master were overjoyed. With the demonic Eyelet Vine and the Dream Ancestor Domain, they had a much better chance of suppressing Zhou Hao with their sealing true treasures. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes passed. Restriction Master, Bloodly Master, and Sky Wolf Master all looked upset. Every time they were about to catch up with Zhou Hao, he would suddenly change direction, as if he had broken through the suppression of Dream Ancestor Domain, and he would explode with a speed faster than before. This happened several times in a row. How could they not know that Zhou Hao had not used his full strength before? The speed of his wing treasure was even faster than they had expected. Damn it. Zhou Hao's wing true treasure might be a pinnacle flying type true treasure. The human race is really generous. It's just a body, but it has so many precious true treasures. Annihilation Forbidden and the other two Universe Masters from the demon race were envious. Even top-tier Universe Masters only used top-tier true treasures, and it was considered good if they had one pinnacle true treasure, especially if it was an attack type or a protective armor type. As for special type pinnacle true treasures, only Universe Supreme Masters were qualified to own them. However, Zhou Hao not only had a top-tier domain type true treasure, but he also had a pinnacle flying type true treasure. It was said that he might have an advanced or top-tier soul type true treasure, and he must have a top-tier protective armor or even a pinnacle armor. That meant he had at least 4 top-tier true treasures or more. His wealth was comparable to a Universe Supreme Master who had just become a Universe Supreme Master. However, when they thought of Zhou Hao's talent, they were relieved. If it were any other race, such a junior would be given a pinnacle true treasure. What should we do? We can't catch up with him, let alone suppress him. That's right. Although Universe Masters like Jiao Jiao from the Demon race will arrive, Universe Masters from the North Territory, Thorn Ring, the Bug race, and the Prison race will also arrive. By then, it'll be impossible for us to take Zhou Hao for ourselves. Sky Wolf, Xueli, and Annihilation were anxious, and their avatars hurried to report to Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Ancestor. Dream Demon Ancestor's face darkened. He didn't expect Zhou Hao, a Universe Knight, to be so difficult to deal with. He thought the demon race would be able to suppress Zhou Hao, but the biggest change happened to Zhou Hao. The only thing we can do now is to wait for the other Universe Masters to arrive and suppress Zhou Hao together. But it must be us demons who suppress Zhou Hao. Shock Demon Ancestor and I still need an hour to arrive. Continue to follow Zhou Hao. Don't let him get close to any whirlpool portal. Sky Wolf and the other Universe Masters nodded. Yes. The demon race's plan failed, but the Bug race, Automaton race, and Prison race were happy. Haha. This Zhou Hao is indeed powerful. The 4 Universe Masters of the Demon race and the Pinnacle Domain True Treasure Dream Ancestor Domain can't trap Zhou Hao in a short time. The demon race has the greatest number of Universe Masters, and they were still scheming. It's a pity that their scheme has failed. Next, as long as the Universe Masters of our race arrive, no matter who suppresses Zhou Hao in the end, we will have a share of the loot. Luckily, this Zhou Hao is on the original star. If he were outside, with his speed, no one would be able to do anything to him except for Universe Supreme Masters. Star River Master, Black Lotus Master, and other Universe Masters from the Northern Territory Alliance were also rushing toward the original star where Zhou Hao was. After all, everyone knew how important Zhou Hao was. Even if they could only trap one of his bodies, they would still be able to gain enough benefits. As for the favor of teaching, none of them took it to heart. At most, they would be a little more polite when the time came. Compared to the benefits brought by Zhou Hao's talent, the favor of teaching was nothing. Inside Star Tower, Pu Ti had been paying attention to the original star. As more and more universe masters arrived, he started to worry about Zhou Hao. Teacher, now there are 8 universe masters on 08911, and 4 more will arrive in a few minutes. By then, there will be 12. With so many universe masters, if they work together, no matter how fast Zhou Hao is, it will be difficult for him to escape. There was only so much space on the original star. Even if Zhou Hao kept changing directions, it would be difficult for him to escape from the encirclement. As long as one universe master kept Zhou Hao busy, then Zhou Hao would have no chance of escaping with his speed, not to mention, these universe masters all had domain-type true treasures, which were almost as powerful as supreme true treasures. This was why Puti thought that if Zhou Hao had a trump card, it would be revealed very soon. Sitting Mountain Guest smiled and said, "Let's keep watching. Soon. I really want to see what this Zhou Hao will do." Virtual Universe. Inside Xianxia's godly palace. The wild giant with fluffy hair frowned. Based on the current situation, the various powers of the universe were gradually forming a giant encirclement. Whether Zhou Hao could escape from 08911 or not, even if he did, he would be surrounded by more universe masters. After all, it had been quite some time since Zhou Hao had been discovered. Basically, all the universe masters were close to where Zhou Hao was. Xianxia, Deserted Mirror, and Ice Mountain are all here, said Dark Lord. It will only take 10 minutes to enter 08911. What should we do then? Should we help Zhou Hao? Asked Darkness Master. Zhou Hao had gone to the original star to buy time and divert the attention of the 5 races. If they went to help Zhou Hao, they would fail. However, if they didn't help Zhou Hao, this body of Zhou Hao's would be lost, and the true treasures on him would be taken by other universe masters. Although the human race was mentally prepared, whether it was a top-tier domain-type true treasure, a pinnacle soul-type true treasure, a pinnacle protective true treasure, or a pinnacle flying-type true treasure, they would all be heartbreaking. Given the human race's foundation, there were very few pinnacle true treasures. Xianxia was also hesitant. He looked at Primal Chaos City Leader. Primal Chaos City Leader looked helpless. Xianxia, I'll ask Zhou Hao. Soon. He came to the palace where Zhou Hao was. Compared to the other universe masters who were solemn, Zhou Hao was very relaxed and comfortable. Teacher. He saw Primal Chaos City Leader and stood up immediately. Primal Chaos City Leader shook his head. Disciple, you're not worried at all. In a few minutes, there will be 12 universe masters on the original star you're on. Zhou Hao smiled. Teacher, didn't I say that this is to attract more universe masters? Teacher, don't worry. I have a solution. Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Zhou Hao. He thought that Zhou Hao's solution was to self-destruct his body and then form another body to continue to the original star. He wanted to tell him that those true treasures were very precious and that he should try not to lose them, but he didn't say it. Disciple, since you're so confident, I'm relieved. Xianxia and Darkness are already on their way. Even if you self-destruct your body, you don't have to worry about losing the true treasures. Zhou Hao nodded. Thank you, teacher. Primal Chaos City Leader waved his hand. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. After all, you're doing this for the race. Seeing that Primal Chaos City Leader was about to leave, Zhou Hao suddenly said, Teacher. What's the matter? Zhou Hao smiled. Teacher, after this incident on the original star is over, I plan to leave the Primal Secret region and return to my hometown. In the future, my lectures in reality will also be held at my hometown. Primal Chaos City Leader was slightly taken aback. Your original body wants to return to your hometown? Yes. Primal Chaos City Leader didn't respond immediately, but after thinking about it, he nodded slowly. Okay. According to the rules of the human race, every universe master can choose a secret region to guard. Your identity was a little special before, but this time on the original star, your power was exposed. I believe all the races in the universe know how powerful you are. You should be safe in your hometown. Deep down, Primal Chaos City Leader didn't approve of Zhou Hao guarding his hometown. First of all, he hadn't practiced for long enough. Although he had made a name for himself as Sword River Horde Leader, in the eyes of Primal Chaos City Leader, Xianxia, and the other universe masters, Zhou Hao's Sword River Horde leader body was mainly dependent on the power of a true treasure. Zhou Hao's power was, at most, comparable to that of an ordinary universe master. If it had been anyone else, becoming a universe master would have been enough to guard their hometown, and the race wouldn't have interfered. Instead, they would have approved of it. However, Zhou Hao was too special. His every move would be watched by the 5 pinnacle races and even the other races in the universe. Once they knew that Zhou Hao wanted to guard his hometown, the universe supreme masters of the 5 races would definitely make a move. The Primal Secret Region and the Primal Universe were both the headquarters of the human race. Not only were there perfect defense facilities, but there were also universe portals. If they were attacked, other universe masters could rush over in a very short time. If they were in a desperate situation, they could still go to the Primal Universe. However, Earth didn't have such an advantage. "I'll have to let Hugh Jax go," Primal Chaos City leader thought as he left the palace where Zhou Hao was. All along, he had tried his best to agree with Zhou Hao's suggestions and decisions, and this time was no exception. However, Primal Chaos City leader didn't know that Zhou Hao's power wasn't just that of Sword River Horde leader. 08911, Original Star. The number of Universe Masters had increased to 8, the overpowering aura made the Universe Knights on the Original Star tremble in fear. It could be said that if those Universe Masters had not focused all their attention on Zhou Hao, the domain oppression and the control of time and space alone would have been enough to damage the godly powers of those Universe Knights. They might have even been killed. Resentment Master, Zhou Hao's flying ability is too strong. If we don't cooperate, we won't be able to catch up with him with domain true treasures. In another 10 minutes, we'll reach the area with the most whirlpool portals. Then, 4 or 5 whirlpool portals will appear, and Zhou Hao might be able to escape with his flying ability and weird tricks. The Forbidden Master transmitted his voice using his godly power. Until now, the demon race had 4 universe masters, 2 from the bug race, 1 from the automaton race, and 1 from the prison race. Soon, 2 universe masters from the Thorn Ring Alliance would arrive. Thus, Forbidden Master knew clearly that the demon race had lost the chance to monopolize Zhou Hao. Qi Yuan Master was one of the subsidiary races of the Bug Clan, and his power had just risen from the pinnacle level to the top-tier level. When he heard Prohibition Master's voice transmission, he responded without hesitation. "Okay. When the 2 Universe Masters from the Thorn Ring Alliance arrive, the 12 of us will split into 4 teams, with 3 in each team. We'll surround them from 4 directions." Lord Extermination nodded. The other Universe Masters had no objections. In fact, it would have been safer to split into 6 teams. However, they were worried that with 2 Universe Masters in one team, they would not be able to guard against Zhou Hao's strange method of returning. That was why they had arranged for 3 Universe Masters to be in the team. This way, 2 Universe Masters would chase after Zhou Hao in the front while 1 Universe Master would keep an eye on him from behind. Boom, a few minutes later. The 2 Universe Masters from the Thorn Ring Alliance arrived. This was the 4th wave of Universe Masters who had arrived. Basically, all the Universe Masters who were competing with each other on the original star of 08911 had arrived. It would take at least half an hour for the next wave to arrive. However, according to the schedule, there would be even more Universe Masters arriving. The demon race did not want too many Universe Masters to come, so they insisted on following Qi Yuan Master's suggestion and splitting into 4 teams to surround and intercept Zhou Hao. The other Universe Masters were afraid of accidents, so they did not intend to delay. Very soon, only Forbidden Master Annihilation, Xueli, and Sky Wolf were still chasing after Zhou Hao. The other Universe Masters all took a detour and surrounded him from other directions. "Zhou Hao, you should be proud of yourself for being surrounded by 12 Universe Masters. I advise you to give up struggling. Otherwise, you'll lose this body of yours and your precious true treasures for nothing. Zhou Hao, give up. As long as you give up, we promise we won't make things difficult for you, and we'll return your true treasures to your human race." The voice of the Universe Master, who was adept at soul illusions, reverberated. He was tempting Zhou Hao with all sorts of conditions to give up resistance. It was a pity that Zhou Hao's willpower was comparable to that of a true god of void space. How could he be affected by the illusion of a Universe Master? Even if Virtual Real Devil Master were to come, he would not be able to affect Zhou Hao, let alone them. Haha. The demon race, the bug race, the automaton race, the prison race, and the Thorn Ring Alliance. On account of the fact that you 12 universe masters have had a hard time cultivating, I can give you a chance. As long as you turn around and leave this original star right now, I can spare your lives. Zhou Hao came to an area that was relatively far away from the other whirlpool portals. Then he suddenly stopped and swept his gaze over the 12 universe masters who were gradually approaching from 4 directions, hearing Zhou Hao's words. Forbidden extermination, Xueli, and the other universe masters were all dazed. They did not know why Zhou Hao had stopped, or was Zhou Hao ready to give up. As for what Zhou Hao had said, they did not take it to heart at all. What a joke! The power of the combined attack of the 10 universe masters was almost comparable to that of a universe supreme master. How could the 12 universe masters be threatened by a universe knight? No matter what this Zhou Hao is up to, we don't have to worry. Let's just go. This time, the demon race has brought 2 pinnacle true treasures and 2 ceiling true treasures. It's enough to deal with any means. Qi grumbling master. Please help us from the side. As long as we can suppress this Zhou Hao, we'll cooperate and share whatever gains we get. Forbidden extermination transmitted his voice. The other universe masters hesitated for a moment before nodding. After all, the demon race had 4 universe masters and 2 pinnacle true treasures. Even if they wanted to fight for it, they would not be able to win. Hua. La, however, right at that moment, with Zhou Hao as the center, the entire original star was suddenly filled with a chaotic airflow. This chaotic airflow spread at more than 100 times the speed of light, and in the blink of an eye, it covered an area of more than 10 billion square miles. What? What is this? Chaotic airflow? Is it some kind of special domain type true treasure? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't seem to have any power. Maybe it's a talent technique. I've seen some special life forms perform talent techniques with chaotic airflow. It's very powerful. This Zhou Hao has always had strange means, so it's not surprising that he has such a talent technique. Everyone, be careful. Forbidden extermination, Qi grumbling, and the other universe masters were completely covered by the chaotic airflow, but they did not panic. Even if this chaotic airflow was a pinnacle true treasure, they were not afraid. After all, they had the dream ancestor domain of the demon race, and it could help them at any time. Besides, the more powerful a true treasure was, the more difficult it was to fully activate it. If their talents could not be used, they would not have to worry. Most talent techniques were of the auxiliary type. Even if they were of the attacking type, such a large-scale talent technique would consume a terrifying amount of godly power. Besides, such a large-scale attacking talent technique would definitely be weaker. Xueli, activate Devil Eyelet Vine to trap Zhou Hao. Tong Ling, stay alert for the other universe masters. Sky Wolf and I will activate our ceiling true treasures and get ready to suppress Zhou Hao. Forbidden Master transmitted his voice to Xueli when he sensed that the chaos airflow wasn't too powerful. Now that Zhou Hao was within the attack range of Devil Eyelet Vine, they had to seize this opportunity. Just as Bloodly Master was about to activate his pinnacle true treasure, Devil Eyelet Vine, he heard Zhou Hao's laughter. Since none of you are willing to leave, then all of you can stay. The sound of the chaos airflow spreading out hadn't died down yet. Bloodly Master heard the voice again, but this time, it was Forbidden Master's anxious voice. Almost instantly, his pupils shrank, as he saw that Zhou Hao had disappeared from where he had been. And to his left, there was a force that was filled with murderous intent. It's teleportation. The Universe Masters from the Thorn Ring Alliance shouted in disbelief. However, Bloodly Master didn't have time to think about how Zhou Hao had been able to teleport on the original star. He activated Devil Eyelet Vine, and the chaos airflow around him formed mountains and rivers that were millions of miles long. Above the mountains and rivers, there was a blade light that was as bright as a star. In the blink of an eye, it suppressed him. This power. Block it. Block it. Bloodly Master sensed the boundless power of the mountains and rivers, and his expression changed. He crazily poured his godly power into Devil Eyelet Vine, and suddenly, as if the endless black vines were blooming, they formed into 81 vines that rushed toward the mountains and rivers. However, the mountains and rivers formed by the chaotic airflow suddenly dissipated. All that was left was the twinkling starlight. The black vines easily shattered the starlight, but Bloodly Master's entire body began to tremble. The mountains and rivers began to coalesce again. They appeared above Bloodly Master's godly body. At this moment, Bloodly Master had no time to block it. The mountains and rivers that were millions of miles long were suppressed. Space immediately collapsed, and the chaotic airflow formed a collapsing vortex. The top-tier true treasure armor on Blood Dawn Master's body flashed crazily. In an instant, it exceeded its limit, and its defensive capabilities were reduced to the lowest possible level. The chaotic mountains and rivers quickly seeped into Blood Dawn Master's divine body. Blood Dawn Master felt the mountains and rivers disintegrate into tiny streams of chaotic air. They quickly destroyed his divine body. In just half a breath of time, Master Bloodly had lost 50% of his divine body. Peak 6th Order. Bloodly Master's voice was filled with fear and disbelief. Like Forbidden Master, he was a top-tier universe master of the demon race. His godly body was close to 10,000 times life gene level, and he had a top-tier armor true treasure to protect him. Even if he was hit by a peak Type 6 attack, he would only lose 20% to 30% of his body. If he used his weapon to block the attack, he might not even lose 10% of his body. This was also the main reason why top-tier universe masters were not afraid of universe supreme masters in the original universe. However, Zhou Hao's secret technique had caused him to lose half of his divine body. Haha. You'll be the first universe master I kill. Die. Zhou Hao laughed. The star blade in his hand glowed, and he slashed out again. The chaotic air condensed into chaotic mountains and rivers in the blink of an eye. The first move of Mountain Cut seemed to be a heavy attack, but in fact, it could be quickly manipulated to collapse and condense through the use of Chaos Law. Its attack method was the most unpredictable. However, under normal circumstances, it would take time for chaotic mountains and rivers to collapse and condense, and during that time, any true god would be able to react. Top-tier universe masters could also use their weapons to block the attack. However, Zhou Hao's chaos domain sped up the process, so Bloodly Master didn't even have time to react. No! Bloodly Master roared. He burned 5% of the remaining half of his godly body to activate the body armor. When chaotic mountains and rivers attacked again, he realized that the body armor, which could weaken the attack by 1 in 10,000, could not even weaken it by 1 in 1,000th or even 1 in 100th. And there were several cracks on the surface of the body armor. The mountains and rivers pressed down. Bloodly Master's godly body collapsed and was annihilated. A top-tier universe master of the demon race was annihilated. From the moment Zhou Hao teleported to Bloodly Master's side to the moment he killed Bloodly Master, only one breath of time had passed. Forbidden Master, Tongling Master, Qi Yuan Master, Sky Wolf Master, and the other universe masters were completely dazed. They had never imagined that not only could Zhou Hao teleport on the original star, but he could also kill Bloodly Master with 2 strikes. Bloodly Master was a top-tier universe master, and he was even stronger than Sky Wolf Master. However, he had only withstood 2 strikes, without a doubt. Zhou Hao wasn't at the pinnacle level of Sword River Horde leader. He was a universe master who could wield the power of a top-tier 6th-tier universe master. Run! Forbidden Master and the other universe masters had been through hundreds of battles. They had rich battle experience, and their willpower was strong and tenacious. They quickly recovered from the shock and disbelief. Then, without hesitation, they turned around and fled. Zhou Hao could kill Bloodly Master, who had a pinnacle attack true treasure, Devil Eyelet Vine, with 2 strikes. He definitely had the power to kill those universe masters who weren't top-tier universe masters. Besides, Zhou Hao teleported. The remaining universe masters were almost scared out of their wits. Their only thought was that Zhou Hao would go and kill the other universe masters to buy them time to escape from the chaotic airflow. As long as they could get out of the chaotic airflow, Zhou Hao wouldn't be able to teleport again. However, the chaotic airflow covered an area of more than 10 billion miles. Even if they flew at the speed of light, it would still take them a long time. Therefore, they all knew that their chances of escaping were slim. Only those who were further away from Zhou Hao had a chance to escape, but other than running, they had no other choice. If they were in the same position, they could join forces to fight against Zhou Hao. After all, if 11 Universe Masters joined forces, they could definitely wield the power of a 6th-tier Universe Master. Even Zhou Hao wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Unfortunately, in order to besiege Zhou Hao, they had split into 4 directions, and they were at least a few billion miles away from each other. Performing such a powerful technique will definitely consume a lot of godly power, said Forbidden Master. That Zhou Hao won't be able to last more than a few breaths. I still have a chance to escape. This was the wishful thinking of every Universe Master. Hua, dreamy, colorful threads spread out. This was Dream Ancestor domain, and it was now controlled by Restriction Master. It used to be controlled by Bloodly Master, but Bloodly Master had handed it over to Restriction Master. Zhou Hao didn't kill Sky Wolf and Restriction Master, mainly because Restriction Master had other bodies, so it wouldn't make much sense to kill him. He teleported himself to Tongling Master's side. Tisk, TSK. Didn't you have fun chasing me before? Now you want me to surrender? Zhou Hao sneered, and the star saber in his hand quickly chopped down. Performing Chaos Domain and Chaos Technique did consume a lot of godly power. Even special life forms would use up their godly power within 3 to 4 breaths, but Zhou Hao could hold on for a while. Tongling Master's face turned red, and he glared at Zhou Hao. He burned his godly power and raised his weapon to meet Zhou Hao. However, facing the power of Chaos Mountain and River, he ended up like Bloodly Master. He only lasted 2 strikes. He lost more than 60% of his godly power in the first strike, and he died in the second strike. In the core territory of the demon race. No. Bloodly Master's avatar looked terrified, but it quickly dissipated. Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Ancestor, as well as the other Universe Masters who hadn't reached the original star where Zhou Hao was, were all shocked. They looked at Forbidden Master and Sky Wolf Master. What's going on? Why did Bloodly Master suddenly die? Did a Universe Master from the human race arrive? Dream Demon Ancestor roared. No matter which race, the death of a Universe Master was a big deal. After all, only one was born every few billion or 1,000 eras, and the loss of one would affect the overall power of the race. It's Zhou Hao. He's not a pinnacle Universe Master. He's a Universe Master who's even stronger than Primal Chaos City leader. And now he's chasing me, Sky Wolf, and the other Universe Masters. Hearing that, the Universe Masters of the demon race in the palace opened their eyes wide, and they stopped thinking. Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Ancestor were even more shocked. Zhou Hao. Tongling Master's avatar roared, and then it collapsed. What? Tongling Master also died? It took less than 2 breaths of time. Is it really Zhou Hao? The Universe Masters of the demon race saw that Tongling had been annihilated, and they recovered from their shock. However, their eyes were filled with suspicion. After all, even if Zhou Hao could wield the power of a 6th-tier top-tier Universe Master, it would be impossible for him to kill 2 Universe Masters in such a short period of time. Even Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Ancestor could not do it. That was because they were on the original star, and teleportation was impossible on the original star. What's going on? Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Ancestor looked gloomy. But now, Sky Wolf Master was terrified. No, I can't die. On the original star, 08911. Seeing Zhou Hao's figure flickering behind him, the Lord of Sky Wolf became extremely anxious and shouted, "Extermination, extermination, quick, help me." He wasn't far from Forbidden Master. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Actually, up until now, he and Sky Wolf both knew that there was no way they could escape. The main reason was that they had been too close to Zhou Hao previously. Among the 12 Universe Masters, they were the closest to Zhou Hao. The other Universe Masters might be able to escape from the coverage of the chaotic airflow, but there was no way they could escape. Previously, they were just lucky. They thought that Zhou Hao might go after the other Universe Masters who were weaker in power first. However, from the looks of it now, it was obvious that Zhou Hao wanted to exterminate the demon race first. Sky Wolf Master saw that Restriction Master had stopped running away and turned around to help. His eyes were filled with excitement. Restriction Master was one of the most powerful universe masters of the demon race, and now, he had a pinnacle domain true treasure. As long as the two of them worked together, there was a great chance that they could resist Zhou Hao. Sky Wolf, quick, hide in your Sky Wolf Palace. Your Sky Wolf Palace is a senior palace type true treasure. As long as you hide in it, even Universe Supreme Masters can't break it open. Master of Sky Wolf did not need Forbidden Master to remind him. He quickly took out Sky Wolf Palace. While the Dream Ancestor territory was blocking the attack, he wanted to enter it. Unfortunately, Zhou Hao's Chaos Mountain River was too fast. The moment Master of Sky Wolf teleported over, the star knife slashed down. Although Dream Ancestor Domain was a pinnacle domain type true treasure, it wasn't at the top grade level, so it could only weaken 1 in 10,000. Besides, Dream Ancestor armor was formed, so the domain power couldn't weaken the attack too much. Besides, Chaotic Mountain River's weird attack method made all defenses and weapons ineffective. The moment the Lord of Sky Wolf took out the Sky Wolf Palace, a boundless mountain and river pressure descended upon him. He immediately felt as if time and space had disappeared at this moment. All that was left in his field of vision and thoughts were the rolling mountains and rivers. In an instant, Sky Wolf Master was only at the pinnacle level, so his armor cracked, and his godly body was annihilated. Zhou Hao, you've killed so many universe masters from the demon race. Our two demon ancestors won't let you go. Restriction Master's eyes were red, and he chose to self-destruct as he roared. He knew that he was no match for Zhou Hao. Bloodly Master was only slightly weaker than him, but he had withstood 2 strikes. Bloodly Master estimated that he would be able to withstand 3 or 4 strikes at most. However, with Zhou Hao's attack speed, he would be able to complete 4 strikes in 4 or 5 breaths. Under such circumstances, he would definitely die, so he chose to self-destruct to die together with Zhou Hao. A universe master's self-destruction power was terrifying, not to mention a top-tier universe master like Restriction Master, who had a life gene level of 10,000 times. The power generated by his self-destruction was almost comparable to a 7th-tier universe master's full power attack. Zhou Hao, who was very close to the explosion, was in the center of the vortex. His strong willpower allowed him to react quickly. The chaotic golden wings on his body folded. At the same time, he used the space-time mystic technique, snow-treading flying swan, and instantly returned to his original position. Hong! The terrifying power swept out in all directions at an unparalleled speed. Even the space on the original star was shattered, and the land was turned into powder. The power swept out to where Resentment Master and the others were, but it was still very powerful. Damn it! This Restriction Master set me up. The expressions of the remaining 8 Universe Masters changed abruptly, and they all took out their Palace-type true treasures to defend themselves. However, not all Universe Masters had Palace-type true treasures, so they could only rely on their true treasure weapons and armors, as well as Domain-type true treasures to defend themselves. Chaos Domain, which covered more than 10 billion areas, was affected. 1/10 of the chaos airflow evaporated. Although Zhou Hao reacted in time and returned to his original position far away, he still received a shock at the instant of the explosion. Fortunately, he had the Chaos Golden Wings and the Origin Wings. In addition to his divine body that was stronger than the endless remote ocean and the additional defense of the Chaos Domain, after layers of weakening, his divine body lost 20% of its power when the aftershock dissipated. Zhou Hao looked at the other Universe Masters whose godly bodies were also damaged, and his eyes lit up. He teleported to the side of the weaker Universe Master from the automaton race and slashed with his blade. The other Universe Master didn't even have the ability to resist and died instantly. The rest of the Universe Masters from the Bug race, Thorn Ring, and the other Universe Masters from the Alliance were so scared that their faces turned pale. They hadn't expected Zhou Hao to survive under the power of such self-destruction, so. Those with palace-type true treasures went into their palaces and controlled them to fly slowly out of the chaos airflow. Those without palace-type true treasures had to bite the bullet and continue flying. As Universe Masters, they wouldn't beg Zhou Hao for mercy. Zhou Hao, if you want to kill me, I'll self-destruct immediately. You were lucky enough to block Restriction Master's self-destruction, but I don't believe you can block it again. The two universe masters from the Thorn Ring Alliance, whose godly bodies were severely damaged, kept shouting. Zhou Hao sneered. Are you threatening me? Haha, this time, none of you can escape. Zhou Hao teleported again, but he kept the distance far away. At the same time, he kept chanting, big, big, big. His divine body quickly grew to 1,000,000 kilometers tall, and the chaotic golden wings on his back extended at a speed visible to the naked eye, reaching nearly 10 million kilometers. This time, he did not use the astral saber to attack. Instead, he turned the chaotic golden wings into a saber. With the extremely long distance and the chaotic mountain river's attack range, even if the other party chose to self-destruct, he could use many defensive methods to block it. At most, he would lose half of his divine body. The two universe masters and the other universe master from the Thorn Ring Alliance were shocked. Zhou Hao, do you really want to kill us all? Said one universe master. Thorn Ring Alliance has never offended the human race. If you kill us, we'll definitely stand against the human race. You've already offended the demon race, the bug race, and the automaton race. Do you still want to become enemies with us? We admit that we came to this original star with ulterior motives. We're willing to compensate with true treasures. The three universe masters shouted in a hurry. Zhou Hao didn't continue attacking, as the universe master of the Thorn Ring Alliance was right. If he killed the universe master of the Thorn Ring Alliance would definitely declare war against the human race due to its reputation. By then, the 5 pinnacle races and the Thorn Ring Alliance would become much more powerful. In other words, he had killed 3 universe masters from the demon race, 1 universe master's body, and 1 universe master from the automaton race. Instead of weakening the 5 races, they would become more powerful. You 3, each of you will get a top-tier true treasure and a special true treasure. I don't have time to waste with you. If you agree, you'll live. If you don't, you'll die. Hearing Zhou Hao's conditions, the universe masters from the Thorn Ring Alliance were infuriated. A universe master from the Thorn Ring Alliance and a universe master from a second-tier race looked upset. Zhou Hao's conditions were too high. They could afford a top-tier true treasure, but a special true treasure was worth as much as a top-tier true treasure. They weren't universe masters from pinnacle races, so they didn't have much money. However, as Zhou Hao had said, if they didn't agree, they would be annihilated. Forget it. Just agree. If we fall, our tribe's position in the alliance will be lowered. I'll grit my teeth and borrow some more. I'll still be able to gather enough. The 3 universe masters could only agree. Zhou Hao was, in fact, not very interested in true treasures. The conditions he proposed were merely to give both parties a way out. After all, he knew what the consequences would be if he killed these 3 universe masters. At least for now, he did not have the ability to help the human race deal with an alliance of more than 100 universe masters, like Luo Feng did in the original plot. In fact, without a will-type true treasure like Ancient God Eye, in a large-scale war between universe masters, no matter how strong an individual's combat power was, it would not be of much help. Zhou Hao was well aware of this. The combat power limit of the original universe was at top-tier level 6. He could rely on Chaos Domain and the uniqueness of Chaos Law to exert power that was barely above level 6. However, if he were to face the joint attack of more than 20 universe masters, he would not be able to resist. This was the limit of the primal universe. Zhou Hao, we are also willing to pay a supreme treasure. The other 2 universe masters who had run away hurriedly shouted through their godly power. The remaining 3 universe masters from the bug race and the prison race all looked terrible. They knew Zhou Hao would not let them go. We'll hide in this palace. We just need to hold on until Devil Ancestor arrives. The 2 universe masters from the prison race were hiding in their palace true treasures, and the universe master from the bug race was also hiding in a flying palace-type true treasure. His palace-type true treasure was at the same level as Sky Wolf Palace, so there was no need to worry that Zhou Hao would be able to break it. Tisk, TSK. Then I'll have to trouble you 5 universe masters first. As Zhou Hao spoke, he took out a top-tier palace-type true treasure and sucked in the 5 universe masters from the Thorn Ring Alliance. They did not dare resist. After all, they did not have a senior palace-type true treasure, so they would. not be able to resist Zhou Hao's attack. Besides, if Zhou Hao knew how to use soul attacks, then they could only hide in the palace-type true treasure and let Zhou Hao attack them. This was also the disadvantage of a palace-type true treasure. It could only be resisted. If they could resist, it would be fine. If they could not, it would be no different from waiting for death. Shua. Shua, Zhou Hao kept flashing. He teleported to somewhere far away from the palace of the Universe Master from the bug race. Cheat Grudge Master, do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide in your palace-type true treasure? With a sneer, he activated his domain-type true treasure to suppress the speed of the palace-type true treasure. At the same time, he flipped his palm, and a pinnacle ceiling-type true treasure appeared. What? You have a pinnacle ceiling-type true treasure. Damn it. The human race is too partial to you. The 3 universe masters from the bug race and the prison race were all speechless. Ah. Zhou Hao, you're going to die. You're going to die. Explode. Explode. Cheat Grudge Master from the bug race knew he could not escape. As long as he was sealed, Zhou Hao would bring him to the huge Axe universe or the primal universe, and he would definitely die. Since he was going to die anyway, he did not want to die in such a humiliating way. Shua, he flashed out of the palace. Cheat Grudge Master chose to self-destruct. Just like Forbidden Master, Hong, the violent energy explosion caused the primeval starry sky, which was in the process of recovering, to shatter and collapse again. Zhou Hao had been prepared, so he teleported to the edge of Chaos Domain easily. Cheat Grudge Master's self-destruction power was slightly weaker than Forbidden Master's, so Zhou Hao lost less than 10% of his godly body. However, after losing 30% of his godly body, his power was obviously weakened. However, this body was only a mirror body, so even if his godly body collapsed, Zhou Hao would not care. The remaining 2 universe masters from the prison race also chose to self-destruct, just like Cheat Grudge Master. One of them had another body, so he self-destructed without hesitation. Since then, of the 12 universe masters who chased after Zhou Hao, 7 were either killed or self-destructed, and the remaining 5 were kept in the palace-type true treasure by Zhou Hao. Ah. We've all been tricked by Zhou Hao, or rather, by the human race. No wonder Zhou Hao dared to enter the original star. I'm afraid it was a trap set by the human race. We should have known earlier that the human race did not make much of a move when Zhou Hao entered the original star. Yes, it's all because of greed. If we hadn't wanted to get more places to listen in and even control Zhou Hao, we wouldn't have ended up like this. We admit defeat. However, after this, Zhou Hao will no longer be the son of the universe who could only hide under the protection of the human race. He'll be a more terrifying great being than Primal Chaos City leader. His weird techniques and talents are almost comparable to Universe Supreme Masters in the original universe. The 5 Universe Masters from the Thorn Ring Alliance and the other alliances sighed. They didn't have any regrets. After all, humans die in pursuit of wealth, just as birds die in pursuit of food. However, they still couldn't figure out how Zhou Hao had been able to teleport on the original star. They didn't even know what level of secret technique such as that was. Besides, they guessed that Zhou Hao might have become a universe master. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. However, it was still shocking that he could become a universe master after only 5,000 years of cultivation. The chaotic airflow dissipated. The surviving universe knights outside the 10 billion range were all dumbfounded. In the core territory of the demon race. Inside the palace. The atmosphere was depressing. Within a few dozen breaths of time, 3 universe masters, including Xueli, Sky Wolf, and Tong Ling, had been annihilated. Besides, a top-tier universe master like Forbidden Master had also lost his most powerful body. This was a huge loss for the demon race, which had a large number of universe masters. After all, Sky Wolf and Tong Ling were only a universe master at the pinnacle level, and Tong Ling was a universe master under the control of the demon race. Even if he died, the core foundation of the demon race wasn't harmed. However, Xueli and Annihilation Forbidden were completely different. Both of them were core members of the demon race who had the potential to become Universe Supreme Masters. Their deaths had undoubtedly pained Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Ancestor. Fortunately, Forbidden Master had other bodies. Otherwise, those two demon ancestors would have gone berserk. Who? The silver snake exhaled and stared coldly at Forbidden Master's avatar. Forbidden Master, what is going on? He had asked the same question many times. Shock Demon Ancestor and the other Universe Masters were also staring at Forbidden Master. They couldn't imagine how Xueli, Sky Wolf, Tong Ling, and Annihilation, the four Universe Masters, could be annihilated so quickly, even with Dream Ancestor Domain and Devil Islet Vine as their pinnacle true treasures. If the four of them worked together, even Dream Demon Ancestor might not be able to kill them in the original universe. A top-tier Universe Master with a pinnacle true treasure was very difficult to deal with. Forbidden Master still looked sad and scared. Hearing Dream Ancestor's question, he suppressed his emotions and said slowly, Dream Ancestor, Zhou Hao can not only unleash power at top-tier level 6, but his attacks are also very strange, and his true treasures are very powerful. After listening to Forbidden Master's detailed explanation, it was so quiet in the palace that one could hear a pin drop. After a dozen breaths of time, Shock Demon Ancestor was shocked. Forbidden Master, she said, Forbidden Master, are you saying that Zhou Hao performed a chaotic airflow similar to his talent technique, and he can teleport within this area? He can cancel his attack technique and condense it again, and even the defense of a top-tier true treasure armor is greatly reduced? I've never seen such a weird situation in countless eras. Shock Demon Ancestor said. In Universe Ocean, even the Universe Masters and Universe Supreme Masters from the Universe era don't have such attacks and talents. However, Dream Demon Ancestor, Zhou Hao is special, and we can't judge him by normal logic. Don't forget that his preaching talent never appeared in the original universe before the universe's annihilation era. What Forbidden Extermination said should be true. That's the only reason why Xueli, Tianlang, and Tong Ling couldn't even resist. Dream Demon Forefather nodded. He knew that Shock Demon Forefather was telling the truth. Just as he was about to speak again, his expression changed. Shock Demon Forefather was the same. Extermination, you've lost your most powerful body this time, so you should stay in your race and recover. As for the other Universe Masters, stop all actions against Zhou Hao for the time being. Before we fully understand Zhou Hao's various techniques and abilities, we must not act rashly. Understood. In an endlessly remote territory, 6 great minds arrived. They were the Universe Supreme Masters from the 5 pinnacle races, the Demon Race, the Automaton Race, the Bug Race, the Prison Race, and the Crystal Race. They had gathered several times to discuss Zhou Hao's matter, but this time, after their arrival, the 6 of them were silent, which was rare. No one was the first to speak. Apparently, what had happened on the original star was beyond their imagination. After a long time, Father God of the Automaton Race said, the encirclement on the original star is undoubtedly a trap set up by the human race. They used Zhou Hao as bait to lure the 5 major races into the trap. Then, Zhou Hao killed the Universe Masters of our race and depleted our overall power. The main reason is that we don't have enough information about the current human race and Zhou Hao. The last time Virtual Real Demon Celestial tried to assassinate us, we failed because of the same reason. Of course, Zhou Hao's own combat power is indeed beyond our expectations. No one would have thought that after more than 5,000 years of cultivation, his combat power would be at the 6th tier as the top. He is definitely the first person in the primal universe to achieve such a feat. Bug Empress nodded gently. Her voice was ethereal. Father God Machine is right. Although we lost some Universe Masters on the original star this time, the human race has also completely exposed Zhou Hao's power and techniques. However, according to what Grumbling Master of my Bug clan said before he was annihilated, the chaotic airflow that Zhou Hao used, which is similar to a talent technique, seems to be able to conceal and resist the willpower of the universe origin. We have to figure this out. If it's true, then Zhou Hao is really scary. He might be invincible in the original universe. Even if we attack him together, we might not be able to do anything to him. Meng Tu's voice was low. There's an 80% chance it's true. Our demon race suffered the greatest loss on the original star. Luckily, Prohibition Master had other bodies and told us the details. That chaotic airflow doesn't exert much pressure on Universe Masters, but Universe Knights can't withstand it. Besides, Zhou Hao can teleport freely in the chaotic airflow. Obviously, it doesn't conform to the rules of the universe or the original star. That chaotic airflow should be his talent, and such a talent shouldn't be affected by the space seal. As soon as he finished speaking, the space became silent and oppressive again. The 6 Universe Supreme Masters were very clear that once this was the truth, no one in the entire primal universe would be able to target Zhou Hao. As long as Zhou Hao was fine, the rise of the human race would only be a matter of time. Now, Zhou Hao was able to elevate undying beings to emperors and emperors to knights on a large scale. If this continued, there was a 90% chance that he would be able to make knights break through to Universe Masters. By then, what should the 5 pinnacle races do? The crystal race and the prison race didn't feel much pressure, but the demon race, the bug race, and the automaton race obviously felt the pressure from the human race. After all, the 4 pinnacle races occupied the most fertile territories in the universe. If the human race rose, they would definitely occupy their territories. Everyone knew that the human race was an extremely aggressive race. More importantly, if the human race were to rise again, it would definitely be stronger than during the era of Teacher Origin. During the era of Teacher Origin was the only one who was invincible. At that time, there were not many universe masters in the human race. Within the original universe, although Teacher Origin was able to suppress any universe supreme master, he did not dare to let the human race expand recklessly. "Everyone, we have to prepare for the worst," said Father Machine. "I think our previous judgment was wrong. The human race may have given birth to a few new universe masters, and the influence of Zhou Hao's talent will be stronger than we expected." Father God Automaton's voice was emotionless. "There are more than 100 core universe masters and vassal universe masters in our 5 races. With the addition of the 6 of us, we have more than 200 universe masters. Once we gather, the human race will be no match for us. That's why we have to act fast. Once the final battle begins, we have to win. We can't afford to lose." Meng Tu, Shockhorn, Empress, Devil Ancestor, Holy Master, and the other Universe Supreme Masters were all shocked. They knew what Father God Machine meant. If the alliance of the 5 races showed a slight disadvantage in the final battle, the scattered races and the powerful races in the universe would definitely stop watching and turn to the human race. Empress said, "Father God Machine, when do you think we should act?" Devil Ancestor, Holy Master, and the others looked at Father God Machine. 100 years, at most 100 years. We have to act. Okay, 100 years it is. We will mobilize all the resources in our races. This war will be a battle of life and death for our 5 races. Thanks to Fu Huang for the 6,666 coins. In the virtual universe. Around the giant round table in Hugh Jack's godly palace. Shwa. Shwa, figures appeared one after another, but each of them had a grave expression on their faces. Deserted Mirror Master frowned, looked at Void Gold Master of the Hugh Jack's Coliseum, and asked, "Void Gold, Hugh Jack's founder called for an emergency meeting. Is it related to Zhou Hao?" Qing Dong, Peng Gong, and the other universe masters all looked at Void Gold Master. Void Gold Master was usually in charge of Hugh Jack's dojo, so he was as well informed as Primal Chaos City leader. Void Gold Master shook his head. "I don't know. Hugh Jack's creator didn't tell me." Deserted Mirror looked at Darkness Master. "Darkness, you went to the original star with Hugh Jack's and Ice Mountain, so you should know something. The Demon Race, the Bug Race, and the other Universe Masters have arrived on original star 08911. Hugh Jack's called for a meeting because Zhou Hao is in danger." Dark Master said helplessly. "Ice Mountain Master and I don't know the details. We were not far from original star 08911 with Hugh Jack's creator, but Hugh Jack's creator's face suddenly changed. He seemed very shocked, and then he asked us to go to the temple. My brother Primal Chaos City leader should know, but he's not here yet. We'll know when he gets here." Ice Mountain Master's face was solemn. This meeting was most likely about Zhou Hao. 12 Universe Masters descended on the same original star, and such a scene would only happen when a top-tier special type true treasure appeared. Now, they were all here for Zhou Hao. No matter how strong Zhou Hao was or how many tricks he had up his sleeve, it would be difficult for him to resist them. However, he wasn't too worried. After all, it was Zhou Hao's body on the original star. The worst that could happen was losing his body and true treasures. Although those precious treasures were relatively precious, and were worth quite a bit to the tribe, Zhou Hao's status was special, and if worst came to worst, he could just return the majority of the precious treasures to the tribe. He believed that the tribe wouldn't pursue the matter too much. The other universe masters all breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought that Darkness, Ice Mountain, and Xianxia had been caught in a tough battle. If that was the case, they would have to go to the original star. They were not afraid of a battle, but they were worried that the 5 races would set up a trap and have a decisive battle with them on the original star. Shua, 2 beings showed up. Xianxia's creator. Primal Chaos City leader. Peng Gong and the other universe masters shouted. Primal Chaos City leader sat down and looked at Zhou Hao's seat. He explained, Xianxia's creator, I've sent an email, but I didn't ask him to come over. Xianxia understood what Han Dun meant. He stood on the main seat and said, everyone, please sit down. Hua. All the universe masters sat down and focused their gazes on Xianxia. Xianxia looked around, but he did not sit down. Instead, he placed his palms on the huge, round table and said slowly, this sudden meeting is mainly to talk about one thing. Just now, Chaos City leader received news that out of the 12 universe masters on the original star of 08911, 7 were annihilated, and the remaining 5 were suppressed in the palace true treasure. Hung, the moment Xianxia finished his sentence. The simple palace was in an uproar. What? 7 of them are dead? 5 more are suppressed. What happened? How did so many universe masters die? And how is Zhou Hao now? Zhou Hao is only a universe knight. Although his combat power is comparable to a pinnacle universe master, 7 dead. I'm afraid a universe supreme master is involved. Who is it? It can't be a universe supreme master from the demon race or the bug race. It can't be a universe supreme master from the Northern Territory or the Thorn Ring Alliance. Which lone universe supreme master is it? The rest of the universe masters started to speculate. To be able to annihilate so many universe masters, it had to be at the level of a universe supreme master. Xianxia raised his hand. The noise disappeared. It's Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao killed 7 universe masters from the demon race, the bug race, and the prison race all by himself. Forbidden Master is still alive because he has another body. The rest of the universe masters from the Thorn Ring Alliance are suppressed in the palace. The moment he said that, the palace became completely silent. All the human universe masters were dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Deserted Mirror Master was even more shocked. His mouth was wide open. Xianxia looked at Primal Chaos City leader. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. His voice was filled with excitement, doubt, and disbelief. This news should be reliable. First, it was spread by many universe knights on the original star in 08911. Second, it was spread by the 5 universe masters suppressed by Zhou Hao. The races behind them all contacted me and wanted to use Zhou Hao's conditions in exchange for the lives of the universe masters in their races. They also wanted to apologize to the human race. Everyone, this matter is indeed inconceivable, but it has indeed happened. Even when I heard about it, I also felt that it was absurd and inconceivable. Even now, I still have my doubts. Primal Chaos City leader finished. Darkness Master was the first to speak. Brother, how is this possible? Ice Mountain Master couldn't help saying, Chaos City leader, Zhou Hao only has pinnacle power. Although he has a top-tier domain-type true treasure and Sitting Mountain Guest made a pinnacle attack true treasure weapon for him, it's still impossible for him to kill 7 universe masters. Deserted Mirror said, Chaos City leader, could it be a trap set by the demon race and the bug race? This time, Forbidden Master and Bloodly Master are rushing to the original star in 08911. They're as powerful as Ice Mountain. Even if Xianxia's creator attacked, he might be able to kill them, but the other universe masters would definitely escape. Qing Dong, Peng Gong, Void Gold, and the other universe masters all nodded. After all, they were talking about 12 universe masters. If they were in Universe Ocean, it would still be possible for a Universe Supreme Master to make a move. However, in the original universe, it was still relatively difficult for a Universe Supreme Master to achieve such a feat initially. They had guessed that it was a lone Universe Supreme Master who was fighting over Zhou Hao. They had thought that the 12 Universe Masters were fighting each other in a chaotic battle and that the lone Universe Supreme Master would make a move. Hujax pressed down again. Zhou Hao will be here later. We can ask Zhou Hao directly. Chaos City leader asked Zhou Hao to come later so that everyone can be mentally prepared. Qing Dong, Deserted Mirror, and the other Universe Masters nodded. This was indeed too shocking. It was even more unbelievable than when Zhou Hao's preaching had benefited Darkness Master. They needed some time to digest it. After a short while, Zhou Hao's body condensed. Seeing all the Universe Masters sitting upright and still, with shock and other emotions in their eyes, he understood what was going on. Hujax creator, teacher Chaos City leader, Zhou Hao greeted them first, then sat down in his seat. Hujax couldn't wait to ask. Zhou Hao, what happened on the original star in 08911? Zhou Hao laughed. Hujax creator, it seems that the races of the 5 Universe Masters have already contacted my human race. That's right. I was the one who did what happened on the original star. I was the one who killed the 7 Universe Masters from the Demon Race, the Bug Race, and the Bug Race. Hong, after Zhou Hao admitted it, even Hujax lost his composure. The other Universe Masters couldn't hold back their emotions anymore. They all stood up and stared at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, could it be that you've become a Universe Master? Primal Chaos City leader was pleasantly surprised. Hujax and the other Universe Masters were dazed for a moment, then they suddenly understood. That was right. Zhou Hao himself was extremely talented, and he had taken the most difficult path, time and space fusion law. He had made a name for himself as Sword River Horde leader when he was only a Universe Knight. Once he broke through to become a Universe Master, his power would definitely take a qualitative leap. He had just become a Universe Master, yet he was able to annihilate 7 Universe Masters and suppress 5 Universe Masters, which was still unbelievable. However, the fusion of time and space was special, after all, so it was reasonable for him to be able to unleash such power when combined with a true treasure. Zhou Hao shook his head. Teacher, I haven't become a Universe Master yet. With his current power, within the human race, other than Hujax, perhaps even Teacher Primal Chaos City leader might not be a match for him. In the entire Primal universe, he was almost invincible. Moreover, after killing the 7 Universe Masters from the Demon Race, the Bug Clan, and the others, he had completed the 5th stage of the second path of a great being, and he could exchange for Star Tower fragments. Therefore, he didn't need to keep a low profile anymore. What? You're a Universe Knight? How is this possible? A Universe Knight with top-tier level 6 combat power? Huang Jian, Peng Gong, and the other Universe Masters lost their composure again. They all looked at Zhou Hao as if he were a monster. Hujax regained his composure. He raised his hand and made a gesture. Silence. Instantly, the hall quieted down. Hujax looked at Zhou Hao and said slowly, Zhou Hao, does this mean that you, as a Universe Knight, killed 7 Universe Masters in a row? Is it the power of time and space techniques? Zhou Hao smiled. Hujax creator, the reason why I was able to kill Universe Masters like the Demon Race was mainly because of my talent. It was a talent that was not inferior to my preaching. This talent allowed me to teleport on the original star. Then, combined with Star Blade, I executed a special technique and successfully completed the kill. After that, Hujax was enlightened. The other Universe Masters all understood what was going on. It turned out to be an extremely special talent technique that allowed him to teleport on the original star. No wonder Zhou Hao was able to kill the 7 Universe Masters including the Demon Race. In an environment like the original star, other Universe Masters were unable to teleport, but Zhou Hao's teleportation gave him a great advantage. However, being able to kill Xueli and kill 2 Universe Masters was enough to prove that Zhou Hao indeed had level 6 combat power. In other words, from this day onward, Zhou Hao was the new top-tier Universe Master of the human race. Haha, good. Hujax laughed heartily and swept his gaze over the other Universe Masters. No matter what means Zhou Hao used, his current combat power is no less than that of Chaos City Leader and Darkness City Leader. This is great news for our human race. From now on, we don't have to worry about the Universe Supreme Masters from the 5 major races trying to assassinate Zhou Hao. In the original universe, he can do whatever he wants. At the same time, our human race has gained another universe master with extremely strong combat power. Huang Jian, Peng Gong, and the others reacted. Everyone laughed along. Zhou Hao, congratulations. Zhou Hao, I didn't expect you to reach the pinnacle so quickly. You really put us all to shame. TSK. I guessed that you would surpass us sooner or later, but it turned out to be so fast. Many universe masters congratulated him. Zhou Hao also responded humbly to them one by one. After the hustle and bustle, Xianxia spoke again. Everyone, this time, Zhou Hao displayed his power on the original star and killed universe masters from the demon race and the bug race consecutively. This will definitely arouse the vigilance of the 5 pinnacle races. They know that they can't do anything to Zhou Hao, but they definitely won't allow our human race to rise. Hence, the day of the final battle is not far away. Now, our human race, including the Han Alliance and the Universe Masters who recently joined the Han Alliance, has a total of 51 Universe Masters. Although it seems to be far more than any of the pinnacle races, compared to the number of Universe Masters from the 5 major races, we are still at an absolute disadvantage. Besides them, the 5 pinnacle races also have 6 Universe Supreme Masters, hence, what comes next is the most difficult time for our human race. The smiles on the faces of Huang Jian, Peng Gong, and the other Universe Masters suddenly disappeared, and they all became solemn again. They all knew that what Xianxia said was true. Even if Zhou Hao suddenly displayed 6th-tier combat power and went on a killing spree, to the overall situation of the race war, it only increased the chances of victory by a little bit. Currently, the human race, or rather, from the beginning, was not in a good situation for them. Not to mention that Zhou Hao's outburst would only accelerate the time of the final battle. Xianxia looked at Primal Chaos City Leader again. Primal Chaos City Leader, the defense of the various main secret regions of our human race must increase the number of patrols. Also, regarding the virtual universe system, we need to increase the monitoring and warning to prevent any sudden attacks from the 5 pinnacle races. Some of the undying fighters with potential in the frontier battlefield must also be sealed and allowed to return to the core secret region soon. Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. I will make the arrangements. After giving his instructions, Xianxia glanced at the other Universe Masters. Everyone, you must be mentally prepared for the final battle. Our human race does not have any supreme true treasures, so in a large-scale battle in the original universe, we will be at a disadvantage. Hence, from now on, the treasury of the human race will be completely open. If you need any true treasures, go and exchange them immediately. You must familiarize yourself with the attributes and techniques of the true treasures in the following time and do everything possible to increase your power. The other Universe Masters were delighted. Since Xianxia said that the treasury would be open, the exchange prices would definitely be lowered. This was normal. After all, once the final battle began, everyone would have to risk their lives for their race. Facing the number of Universe Masters that were several times that of the human race would most likely lose many Universe Masters in this battle. Inside Star Tower. When Puti heard the news on the original star, his reaction was similar to that of the human race and the demon race. He could hardly believe it was true, especially when he heard that Zhou Hao could teleport on the original star. He immediately blurted out that it was impossible. On the other hand, Sitting Mountain Guest laughed heartily. His laughter was carefree, and it was the happiest he had ever laughed since he had entered Universe Ocean. Puti did not know, and neither did the other Universe Masters, but Sitting Mountain Guest knew what it meant for Zhou Hao to be able to teleport on the original star. Teacher, although the result is just as we expected, said Puti. Zhou Hao really has the means to kill other Universe Masters, but this is unbelievable. Teleportation? How can one teleport on the original star? That is the area closest to the universe origin. Under the suppression of the willpower of the origin, even you will be restricted. Zhou Hao is only a universe knight. Even if he becomes a universe master, it is still impossible. Puti could not figure it out. He did not understand, so he could only ask his teacher. Sitting Mountain Guest gulped down his wine and was in a good mood. Disciple, since you know about the willpower of the origin on the original star, have you never thought that if there is a great being who can resist the willpower of the origin, then he can teleport on the original star? Puti opened his eyes wide. He was completely dumbfounded. Sitting Mountain Guest shook his head. This disciple of his had limited vision. Or rather, the entire original universe and all the life forms in Universe Ocean had limited vision. The willpower of the origin was indeed very strong, but it was only the instinct of the universe. If it was not for the protection of the supreme law, there was nothing to fear from the origin of the original universe. The inability to teleport on the original star had nothing to do with the rules of the universe. It was entirely due to the suppression of the willpower of the origin. As long as one could resist the willpower of the universe origin, they would be able to teleport. Just like how Universe Supreme Masters could move faster than light speed in the original universe, once they reached a certain level, even the willpower of the universe origin would not be able to suppress them. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Supreme Law did not care. If the Supreme Law gave an order, then no one could teleport on the original star, not even a true godly king. This Zhou Hao can resist the suppression of the willpower of the universe origin. What kind of life form is he? Even if he is the reincarnation of a godly king at the same level as me, he would not be able to do this. Could he be the reincarnation of a being who surpassed the godly king and reached the legendary level of Yuan? The more Sitting Mountain Guest thought about it, the more shocked he was. At the same time, his interest in Zhou Hao grew. If it were not for the fact that Zhou Hao was not suitable for Star Tower to recognize him as its master, he would definitely give Star Tower to Zhou Hao. Disciple. Puti heard his teacher's voice and recovered from the shock. Teacher. Convey my attitude. I plan to work with the human race, but only to make true treasures. As long as it is not a supreme true treasure, I can make any level of true treasure, and I won't take any extra materials. Yes. While Sitting Mountain Guest was making his final decision, the news that Zhou Hao had killed 7 universe masters from the demon race and the bug race, as well as the news that he had suppressed 5 universe masters from the Thorn Ring Alliance spread like wildfire across the billions of races in the universe, the superpowers like the Ancestral God School and the Space Beast Alliance, the second-tier alliance like the Thorn Ring Alliance, the 9 regions, and the Snow Border Alliance, as well as the alliances of ordinary races and idol races, all received the news within a short time. They all had the same reaction, which was to say that the news was ridiculous. However, after multiple confirmations, including the confirmation of the 2 universe masters from the Thorn Ring Alliance, all the races finally realized that the news was true. No wonder he's a universe child. He's only been cultivating for 5,000 years, and he's already reached the limit of a universe master. Haha. Like I said, joining the Hong Alliance was the best choice, and you all mocked me for being short-sighted. Now, humph. Universe child must have broken through to become a universe master. Maybe his preaching talent has improved again. The next time he sits in, he might even help universe knights break through to become universe masters. Many idol races, especially those that had joined the Hong Alliance, were overjoyed. The stronger Zhou Hao was, the more correct their choice would be. Even if the human race lost the final battle, at least Zhou Hao wouldn't die. As long as Zhou Hao didn't die, his talent would eventually help the human race produce more great beings. Almost all the races knew that the rise of the human race couldn't be stopped. Even if the human race stayed quiet for a while, it would definitely surpass all the superpowers in the future. This was why, within half a month after the news spread across the trillions of races in the universe, there were more than 100 idol race alliances that chose to join the Hong Alliance. These race alliances were already taken care of by the human race, so they were given more places to listen in. Now, they chose to join without any hesitation, which made the total number of universe masters in the human race break through to 158. Some powerful races thought for a long time and finally chose to join the Hong Alliance. However, there were still many powerful races and ordinary races that couldn't make up their minds. During this time, the demon race, the bug race, and the other pinnacle races kept promoting the threat of the human race, and they even sent messengers to other races to persuade them. The human race is very aggressive. Have you all forgotten the situation in the universe when the ancestor was still alive? Even the ancestral god school had to back off, not daring to fight with the human race. Yes, the human race did promise not to invade your territory, but they were just lying to you. They did it to stabilize your territory. When the human race completely rises, do you think they can still fulfill their promise? What? The Divine I clan of the past reincarnation era was also very powerful, but they were also unable to dominate more territories. This is not the same thing at all. The Divine I clan is powerful, but they only have 7 universe supreme masters. But now, within the human race, don't forget that Zhou Hao can help other great beings break through the bottleneck. Who knows if he will help universe masters break through to become universe supreme masters in the future. Moreover, the human race has given birth to an invincible great being like Teacher Origin. So, for the future of the race, for the survival of the race, do not join the Hong Alliance. It will be too late for you to regret it in the future. Ever since Zhou Hao revealed his power as a 6th-tier top tier, the situation in the universe was ever-changing. A large number of idle and weak races had to form alliances, and even more powerful races started to form alliances. The 5 pinnacle races frequently sent messengers to persuade them. At the same time, the Northern Territory, Thorn Ring, and other races took the opportunity to recruit these races to form an even bigger alliance. In short, there was a situation of a group of heroes occupying the universe. In a remote territory of the universe, several imposing auras descended. TSK, TSK. Old Beast God, you suffered a great loss. That Sword River Horde leader is actually Zhou Hao of the human race. Haha. I heard that you even planned to train that Sword River Horde leader and even make him the next heir of the Space Beast. The strongest Lone Ranger in the universe who was shrouded in a purple robe said with a smile. Hee hee. Old Beast God has always been sinister and cunning. Perhaps he already knew that Sword River Horde leader was a human, so he trained him to be on good terms with the human race so that he could compete for more spots. In the future, if that Zhou Hao were to influence the universe supreme masters, he would be able to reap great benefits. Old Beast God glanced at Yi Zhou and said indifferently, whether he is or not, it has nothing to do with you. No matter what, at least I have a slight chance. At that moment, Northern Territory Alliance Master, who was covered in wrinkles and had a head full of white hair, said slowly, Old Beast God, are you really planning to form an alliance with the human race? Although the human race is quite powerful now, and the total number of universe masters is gradually catching up with the demon race, the bug race, and the other 4 races, there are more races that are very worried that the human race will invade their territories in the future when they become powerful. Shihua Island leader laughed. Space beasts have never fought for territories, so naturally, they don't care about any threats from the human race. I am also alone. Old Beast God, do you want to join us? Currently, there are no universe supreme masters in the human race. A ball of flame suddenly appeared. Who says there aren't any? I heard that Sitting Mountain Guest has already cooperated with the human race. On the original star, the pinnacle true treasure Zhou Hao used was made by Sitting Mountain Guest. The moment he said that, the other universe supreme masters were all taken aback. Apparently, they were shocked. After all, Sitting Mountain Guest was one of the most mysterious supreme masters who traveled alone in the universe. He had never participated in fights between races, but this time, he had chosen the human race first. To be honest, can that Zhou Hao really influence us universe supreme masters in the future? A voice was heard. All of a sudden, the space became silent. However, amidst the silence, there were streaks of heat hidden within. As universe supreme masters, it was extremely difficult for them to improve. Even after one reincarnation era ended, they might not be able to improve much. But under such circumstances, even if there was only a slight possibility, they would not let it go. Otherwise, those universe supreme masters from before the universe era would not have been willing to risk their lives and wander around in the 3 great despairs of universe ocean. Wasn't it all for the possibility of transcendence? Humph. At our level, how can a talent influence us? I think this is just a rumor spread by the human race. If you want to believe it, then go ahead. Anyway, I will not join the human race. There was a sneer, and another universe supreme master arrived. Xianxia Island leader pursed his lips. Virtual reality, you wish to join us, but it's a pity that you no longer have the chance. In the outer domain battlefield, you tried to assassinate Zhou Hao. Although you did not succeed, you annihilated more than 400 Universe Supreme Masters from the human race. Northern Territory Alliance Master, Old Beast God, Yi Zhou, and the other Universe Supreme Masters were all laughing to themselves. They despised Virtual Real Devil Master for making a move to assassinate the human genius Zhou Hao in the extraterritorial battlefield. After all, Virtual Real Devil Master was one of the stronger ones among the Universe Supreme Masters, yet he had disregarded his status to make a move on a junior. It was a disgrace to the Universe Supreme Masters, and most importantly, he had failed. This made Virtual Real Devil Master a complete joke, and in a sense, it had damaged the collective reputation of the Universe Supreme Masters. Xianxia, you sound like you're looking forward to joining the human race. Virtual Real Devil Master snorted coldly, but he was a little annoyed. The assassination in the outer domain battlefield had become a disgrace to him. As a Universe Supreme Master, most of them cared about their reputation. If he had not been bewitched by Father God of the automaton race and thought that enslaving a junior was a sure thing and that he would have a chance to transcend reincarnation in the future, he would not have agreed to Father God of the automaton race. Xianxia Island leader laughed. If that Zhou Hao affects our breakthroughs, of course, I'll be eager to join the human race. Everyone here will be the same. Throughout the countless times of great destruction in Universe Ocean, only East Emperor and Purple Moon Holy Land were born. If we miss such an opportunity, we'll regret it. I'll sacrifice my reputation, but unfortunately, some won't have the chance. Virtual Real Devil Master looked gloomy. Xianxia, it seems you want to exercise your muscles. Northern Territory Alliance Master said, all right, stop arguing. Don't forget the purpose of this gathering. The situation in the original universe is constantly changing. I even heard that some powers in Universe Ocean are making arrangements. Among us, Old Beast God and I are considered to have clans, while the others are lone wolves. How should we deal with this situation? Old Beast God's old voice was heard. Let's wait and see. The 5 pinnacle races, including the demon race and the bug clan, have a smaller chance of winning. The human race and the Hong Alliance are increasing their overall power. It's hard to tell who will win the war. Besides, your Northern Territory Alliance is expanding too fast. Once you join either the 5 Alliance or the Human Race Alliance, it'll greatly affect the outcome. Xianxia Island leader agreed. Yes, I'm a bit envious. I'm still thinking about becoming an Alliance Master. Hehe, if you want to be, I'll give you the position of Northern Territory Alliance Master. Although he was the leader of the Northern Territory Alliance, it was only in name. The ones who truly controlled the alliance were the 3 major factions led by the Star River Master, the Black Lotus Master, and the others. Therefore, the sudden increase in the Northern Territory Alliance's strength had little to do with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words at such a critical moment. Xianxia Island leader and the other Universe Supreme Masters knew that, too, so they didn't care. At that moment, Yi Zhou, whose voice was sharp, couldn't help but say, Sitting Mountain Guest has always been mysterious, and he's never been at a disadvantage. He's always been neutral, but this time, before the situation is clear, he's standing on the side of the human race. I'm afraid he knows something that we don't. That's right. I'm friends with Sitting Mountain Guest, and he never does anything he's not sure of, Old Beast God said slowly. However, Sitting Mountain Guest is indeed closer to the human race, so it's not surprising that he's standing on the side of the human race. Besides, he's only working with the human race now. A ball of flame laughed. I don't think so. Don't forget that Zhou Hao was the cause of the war between the human race and the 5 Alliance. This Zhou Hao cultivated for only 5,000 years and reached the 6th tier as the top power, and he can teleport on the original star. TSK, TSK. Such a genius has never appeared since the original star was born. So, if there's a variable in this war and the situation of the universe, it must be Zhou Hao. The other Universe Masters fell silent. They were all clear about this. In fact, Xianxia Island leader really wanted to step forward and form an alliance with all the idol races in the universe so that he could have the right to speak. The situation of the universe had changed completely. Besides, Zhou Hao had completely grown up. Although he was from the human race, his power had reached the 6th tier as the top power, and he had that strange talent. Even if he wasn't on the original star, the Universe Supreme Masters wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhou Hao. Under such circumstances, even if the human race failed, Zhou Hao's status wouldn't be lowered at all. Instead, the other races in the universe would try to curry favor with him. By then, if he was still a lone Universe Supreme Master, he wouldn't have the chance to make Zhou Hao choose him. I agree, old beast god. Let's wait and see. I agree, too. Northern Territory Alliance Master, Virtual Real Devil Master, and the Descended Ancestral God all agreed. If that's the case, let's make a temporary agreement to remain neutral. Actually, the main purpose of these Universe Supreme Masters gathering at the last minute was to sound out each other's intentions. They were not really here to make an agreement. After all, an agreement meant nothing to these Universe Supreme Masters at all. The human race. The recent changes in this situation confused Xianxia and Primal Chaos City leader. In a short time, there were more than 30 secondary alliance powers. Almost all the idle races that didn't have any grudges against each other had formed an alliance, and some of the stronger races were also looking for cooperation. However, what excited the higher-ups of the human race was that there were more and more universe masters contacting the human race, wanting to join the Hong Alliance. Even though the 5 races had exaggerated the threat of the human race, there were still many universe masters who wanted to join. Of course, the condition for joining was that they were allowed to sit in. Regarding this, the higher-ups of the human race didn't refuse. After all, Zhou Hao wanted more people to sit in. In the palace of Primal Chaos City leader in the virtual universe, Xianxia asked casually, Primal Chaos City leader, other than sitting mountain guest, what about the other Universe Supreme Masters? When the situation wasn't clear, as a Universe Supreme Master of the human race, it wasn't convenient for him to take the initiative to contact other Universe Supreme Masters. Primal Chaos City leader shook his head. For now, there's no news. However, the 3 ancestral gods mentioned to us that they want to fight for some seats in reality, and they hope to let those godly generals and godly envoys attend. That's a kind of attitude. Xianxia nodded and asked, Oh, Primal Chaos City leader, do you have any specific understanding of Zhou Hao's law comprehension level? Primal Chaos City leader shook his head again. No. To be honest, as a teacher, I can't help my disciple with his law comprehension, so I'm embarrassed to ask. After hesitating for a while, he looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia creator, the situation in the universe is changing. Do you think we should let some universe overlords from the Hong Alliance attend the next lecture in reality? Xianxia was dazed. Let universe overlords attend? Yes. Primal Chaos City leader said meaningfully. Although the Hong Alliance belongs to other races, there are also some races that have made great contributions to our human race and are closely related to our human race. If their universe overlords can break through to Universe Master, on the one hand, it can increase the cohesion of the Hong Alliance, and on the other hand, it can stimulate the alliance of the other races. Previously, we covered up the news in this regard mainly because we were worried that the alliance of the 5 races would bring forward the final battle and that they would kill Zhou Hao at all costs. Now that Zhou Hao has grown up, these worries are no longer a problem. Xianxia thought for a while and said, we can arrange it this way. As long as the news of Zhou Hao influencing Universe Knights to break through to Universe Master spread, it was conceivable that the alliance formed by the scattered races in the universe would definitely side with the human race. Then, even if the alliance of the 5 races wanted to start a final battle, they would have to think carefully. P.S. Thank you to Xianyuan Wufeng for the 500 coins. In the vast God country. Regardless of the changes in the outside world, Zhou Hao continued to meditate without paying attention to what was happening outside. However, with his current level of comprehension of the laws, just relying on hard work alone, or even his talent in using the great Tao proverbs, would not increase much. Only 2 large-scale lectures on the great Tao, both in the real world and in the virtual world, would allow him to greatly improve. Thus, his meditation was mainly to summarize his combat experience and sort out his progress in the laws. And now, there were still 20 to 30 years before the next lecture in reality. He was ready to refine Star Tower and make it recognize him as its master, although Star Tower was a reward from the check-in system, and it was almost tailor-made for Zhou Hao, it was still a God King level true treasure, and it was an evolved version, so it was very difficult for it to recognize him as its master. However, Zhou Hao wasn't Luo Feng. His willpower was comparable to that of a true god of void space, and with the help of the check-in system, he wouldn't need thousands of years like Luo Feng. Hua, a miniature version of Star Tower floated. Zhou Hao focused his gaze on Star Tower, which was exuding an endless amount of energy. The surrounding god country space was faintly shattering. His eyes were solemn. Even with the protection of the sign-in system, this was, after all, Star Tower. In the original version of Star Tower, Universe Knights were destined to die if they wanted to be recognized as their master. Only undying fighters and sector lords would feel the pain of being recognized as their master be reduced. Now, he was a Universe Knight, and his willpower was that of a true god of void space. His soul was extremely powerful. Star Tower, he murmured. He was determined. Actually, with his accumulation and talent, as well as his level of law comprehension, even if he didn't recognize Star Tower as its master, his combat power would still be terrifying. Once his comprehension of chaos law deepened, no one in Universe Ocean would be his match. However, he knew his opponent was a sector beast, it was worth the risk. Besides, even if he failed to recognize Star Tower as its master, he could still use 9 Life Sky technique to ensure that his soul wouldn't be lost. Start. Hong, Star Tower suddenly expanded, and Zhou Hao flew in. He went to the core of the space where it recognized Star Tower as its master. His huge soul rushed out, and suddenly, pain spread all over his body. However, maybe because it had just recognized Star Tower as its master, it wasn't as painful as soul-stripping technique. As time went on, the pain gradually deepened. By the 10th year, the pain had increased by hundreds of times. By the 20th year, it had increased by 10,000 times. Fortunately, Zhou Hao's willpower was strong. At this moment, a gentle energy gushed out from the sign-in system and enveloped Zhou Hao's soul, speeding up the process of recognizing him as the master. He could clearly feel that his soul was rapidly refining the Star Tower. Obviously, the Star Tower that the sign-in system exchanged for had a 20-year limit. If he couldn't even endure the pain for 20 years, the sign-in system wouldn't help him. In the 25th year, Zhou Hao successfully recognized the evolved version of Star Tower as its master. This was much faster than Luo Feng in the original plot. Standing beneath the sky-towering golden pillar, his face was filled with excitement as he sensed everything within Star Tower. Unlike when Luo Feng had just been recognized as his master, he was a Universe Knight with extremely high levels of godly power and law comprehension. The moment he recognized Luo Feng as his master, he could immediately activate the first level of secret engravings of the evolved version of Star Tower, and he could completely control the sealed stars in every space within Star Tower, as well as those spaces and so on. Haha. Now, I'm truly invincible. Zhou Hao couldn't help but laugh. With the evolved version of Star Tower, even if he faced sector beasts, he wouldn't have to be too afraid. At most, he could hide inside Star Tower. This was the evolved version, and it was stronger than a godly king true treasure. Even a complete sector beast couldn't destroy Star Tower. Of course, sector beasts could attack souls. If his soul defense was weak, hiding inside Star Tower wouldn't be safe at all. However, if he faced great beings from the original universe and Universe Ocean, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety. In the original plot, Luo Feng wouldn't dare reveal Star Tower, but he was different. After a long time, Zhou Hao gradually recovered from the bottleneck and muttered, "Even if a war between races breaks out, I can still help the human race." With a godly king true treasure like the evolved version of Star Tower, it was basically impossible for the 5 pinnacle races to destroy the universe masters of the human universe. As long as the universe masters of the human race were still around, the 5 pinnacle races would never be able to achieve their goal, virtual universe, top floor palace of Thunder Island. Since Zhou Hao's combat power on the original star had been completely exposed, his palace had been moved from the mountainside to the top floor. At that moment, Primal Chaos City leader and Ice Mountain Master, 2 of Zhou Hao's teachers, were sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard of the palace. Zhou Hao sat beside them, listening to the situation of the universe and the development of the human race. Currently, in addition to the Human Alliance, the Ancestral God School, the Cosmic Beast Alliance, the Alliance of the Five Pinnacle Clans, and the Northern Territory Alliance, there are 3 more alliance of clans that have been promoted to the level of super clans. The strongest members of these 3 forces are Virtual Real Devil Master, Shihua Island Master, and Black Universe Creator. The 3 of them have almost completely divided a large number of idle clans, ordinary clans, and powerful clans. Besides these, the Human Alliance has been developing rapidly in the past 20 years when you were in seclusion, and the total number of Universe Masters has exceeded 213. At the same time, the lone Universe Supreme Master Sitting Mountain Guest has made it clear that he is willing to cooperate with the human race, mainly by providing materials to make true treasures. Therefore, the Human Alliance has 5 more Pinnacle True Treasures and 2 more Special-type Pinnacle True Treasures. While Zhou was listening, he nodded to himself. During the period when he was refining Star Tower, the universe was indeed in turmoil. However, in the end, it was actually the lone Universe Supreme Masters who had chosen to stand on their side. After all, they had also sensed the changes in the situation, and they wanted to fight for a glimmer of hope for their own future. However, the development of the Human Alliance had exceeded his expectations. He hadn't expected that so many Universe Masters would join the Hong Alliance. Although most of them had come to listen in, with so many Universe Masters suddenly increasing in numbers, the human race finally didn't have to worry about the final battle between the 5 races. This made Zhou less worried. Disciple, in a few years, the next reality lecture will be held, Ice Mountain Master said. This time, the race plans to let the universe overlords of the Hong Alliance listen in. Besides, the race has also discussed your plan to guard your home planet, Earth, and make it an important territory like the Primal Secret Region. At the same time, we'll send a large number of Universe Knights there. What do you think? Zhou was dazed. Teacher, won't this be too troublesome? Ice Mountain Master shook his head. Disciple, compared to what you've done for the race, this is nothing. Besides, many Universe Knights have heard that you want to go back to your home planet, so they want to follow you. This is why the race doesn't send so many Universe Knights there. It's because we can't stop them even if we want to. Zhou smiled helplessly. After the battle on the original star, he was now famous in the universe, and he was even more respected than the previous universe children. The universe respected power, after all. He had been respected before mainly because of the kindness of teaching, but not because of fear. However, things were different now. He had 6-tier top-tier power, and many Universe Knights in the race had expressed their intention to follow him. They had never thought of following him before. He pondered for a while. He replied, Teacher Primal Chaos City Leader, Teacher Ice Mountain, I don't need too many people to guard my hometown. However, I understand what the race wants. How about this? I'll choose 8 Universe Knights to guard my hometown with me. When one became a Universe Master, he naturally had to shoulder the responsibility of the race. Some affairs were unavoidable, especially when the race planned to turn the Milky Way into a core secret region like the Primal Secret Region. They needed a lot of resources, and the allocation and management of these resources required manpower. At his level, he couldn't manage it himself, so he could only let his subordinates do it. After that, he added 3 Universe Overlords and 5 Universe Knights. Primal Chaos City Leader and Ice Mountain Master smiled. After that, they talked about other topics, mainly the genius competition held in the huge Axe Coliseum, Uka, Buren, and Rongjun's Grove. Of course, there was also Luo Feng. Speaking of Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City Leader already knew that it was Sitting Mountain Guest's arrangement, but Sitting Mountain Guest didn't reveal the details. After the 8 Universe Knights were arranged, Zhou took them out of the Primal Secret Region and went through the portal to the palace in the outer space of Earth. Ganwu, you all stay in this palace and deal with the large-scale renovation. I'll give each of you a true treasure to prevent the 5 races from sending great beings to attack. As Zhou spoke, he waved his hand and gave each of Ganwu and the others a supreme treasure. For him, there were too many supreme treasures signed into the system space. As for Ganwu and the others, they would probably have to follow him for a long time in the future. Actually, a Universe Knight like Ganwu, who had very low potential, logically speaking, would not be able to compete with the other Universe Knights. However, he was the universe country leader of Zhou Hao's home universe, and this time, among the 8 of them, there was the 9 Swords Venerable. The race had made such an arrangement with Zhou Hao in mind. Since Sword River Master has treated us so well, we must do our best to transform the Milky Way galaxy. There can be no mistakes. The 8 universe overlords gave their blessings in deep voices. Ganwu, 9 Sword, and the other paragons nodded. Whoosh. At this moment, Zhou Hao had already flashed into the Earth's atmosphere. Looking at this blue planet, he couldn't help but smile. Although he wasn't really born on Earth, whether it was in his previous life or this life, he couldn't forget the blue in his memory. He took a stride. He arrived at the West Lake Courtyard Castle. Thousands of years had passed. Earth was no longer what it used to be. Just the number of great beings at Sector Lord level alone was already several. Although no undying great beings were born, the Earth race's status in Ganwu country was extraordinary. Brother! A familiar voice sounded. Zhou Hao turned around and saw a beautiful figure on the castle's rooftop. It was his sister, Zhou. Now, her power had already reached Sector Lord level, and even her law comprehension was comparable to an invincible emperor with Zhou Hao's help. She was only a hair's breadth away from reaching Universe Knight level. The reason why he didn't let Zhou level up was mainly because she wanted to gain more experience during her Sector Lord level. Sister. Zhou Hao smiled and went up to her. Zhou teased him. I don't dare to be Sword River Horde leader's sister. Zhou Hao was speechless. No matter how strong I am, I'm still your brother. Is that so? Zhou sized up Zhou Hao, after which her head rang. Seeing that Zhou Hao didn't dodge, she let out a bright smile. Now I can confirm that you are my evil and cunning brother. Zhou Hao rolled his eyes. In the entire universe, I'm afraid you're the only one who dares to attack me. Zhou laughed. Brother, how long do you plan to stay at home this time? She had become a sector lord and naturally had access to a lot of information. She was clear about Zhou Hao's current status. Zhou Hao looked at the castle and then looked up at the sky, smiling. I won't leave this time. You won't leave? Right, I'll stay at home from now on. Really? Really? Zhou smile became even wider. She grabbed Zhou Hao's wrist and quickly walked to the Limit Hall in Jiangnan Bay City's Mingyue district. There were many students of the Limit Martial Arts School in the hall, but they were all relatively young. Moreover, their strength was generally at the War God level, and some had even reached the Star Traveler level. Brother, do you still remember how you pestered me to come to the martial arts school? Of course I remember. Zhou Hao looked at these halls. Many of them hadn't changed. These were deliberately preserved by the Limit Martial Arts School. He couldn't help but think of the first time he signed in here. It was also that time that his strength increased rapidly. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say in his heart, System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Earth's Limit Hall. You have obtained an upgrade in soul consciousness. Ding. You have obtained an upgrade in willpower. The reward for signing in was different. Obviously. The sign-in system had been upgraded many times and gradually regained the strength of the sign-in in the Land of Darkness. However, at this time, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Special sign-in mission activated. Revitalizing and developing the Pulse of Earth Stage 1, make one Universe Master appear in the Pulse of Earth. Special treasure, 15 fragments of Time Shuttle. Ding. Special sign-in mission activated. 7 stages of the rise of the race. As the host's strength increases, the human race should also rise completely. Make the human race have more than 40 Universe Masters and more than 5 Universe Supreme Masters. The reward is a pair of chaotic golden wings and the structure method of a true God miniature universe, Universe Chapter. Zhou Hao was stunned. He didn't expect to return to Earth and activate 2 special sign-in missions when he signed in at the Limit Hall. One of them was a completely new mission. However, the Time Shuttle only gave him fragments. Obviously, this was a treasure that was not inferior to chaotic golden wings and Star Tower. After all, only treasures of this level would be rewarded with fragments by the system. After signing in for such a long time, Zhou Hao had figured out the rules of the system. As for the second mission, it was normal, but it didn't have the path of a great being like before. It seemed that he had become a great being in the universe after becoming famous in the original star. Naturally, this mission disappeared. "Brother, what's the matter?" asked Zhou, who noticed Zhou Hao's expression. "Nothing, just a little nostalgic." Zhou Hao waved his hand. "Sister, how is the Hope Dojo now?" Since Zhou had started to explore the universe, she had left the Hope Dojo in the hands of her mother, Wang Rong, and she hadn't asked about it. There are already great beings at the Domain Lord level, and there are branches all over the Milky Way. Zhou replied, then shook her head. However, although it's developing fast, the internal competition is getting more and more intense. Our mother has asked me to take care of it, but I really don't want to. Zhou Hao nodded. I'll send someone to take care of it in the future. Since there was a mission from the Pulse of Earth, he had to be prepared in advance. After that, he took a stroll around some places on Earth with Zhou before returning to the castle. His mother, Wang Rong, knew that Zhou Hao would be staying on Earth in the future, and she was very happy. She specially cooked a good meal. Everything seemed to have returned to the time when he was just born. But Zhou Hao knew that this was just a temporary feeling. After spending some time with his mother and sister, he went into seclusion to cultivate again. And this time, he went into seclusion. The main thing was to completely refine the true treasures obtained from the original star. Among them, there were 2 pinnacle true treasures, Dream Ancestor Domain and Devil Islet Vine. Because they were Dream Demon Ancestors' true treasures, there were imprints on them. With his current soul strength, if he wanted to forcibly remove them, it would take a long time. Thus, he could only refine those unknown true treasures first. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. Zhou Hao's law comprehension did not improve much, and neither did his combat power. After all, after reaching the 6th tier as the top, it was difficult for him to improve further. And whether it was the laws or secret techniques, he had almost reached a limit. Unless he studied fusion law and broke through to the universe master level, or studied chaos law to the 2nd level, he was afraid that he would be stuck at the original level for a very long time. To this, Zhou Hao was mentally prepared. In the central area of the territory of the demon race, the bug race, the automaton race, and other races, since the 5 pinnacle races had absorbed many idle races and ordinary powerful races to form a real super race alliance, the core meeting place had shifted to the central area. This day, the 6 Universe Supreme Masters and the numerous Universe Masters all gathered. Everyone, in 2 months, Zhou Hao from the human race will give a lecture in reality. Recently, I heard that news has spread throughout the universe that Zhou Hao's lecture can help Universe Knights break through to Universe Masters. Many races in the Alliance are eager to lead the alliance of the 5 pinnacle races and join the Hong Alliance. Father God's voice sounded. But I want to say that this is just a propaganda strategy of the human race. The goal is to use this information to trick many people into joining the Hong Alliance. This is to buy time for the human race to quickly increase their strength and ultimately achieve their goal of dominating the universe. At this moment, Father God Machine, I heard that several universe overlords from the human race have already become universe masters. This news should be true. Although we are all wary of the threat posed by the human race, if Zhou Hao from the human race really has the ability to make Universe Knights break through to Universe Masters in a short time, what should we do? As soon as he said this, there was an uproar in the palace. A Universe Knight, a Universe Overlord, and a Universe Master are 2 completely different concepts. If Zhou Hao really has this kind of ability, it will be a huge blow to our alliance, said Luo Feng. Yes, although Universe Masters can't be revived, it's hard for them to die in the original universe. We were worried about this before, but we didn't expect it to come so soon. What should we do? Why don't we just join the Hong Alliance? Even if the human race really dominates the universe, do you think they can occupy all the territories of the original universe? Besides, the original universe will eventually be annihilated. By then, everyone will have to go to Universe Ocean, and Universe Supreme Masters will be the foundation. Our main goal is to become Universe Supreme Masters. A large number of Universe Masters started to discuss this, and many of them were worried. Silence. Demon Meng Tu's voice echoed. the palace suddenly quieted down. Everyone, I understand your concerns, but please rest assured. Even if the news is true, we, the 5 pinnacle races, will have a way to deal with it. Besides, as long as we are strong enough, the human race will not dare to bully us. However, if you leave the alliance, then in the future, when the human race becomes stronger, you will be at the mercy of the human race. Besides, we promise that as long as you are in the alliance will protect you forever. Even if the original universe is destroyed, our miniature universes will leave a certain area for your race to reproduce and survive. Hearing this, the other scattered races were relieved. Every race was worried about the future of their race. After the meeting ended, the 6 universe supreme masters from the demon race and the bug race gathered together. Everyone, the situation is getting worse. Previously, we planned to start the final battle within 100 years. Who would have thought that less than 50 years later, we would be forced to stop? The human race alliance is developing faster than us. That's right. It's mainly due to the influence of the battle on the original star. No one would have thought that Zhou Hao could reach such a level without saying a word. Even Universe Supreme Masters like us couldn't do anything to him. It's destined that the rise of the human race is only a matter of time. On top of that, with the influence of Zhou Hao's preaching, it's only reasonable that so many Universe Masters have joined. Humph. I've said it before. The final battle should be sooner rather than later. Now, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to fight anymore. The Universe Supreme Masters from the Demon Race and the Bug Race sighed. They regretted it. If they had started the final battle earlier, perhaps the situation would have been completely different. At least Zhou Hao wouldn't have had the time and energy to cultivate. However, it was too late to regret now. The situation in the universe was changing too fast, and this time, the human race's propaganda had almost caused the alliance of the demon race, the bug race, and the other 4 races to collapse. Everyone, now is not the time to regret and discuss the past. Instead, we need to figure out how to solve our predicament. Bug Empress's voice was heard. Father God of Automaton, Holy Master of Crystal Clan, and the others all went silent. At this point, they had no choice. After a while, Father God of Automaton said slowly, our only hope now lies in Universe Ocean. Universe Ocean? Yes. Virtual Real Devil Master sent me a message a while ago. The news that the human race had quietly spread had caused a sensation in the universe. Actually, all the races in the universe knew that Zhou Hao's sermon would sooner or later affect the rise of Universe Knights to the level of Universe Masters, but no one had expected it to happen so soon. Thus, like the 5 pinnacle races, many races and other powers hurriedly held a group meeting to discuss the next steps and directions. Should they side with the human race, stay neutral, or join the alliance of the 5 pinnacle races? In short, all the races in the universe were debating. However, the number of universe masters joining the Hong Alliance started to skyrocket. After all, to many idle races, becoming a universe master was their main goal. Now, just by listening to the preaching, they could have a chance. How could they not be tempted? Ganwu Universe Kingdom. Milky Way Galaxy. In a dark, barren sky, suddenly, powerful beings appeared. Almost every one of them was tens of thousands of kilometers tall, and some were even hundreds of thousands of kilometers tall. Is this the hometown of Sword River Horde leader? What a fertile territory with rich laws. No wonder the human race can produce so many talents. TSK, that's enough. Don't be envious. The human race is able to occupy such a fertile territory because the human race has been fighting for it. Our races don't even have a universe master, so we can only survive and reproduce in remote territories of the universe. That's right. However, it's a rare opportunity to sit in and listen in. If we can break through to Universe Master, then the power of our race and the right to speak will increase. By then, we can expand the territory. These beings were all top-tier universe overlords from the Hong Alliance. The human race specially recruited 10,000 more universe knights for this lecture, and the races that contributed more to the human race were allowed to apply to attend. Other than that, the races of the 30 universe masters who had joined the human race first had also received an additional 200 seats, which made the other races who had joined later envious. Schwa. Schwa, time passed. More and more beings gathered, and the space of the barren sky was covered by all kinds of powerful forces. I wonder if the news from the human clan is true or not. It should be true. After all, the human race wouldn't lie about this. How can we be sure about this? After all, those are universe masters. If they can make a breakthrough just by listening to the lecture, then who would bother with cultivation? Isn't that so? Universe masters are the biggest threshold for cultivation. Our race has gone through countless years, and only one universe master was born. Pinnacle races like the demon race and the human race only have a dozen universe masters. That's why I think this is just a propaganda strategy of the human race. That's right, just listen. Don't expect too much. However, even if the news is fake, the opportunity to listen in is still very precious. At the very least, it will allow our cultivation speed to increase rapidly. Who knows, maybe we will be able to advance further in the level of our secret techniques after some enlightenment. Tens of thousands of universe knights, universe overlords, and top-tier universe overlords from the Hong Alliance who were attending the hearing formed circles and discussed among themselves. To the top-tier universe overlords, they naturally hoped that the news spread by the human race was true. However, most of the universe knights only wanted to improve their techniques. Actually, most of the spectators, including the human race, thought that the news was just for publicity and to increase the importance of the Hong Alliance in the universe. Only the universe knights and universe overlords knew that the news was true. Earth. Westlake Courtyard Castle. Zhou Hao and Huge Axe sat leisurely on the stone platform in the courtyard. Although Giant Axe had deliberately suppressed his body, he was still 3 to 4 meters tall. He looked like a giant, and his clothes revealed a wild and domineering aura. Zhou Hao, chaos has reached a critical moment in his cultivation, so I will be in charge of maintaining the sermon this time. Huge Axe sipped his hot tea and said casually. Zhou Hao was delighted to hear that. Huge Axe creator, my teacher is about to make a breakthrough? More than 100 years ago, Primal Chaos City leader had already comprehended the heart of true God. He only lacked the comprehension and accumulation of the universe. Once the conditions were right, he would make a breakthrough successfully. Not so fast. Huge Axe waved his hand. Chaos City leader has taken the most critical step, and he has been listening to your sermons continuously. Although the gains are small, after several accumulations, he has gained something. Next, he needs to digest his own comprehension, so Chaos City leader will no longer care about the important matters of the race. He is now preparing to make a breakthrough to become a Universe Supreme Master. Then he smiled and said, as long as Chaos City leader can make a breakthrough to become a Universe Supreme Master, the human race will have nothing to worry about. By then, the focus of the race will be back to Universe Ocean. As for Universe Ocean, your teacher has told you about it, right? Zhou Hao nodded. Yes, he has. The original universe is only a cradle. Universe Ocean is the place where great beings are nurtured, especially for Universe Masters and Universe Supreme Masters. If they want to make further progress, they have to explore Universe Ocean. Zhou Hao, although you have the talent to help with your cultivation, I still suggest that you go to Universe Ocean after the race has completely solved the pressure from all aspects, Huge Axe said seriously. I know you don't lack true treasures, but exploring Universe Ocean will not only help you gain true treasures, but you can also hone your mind and willpower. You can also meet more great beings of the race, which will lay the foundation for you to become a Universe Supreme Master in the future. Huge Axe creator, I understand. Zhou Hao whispered. He was definitely going to the Universe Ocean. Of course, the reason was not to travel and accumulate experience, but for the sake of his original body. Moreover, if he became a true god, all his other bodies would become one. His original body had to come out of the land of darkness. Huge Axe grinned. As long as you understand. Okay, let's not talk about these things. The most important thing now is the upcoming lecture. This time, there are 1 million more people attending, and 500,000 of them are from the Hong Alliance. The remaining 500,000 are sector lords from some universe countries with weaker talent and comprehension. Most of them have been as sector lords for millions of years, and some of them are close to the end of their lives. I hope they can make a breakthrough to become undying during this lecture. Zhou Hao asked, Huge Axe Creator, how many ordinary universe overlords from the Hong Alliance are participating this time? Close to 1,000. Huge Axe sighed. I'm afraid a universe master will be born this time. Although this is our strategy to attract more races to join us, after all, they are from other races, not our human race. Zhou Hao understood Huge Axe's concern. The number of universe masters in the Hong Alliance was huge, and if it kept increasing, it would definitely affect the balance between the humans and the Hong Alliance. He thought for a while and said, Huge Axe Creator, after a while, I'll use another talent to help improve the outstanding universe knights in our race. I hope they can make a breakthrough to become universe masters as soon as possible. Destruction Law had been stuck at the second step all these years, and without the fusion of Destruction Law and Life Law, he had to stop studying Chaos Law. There was no other way. Comprehending Destruction Law in the original universe was too difficult. Even if he had talent and law talent, his progress was slow. After understanding this, he planned to continue studying Chaos Law when he went to Universe Ocean. And in the original universe, he would focus on time and space, the 5 space types, and the life law. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Huge Axe was stunned. He knew about Zhou Hao's other miraculous talent. Boca and Rong Jun, who were in the same batch as Zhou Hao, could become universe knights so quickly because of Zhou Hao's help. At that time, the universe masters of the human race even hoped that Zhou Hao's law comprehension could reach the level of a universe master as soon as possible. Zhou Hao, your law comprehension. Huge Axe couldn't help asking when he came back to his senses. It hasn't reached the level of a universe master yet, but soon. Zhou Hao smiled. The more he studied time and space, the more he understood that comprehending the 5th level of time and space fusion law was equivalent to comprehending the 7th level of other fusion laws. Although he hadn't studied time and space fusion law for many years, the occasional comprehension and use of his talent had brought him very close to the 5th level of time and space fusion law. Huge Axe couldn't help but be excited. Good, good. Actually, after Zhou Hao had shown his true power on the original star, he, Chaos City leader, and the other universe masters had guessed that Zhou Hao's law comprehension level wasn't low. Even if he hadn't reached the level of a universe master, he was at most 1 or 2 levels away. Now, it seemed that they were right. Since Zhou Hao said it would be soon, that meant he was confident that his law comprehension level would reach the level of a universe master in a short time. By then, with that miraculous talent, more universe masters would be born in the human race. However, Huge Axe calmed down quickly, but there was still some excitement in his eyes. Zhou Hao, although your talent is miraculous, I think it's better to decide who can become a universe master based on the contribution of the race. You can't abuse it. Zhou Hao smiled. I know. When his talent was first exposed, the universe knights of the human race were all impetuous. They didn't have the patience to comprehend and cultivate the law. After all, no matter how much they comprehended, it couldn't be faster than listening. If it weren't for the intervention of the later races, the middle class of the human race would have been in a complete mess. As for the talent of verbal law, other than the universe masters, Uka, and Luo Feng, the universe knights of the human race didn't know about it. It was also a protective measure, not only for Zhou Hao, but also for the universe knights. Every time Zhou Hao preached, the universe knights only knew that saying certain words could increase the effect of listening comprehension. They didn't know whether it was a special talent of Zhou Hao's. The day of reality's preaching arrived. Of the more than 8 million spectators who had rushed to the desolate starry sky of the Milky Way, some had listened several times, some had listened dozens of times, and some were listening for the first time. But without exception, their eyes were all shining with anticipation. Hong, a mighty force arrived. All the spectators felt the pressure from the universe master, and they couldn't help but restrain their godly bodies. Immediately after, a calm voice resounded in the ears of every spectator. All spectators, step onto the stamp platform. As the voice rang out, a huge stamp platform suddenly appeared in the void, separating the cold and withered starry sky. Shwa! 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 A large number of observers flashed. After landing on the stamp, they all sat cross-legged. Some with bigger godly bodies shrank their bodies, afraid that they would be affected and lose their spots. Far away in the starry sky, a mountain peak appeared out of nowhere. Sitting Mountain Guest stood at the peak and looked at the stamp platform in the distance. He smiled and said, "Pooh, I got you a spot to listen to the Universe Masters. Go listen and see what you can learn." Pooh was surprised and said respectfully, "Yes, teacher." Hua. La, however, at that moment, great willpower appeared in the space. It was either a towering being, a flame, or a being in a purple robe. Hujax frowned and flashed to the mountain peak of Sitting Mountain Guest. He looked at the Universe Supreme Masters who had come uninvited. Sitting Mountain Guest smiled. "Everyone, this is a great event for the human race. It's rude of you to come without an invitation." "Haha. I knew you would be here, Sitting Mountain Guest." "Hujax, can we watch?" So. The Universe Supreme Masters heard Sitting Mountain Guest's voice and flashed to the peak, standing beside Hujax. "Since you're here, you're a guest. However, please don't disturb the lecture. Otherwise, my axe won't be able to touch blood for many years." The other Universe Supreme Masters could not help but laugh. Actually, they all knew that Hujax was very powerful. This time, they had come uninvited mainly because they wanted to see if the effect of Zhou Hao's preaching was as powerful as the rumors said. "Hujax, don't worry. We won't disturb you. Yes, we're just here to watch, just like Sitting Mountain Guest." Shihua Island Leader, Northern Territory Alliance Master, Old Beast God, Black Universe Creator, and the others all said. Sitting Mountain Guest laughed. "You guys are so shameless. It's fine that you came uninvited, but you didn't even give me anything?" After that, Northern Territory Alliance Master and the others were all dazed. Old Beast God's voice sounded. "Old man, when did you start speaking for the human race?" As he spoke, he threw out a light ball. It was a true treasure. When the other Universe Supreme Masters saw this, they all threw a true treasure to Hujax. Sitting Mountain Guest smiled but didn't say anything. Hua, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the high platform in the center of the stamp platform. It was Zhou Hao. "Okay, it's about to start," Hujax said. The other Universe Supreme Masters all looked at the stamp platform, and they all sensed the palace hidden in the void space. Although their expressions didn't change, they were all shocked. Obviously, they sensed the number of Universe Masters in the human race. Zhou Hao sat cross-legged on the high platform, overlooking the 8 million plus spectators below, and a smile appeared on his face. "I hope that everyone will be able to gain something from this lecture." The human observers said in unison, "Thank you for your kind words, Sword River Overlord." The rest of the Universe Knights and Universe Overlords from the Hong Alliance who had been listening by the side all responded immediately. Although they hadn't been listening by the side, they knew some of the rules. This lecture will continue to talk about the mysteries of time and space. As the voice spread, the invisible field of Great Path Proverbs spread across the entire stamp platform. In less than half a minute, the Universe Knights, Universe Overlords, and top-tier Universe Overlords from the Hong Alliance were all shocked. Like the great beings who were there for the first time, they could see the inadequacies of their laws and how to make up for them, or they could see the loopholes of their techniques and how to perfect them. It was like looking at the standard answers on a test paper. They could easily see the direction they needed to improve. Such a magical effect made them tremble. Those who were talented in comprehension even went into a state of epiphany. Hong, just like the preaching before, when the spiritual light of epiphany spread out, the effects of the great Tao proverbs were amplified to the peak. Waves of mysterious laws of illusions affected every listener, and the domino effect followed. A large number of listeners entered a state of epiphany that could only be found by chance. More than 8 million listeners, plus the Universe Masters of the human race and the Universe Supreme Masters in the distance, increased the effect like never before. Even Zhou Hao, who was sitting in the center of the stamp platform, could feel the terrifying increase in strength. Originally, he had been studying and comprehending the 5th level of the spacetime fusion laws, but in less than half an hour, he had completely comprehended it. The clear and visible analysis of the laws and the illusion automatically poured into his knowledge sea, as if he had received a reward for signing in. So, in the remaining time, he comprehended the fusion law of the 8 beast gods that was still at the 5th level. Combined with the 64 engraving pictures and the talent increase effect, He comprehended all the way to the 6th level. In this way, except for the time and space fusion law, the other 8 beast gods all reached the 6th level. They only needed one more level to completely comprehend and reach the realm of universe masters. Soon, the talent time ended. The incorporeal mysteries that filled the air above the stamp platform also gradually disappeared. Zhou Hao opened his eyes and glanced at the 8 million plus spectators who were still in a state of enlightenment. He smiled indifferently and then disappeared. On the peak of a mountain, Old Beast God, Shihua Island Leader, Northern Territory Alliance Master, Black Universe Creator, and other Universe Supreme Masters were all silent. This was the first time they had experienced the peculiar atmosphere of Zhou Hao's preaching. As Universe Supreme Masters, each of them stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Thus, when it came to the preaching of Tao by a junior, even if he had a heaven-defying talent, deep down, they did not think much of it. But now, they knew they were wrong. If one or dozens of people entered the state of enlightenment, they could say it was the accumulation of tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of eras. But hundreds, thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or even millions of listeners all entered the state of enlightenment. It wasn't the accumulation of one's own accumulation, just this point alone made them realize that this trip was worth it, not to mention the number of universe masters of the human race. This clearly proved that the propaganda of the human race wasn't exaggerated. Instead, it was overly modest. Meng Tu, Shockhorn, Empress. I'm afraid they're going to lose. They deserve to lose. This time, at least 2 universe masters will be born. He broke through to become a universe master just by listening in. If we had met a life form like Zhou Hao back then, we would have saved countless eras of accumulation and hard work. The human race is so lucky. Old Beast God, Northern Territory Alliance Master, and the other Universe Supreme Masters could not help but sigh. With their foresight and great willpower, they could naturally tell that among this batch of spectators, there were a few lucky fellows who had already reached the law level of a Universe Master. Giant Axe, who was standing to the side, grinned and said, "It's not too late for you to choose to work with us humans." Sitting Mountain Guest guffawed. There's a saying in Zhou Hao's hometown that I think is very accurate. A wise man submits to circumstances. Old Beast God, Island Master. What do you think of my judgment? The Old Beast God and the other Universe Supreme Masters were all secretly cursing Sitting Mountain Guest for choosing to cooperate with the human race earlier than them. Although they were shocked by the effect of Zhou Hao's talent, they were Universe Supreme Masters, after all, so they couldn't express their opinions immediately. Besides, the best opportunity had already been taken away by Sitting Mountain Guest. Huge Axe, let me think about this carefully. Giant Axe, I wonder if I can still attend the next time. These Universe Supreme Masters all asked. Huge Axe responded to them one by one. He knew that to be able to do this, it was already a clear indication of the inclination of these Universe Supreme Masters. A few days later, the Old Beast God and the other Universe Supreme Masters left one after another. Shihua Island Leader secretly transmitted his voice, saying that he would seriously consider the alliance with the human race. Sitting Mountain Guest, thank you. Huge Axe said gratefully. If it weren't for Sitting Mountain Guest, the other Universe Supreme Masters wouldn't have given out true treasures. The human race didn't care about one true treasure, but the key was their attitude. Sitting Mountain Guest waved his hand and said casually, Huge Axe, I'm helping Zhou Hao, not the human race. Besides, Bodhi is also one of the observers. Huge Axe smiled. I understand. Half a year later. In the space of Star Tower. Sitting Mountain Guest looked at Pu Ti, who had returned from the Milky Way, and smiled. How did it go? Pu Ti suppressed his excitement and said respectfully, I've gained a lot, and I know the direction of becoming a Universe Supreme Master. Sitting Mountain Guest was dazed. You mean, you know how to become a Universe Supreme Master? This disciple of his, whether it was talent or comprehension, was far from Flame Emperor or Luo Feng. Even if he was the reincarnation of a godly king and knew how to become a true god from a Universe Master, it all depended on talent. Pu Ti was obviously the type with low talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a top-tier Universe Master after following him for so many eras. He couldn't even compare to Primal Chaos City Leader. Puti nodded and said humbly, yes, after listening, I can see the direction of my own cultivation, and I'm 80% sure I can continue. Then, he bowed deeply. I'm stupid, and I didn't understand your teachings. Only now do I know that it's the path to becoming a universe supreme master. Sitting Mountain Guest heard that and knew that Puti had really grasped the direction of becoming a universe supreme master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said something like that. Good. This is also your good fortune. Based on my judgment, if you didn't have this opportunity, you'd have to wander universe ocean for at least tens of thousands of eras. Sitting Mountain Guest said with a smile. There was a tinge of emotion in his tone. This disciple of his had finally ushered in his own opportunity. At the same time, he had underestimated Zhou Hao's talent. Even in the land of origin, the threshold from universe master to true god was not small. It had blocked countless geniuses. Since you've grasped the direction, stay here and practice. However, if you still want to listen, you'll have to rely on yourself. I won't fight for a spot for you. Sitting Mountain Guest understood the importance of being able to help universe masters see the direction of their breakthroughs. If word of this got out, universe masters from various races of the universe would be willing to pay a top-tier or even pinnacle true treasure just to get a chance to sit in on the lecture. Yes, teacher. Puti answered seriously. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed since Zhou Hao's lecture. The last group of people on the platform who were in a state of epiphany had finished their comprehension. They opened their eyes and looked at the empty platform around them. Their eyes were filled with excitement, surprise, and many other emotions. Obviously, as the last group of people who had listened in this time, they had gained a lot. Universe child. No wonder he's a universe child. I've stayed at the level of universe knight for countless eras. It's been so long that I can't even remember how long it's been. I didn't expect this lecture to help me break through the threshold of cultivation. Among this batch of observers, a special life form that looked like an octopus couldn't suppress the excitement in his eyes. He was so happy that he even cried. He solemnly bowed to the central platform. At the same time, the other observers did the same. They all bowed respectfully. Shwa. Shwa, shwa. Soon, the last batch of observers disappeared. The platform shrank rapidly and became a speck of dust that hid in the sky. Another few months passed. In the core territory of the bug race, in Empress Palace, Shui Lin Na's voice spread. Empress, the final results of Sword River Horde Leaders Lecture are out. There are 8.07 million observers. 4.72 million who broke through to Undying, 1.64 million who comprehended to Emperor level, and 320,000 who crossed the threshold from Undying to Knight level. In the palace, all the universe masters from the Bug clan were naturally enchanting, and their beautiful faces showed traces of shock. Previously, there were more than 100,000 who broke through to Knight level, and this time, there were several times more. From Knight level to Universe Overlord level, there are 170,000. Shui Lin Na paused. At this point, Shui Lina paused for a moment. Her voice was bitter as she continued, apart from these, there are 3 other universe overlords who have made a breakthrough and become universe masters. Hua, the atmosphere in the palace became more and more solemn, and an uproar instantly broke out. What? 3 of them have broken through to universe master? How? How is this possible? It shouldn't be like this. Didn't the human race announce that there might be breakthroughs? How could 3 universe masters break through at once? Which 3 are the ones who broke through? Could it be that they're about to break through? The universe masters of the bug race were all speechless. Even the Empress's starry eyes shifted to Shui Lina. These 3 are Hung Alliance's Red Spear Peak leader and Snow Feather Knight, and the Human Universe Mercenary Alliance's Hong Lin Knight. As soon as he finished speaking, Bug Clan Empress and the other universe masters' memories immediately surged with information about these 3 universe knights. With the powerful souls of universe masters, they were able to quickly search for detailed information about these 3 universe knights. Among them, Hong Lin Knight was a universe overlord with the most potential in the Human Universe Mercenary Alliance, while Snowy Feather Knight was one of the first to join the Hong Alliance. His talent and comprehension were not top-notch, but they were still outstanding. The last one, Red Spear Peak Leader, was a special life form that had been dormant for countless eras. Many universe masters believed that he had exhausted all his potential and would never be able to break through to become a universe master. No one had expected him to break through to become a universe master during this round of listening. After understanding what this meant, the Empress Palace fell into a dead silence. A long time passed. The Bug Queen spoke slowly. I need to discuss this matter with the shifters and automatons in detail to decide the future of our race. Not only the Bug clan, but within the short span of half a day after the human race announced the results of the sermon, the trillions of races in the universe, as long as they were well informed, all knew that 3 universe knights had broken through to become universe masters, Northern Territory Alliance. A large number of universe masters from scattered races and powerful races gathered. They all looked solemn. Apparently, the results of Zhou Hao's lecture were too shocking. Among them, Star River Master, Dark Mist Star Master, and Black Lotus Master, who represented the Northern Territory Special Life Form race, the Dark Mist race, and the 6 Plant Life Form races, respectively, stood at the head of the table. As for the leader of the Northern Territory Alliance leader, he was not present. Star River Master, who had great prestige and power, was the first to speak. I believe everyone has heard the news from the human race. This meeting is mainly to discuss whether we should form an alliance with the human race and form a united front under such circumstances. Star River, is there a need to discuss this? In the entire universe, our Northern Territory Alliance has the most universe knights and overlords. Previously, we maintained a neutral position. Although we managed to get some seats, they were all undying emperors and universe knights who had just broken through. If we choose to form an alliance with the human race, we will definitely be able to get more seats. We can even get some powerful universe knights and universe overlords to participate. Humph. Even Red Spear, a universe overlord with no potential, could break through to become a universe master. I believe the universe knights and universe overlords of our Northern Territory Alliance have a higher possibility of breaking through. Maybe we only need one chance to increase the number of universe masters in our Northern Territory Alliance by 5 to 10. These words were very provocative, and it was also the first thought that came to the minds of the other universe masters when they heard the news. Many universe masters nodded to express their agreement. Especially the universe masters from the Special Life Form race represented by Star River Master and the 6 Plant Life Form races represented by Black Lotus Master. They were all filled with anticipation. Haha. If universe masters can break through at will, then why would the human race allow us other races to break through? Wouldn't it be better for them to break through to become universe masters themselves? When the human race has more than a few hundred universe masters, then the human race can easily become the most powerful race in the original universe. That is why I believe that the breakthroughs of the 3 universe masters this time around were merely coincidental events. Furthermore, even if they were not coincidental events, you have to think about it. The rise of the human race is already inevitable. If we were to form an alliance with the human race, it would definitely accelerate this process. By then, once the human race becomes stronger, it is bound to occupy more fertile territories, the other universe masters from the Wulan race said. So what? The original universe is so huge. Can the human race occupy it all? Short-sighted. If the human race becomes an overlord, it will definitely reduce our living space. By then, even reproduction and survival will be a problem for us, let alone development. As long as we can break through to become universe supreme masters, when the original universe is destroyed, we will have a place to live. If we don't form an alliance with the human race, when will we ever have a universe supreme master? Will we always rely on Northern Territory Alliance master? Very soon, the universe masters from the 3 major factions were in a heated argument. The Wulan race was the most powerful race in the Northern Territory Alliance, and it occupied a vast territory. Naturally, it didn't want the human race to become stronger. However, the 6 plant life form races and other small special life form races didn't rely on territories, so they didn't care about the threat posed by the human race. They only wanted to improve their own power. Arguments like the one in the Northern Territory Alliance quickly spread to the entire universe and became more and more intense. The three Universe Knights, Snow Feather, Hong Lin, and Red Spear, had crossed the threshold of Universe Master, and the impact it had caused was far beyond the expectations of Zhou Hao and the human race. To put it simply, it was equivalent to a supernuclear bomb on an ordinary planet that had directly detonated in the entire universe. In less than a month, the trillions of races in the universe, even those in remote territories that didn't have the latest news, were discussing whether or not to join the Hong Alliance after hearing the shocking news. More and more scattered races left their original alliances and joined the Human Alliance. There were even some powerful races that joined the Hong Alliance without hesitation. Even though the threat posed by the human race was becoming more and more prevalent, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the scattered and weak races among the trillions of races. After all, to many races, having a universe master in their race would bring about a huge change to the race. Regardless of whether it was their territory or their right to speak in the universe, it would obviously increase. Besides, many races believed that even Red Spear, a special life form that had exhausted all his potential, could break through to become a universe master. Then, if some of the knights and overlords of their races who were talented in comprehension were to listen in, wouldn't they be able to break through to become a universe master? No one could maintain their rationality before they had the chance to break through and become a universe master. Hence, under such circumstances, the Hong Alliance, which was already expanding rapidly, was expanding like a balloon. Within half a year of the news being spread, the number of universe masters had increased to close to 400, and it had become the most powerful alliance in the universe. The upper echelons of the human race were all stunned. They didn't expect that just one lecture in reality would increase the overall power of the Hong Alliance by more than a few times. And now, the pressure that the human race faced because of Zhou Hao's talent had completely dissipated. The Five Alliance, including the Demon Race and the Bug Clan, couldn't maintain their advantage in front of the huge crocodile that was the Hong Alliance. On top of that, they had to constantly worry about the Hong Alliance provoking them and starting a war. The races that joined the Hong Alliance knew that to get a spot in reality, they had to contribute enough, and where did that come from? Naturally, it came from the war with the Five Alliance. This could be seen from the fact that within half a year, the number of emperors in the frontier battlefield had increased by close to 1 million. The new races that joined the Hong Alliance were very active. Virtual Universe. Within Huge Axe Palace. The situation in the universe had changed once again, and the Human Alliance was growing rapidly. Giant Axe had no choice but to hold a Giant Axe conference. The main reason was that the human race was now in a critical period, and they had never encountered such a situation before. They had to be cautious. Swish. Swish, Deserted Mirror, Pengong, Qing Dong, Void Gold, Darkness, and other universe masters appeared one after another, and the number of stone chairs around the huge round table kept increasing. With the arrival of Zhou Hao, the universe masters who were chatting with one another all focused their gazes on Zhou Hao. Then they greeted him warmly and politely. The Sword River Overlord is here. Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao also responded with a smile. Very soon. The Giant Axe arrived. However, when the other universe masters saw Primal Chaos City Leader's empty seat, they were surprised. Primal Chaos City Leader had never been absent from such important meetings, and he had never been late. Hun Dun is at a critical point in his cultivation, so he won't be participating in this meeting. After Huge Axe finished speaking, the other universe masters were all delighted. Apparently, Primal Chaos City Leader was about to make a breakthrough. The newly promoted Hong Lin Master was confused at first, but when he heard the explanation from Star Helm Master, he was suddenly enlightened, and his eyes shone with joy. This meeting is mainly to discuss the direction of our human race, said Huge Axe Overlord. Now that Hun Dun is busy with his cultivation, he can't manage any affairs, so Void Gold will be in charge of all the affairs within the race. Huge Axe looked at Void Gold. Void Gold Master nodded and continued, previously, the main direction of our human race's plan was to improve the overall power of our race as much as possible and seek the cooperation and support of other races in the universe to withstand the pressure from the Five Alliances. Everything is based on this foundation. But now, the situation has changed. Due to the influence of Sword River Overlord's lecture in reality, the number of universe masters in the Hong Alliance has reached 387, which far exceeds the power of the other superpowers. The five alliances no longer have the power to put pressure on our human race. At the same time, the five alliances' area of activity in the outer region battlefield is rapidly shrinking. I believe that in the next 100 years, the outer region battlefield will belong to the five alliances. Therefore, the rise of our human race should be brought forward to the second stage. The other universe masters, including Zhou Hao, listened patiently. The expansion of the Han Alliance had relieved the most pressing pressure on the human race, but it also brought about new pressure, which was how to maintain the core relationship of the Han Alliance with the human race as the leader. Originally, the Han Alliance had only had slightly over 40 universe masters, and the human race had taken the leading position. But now, the number of universe masters had skyrocketed to almost 400, and the human race's proportion had dropped sharply. If it weren't for the number of spectators, the 400 universe masters would definitely not be led by the human race. Even so, there were many other voices within the Han Alliance. These voices suggested that the Han Alliance redraw the internal resources and clarify the issue of the number of spectators. Some even said that if the human race didn't give a clear response, then they would join the five alliances to put pressure on the human race. Although these voices were still small, and there weren't many races supporting them, if the human race didn't handle it well, then it would always be a hidden danger. Other than that, there were many other problems. For example, some of the scattered races originally hated each other, but now that they were in the Han Alliance, they naturally attacked each other. There were also groups forming under the Han Alliance. In the end, the main problem was that the human race's power couldn't keep up with the rapid expansion of the Han Alliance. There was a tendency that they couldn't suppress it, especially for the next lecture in reality and in the virtual world. Whether the number of spectators needed to be expanded, and how to distribute them, and so on were all pressing issues. Just as those voices said, if the scattered races could join the Han Alliance and relieve the pressure on the human race, they could also join the five alliances immediately and put pressure on the human race again. It could be said that in the face of these problems, even if Primal Chaos City immediately became a Universe Supreme Master, it would still be there. After Void Gold Master summarized the main crux of the problem, the other Universe Masters started to speak one after another, voicing their own concerns and solutions. The meeting went on for 3 days, and finally, it came to an end. Hujax looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, the core of the Rise plan is you. Do you have any solutions or suggestions for the problem the Han Alliance is facing? The other Universe Masters all looked at Zhou Hao. Me? Zhou Hao was dazed. He didn't expect Hujax to ask for his suggestions. After all, he hadn't practiced for long, and he didn't have much experience, especially when it came to the problems of the Alliance. However, he thought about it and said, Hujax founder, everyone, speaking of suggestions, I do have some. Darkness, Ice Mountain, and the other Universe Masters couldn't help but feel excited. Hujax smiled and looked at Zhou Hao. Just now, everyone discussed the many problems and solutions in the Han Alliance. We think that the most important thing for the Han Alliance is the number of people to listen in. The human race can't give a clear solution. This is the source of the problem. I agree with everyone. Zhou Hao thought for a while and continued, although it's better for me to have as many spectators as possible, first, we have to ensure the advantage of the human race. We can't expand the number of spectators blindly. Hujax and the other Universe Masters nodded and felt relieved. They were indeed worried that Zhou Hao would expand the number of spectators for the sake of the effect of the preaching. Although this would unite the Han Alliance in a short time, it would undoubtedly weaken the human race's right to speak. After all, the original purpose of the preaching in reality was to improve the overall power of the human race as soon as possible. If the number of spectators from the Han Alliance exceeded that of the human race, it would be no different from a virtual preaching. Zhou Hao smiled and said, so, under the premise that we can't solve this problem, we can only give out some of the spectators, and the Han Alliance and the other races can only take up less than 20% of the slots. Not only that, but the proportion of the virtual preaching has to be controlled again. As for the 20%, it's the most discussed issue just now. I think it's fairer to distribute it according to the previous contribution. Hearing this, Deserted Mirror Master couldn't help but say, Sword River, we all think that contribution is the most reasonable, but the problem now is that there are many new races in the Han Alliance that can't get more contribution. The Five Alliance, including the demon race and the bug race, have withdrawn from the outer region battlefield, and they're trying to keep a low profile on the original star. Unless the human race and the Hong Alliance officially declare war on the Five Alliance, the contribution that the Hong Alliance can get will be less and less. Void Gold, Qingdong, Pengong, Darkness, and the other universe masters couldn't help but nod. This was the most difficult problem to solve at the moment. There were many idle races that joined the Hong Alliance, and there were more than 200 universe masters. They knew that their races were the latecomers, and they couldn't compete with those who joined first. Thus, in order to get more spots, they were bound to work together or form a bigger alliance. So, as long as the human race was unfair in the allocation of the spots, they would definitely make a fuss about it, and this was exactly what the Five Alliance and the other powers wanted to see. Actually, when the Hong Alliance was expanding, the human race tried to rope in the vassal races of the Hong Alliance and gave some spots to the stronger races to curb the internal disputes. However, this method didn't work anymore because there were too many new races that joined, and the races weren't stupid. Even if the human race gave them more spots, they wouldn't completely side with the human race. Zhou Hao laughed. Huang Jian, of course, I know about this. So, I suggest that we use the same method as before to exchange true treasures for contribution points and quotas. In addition, we can also exchange for exploration maps of the universe ocean, and the contribution quota for the latter can be increased appropriately. After that, Hujax and the other universe masters immediately understood what Zhou Hao meant. He wanted to make use of the universe masters who couldn't get more contribution points in the Hong Alliance to expand the exploration maps of universe ocean for the human race. If it's just exchanging true treasures for contribution points and spots, even if other races have objections, it won't be too big. However, if we include the exploration maps of universe ocean, I'm afraid many races will object. After all, universe ocean is different from the original universe. It's too dangerous, and there are great beings from the universe era. Yes, I think there will be many objections. Universe ocean is too dangerous. Many universe masters from idle races are relatively ordinary, so they rarely go to universe ocean. Those who dare to go to universe ocean are mostly universe masters from powerful races. Darkness, Ice Mountain, and the others said one after another. They knew that Zhou Hao had never been to universe ocean, so what they said was to remind Zhou Hao that this suggestion wasn't very realistic. Zhou Hao shook his head. Universe ocean is indeed dangerous, but the chances of getting true treasures are high. Besides, the human race won't force you. If you don't want to take the risk, you can choose not to go. Besides, I plan to go to universe ocean after a while. Before, I was still weak, so everyone came back from universe ocean to protect me and our race. Now that I've grown up, I think the focus of the human race should be on universe ocean again. The other universe masters were all dazed. They didn't expect Zhou Hao to go to universe ocean, but it made sense. Zhou Hao could wield power at top tier level 6, so it was indeed inappropriate for him to stay in the original universe. At that moment, Hujax suddenly smiled. I agree with Zhou Hao's suggestion. If the races from the Hong Alliance object, let them object. We humans aren't afraid of any pressure. Besides, if Zhou Hao goes to universe ocean, the demon race, bug race, and other races will probably go with him. After all, this may be their only chance. Huang Jian, Pengong, and the other universe masters were suddenly enlightened. They wanted to ask if it was too risky, but then they thought of Zhou Hao's crazy speed of improvement and power, and they all understood. I agree. Seconded. We've been back in the original universe for a while. It's time to continue our adventure in universe ocean. Yes, universe ocean is the place where we can improve our power quickly. Besides, we need to have a good fight to our heart's content after thousands of years of comprehension. Soon, the other universe masters all agreed. Hujax looked at Zhou Hao and asked, Zhou Hao, when do you plan to leave? 500 years at the latest. Zhou Hao replied. Going to universe ocean was something he had to do, but before that, he had to develop the pulse of Earth first. Besides, he had to prepare for Fenhun. After all, he was worried that if only his mirror body went to universe ocean, he wouldn't be able to sense his original body in the land of darkness. By the way, there's one more thing. Zhou Hao glanced at the other universe masters. I mentioned to Hugh Jax before that I want to improve the overall power of my race quickly. I believe everyone knows that I have another talent. Now, my law comprehension level is comparable to that of a universe master. Huang Jian and the other universe masters were excited when they heard that. Hugh Jax immediately pressed his hand down. I know you all want to strengthen your pulse, but Zhou Hao doesn't have that much time. He also needs to cultivate, so he can only spare some time. As for the quota and the number of quotas, Zhou Hao will give me the details, and then I'll distribute them. As for how to distribute, he paused and smiled. We'll follow Zhou Hao's suggestion. When we get to Universe Ocean, we'll have to work harder. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. On the universe scale of the River of Time, 100 years wouldn't even make a splash. Universe-level warriors might sigh about how time flies, but to domain lords, sector lords, and even eternal undyings, 100 years was just the blink of an eye. But that was the past. In the current primal universe, regardless of whether it was the Universe Knights, Universe Masters, or Universe Supreme Masters, all felt that 100 years was too long. Even 50 years was starting to feel that it was too long. There was no other way. Ever since the human race had opened up the slots for Universe Knights and Overlords to attend the lectures in reality, there had been 2 consecutive lectures in reality where Universe Knights had broken through to become Universe Masters, and the number had increased from 3 to 5, and then to 6. It was a significant increase. Such a situation made the billions of races in the universe restless. Everyone knew that Zhou Hao's real-life lectures had made Universe Knights become Universe Masters. It wasn't an accident, but an extremely powerful influence. Most importantly, not all of the Universe Knights and Universe Overlords who had broken through to become Universe Masters had outstanding comprehension abilities. Among them, there were a few Universe Overlords who had exhausted their potential, like Red Spear Master. There were also Universe Knights who had ordinary comprehension abilities. This made the billions of races in the universe come to a conclusion. As long as they could get a slot for real-life lectures, any Universe Knight could become a Universe Master, so the already expanding Hong Alliance continued to climb at a crazy speed. Almost every year, there were races that chose to join the Hong Alliance, and the most shocking news was that the Northern Territory Alliance, which used to be a superpower in the universe, announced its disbandment. The Master of the Northern Territory Alliance led the Master of Star River and the Master of Black Lotus to join the Hong Alliance. The Master of Silky Mist led the Silky Mist to join the alliance of 5 races. Besides that, led by Virtual Real Devil Master, a large number of remote and idle races and ordinary races announced that they would be cooperating with the 5 Major Races Alliance. As a result, the power of the 5 Major Races Alliance skyrocketed. The number of Universe Masters increased to 287, and the number of Universe Supreme Masters increased to 7, but this still couldn't shake the Human Alliance, because the Hong Alliance alone had more than 500 Universe Masters. Even though there were only 3 Universe Supreme Masters, there was no doubt that the Human Alliance was still the most powerful alliance in the universe. The Ancestral God School, the Space Beast Alliance, and the new alliance led by Shihua Island leader and Black Universe creator formed a new round of superpowers. It could be said that, in less than 200 or 300 years, the powers of the primal universe were rising like a storm. Like Thorn Ring, 9 Regions, Snow Region, and other first-grade races alliances, in the face of this gradually increasing giant, they were gradually unable to withstand it. They were forced to form a new race alliance, the core territory of the alliance of the 5 races. The avatars of the 7 Universe Supreme Masters gathered. Hollow Reality, you have a good relationship with the Northern Alliance Master. Do you know why he suddenly chose to join the Hong Alliance? Father God asked. As a Universe Supreme Master, every single one of them valued their reputation very much. At the same time, they also had their own pride. For things like joining a group of powers, very few Universe Supreme Masters would do so. This was because they themselves represented the limits of the universe. They could easily gather a large number of races and become a supreme power. Therefore, they couldn't understand why the Northern Territory Alliance Master would suddenly announce that he was joining the Hong Alliance. After all, Sitting Mountain Guest was the first to express his attitude, and he was only cooperating with the human race. The Bug Queen, Main Tu, Xianxia, the prison race's devil ancestor, and the crystal race's holy master all looked at the virtual real demonic celestial. Suzhen sighed. The Northern Frontier Alliance master made a wise choice. Hearing this, Father God and the other Universe Supreme Masters were shocked. Suzhen Devil Master continued, "We lone Universe Supreme Masters have received news that Primal Chaos City leader of the human race is very likely to break through to become a Universe Supreme Master." The moment this was said, Bug Empress and the others were all shocked. What? That's impossible. Although Primal Chaos City leader of the human race is said to be the most likely to break through to become a Universe Supreme Master, it's still possible. You and I both know how difficult it is to become a Universe Supreme Master. Otherwise, since the Primal Universe was born so many eras ago, there wouldn't only be us Universe Supreme Masters. Even if Primal Chaos City leader can break through, it'll take at least 10 million eras. Yes, it can't be that fast. I remember the last time in Universe Ocean, I tested Primal Chaos City leader, and he didn't even touch the key to becoming a Universe Supreme Master. They all shook their heads. They were all Universe Supreme Masters, so they naturally knew what difficulties they had to go through to make a breakthrough. Back then, Teacher Origin of the human race was so powerful, and he was very good at cultivating disciples, yet the human race only gave birth to one Universe Supreme Master, Huge Axe. This undoubtedly showed that the breakthrough of Universe Supreme Masters could not be taught. It could only be guided. Because of this, among the races from the reincarnation era in the Primal Universe and Universe Ocean, there were not many Universe Supreme Masters. Even in the Primal Universe during the era of the Divine Eye clan, the number of Universe Supreme Masters born was not more than 30. Suzhen Devil Master understood the reaction of Bug Empress and the others. When he heard this news, he had the same reaction. "Everyone, the news was told to me by Northern Frontier Alliance Master, and I believe he won't fool me with this news. If this news is 80% true, then it means Primal Chaos City leader is very likely influenced by Zhou Hao, and that's why he broke through to become a Universe Supreme Master in advance. I'm afraid this is also the reason why Northern Frontier Alliance Master made up his mind to join the human race." Suzhen Devil Master looked at Father God of Machinery. "This requires great courage. Northern Frontier Alliance Master believes that if Zhou Hao can influence Universe Supreme Masters, then in the future, Universe Supreme Masters will definitely be able to make a breakthrough and reach the level of East Emperor and Purple Moon." Hong, these words seemed to hit their hearts directly, and it made Bug Empress and the other Universe Supreme Masters tremble all over. Reincarnation, breaking through reincarnation, they all knew that as long as they reached the level of East Emperor and Purple Moon, they would definitely be able to break through reincarnation and make their miniature universe a new holy land, an eternal existence. Just as countless races could not resist the temptation of becoming a Universe Master, they, as Universe Supreme Masters, could not resist the hope of breaking through reincarnation. Even if there was only a tiny bit of hope, they would fight for it with all their might. In fact, after Bug Empress and the others had found out about Zhou Hao's talent ability, they all had the same thought. However, the way of thinking and cognition they had formed and the universe they had tried, as well as the operating rules, made them dismiss the idea. After all, if a Universe Supreme Master could rely on talent alone to break through a reincarnation cycle, then the entire Primal Universe and Universe Ocean would be thrown into complete chaos. The operating laws of the universe would not allow such a thing to happen. Even now, they still thought so, but, what if Zhou Hao could really influence Universe Supreme Masters? What would happen to their race then? Previously, no one had thought that Zhou Hao could make Universe Knights break through to Universe Masters, but now, there were already 14 Universe Masters who had become Universe Masters. If they counted the ones hidden in the human race, there would be even more. Therefore, a terrifying thought kept emerging from the bottom of their hearts, one that made them feel fear: silence. Bug Empress and the others were silent for a long time. Finally, Father God of Machinery broke the oppressive atmosphere. "Everyone, regardless of whether this news is true or not, we can no longer turn back, unless we're willing to give up our territory and hide in a remote star area to reproduce. And in the future, in Universe Ocean, we'll have to rely on the breath of the human race." Hearing that, Bug Empress and the other Universe Supreme Masters came back to their senses. Yes, they could no longer turn back. Or rather, from the very beginning, they had no choice. The competition between races was cruel, and there was no compromise to speak of. Other idle, ordinary, or powerful races could still choose to join the Han Alliance, but pinnacle races like them would never join the Human Race Alliance. Just like the saying, those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions. Father God of Machinery, if Primal Chaos City leader really breaks through, how should our race deal with him? The other Universe Supreme Masters, including Father God of Machinery, could not help but look at Virtual Real Devil Master. Virtual Real Devil Master said slowly, currently, only Universe Ocean is our only hope. The stronger the human race is, not only do we not want to see it, but also the powerful races from the reincarnation era in Universe Ocean. As long as we spread the news and explain the pros and cons, I believe those powers from the reincarnation era will definitely suppress the human race. Demon Meng too shook his head. Virtual Real, don't forget that those powers from the reincarnation era are more eager than us for the chance to transcend. Virtual Real Devil Master smiled faintly. Of course, I know that. But don't forget the pressure that Teacher Origin brought to Universe Ocean. And the human race is not stupid. If they know there's hope, they'll definitely keep it a secret. Similarly, they won't let other races have hope. The bug race and the demon race nodded one after another. That was right. If their race had the chance to transcend, they would naturally transcend first and then suppress the other races to become the eternal overlords of Universe Ocean. Milky Way. Earth. Of course, Zhou did not know that the alliance of the 5 races was ready to cooperate with the powers from Universe Ocean. At that moment, he was sitting leisurely on the rooftop of West Lake Villa Castle, enjoying the beautiful scenery of West Lake not far away, drinking hot tea and taking a nap. At his current level of law comprehension, only the feedback from a large-scale sermon could increase his law comprehension. Moreover, the increase was not as great as before. If he used it alone every year, the increase was almost negligible. To this, Zhou was not disappointed. After all, he was now infinitely close to the level of a universe master in all kinds of laws, especially the basic laws of time and space. He was only a little bit away from fully comprehending them. And this was under the condition that he did not spend much time studying and comprehending them. If he took some time, he could definitely comprehend time and space within 100 years. Shua, a figure materialized. It was Zhou. She smiled and said, "Brother, why do I feel that since you returned to Earth, you've become more and more relaxed? Previously, you were either cultivating or sorting out your comprehension." Zhou opened his eyes and laughed. "When you reach my level, you'll know why I'm so free." Zhou said snappily. "I may not be able to become a universe master in this lifetime. I'll be satisfied if I can break through to become a universe knight." Zhou shook his head and looked at Zhou. Suddenly, he asked on a whim, "Sister, how long have you been at the level of emperor?" "More than 2,000 years, replied Zhou. Zhou replied. She seemed to have guessed Zhou's plan. "I'm already very fast." "Don't." Before she could finish, Zhou smiled and said, "Sister, it's time for you to move. I believe you'll be able to comprehend the space origin law soon and break through to become a universe knight." Zhou was speechless. She was afraid that Zhou would say something like that. If she did not reply, it would be a waste of a great opportunity. Hence, she could only say helplessly, "Thank you for your kind words, brother. I also hope to become a universe knight soon." Hong, profound concepts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth directly enveloped Zhou. Her consciousness went into overclocking mode instantly. This overclocking allowed her to sense the universe origin very clearly. It was as if she was looking at the universe's huge engraving diagram with her own eyes. Every engraving could be transmitted in the simplest and most simple way. The space origin's most profound and complicated teleportation, sealing, and strangling were all cleared at this moment. Zhou comprehended it directly. She opened her eyes again. It had already been a few decades. Zhou looked at Zhou. Her expression was complicated but also filled with joy. She knew she was about to break through to become a universe knight, Hong Long, as expected. The next moment, a 5-colored whirlpool appeared above Zhou's head. Her undying godly energy connected to the universe origin and madly absorbed the godly energy of the universe origin. She transformed her undying godly energy into night-level godly energy. Zhou Hao smiled. Back then, Zhou Ying'er, whose talent was average, had been eliminated in the training camp. Who would have thought that she would become a universe knight after 5,000 years? However, this wasn't enough. Therefore, before Zhou Ying'er could consolidate her breakthrough to become a universe knight, he raised his voice again. Sister, your talent and comprehension are excellent. I believe you'll make another breakthrough in a short time, especially your comprehension of the time origin law. You'll reach a higher level. Zhou Ying'er was speechless. She could only reply again. Voila! The effect of the law of command spread instantly. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. In the castle of Westlake Courtyard, Zhou Ying'er, who had just become a pinnacle universe knight, hurriedly said, "Brother, don't continue. I really need to consolidate my comprehension." She was probably the first being to break through from an ordinary universe knight to a pinnacle universe knight before she even had time to transform her godly energy. Zhou Hao smiled. Don't worry, I know. You should consolidate your comprehension first. After a while, you'll become a universe master. Then I'll rest assured and let you guard Earth. Of course, I'll arrange for my other bodies to stay on Earth. When Zhou Ying'er heard this, she suddenly realized that her brother was going to leave. All right. Very soon. Zhou Ying'er disappeared. Zhou Hao was about to drink tea when Hugh Jax sent him an email. Seeing the content of the email, he couldn't help but be delighted. Virtual Universe. Top floor of Thunder Island. Inside the towering palace surrounded by chaotic airflow. All the universe masters of the human race gathered, and they all looked happy. After Zhou Hao appeared, they all went up to greet him, and their attitudes became more enthusiastic. Zhou Hao responded to them one by one, but he knew what was going on. His teacher, Primal Chaos City Leader, had become a Universe Supreme Master. This not only meant that his status was higher, but it also meant that his talent was enough to make a Universe Master breakthrough to become a Universe Supreme Master. Although Primal Chaos City Leader had taken the most crucial step, he hadn't made a breakthrough, so no one could draw such a conclusion. But now, Primal Chaos City Leader had a breakthrough, which completely proved the terrifying influence of Zhou Hao's talent, especially veteran universe masters like Huang Jian, Peng Gong, and Void Gold, who looked at Zhou Hao with eager eyes. Obviously, they also wanted to be like Primal Chaos City Leader and Darkness Master. They wanted to find their own path and breakthrough to become Universe Supreme Masters. Congratulations, congratulations! Primal Chaos City Leader has become a Universe Supreme Master, and the branch of Virtual Universe has become stronger. It's not weaker than Hugh Jack's dojo anymore. Yes, once Darkness Master makes a breakthrough, the ranking of the 5 powers of the human race will change. The rest of the Universe Masters chatted half-jokingly. Darkness Master, however, said modestly, "It's still early, still early." Although he said that, he couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. It could be said that no one present was more excited and delighted than him when he heard that Primal Chaos City Leader had made a breakthrough. After all, he was the first to be influenced by Zhou Hao's talent and found his own path. Now that Primal Chaos City Leader had made a breakthrough, it was almost certain that he would make a breakthrough. Shua, suddenly, 2 figures appeared. The noise in the palace suddenly disappeared. Hugh Jack's creator. Primal Chaos creator. All the Universe Masters, including Zhou Hao, bowed respectfully. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled as his gaze fell upon Zhou Hao. There was a look of gratitude in his eyes. He knew that without Zhou Hao, it would take him a very long time to make a breakthrough and become a Universe Supreme Master. Everyone, ever since Teacher Origin was suppressed, our human race has finally given birth to a second Universe Supreme Master. This is not only a blessing for the pulse of the virtual universe, but it is also a blessing for our human race. From today onward, our human race can finally be completely free from the pressure from the outside world. We are not afraid of any threats. Giant Axe said. The rest of the Universe Masters laughed, and they all felt much more relaxed. Ever since the 5 pinnacle races had formed an alliance to wage war against the human race, all of them had been under heavy pressure. They were even prepared to sacrifice themselves in the final battle. Even though the Han Alliance had been expanding and becoming stronger over the past few hundred years, they all knew that this was just an external power that could disappear at any time. Now that Primal Chaos City leader had become a universe supreme master, the overall power of the human race had taken a huge leap forward. The pressure that had been lingering in everyone's hearts had finally dissipated. Today, we will not discuss any matters regarding our race. Let's congratulate Chaos and the human race. The moment Hugh Jax finished his sentence, all the universe masters burst into laughter. Soon, the servants served fine wine and delicacies, and everyone drank to their heart's content. The news of Primal Chaos City leader breaking through to become a universe supreme master spread like a storm in the universe. Countless races were shocked. The Ancestral God School, Space Beast Alliance, Thorn Ring, 9 regions, and many other alliance races, as well as some large race teams from the Han Alliance, could not wait to use their own methods to connect to the virtual universe and rush to the top palace of the Han Alliance city. They wanted to know if the news was true or not. The significance of this matter was too extraordinary. If it had been during normal times, the birth of a universe supreme master would have been a big deal, but it would not have attracted much attention from the other races. At most, they would send great beings to congratulate the new universe supreme master. However, it was completely different for the human race when Primal Chaos City leader broke through to become a universe supreme master. The trillions of races in the universe all knew that Primal Chaos City leader was a universe child and the teacher of Sword River Horde leader. Therefore, there was a huge difference between Primal Chaos City leader's own accumulation and the influence of Zhou Hao's talent. Even if they guessed that it was the latter, they still had to be clear about this matter. On a towering mountain platform, a large number of universe masters from the Han Alliance gathered. Besides the Han Alliance, there were also representatives from the Ancestral God School, Space Beast Alliance, and many other powers. They formed circles and conversed with one another. Star River Master, congratulations! Congratulations! Yes, Star River Master, you made the right choice. You actually rushed to join the Han Alliance before Primal Chaos City leader broke through. You really make us envious. Now, I heard that the human race has stopped accepting other races to seek refuge from them. Alas, in the end, we still hesitated. If Primal Chaos City leader's breakthrough is really related to the universe child, then our race will suffer a great loss. We will miss the opportunity to become a universe supreme master. Many circles were sighing. Every race was very clear about what it meant to become a universe supreme master. It not only represented the ultimate combat power of the universe, but it also represented a supreme power. It also represented the hope that the race would continue to live and reproduce after the end of the original universe, and universe masters who were on good terms with the Northern Territory Alliance, such as Star River Master and Black Lotus Master, all congratulated Primal Chaos City leader. However, although Star River Master and Black Lotus Master wore smiles on the surface, they were bitter inside. If they had known that Primal Chaos City leader could break through to become a universe supreme master, they would never have incited the other universe masters from the Han Alliance to ask for more seats. They had even vaguely threatened the human race that if they did not increase the number of seats, they would leave the Han Alliance and join the 5 major alliance. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. They could only hope that the human race would forgive their actions on account of their power and power. Now, the only thing they were thankful for was that in the Han Alliance, they had only incited and not really done anything to threaten the human race. I don't know when the human race will come out to clarify the authenticity of the news. How can this be fake? The most important thing now is to figure out whether Primal Chaos City leader made the breakthrough on his own or because he listened to Zhou Hao. I'm afraid it's more likely the latter. If Primal Chaos City leader could become a universe supreme master, he would have done it long ago. Even if he didn't, he must be at the critical stage of his breakthrough. At that time, would the 5 major alliance dare to start a war? Isn't that so? I heard that it takes a long time for a universe supreme master to make a breakthrough, so it must be because of the universe child. Almost all the circles of universe masters revolved around this topic, and almost 80% of them believed that Primal Chaos City leader made the breakthrough because he listened to Zhou Hao. Although this was indeed the truth, even if it wasn't the truth, they would still believe it to be the truth. This was because only then could they have the hope of becoming a universe supreme master. In a desolate space not far from the human territory, several majestic wills descended. They were the Old Beast God, Xianxia Island Leader, Northern Territory Alliance Master, Yi Zhou, Black Universe Creator, and other Lone Universe Supreme Masters. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for these Universe Supreme Masters to gather together, but since the situation of the universe changed, they had been contacting each other more frequently. Unlike the other Universe Masters, they had a more direct way of getting information. Alliance Master, is chaos really because of Zhou Hao's talent? The Old Beast God asked first. Xianxia and the other great beings all looked at Northern Territory Alliance Master. Among them, the leader of the Northern Territory Alliance was the boldest. He chose to join the Hong Alliance directly. Even Sitting Mountain Guest was only in a cooperative relationship. Previously, they had mocked Northern Territory Alliance Master for throwing away his dignity for a little hope, but now, if the news was true, then Northern Territory Alliance Master was undoubtedly the wisest. Northern Territory Alliance Master didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at Xianxia Island Leader and smiled. Island Leader, for the sake of our many years of friendship, I advise you not to hesitate anymore and join the Hong Alliance like me. The moment he said that, the other Universe Supreme Masters all frowned. Yi Zhou's sharp voice echoed. Alliance Master, if there's any inside information, just say it. What's the point of hiding it? Humph. Even if chaos really broke through because of Zhou Hao's talent, it's only a Universe Master's breakthrough. It's useless for us Universe Supreme Masters. Black Universe Creator said nonchalantly, it's useless now, but what about the future? How long has it been since Zhou Hao revealed his talent? Initially, he was only able to influence universe level, domain level, and undying beings. But now, he's already able to help Universe Masters break through and become Universe Supreme Masters. Based on this speed, he will definitely be able to influence us Universe Supreme Masters within 10,000 years. And 10,000 years is just a matter of a moment. Yi Zhou said coldly, chaos might not be because of Zhou Hao's talent. The Old Beast God's aged voice interrupted them. Alright, the two of you, stop arguing. Since we have gathered here, we naturally know what is going on. Although Primal Chaos City Leader is most likely to break through to become a Universe Supreme Master, it is absolutely impossible for him to do so quickly. So, Alliance Master, don't keep us in suspense. We just want to confirm the news. Northern Territory Alliance Master nodded. Indeed, Primal Chaos City Leader became a Universe Supreme Master within such a short period of time because he listened to Zhou Hao's sermons. Based on what I know, the human race has actually started listening to Zhou Hao's sermons in reality a long time ago. Back then, Zhou Hao was only at the Domain Lord level. Besides, I believe that all of you have witnessed the increase in the number of Universe Masters in the human race after listening to his sermons. At this point, he paused for a moment and lamented, actually, the Universe Master who was first influenced by Zhou Hao and saw the hope of breaking through to become a Universe Supreme Master was not Primal Chaos. What? Not Chaos? Wait a minute, Alliance Master, do you mean that other than Chaos City Leader, there are other Universe Masters who have hopes of becoming Universe Supreme Masters? How is this possible? Primal Chaos City Leader is the most likely to break through. The other Universe Masters are far from him. Old Beast God and the other Universe Supreme Masters shook their heads. They had a deep understanding of the human race. Of course, most of their information came from the bug race, the demon race, and the automaton race. Northern Territory Alliance Master looked at Old Beast God and said slowly, it's Darkness Master. Darkness Master? The hidden Universe Master of the human race? He's about to become a Universe Supreme Master? Old Beast God and the other great beings were bewildered. That's right. Northern Territory Alliance Master nodded. Sitting Mountain Guest told me this, and that's why I decided to join the Hong Alliance. The human race didn't hide it from me. In fact, this information wasn't considered a top secret to the human race. After all, Zhou Hao had completely grown up, so he wasn't afraid of his talent at all. Old Beast God and the other great beings fell silent when they heard that it was Sitting Mountain Guest who told them. Old Beast God suddenly let out a long sigh. If Darkness Master also breaks through, then the human race will have 3 Universe Supreme Masters. 3 Universe Supreme Masters, by then, the human race would truly be the #1 power, and it might even surpass the era of Teacher Origin, Black Universe creator also sighed. The scariest thing isn't that the human race will have 3 Universe Supreme Masters, but that we can't even predict how many Universe Supreme Masters the human race will have under the influence of Zhou Hao's talent. The moment he finished speaking, the barren star area was terrifyingly silent. Old Beast God and the others were shocked, but they also felt the pressure of the future human race. After a long while, Northern Territory Alliance Master broke the silence. Everyone, let me give you a piece of advice. In our universe era, the human race will eventually be like the Divine Eye clan, dominating the entire original universe. Although we're all Universe Supreme Masters and have nothing to fear, don't forget that the human race isn't the Divine Eye clan, and it has more potential than the Divine Eye clan, especially that Zhou Hao. If it really goes according to his talent, Universe Ocean will really give birth to a third Holy Land universe. After he finished speaking, Northern Territory Alliance Master disappeared. The other Universe Supreme Masters trembled. A third Holy Land universe. They looked at each other and saw the ripples revealed by each other. 2 months later, the human race finally officially responded to the news of Primal Chaos City Leader's breakthrough, and it was a response from Primal Chaos City Leader himself. The trillions of races in the universe were completely shocked. Although they were willing to believe that Primal Chaos City Leader had broken through because of Zhou Hao's talent, when the news was confirmed, trillions of races were collectively silent. However, the number of races that applied to join the Hong Alliance was increasing at a crazy speed. Even many idle races in the Five Alliance were secretly contacting the representatives of the Hong Alliance. If it was in the past, they would have directly left the Five Alliance. However, the human race was different now. They might not be able to join the Hong Alliance because the Hong Alliance was no longer like before, where every race was accepted by the Hong Alliance. The trillions of races were filled with regret. Many of the races that had joined the Hong Alliance felt extremely lucky. Although these races knew that it would be difficult to get a place to listen to the Universe Masters, it was better than having no hope at all, and more races, in order to get the contribution set by the human race, entered the original star after the Outer Domain battlefield and hunted Universe Knights from the Five Alliances. It was said that within a month of Primal Chaos City Leader's response, almost 100 Universe Masters arrived on the original star. Within the vast space of Star Tower, sitting mountain guests gazed pierced through the tower and gazed at the distant outer region wars. The battlefield spanned hundreds of millions of light years, yet in his eyes, it was like a millstone. However, the current outer region wars didn't live up to its name anymore. As the emperors, sector lords, and universe armies of the 5 pinnacle races all retreated, the battlefield wasn't as cruel as before. Occasionally, there would be fights over treasures in Star Tower. In this universe era, the human race will dominate. Sitting Mountain Guest sighed. As a former godly king great being, an overlord of a race in the primal universe was nothing to him. However, it was the first time he had met an overlord like the human race, who had experienced a lot of pressure in just a few thousand years. Of course, the key was that within this race, the life form that he couldn't see through, was actually born in the primal universe. Until now, he still felt it was unbelievable. However, he was glad that such a life form had appeared in the primal universe. If he had been born in the land of origin, even if Zhou Hao had the protection of the ancient country and a godly emperor like him as his teacher, he wouldn't have been able to escape his fate. After all, such talent was simply terrifying. Teacher. Pu Ti bowed respectfully. According to my observation, Luo Feng's soul and willpower may have reached the limit, but he's not far from successfully merging. Sitting Mountain Guest's eyes fell on Luo Feng, and he smiled. This Luo Feng is quite lucky to be born in the same era as Zhou Hao. Back when I was making Star Tower, there were some accidents, which made it very difficult for Star Tower to recognize a master. The first 2 candidates, one lasted for 2,600 years, and the other lasted for 3,300 years, but they both failed in the end. This Luo Feng may have a strong mind, but it is very difficult for him to succeed in recognizing a master under normal circumstances, unless there are some accidents. However, he was influenced by Zhou Hao. Although he is only a sector lord, his willpower is comparable to that of a universe knight's. After being fused with Star Tower for close to 4,000 years, his soul has undergone another transformation. Hearing this, Pu Ti said happily, "Congratulations, teacher. It seems like I will have a third junior brother." Sitting Mountain Guest laughed. "In 100 years at most, this Luo Feng will be able to recognize you as his master." As he spoke, his tone quickly changed. "Unfortunately, it will be difficult for your third junior brother to become the master of the Earth bloodline. I spent a lot of effort to establish the Earth bloodline and the Flame God bloodline. Who would have thought that an accident would happen just like the Star Tower?" Pu Ti laughed. "Teacher, no matter what, Zhou Hao is from Earth." "That's true." A smile appeared on Sitting Mountain Guest's face again. "Between Luo Feng and Zhou Hao, who will go further in the end?" Time passed. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Sitting Mountain Guest had predicted, Luo Feng finally recognized Star Tower as its master. After sleeping for several years, he woke up. Then, as in the original plot, he became Sitting Mountain Guest's disciple. After familiarizing himself with the space of Star Tower and the star map and other treasures, Luo Feng couldn't help but look at Pu Ti and ask, "Senior brother, how is the human race doing in the past few thousand years?" When he had first recognized the Star Tower as its master, the human race was in its most difficult period. Facing the pressure of the 5 pinnacle races, the 3 Zhou Hao didn't even dare to go out of the human race's territory. The human universe masters were guarding the important territories and could face war at any time. Pu Ti smiled. "Junior brother, you don't have to worry about the safety of your race. In the past few thousand years, the situation in the universe has changed too much. Now, the human race has become the most powerful power in the universe, and the battlefields where the 4 races fought against each other have become a thing of the past." After listening to Pu Ti's simple introduction, Luo Feng was stunned. "What? You mean my teacher Primal Chaos City Leader has become a Universe Supreme Master? My third brother has become a Universe Master? And he killed 7 Universe Masters from the Demon Race and Bug Race on the original star? The Hong Alliance has more than 400 Universe Masters?" Luo Feng couldn't believe his ears. "Gosh! What have I missed in the past few thousand years?" Pu Ti smiled. "It's all because of your third brother, Zhou Hao. Actually, if it weren't for the fact that your level is too low and you can't activate Star Tower, teacher would definitely let you take Star Tower away and let the trillions of races in the universe know that you've refined Star Tower. After all, the human race is enough to protect you now. Even if the other races know that you have a supreme true treasure like Star Tower, they wouldn't dare cause trouble for you." Luo Feng smiled bitterly. That was right. His teacher was a Universe Supreme Master, and his third brother was a universe child that trillions of races in the universe wanted to curry favor with. Although a powerful true treasure was precious and could make countless great beings go crazy for it, no matter how crazy it was, could it compare to the opportunity to become a Universe Supreme Master? So, junior brother, you have to work hard and try to activate Star Tower as soon as possible." Luo Feng nodded. "Senior brother, I will." In the past few thousand years, he had completely solidified his understanding of Star Tower. It could be said that if he wanted to, he could become a Universe Knight in a short time. Another 20 years later. Earth, Westlake Castle rooftop. As the Outer Region Wars had lost their training environment, Luo Feng naturally didn't stay there for long. When Hong and Thunder God heard that Luo Feng finally had news, they rushed over from the huge Axe Dojo. Thus, the 4 brothers from back then gathered again. "I didn't expect the universe to change so much in just a few thousand years. I was still worried about the safety of the human race, but now, the pressure is completely gone. We can finally train in peace." Luo Feng drank the wine and sighed. In fact, it was the strong desire to protect his family, the Earth, and his race that made his soul transform when he was in the middle of the process of recognizing a master, which sped up the process of recognizing a master. Thunder God clicked his tongue. "Junior brother, if you had stayed in the Outer Region Wars for another few thousand years, your brother and I might have become Universe Masters." Hong smirked. "That's right. Third brother's sister, Ying officially broke through to become a Universe Master 2 years ago. If it weren't for the fact that Copper and I wanted to train for a while longer, third brother would definitely make us follow suit and become Universe Masters." Luo Feng was stunned at first, but then he realized. "Third brother, Does that mean your law comprehension level has reached the level of a universe master? Zhou Hao nodded and smiled. That's right, junior brother. If you want to break through earlier, I can help you. Luo Feng immediately shook his head. Third brother, you know my situation. It's not as easy as comprehending laws to break through. I'd better listen to third brother's lecture first. After I perfect my technique and become undying, I'll ask third brother for help. Hong and Thunder God couldn't help but laugh. Others couldn't wait to become universe masters as soon as possible, but they all wanted to take it slow. Zhou Hao didn't force them. In fact, he was just casually mentioning it. Using his talent to help Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng improve their law comprehension wasn't a problem. However, if they improved their level too quickly, their foundation would be unstable. As for his sister, Zhou Ying, because her talent and comprehension were ordinary, as long as it didn't affect her foundation too much, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, without his help, his sister would probably die at the universe level at most. Then you guys have to work hard. There aren't many places in the universe where you can train. There are many experts from the Hong Alliance in the extraterritorial battlefields and many secret realms. They're willing to do anything to obtain contribution points. Hong nodded and said helplessly, Luo Feng, third brother is right. The Hong Alliance has more than 400 universe masters and hundreds of thousands of universe knights. As for undying fighters and emperors, there are millions of them. Luckily, most of the universe knights are gathered in the original stars. However, there are still many great beings from the Hong Alliance in some important secret regions. Even without the Hong Alliance, as long as they're well informed, they'll be polite and enthusiastic when they meet the undying fighters of the human race. Luo Feng couldn't help but ask, Big brother, is it really that exaggerated? Thunder God shook his head. Big brother isn't exaggerating at all. You haven't met any. When the billions of races in the universe meet a great being from the human race, it's like they've seen a true treasure. The impact of primal chaos breaking through to become a universe supreme master was indeed huge, especially in the past 100 years. As the news spread and fermented, more and more remote races and life forms in secret regions learned that Zhou Hao's talent could affect the breakthrough to become a universe supreme master. Everyone wanted to become a universe supreme master. Previously, it was too difficult to become a universe supreme master, but now, as long as one listened in, there would be a chance. Naturally, the billions of races in the universe went crazy. The more they knew about the secret of Universe Ocean, the crazier they became. Everyone wanted to be able to survive and reproduce in Universe Ocean after this era of the universe ended. Therefore, these races desperately wanted to get a place. As long as it was something related to contributions, even if it wasn't, as long as it could help the human race, they would do it even if it cost their lives. In short, for the race, Zhou Hao looked at Luo Feng. Fourth brother, big brother, second brother is right, so I suggest you go to the Ancestral God School. The current environment there is suitable for training. Many emperors of the human race have gone to the Ancestral God School to further improve themselves. Luo Feng hesitated, then nodded. Okay, I'll go to the Ancestral God School. Virtual Universe. Thunder Island. Since Primal Chaos became a Universe Supreme Master, according to the usual practice, a Primal Chaos Palace was built in the sky above the island. Discussions of the virtual universe were usually held in the palace. At the same time, the human race officially separated the small meetings. Important matters related to the human race would be held in the huge Axe Conference, and other matters that required high-level discussions would be held in the Primal Chaos Palace. This day, the Primal Chaos Conference was held for the first time to discuss the contribution of universe masters from the Hong Alliance. As the 5 pinnacle races in the original star gradually kept a low profile and retreated, universe masters from many races who joined the Hong Alliance had no way to get contributions other than to wait for the birth of true treasures. Thus, universe masters led by Star River Master and Black Lotus Master applied to the higher-ups of the human race to get more contributions. This was a good thing. Thus, the human race didn't stop them. Shwa. Shwa, shwa. All the universe masters of the human race gathered, including Zhou Ying, a universe master from the Earth bloodline. It was her first time attending such a high-level meeting, so she looked restrained and nervous. After all, she had become a universe master in a short time, and even her teacher was only a universe knight. She hadn't come into contact with the higher-ups of the human race. However, universe masters like Huang Jian and Peng Gong were more enthusiastic. They all greeted Zhou Ying. They couldn't help it, as she was Zhou Hao's sister. Besides, she was standing there, which was enough to prove that Zhou Hao indeed had the ability to make others become universe masters in a short time. Thus, whether it was the Huge Axe Coliseum, the Universe Mercenary Alliance, the First Bank, Star River Bank, or other human sects, they all wanted their outstanding disciples to become universe masters as soon as possible. Shua, Zhou Hao showed up. The universe masters who had been chatting among themselves all looked at Zhou Hao and greeted him. Some of the universe masters who had become universe masters because of Zhou Hao even stood up and saluted him respectfully. Zhou Hao. Sword River is here. Haha. I heard that Luo Feng has come out of the outer region battlefield. This is great news. Zhou Hao responded to them one by one. Then he shifted his gaze to Zhou Ying and signaled for her not to be nervous. Zhou Ying saw that her younger brother had arrived, and the tension in her heart eased a little. Very soon. Huge Axe and Primal Chaos City leader appeared together. When they saw Zhou Ying, they couldn't help but smile. Primal Chaos City leader even smiled and said, "Our human race finally has a female universe master." The other universe masters also started to laugh. In the universe, other than the many queen mothers and queens of the Bug clan, there were very few women who had become universe masters. Even universe knights were few and far between. There were more who had become emperors, because most of the women took the path of illusion. This path was suitable for women to improve quickly, but it was still very difficult to achieve great success in illusion. Of course, at the level of universe master, there were no gender restrictions. The only difference was the difference in soul. Okay, I believe everyone knows the purpose of this meeting. Previously, during the Huge Axe meeting, Sword River proposed the way for universe masters from the Hong Alliance to earn contribution points. I won't repeat that. The main point is to talk about the contribution levels and the minimum contribution level required to be an observer. If anyone has any different opinions, feel free to raise them. 4 to 5 hours passed. The meeting finally ended. Other than confirming the contribution levels, this meeting also officially confirmed the exact time for the human race to go to Universe Ocean. Now, in the original universe, the human race had become the top power and was even showing signs of becoming the overlord of the race. However, in Universe Ocean, the human race was still a weak power. Even if Primal Chaos City leader became a Universe Supreme Master and the number of Universe Masters increased, this fact couldn't be changed. P.S. Thank you for the 1,666 coins tip. Thank you for 20210119231604254 for the 100 coins tip. Milky Way. In space outside Earth. The mighty Sword River was as dazzling as the Milky Way, covering the entire solar system. Two beings stood in the river. They were Zhou Hao and his brother. In 100 years, I'll go to Universe Ocean with Huge Axe, Darkness, and Ice Mountain, said Luo Feng. I'll leave Earth's safety to you. Of course, I'll leave a body behind, but it's a bit special, and it's much weaker than my original body. So you'll be the one to activate this top-tier domain type true treasure. You'll be able to resist the danger with this Sword River domain until my teacher, Primal Chaos City leader, arrives. Zhou Hao whispered. The human race was going to Universe Ocean to gain a foothold there and even compete with the other powers from the universe era. Therefore, the human race planned to send all the universe masters who had reached the pinnacle level to Universe Ocean, leaving only new universe masters like Zhou Ying to stay behind. Primal Chaos City leader would also stay behind to guard the original universe. Zhou Ying shook her head. Brother, this is the true treasure that made you famous. It'll be of great help to you. How can I use it? Zhou Hao smiled. Don't worry. I have a better domain-type true treasure. Zhou Ying was surprised, but when she thought of her brother's mysteries, she understood. Besides, with her brother's current status, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get a better domain-type true treasure. Okay. She nodded. I'll protect Earth. In the vast God country. Since Zhou Hao was going to Universe Ocean, he had to make some preparations. First, he had true treasures, Chaos Golden Wings, 3 pairs of wings, which were comparable to Flying-type Supreme True Treasures, the evolved version of Star Tower, the Pinnacle Soul-type True Treasure Star's Seal, the Pinnacle Top-tier Protective True Treasure Origin Feather Coat, the Pinnacle Attack True Treasure Star Blade, and the Pinnacle Domain-type True Treasure 8 Divine World. This was the best true treasure he had on him at the moment. Even Universe Supreme Masters were not as luxurious as him. He would definitely take it with him when he went to Universe Ocean. Among the true treasures, which he had yet to refine, he had to familiarize himself with controlling them. As for the rest of the weaker pinnacle true treasures, such as the top-tier Palace type and the Soul type, he would leave them for his sister, Zhou. At the same time, he would also leave them for the new Fenhun created through the Soul Division technique. After hundreds of years of cultivation, this Fenhun had easily become a universe knight by relying on the law comprehension. However, its complete combat power was not as strong as Zhou Hao's original body. It only had about 60% of its power. He believed that with the true treasures left behind, it would be enough to secretly protect Earth. Secondly, there was the secret technique. Currently, his most powerful secret technique was the first move of the Law of Chaos, Chaotic Mountain and River. Next was the secret technique of the Law of Life, Light of Life. Next was the fourth move of the secret technique of the Law of Time and Space, Starlight. However, Starlight was already somewhat weak. If he were to fight in the Universe Ocean, using Starlight would be barely enough, but if he were to use Chaotic Mountain and River, it would be overkill. Therefore, he had to create the fifth and sixth moves of the secret technique of time and space as soon as possible. This way, he would be able to handle the battles in Universe Ocean with ease. Lastly, there was the law comprehension. Over the past few hundred years, he increasingly felt that it was difficult to study and comprehend the law of destruction. It was as if there was an invisible force restricting him. Even with the help of his talent, his progress was extremely slow. Ever since he entered the second step of his study, it had become more and more obvious. Therefore, when he went to Universe Ocean, he had to focus on comprehending the law of destruction. In the next 100 years, he had to carefully organize and review his comprehension. Apart from that, he still had to complete the second stage of the mission of developing the Pulse of Earth, which was to let the Pulse of Earth give birth to 5 Universe Masters. However, Zhou Hao estimated that the second stage of the mission would probably take a long time. After all, whether it was Hong, Thunder God, or Luo Feng, they all wanted to temper themselves and lay a solid foundation before making a breakthrough. As for the other outstanding seedlings of the Pulse of Earth, such as the Dojo of Limits, the Thunder Dojo, and the Hope Dojo that he had founded, the best of them were only undying. However, he didn't intend to hasten their growth. Zhou was his family, so there was nothing wrong with helping her become a Universe Master. As for the rest, he didn't care so much. Unless there was a true genius, he would only do so after taking in a disciple. Therefore, Zhou Hao wasn't in a hurry to complete this mission. After all, if he wanted to exchange for that special treasure, the time shuttle, he would need 100 fragments. After completing the first stage of the mission, he had only received 15 fragments. The second stage of the mission would reward him with 25 fragments. As for the mission of the Rise of the Race, he wasn't in a hurry. As long as he entered Universe Ocean, Universe Masters like Huang Jian and Peng Gong would naturally put in a lot of effort to improve the power of their pulse. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. 1 month before he set off for Universe Ocean, Zhou Hao left Earth and went to Primal Chaos City in the Primal Universe. Although Primal Chaos City leader had become a Universe Supreme Master and couldn't guard the Primal Universe anymore, the treasury of the human race was still there. This time, the main purpose of his trip was to exchange the true treasures he had obtained from killing Universe Masters from the Demon Race, Bug Race, and other Universe Masters on the original star for contribution points. After all, with his current combat power, he was only second to Huge Axe and Primal Chaos City leader. It would be unreasonable if he didn't have any contribution points. Aside from these, he also contributed some of the modified and evolved domain-type true treasures he had obtained from signing in. This way, other Universe Masters who were in desperate need of true treasures could also change their equipment. In total, he obtained more than 10,000 contribution points. Zhou Hao's contribution points rose from the bottom of the list to the top 5. Of course, in reality, based on the contribution points he had made to help the race break through to become a universe master, his contribution points to the race were even higher than Xianxia's. However, after knowing this, Zhou Hao persuaded his teacher to cancel this contribution point so that the race could use most of its resources to transform the defense of the Milky Way galaxy. Even so, Primal Chaosity leader and Xianxia still felt that they owed Zhou Hao too much. Disciple, Universe Ocean is different from the original universe. There are many great beings from the apocalypse, and there are close to 100 powers, not to mention the powers from the 2 Holy Lands. The universe masters from the Holy Lands are very powerful, and there are quite a few who have reached level 6, especially the top-tier universe masters from the first universe era. You must not rest. Perhaps they are not as special as you in terms of secret techniques, but they are all crazy. Their doomsday is approaching, so they are not afraid of death. Besides, although you are almost invincible in the original universe, in Universe Ocean, those Universe Supreme Masters are no longer bound by any restrictions. They can unleash even stronger combat power, so you must be careful. Try not to wander too far away from Xianxia. Before leaving, Primal Chaos City, leader reminded him seriously. In his eyes, although Zhou Hao's combat power was very strong, after all, he had not practiced for long enough. He lacked all kinds of experience, which worried him. Zhou Hao nodded. Teacher, don't worry. I will not act rashly. Primal Chaos City leader looked at Zhou Hao. I will take care of Earth. Thank you, teacher. Several days passed. In front of the core of Toya Black Hole, the largest black hole in the original universe. The group of universe masters looked excited and expectant. This time, not only were most of the pinnacle universe masters of the human race going to Universe Ocean, but there were also many top-tier universe masters and pinnacle universe masters from the Hong Alliance, led by Star River Master. They were all going to Universe Ocean with the human race in order to gain more contribution points. Of course, the most important thing was that this time, they could interact with Zhou Hao. This was the best opportunity for many universe masters from the Hong Alliance. The terrifying tearing force of the black hole swallowed and distorted the surrounding space and time. A universe knight would have been annihilated in an instant, but with the power of a universe master, he could resist it easily. Although Zhou Hao was only a universe knight, his gene level was 10,000 times, and he had a pinnacle true treasure. Naturally, he was not afraid of the tearing force of the black hole. Look. That's the original body of the Toya Black Hole. Ice Mountain Master pointed to a black sphere that was about 3 feet tall. There were dark golden engravings on its surface, and they formed a strange pattern. Including Zhou Hao, all the universe masters who came to Toya Black Hole for the first time looked over. Surrounding the black hole was the universe membrane, but at that moment, under the terrifying swallowing and distorting power, it had already been damaged to form a gigantic hole. Xianxia, teleported himself out first, and the other universe masters followed. There were 2 ways to enter Universe Ocean. The first way was to fly to the end of the interlayer of space and break through the universe membrane. The second way was to enter Toya Black Hole. Most universe masters or top-tier universe overlords from the original universe would choose to enter Toya Black Hole. The main reason was that there were 39 natural wormholes, which could greatly shorten the travel time. The moment they teleported themselves out, a strong pressure came from all directions. If they were undying, their godly bodies would be crushed instantly. This was the pressure generated by the chaotic airflow permeating Universe Ocean, just like air pressure. The rest of the universe masters from the Hong Alliance, who were entering Universe Ocean for the first time, turned their curious gazes to the universe membrane of the entire original universe after getting used to the pressure of the chaos airflow. Zhou Hao was also looking, but he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Finally. After 5,000 years, he finally sensed the existence of the original body. Although the soul sense was very weak, he could still sense it. Almost instantly, the original body's soul and the consciousness information of Fenhun merged like a tide. Even though Zhou Hao's willpower was comparable to that of a true god of void space, his soul was extremely strong, and he had received countless information. He still felt a bit of pain when he received the information from the original body's soul over 5,000 years ago. This information contained a vast amount of law comprehension. In terms of a single degree, it vaguely surpassed the comprehension of Zhou Hao's divided soul from the primal universe. Several breaths of time passed. Zhou Hao's powerful soul spirit completely absorbed it. However, he only received it in a simple unified manner. If he wanted to sort out the specific nomological insights, he estimated that he would need at least a few decades. It seems that the main body has also improved a lot in these 5,000 years. If he stayed in the land of chaos in the universe C, his original body would have to continue checking in every day. After all, this was the universe C, and he was in the land of darkness. The rewards for checking in would definitely be considerable. Of course, due to the energy of the check-in system in the early stages, the rewards he received were definitely not as good as those in the later stages. But no matter what, his original body had improved tremendously over the years in the land of darkness. The sky-swallowing chaos spell that he had received when he first checked in was a true god-level secret technique. He had practiced it in the primal universe, and it had greatly improved his power, especially in Universe Ocean. If he continued to practice it, it would not take long for him to become an immortal. Zhou Hao suppressed the urge to immediately sort out his main body's comprehension over the years and sorted out his emotions. This time, we're going to Tilted Peak Sector, and the best route is along Wormhole 15. Hugh Jax's voice echoed, and the other universe masters from the Hong Alliance all nodded. This time, they would certainly follow the human race. For one thing, they could build a relationship with Zhou Hao. For another, if there was any danger, they could ask for help from the human race. After all, in terms of quality, universe masters from the human race were undoubtedly stronger, not to mention universe supreme masters like Hugh Jax. In the original universe, it was difficult for pinnacle universe masters like them to die, but in Universe Ocean, without powerful true treasures to protect themselves, pinnacle universe masters were very weak. So, Hugh Jax teleported into Wormhole 15 right away. Zhou Hao and the other universe masters followed closely behind. Walking out of the wormhole was the most obvious indication. It was a damaged miniature universe with a diameter of about 100 million light-years. Many universe masters from the Hong Alliance looked at this miniature universe in shock. Obviously, to them, the death of a universe supreme master was undoubtedly a shocking thing. One had to know that many of them were universe masters from idle races or remote territories, so the information they received was relatively outdated. For example, some of the secrets in Universe Ocean were not known to most of them. I didn't expect that after a universe supreme master died, their miniature universes would be so damaged. That's right. Universe Ocean is indeed extremely dangerous. Even universe supreme masters can die. We must be careful. That's right. This time, we can only try our best to stick together and try to stay with the human race. At least, we can't be too far away. The human race gave us some maps of the outer domain of Tilted Peak Sector. Together with the maps we got from other races, I believe that when we wander in the outer domain, as long as we don't run into great beings from the first and second universe eras, we won't be in any danger. These universe masters talked among themselves. They weren't as strong as Zhou Hao, so long before they set off, they had agreed to wander in the outer domain together. Shwa. Shwa, shwa. What followed was high-frequency teleportation every day. Every time they teleported, they could travel 10,000 light-years, which was equivalent to teleporting 1/10 of the Milky Way. They traveled for a total of 8 days, and during this time, they passed by thousands of dangerous regions. The universe masters, who were led by humans, finally saw Tilted Peak Sector, one of the 3 most dangerous lands of Universe Ocean. Tilted Peak Sector was a gigantic mountain. The top of the mountain had been cut off by an unknown force, and it had fallen to the mountainside. A gigantic waterfall poured down from the top, forming a vast water area that almost drowned the mountain. Besides that, there were countless gravel rotating at high speed around the mountain. Each of these gravel was extremely huge, with at least a diameter of light-years. Tilted Peak Sector Master, the mountain is nearly 100 million light-years tall, and the top of the mountain has a diameter of more than 1,000 light-years. A universe master who had been wandering in Universe Ocean introduced this place to others who were here for the first time. Ice Mountain Master also introduced this place to Zhou Hao. At the same time, a group of universe masters also teleported rapidly. When they were close to the gravel outside Tilted Peak sector, they flew at high speed. We'll choose this piece of gravel with a diameter of about 2.3 light-years as our habitat. Hujax stopped on a piece of gravel, and the other universe masters followed suit. From the gravel, they could see that the other gravels flying at high speed were basically stationary. This time, there were as many as 58 universe masters from the human race and the Hung Alliance who had come to Universe Ocean. Hujax took out an ordinary palace-type true treasure and let everyone in. Inside the spacious palace, Hujax looked at the universe masters from the human race and the Hung Alliance. His deep voice rang out. Everyone, this is the first time many of you have come to Universe Ocean. I believe that before coming here, you have all understood the dangers of Universe Ocean. Here, even I can die. Other than the harsh and complicated environment of Universe Ocean, the greater danger is from the forces from the first and second reincarnation eras of Universe Ocean. I've sent the important information we've collected over countless eras to you through the Hung Alliance. This is the sincerity of the human race. Speaking of which, he waved his hand. The wine appeared and flew to the eyes of the other universe masters. Okay, I won't say more. As usual, I wish you all endless true treasures in Universe Ocean and eternal life. Endless true treasures and eternal life. The rest of the universe masters, including Zhou Hao, all picked up their drinks and finished them. They took the risk to come to Universe Ocean to get true treasures so that they could get more places to listen. Shwa, very soon. Universe masters in 2s and 3s formed teams and left this piece of gravel. They started their adventures in Universe Ocean. Hujax and the universe masters from the human race stayed. Zhou Hao, although you're powerful, this is your first time here. I suggest you stay with Ice Mountain and familiarize yourself with the environment of Tilted Peak sector. Then you can go on your own. Ice Mountain, Darkness, and the other universe masters couldn't help looking at Zhou Hao. Although they were confident in Zhou Hao, this was Universe Ocean, and Zhou Hao was too important. To some extent, his personal safety was more important than Hujax's. Zhou Hao declined politely. Hujax creator, I came to Universe Ocean to train myself and become a universe master as soon as possible. Familiarizing myself with the environment of Tilted Peak sector, one of the 3 lands of extremists, is also part of the training. I plan to go on my own. Hujax didn't mind. He grinned and said, okay, then I'll leave first. I'll try to stay in the outer area of the inner area. If I run into any danger, I'll come back to help you. Hujax disappeared. Soon, Huangjian, Punggong, and the other universe masters left one after another. Darkness, Ice Mountain, Remote Lord, Dragon Shape, and the other universe masters from the Virtual Pulse looked at Zhou Hao and said, Zhou Hao, be careful. Don't be rash. There are many great beings in Universe Ocean, and they all have strange means. Especially in complicated environments, once you are in a desperate situation, even Hujax won't be able to do anything. That's right. In some places, even if there are clones, they will still be destroyed. So, we can't be careless. No matter what, Xianxia, your safety is of utmost importance. Remember that. Remember, follow the map of the human race. If you encounter a dangerous place, you'd rather spend more time than rush in recklessly. If you encounter other universe era's great beings, don't be afraid of losing face. If you feel you are no match for them, ask for help immediately. We will rush over as soon as possible. Zhou Hao nodded. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Swish swish. All the universe masters of the Virtual Pulse left. Zhou Hao glanced at the relatively still rubble in the distance. With a teleport, he disappeared from the spot. Not long after, he landed on another piece of rubble. He didn't come to Universe Ocean to train himself or obtain true treasures. Naturally, he wouldn't take risks like the other universe masters. He casually made a huge hole in the rubble, then flashed in. He sat down and started to digest the enormous amount of information he had obtained from the original body in the Land of Darkness. He had to understand the specific situation of the original body. Only then could he think of a way to rescue the original body from the Land of Darkness. After all, that was the land of darkness, a land of extremists with more than 100 million sector beasts. Even if he comprehended the law of chaos to the second step, he still wouldn't be a match for the sector beasts, in the miniature universe of the first true master of the Godly Eye clan in Universe Ocean. As a pinnacle race from the first universe era and the strongest race, the Godly Eye clan had a total of 7 universe supreme masters. Usually, the 7 true masters would leave avatars for them to contact each other. At that moment, in a translucent towering palace, it was rare for the avatars of the 7 true masters to gather together. Everyone, in this universe era, the demon race, the bug race, and other races in the original universe have secretly leaked information to our race. They said that in the original universe, there was a terrifying genius born in the human race. This genius used only 5,000 years to have the power of a 6th-tier top-tier universe master. Furthermore, this genius also possesses an unimaginable innate ability. First true master's voice reverberated. The other 6 true masters were all shocked. 5,000 years to become a 6th-tier top-tier universe master? Is he a natural-born universe master? It shouldn't be. A natural-born universe master life form isn't from the human race. Normally, humans are weaker when they're born. Yes, humans are indeed weak at the beginning, but they have great potential. Besides, they can quickly become great beings by taking over the bodies of special life forms. It's incredible that they can reach 6th-tier top-tier universe master in 5,000 years. I don't think it's possible. I'm afraid the demon race and the bug race are lying to us. First true master listened to the discussion and said, "Everyone, listen to me first." The rest of the true masters were silent. This genius is called Zhou Hao. He is an ordinary life form born on Earth in the Milky Way galaxy of the human race. The reason why the monster race and the insect race find his talent unimaginable is mainly because Zhou Hao's talent allows other life forms to break through bottlenecks in a short period of time and increase their realm. First true master said. The rest of the true masters looked at each other. What kind of talent is that? Could it be a talent similar to illusions? How far can he go to improve his level? They all spoke. First true master continued, according to the demon race and the bug race, Zhou Hao can help human universe masters to become universe supreme masters. Apparently, Primal Chaos City leader is already a universe supreme master, and he was influenced by Zhou. How? Impossible. How can there be such a talent ability? The original universe has gone through so many reincarnations, and we've never heard of such a talent. Yes, if he can affect sector lords and undying beings, it's still possible. But for universe masters to become universe supreme masters? That's ridiculous. That's right. If universe masters can improve so easily under the influence of others, then Universe Ocean won't only have so few universe supreme masters. The rest of the 6 true masters shook their heads. They didn't believe that there was such a talent ability. After all, as ancient universe supreme masters, they knew how difficult it was to become a universe supreme master. First true master shook his head. This news is indeed outrageous, but it should be true that Primal Chaos City leader of the human race has broken through to become a universe supreme master. Some time ago, the universe masters of the human race in the original universe did disappear without a trace. Now, it is said that they have come to Universe Ocean again. Regardless of whether the news is true or not, our Divine Eye clan must do something. Everyone, our time is coming. Even if there's a glimmer of hope, we should seize it. The 6 true masters nodded. They were a race from the first universe era. Once this universe era was over, if none of the 7 of them could make it through this universe era, then their race would disappear completely. Even if the Divine Eye clan was reborn in the original universe in the future, it would have nothing to do with them. At the same time, the other powers in Universe Ocean, including the 2 Holy Land universes, got the news. However, like the Divine Eye clan, most of them were skeptical. After all, such a gift was too incredible and had subverted their worldview of cultivation. Unless they witnessed it with their own eyes or experienced it, they would naturally be skeptical. However, they still remembered Zhou Hao as a life form. In the original universe, in the core palaces of the 5 pinnacle races, 7 universe supreme masters gathered. Virtual Real Devil Master was the first to speak. Everyone, I've sent the news to the reincarnation powers in Universe Ocean. Whether they believe it or not, they'll test it out. So, as long as Zhou Hao is gone, it won't be easy. But we have to go to Universe Ocean. If we can meet Zhou Hao, it'll be our chance. The Universe Supreme Masters from the Demon Race and the Bug Clan all nodded. In the original universe, their power would be suppressed, but in Universe Ocean, they could unleash their full power. Meng Tu from the Demon Race was at level 8, and he was above average among the Universe Supreme Masters in Universe Ocean. If he unleashed his full power, he could easily kill a Universe Master like Zhou Hao, so, after knowing that Zhou Hao's original body was going to Universe Ocean, they were tempted. As for taking advantage of the fact that the number of Universe Masters in the human race and the Hong Alliance had decreased, they had no intention of attacking the human race. Firstly, Primal Chaos City Leader was still around, and secondly, the number of Universe Masters in the Hong Alliance was still huge. As long as Zhou Hao was not killed, those Universe Masters would definitely resist with all their might. So, Zhou Hao was the key. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. In the outer region of Tilted Peak Sector. On the high-speed rotating gravel. Zhou Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. There was excitement on his face. More than 5,000 years had passed, and the original body in the Land of Darkness had relied on checking in non-stop. What he had gained was beyond his imagination, especially in terms of law comprehension. The original body was stronger than him, but because of the uniqueness of the Land of Darkness, the original body was more focused on the destruction law. Haha. Originally, when I was in the original universe, my progress in studying the destruction law was very slow. I didn't expect the original body to reach the 5th step of the destruction law. Now, I can cultivate and study the chaos law again. Zhou Hao was overjoyed. The fusion of the soul information allowed the comprehension of the laws of his main body and his subsoul to instantly converge. He had spent several decades before he finally finished sorting out the information and comprehensions. Now, he only needed to spend a little more time before he could truly master the comprehension. Next, I'll finish the 2nd step of the chaos law, then I'll be able to complete the 2nd stage of the highest check-in task. He suppressed the joy in his heart. Zhou Hao sank into deep thought. He had been stuck at the 2nd stage of the highest check-in task for a long time. As long as he completed it, he would be able to obtain the secret technique of willpower. This was very important to him, whose willpower was comparable to that of a true god of void space. Besides, if he comprehended the 2nd step of the chaos law, then he would be able to activate part of the true power of true treasures like Star Tower and Sherwu Wings. When the time came, he would be able to cooperate with the original body and successfully escape from the Land of Darkness. However, this time, besides many comprehensions, he also obtained a lot of other information. For example, the sector beasts had been born. In the 5,000 years that the original body had been hiding, he had encountered sector beasts. Although they hadn't fought fiercely, they had started to consciously hunt each other. If a 2nd stage sector beast was born, then it would be more dangerous for the original body to escape. Although the original body had deliberately performed the Heavenly Cycle Star's hiding technique to hide from the sector beast's senses, that was because the original body hadn't moved a single step from the moment it arrived in the Land of Darkness. The sector beast's senses were extremely sharp. If he dared to move, even if his aura and body were hidden, some subtle changes in the environment of the Land of Darkness might be detected by the sector beasts. Therefore, the original body didn't dare to take the risk. It could only stay where it was and continue to check in. The original body didn't even dare to absorb the chaos air. Zhou Hao originally thought that the original body could rely on the sky-swallowing chaos incantation to increase its power quickly. Now he knew that the original body had only comprehended the law and improved its willpower, but its body and genes hadn't improved much. Time passed quickly. Zhou Hao was in the cosmic ocean, so the time of the lectures was delayed, especially the lectures in reality and in the virtual world. They were delayed by 50 years and 100 years, respectively. During this time, after the information of Fenhun and the original body merged, the talents and other things naturally merged. Therefore, Fenhun and the original body used 2 talents respectively. One continued to study the secret engravings, and the other focused on comprehending the 2nd step of the fusion of life and destruction. With the experience of the first step, combined with the secret engravings, after nearly 300 years of study, he finally succeeded in comprehending the second step. Ding! Congratulations on completing the second stage of the highest check-in mission. You've received the Willpower Secret Technique, Transform Mountain. The third stage of the highest check-in mission activated. As the host's comprehension of the law of chaos continues to improve, you have completely decided to walk the path of the ultimate law and master the third step of the law of chaos. The reward is the talent of the law of chaos and the complete comprehension diagram of the law of chaos. Hearing the mechanical voice of the check-in system, Zhou was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up with joy. The highest check-in reward for the third stage was actually the complete comprehension diagram of the law of chaos. This was equivalent to a complete chaos tablet, which could save him a lot of detours. One had to know that for the first two steps of the fusion, he had to cross the river by feeling the stones. Even though he had two talents and the secret engravings, the law of chaos became more and more difficult. Just the second step alone took several times more time than the first step, and the third step, he estimated, would be at least 10 times more difficult. After a long time, he calmed down. This trip to the cosmic ocean had been fruitful. At least in terms of law comprehension, he had taken a big step forward. Now, he should seriously consider his next plan. First, he had to go to the black-striped stone pillar in the universe boat. After all, he could accelerate the flow of time there, which was the best place for him to comprehend. Second, he had to go to the birthplace of the boat of Mausoleum to sign in and see if he could get the inheritance of Duandong River. Finally, he had to go to the land of darkness to save the original body before the sector beast grew up. In the outer area of Tilted Peak sector, the water current that emitted boundless might rippled out layer after layer of waves. Faintly, there were many playful noises that were sometimes sharp and sometimes confused. Near the water current, there were a large number of strange rocks. Some of the strange rocks were strange and steep, while others emitted a multicolored fog. Zhou, who left the rock he was resting on, arrived at the edge of the water area after dozens of teleportations. Looking at the huge waterfall that was tens of millions of light-years high pouring down, he said in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in at Tilted Peak Sector Water Area of Universe Ocean. You've received Pinnacle Domain True Treasure Ocean of Ice and Fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in. You've received a special black token from Universe Boat. There were thousands of rewards. The lowest grade was a soul-type true treasure. There were hundreds of polling traces diagrams and Universe Boat tokens left behind by Universe Supreme Masters from various reincarnation eras, but most of them were true treasures. Unfortunately, the best was only the Pinnacle Domain type True Treasure Ocean of Ice and Fire. Zhou wasn't disappointed. After all, this was only the outer area. It was already beyond his expectations to receive a Pinnacle Domain type True Treasure. Of course, this meant that for countless eras, although great beings from Universe Ocean had explored most of the outer area, there were still some places that they hadn't set foot on. This check-in system is getting stronger and stronger. Previously, when he was cultivating in the Broken Stone area, he would check in occasionally. However, that was the space area of Tilted Peak sector, so there were almost no rewards. After leaving the Broken Stone area, this was the first time he checked in at the water area, and he received such a generous reward. It was comparable to what all the powers from Universe Ocean had gotten from exploring here, especially the Polling Traces diagram and Universe Boat tokens. If word got out, the entire Universe Ocean would be in a frenzy. However, Zhou didn't bother to check it out. This was only the outer area, so things like the Polling Traces diagram wouldn't be that precious. He continued to teleport along the water area. If other Universe Masters or Universe Supreme Masters wanted to obtain precious true treasures, even if they entered the inner area, they would have to go to the depths of the inner area, which was full of dangers. However, Zhou only needed to sign in at the edge of the inner area. One had to know that Tilted Peak sector was a path one had to pass through in order to transcend reincarnation. In the depths of the inner domain, as well as in the core, countless Universe Supreme Masters from the reincarnation era had perished. The number of supreme true treasures they had brought with them was not small. This was evident from the number of supreme true treasures Luo Feng's original body had obtained from signing in at the Land of Darkness. Swish swish. Zhou Hao enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the Tilted Peak sector while continuing to teleport at a high frequency. There were some places where he couldn't teleport, so he could only fly. Among them, there were thousands of dangerous places. Fortunately, he had the partial detailed map and reference points shared by the human race, so he could deal with them easily. Virtual Universe. Thunderbolt Island, inside the Chaos Temple. Zhou Hao and Chaos Creator sat at the stone table and chatted about the situation of the human race in the past 300 years. Occasionally, Chaos Creator would ask about Zhou Hao's adventures in Tilted Peak sector. Teacher, although I'm traveling alone, I'm still very cautious. Most of the time, I'm exploring at the edge of the outer area, mainly to familiarize myself with the environment of Tilted Peak sector. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled and said, I know you have always been steady, which is why Ice Mountain, Darkness, and the others allowed you to wander the universe on your own. Over the past few years, very few incidents have happened in Universe Ocean. Many Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance have sent out requests for help, but the subsequent incidents have been resolved by relying on the number of Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance, Star River Master, and Black Lotus Master. Zhou Hao nodded. Although he had been practicing hard and digesting what his original body had obtained from signing in, it wasn't as if he hadn't learned anything. The Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance, like him, hadn't ventured into the inner area. Even Star River Master and Black Lotus Master had only ventured into the outer area to take care of the other Universe Masters. However, as they gradually became familiar with the complicated environment of Tilted Peak sector, many Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance began to group up and head to the edge of the inner area. After all, their main purpose in Universe Ocean was to obtain powerful true treasures. In the outer area, some of the precious true treasures had already been explored. Teacher, I'm going to the inner area soon, but don't worry. I'll only explore at the edge of the inner area. If I don't find anything, I'll leave Tilted Peak sector and go to Universe Boat. My main purpose is to find a place to hone my willpower. Zhou Hao said casually. Hone your willpower? Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. It's good that you have such an idea. After all, you haven't been practicing for long enough. Although law comprehension can strengthen your willpower and soul, compared to other Universe Masters who have practiced for countless eras, your willpower and soul are still weak. There are many places in Universe Boat where you can hone your willpower. Among them, Sky Tower Demon Pillar is more suitable for you. It can speed up the flow of time, which can make up for your weakness. I'll send you part of the map of Universe Boat later. Zhou Hao was about to say something when his expression changed slightly. What's wrong? A great being has sealed the space. Teacher, don't worry. As long as it's not a Universe Supreme Master, I can handle it. Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. He wasn't too worried. Zhou Hao was traveling in the outer area, so it was basically impossible for him to meet a Universe Supreme Master. With Zhou Hao's power and the true treasures he had, even a 6th-tier Universe Master with a supreme true treasure couldn't do anything to him. Disciple, I won't disturb you anymore. This may be your first battle in Universe Ocean. In the sky above the water area filled with strange rocks. Sensing that the space ripple had disappeared, Zhou Hao looked around unhurriedly. Soon, he saw a light spot flying toward him at high speed. As the light spot got closer, he could see the appearance of the newcomer clearly. Judging from the form and the characteristics of the armor, it should be Mountain Everest Master from the Ancestral God School from the First Universe Era. Zhou Hao had a lot of information about Universe Masters from various groups of powers in Universe Ocean in his mind, so he quickly learned all kinds of techniques this Universe Master before him had. Whether it was the First Universe Era, the Second Universe Era, or the current Primal Universe Era, the Ancestral God School had many Universe Masters with special life forms. In the Primal Universe, these Universe Masters from the Ancestral God School were all very powerful. However, once they left the Primal Universe, without the support of the willpower of the Universe Origin, their power would be weakened. However, many Universe Masters from the First Universe Era had gone through 2 Universe Eras of adventure and training, so basically, all of them were top-notch. This Mountain Everest Master in front of him was a 5th-tier top-tier Universe Master. In terms of power, he was stronger than a young Master in the original plot. He was good at using giant hammers and had multiple bodies. Which power are you a universe master from? I've been adventuring in Universe Ocean for countless years, yet I've never seen you before. Are you a new universe master from the two Holy Lands? Mountain Avarice Master didn't attack right away. Although many universe masters from the first universe era were crazy, they weren't stupid. If a universe master from the two Holy Lands attacked, the two Holy Lands would definitely retaliate. After all, the two Holy Lands had reincarnated for many eras, so they were very powerful. As he spoke, his body started to look around in a miniature universe of the ancestral god school. Dark purple wings, cyan armor. With these characteristics, Mountain Avarice Master quickly got the information. His eyes widened, and he said excitedly, you're Sword River Horde leader from the human race in the primal universe? Thanks to the propaganda of the demon race and the bug clan, almost all groups of powers in Universe Ocean knew that a terrifying universe master had been born in the human race in the primal universe. Although many great beings doubted the authenticity of his talent, they all remembered Zhou Hao as a great being. Haha. How lucky I am. This time, I didn't gain anything in the inner area of Tilted Peak sector. Instead, I damaged part of my pinnacle true treasure armor. When I returned to take a rest, I ran into Sword River Horde leader. The demon race, bug race, and other races in the primal universe have offered a reward. Anyone who can find Sword River Horde leader will be rewarded with a senior true treasure. Mountain Avarice Master was excited. He didn't care about senior true treasures. If the demon race and the bug race in the original universe valued Zhou Hao so much, it might be true that his talent was real. If he could suppress Zhou Hao, it would be a great achievement. Maybe his talent could really help him transcend incarnations. Yes, hope. For those from the first reincarnation era who were nearing the end of their lifespan, any glimmer of hope of breaking through the reincarnation era was worth their frenzy. This was also the reason why the Holy-Eyed Clan, the Skeleton Clan, and other powerful forces, despite doubting the authenticity of the Sword River Territorial Lord's talent, still ordered that any information about the Sword River Territorial Lord must be reported. Zhou Hao hadn't expected Mountain Avarice Master to recognize him so quickly. Although he had entered Universe Ocean, he hadn't wandered around. Instead, he had stayed in Broken Stone area to practice. Soon, he understood that it must be because of the demon race and the bug race. Mountain Avarice Master, Zhou Hao said lightly. Since you recognized me, you should know my power. I advise you to step aside. Mountain Avarice Master laughed. Sword River Horde leader, you've only practiced for 5,000 years. How can you have the power of a top-tier level 6? Besides, the power of a top-tier level 6 in the original universe is different from that of Universe Ocean. Besides, I know you must have many powerful true treasures from the human race. It won't be easy for me to kill you, but it'll be easy for me to trap you. Hua. Hua. As he spoke, spots of light burst out from the Mountain Gorgon Lord's body, instantly forming 6 huge beast gods. These beast gods roared and spread out, forming a huge pressure that covered an area of 10 billion kilometers. At the same time, the master of Mountain Gorgon immediately reported his discovery of Zhou Hao to the ancestral god school of the first universe era. The ancestral god school was in an uproar. They quickly sent a message to the universe masters wandering in Tilted Peak sector, asking them to hurry to the reference area where Mountain Avarice Master was and suppress Zhou Hao. The 2 ancestral gods also took action. After all, this might be related to the hope of transcending. Top-tier domain-type true treasure, 6 purgatories. Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes. Master of Mountain Avarice, it looks like you're really going to attack. Boom, the chaotic airflow immediately covered the surrounding 6 purgatories. Then, he vanished and reappeared several thousand kilometers away from the Mountain Gorgon Lord. A dazzling saber ray that was as bright as a galaxy crossed thousands of miles in an instant, and the chaotic airflow that covered the entire 6 purgatory worlds seemed to be attracted by the saber ray. A terrifying pressure came crashing down. Lord of Mountain Gorgon's excited expression instantly froze. You can teleport? Zhou Hao sneered, since you know I'm the Sword River Overlord, don't you know my talent? As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory image of the mountains and rivers condensed by the saber light was almost condensed. Block it for me. Mountain Gorgon Lord was indeed a top-tier universe master from the first universe era. Although he didn't have a supreme true treasure, both his techniques and his willpower were very strong, far surpassing those of Forbidden Master from the demon race. Mountain Gorgon Lord reacted instantly and immediately put his pinnacle true treasure hammer in front of him. Because Zhou Hao's attack was too fast, Mountain Gorgon Lord didn't have time to perform any techniques to block it. He could only rely on his pinnacle weapon and pinnacle true treasure armor to block it. However, he didn't panic. After all, his gene level had already reached the limit of 10,000 times, and he was a special life form, so his godly body and godly power were very strong. With the help of his weapon and true treasure, even if Zhou Hao's attack was at level 6, he would only lose some godly power at most. Boom, as chaotic mountain river pressed down, the overwhelming chaotic power swept over and easily hit the hammer, causing Mountain Gorgon Lord's hammer to hit his godly body. At that moment, chaotic mountain river's special power burst out. Even though Mountain Gorgon Lord's pinnacle true treasure armor was at level 6, its power was greatly weakened in an instant. Besides, his pinnacle true treasure armor had already been damaged in the inner area. Thus, with the double weakening of his pinnacle weapon and true treasure, it was only 1,000th of the original power. Pong, Mountain Gorgon Lord's huge godly body flew backward, and part of his body shattered under the impact of chaotic mountain river. Even the part of his armor that had cracked again. How is this possible? One hit, just one hit, and I lost more than 20% of my godly body? Mountain Gorgon Lord's eyes were wide open, and his pupils were filled with disbelief. He was a top-tier universe master from a special life form, and all his true treasures were at pinnacle level. Although part of his true treasure armor was damaged, and it wasn't a pinnacle true treasure, it was still a pinnacle true treasure. Normally, if the two Holy Lands had supreme true treasures at top-tier level 6, he wouldn't have lost much chi. However, at that moment, the dazzling blade light gathered again. Mountain Gorgon Lord was scared. Without hesitation, he activated 6 prison sector to form a surface layer of protective armor, then turned around and fled. However, chaotic mountain river's attack speed was extremely fast. Mountain Gorgon Lord's godly body flew backward again, and he made use of the speed to widen the distance between him and Zhou Hao. Unfortunately, when he saw Zhou Hao's body flickering and appearing before him, Mountain Gorgon Lord knew he was doomed. Terrifying, too terrifying. What kind of heaven-defying human was born in this primal universe era? He can teleport under the space lockdown, and his secret technique attack can even weaken the power of a pinnacle true treasure armor. No wonder. No wonder the demon race, the bug race, and the other races of the primal universe formed an alliance and offered such a bounty. At that moment, Mountain Gorgon Lord understood everything. With such talent and combat power, if he continued to grow, he would absolutely become another teacher Origin, or even surpass him. But it was too late. With the sudden appearance of Zhou Hao's blade light, his godly body was damaged again. In the end, Mountain Gorgon Lord chose to self-destruct. After all, this godly body was only a body, and the true treasures he had accumulated over the years were all gone. The dark purple wings extended. With Zhou Hao's willpower at the true god of void space level, the moment he sensed Mountain Gorgon Lord's self-destruction, he teleported away. With the wings and armor's weakening power, plus the protection of Chaos Domain, he easily blocked Mountain Gorgon Lord's self-destruction. The space and universe ocean was still very stable, and Mountain Gorgon's self-destruction only caused the water below to evaporate and the strange rocks to turn into powder. When the violent energy calmed down, Zhou Hao flashed over and put away the true treasures left by Mountain Gorgon Lord. First Universe Era. In the miniature universe of Ancestral God School, the avatar of Mountain Gorgon Master was shocked. How is that possible? The two ancestral gods noticed Mountain Gorgon Master's reaction and asked, Mountain Gorgon, what happened? Did other powers find out about your fight? The other ancestral god said, Mountain Gorgon, you have to buy some time. The few universe masters near you are rushing back from the edge of the inner area, and there are a few who are exploring the outer area. They'll be here in a few hours. Ancestral gods, my clone has already perished, the Lord of Mountain Gavin replied with a bitter look on his face. What? How is that possible? Your body is at top-tier level 5, and it has pinnacle weapon and armor. Even ordinary Universe Supreme Masters can't kill you in a short time. Yes, didn't you say you met Sword River Horde leader in the outer area of Tilted Peak sector? Usually, there are very few Universe Supreme Masters exploring the outer area. The two ancestral gods looked at Mountain Gorgon Master in shock and confusion. Mountain Gorgon Master shook his head, still shocked. It's Sword River Horde leader from the original universe. He's too powerful. Not only is his technique weird, but it's also at level 6. He can even lower the defense limit of my armor. Besides, he seems to have a talent that allows him to teleport within a sealed space area. As soon as he finished speaking, the two ancestral gods were dazed. Mountain Gorgon, are you sure that Sword River Horde leader can teleport within a sealed space area? His technique can lower the defense of your pinnacle armor? That's unbelievable. They didn't doubt the Lord of Mountain Gorgon's words. After all, there was no need for the Lord of Mountain Gorgon to lie. But the problem was that the information the Lord of Mountain Gorgon revealed was far too unbelievable. It had to be known that spatial lockdown was a necessary technique for experts to use in battle. Only by locking down space could one pursue and escape. Otherwise, the enemy would directly teleport away, making it impossible to fight. Besides, as Universe Supreme Masters from the first universe era, they had never heard of any secret technique that could lower the defense of a pinnacle armor. Under normal circumstances, it was only when the power exceeded the limit of the defense that the defense power would be lowered. However, a power at level 6 would not be able to reach the defense limit of a pinnacle armor. Lord Mountain Gavin looked at the two ancestral gods. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't have believed it no matter what. But that's the truth. That peak rank 5 clone of mine perished in just a few dozen breaths of time. The Sword River Overlord's secret technique is too powerful and strange. Even my pinnacle weapon doesn't seem to have much effect on it. The two elder gods fell silent. They looked at each other before one of them said, Mountain Hag, it seems that this matter is troublesome. I'll go and find out more about the Sword River Overlord. Inform the other universe masters to stop sending reinforcements to the reference system coordinates you were at. The other elder god nodded. After a long while, the ancestral god opened his eyes. That Sword River Horde leader is indeed at the peak of stage 6. On the original star, he used the special chaotic territory that Mountain Gorgon mentioned just now. Within that territory, he could easily teleport and break the rules of the original star. Now it seems that he can also rely on that chaos domain to teleport in Universe Ocean. After saying that, his face turned gloomy. Another ancestral god furrowed his eyebrows, but they quickly smoothed out. There was a hint of excitement in his tone. If that's the case, the information that the demons and bug clans have been spreading might be true. Sword River Horde leaders preaching talent might really be able to influence Universe Masters to become Universe Supreme Masters. Although Mountain Hag Master had lost his body, he couldn't help getting excited when he heard that. Ancestral God, although we can't become Universe Supreme Masters in Universe Ocean, if Sword River Overlord can affect Universe Masters, then he might be able to affect Universe Supreme Masters in the future. Didn't the demons and bug clans say that in the beginning, Sword River Overlord could only affect Universe Masters and Domain Lords? Later, it gradually affected Undying Fighters, Knights, and then Universe Masters. This means that Sword River Overlord's talent is constantly improving. The eyes of the two ancestral gods gleamed. If Sword River Overlord could help Universe Supreme Masters to become Universe Supreme Masters, then there would be hope for them to transcend incarnations. Now there are two problems. First, how to deal with Sword River Overlord's talent, and second, if he self-destructs, we'll have wasted our efforts. Mountain Hag Master turned his eyes. Ancestral God, the universe is fair. Sword River Overlord's talent must be balanced somewhere. I think his talent is limited by his power. That is to say, if a Universe Master performs a space seal, he can teleport with his talent, but if a Universe Supreme Master performs a space seal, he might not be able to teleport. One of the ancestral gods nodded. Mountain Hag's guess is reasonable. No matter what, we can't let go of this opportunity. We have to get detailed information about Sword River Overlord, including his talent and weaknesses. This time, we'll go to Tilted Peak sector together. Inform the other universe masters to keep going, but remember not to get too close to Sword River Overlord. Keep a certain distance. The outer region of Tilted Peak Sector. After Zhou Hao killed the body of Mountain Hag Master, he teleported out of the frame of reference and hurried on. He knew that Mountain Hag Master would definitely inform the Ancestral God School of the First Universe Era. Now, he could easily kill a 5th-tier top-tier Universe Master, but he was still no match for a Universe Supreme Master. Just as the two Ancestral Gods had guessed, his talent of Chaos Domain did have a weakness, which was that he could only teleport within the range of his domain. If the Space Seal went beyond the range of his domain, then he couldn't rely on teleportation to escape. As long as the enemy was fast enough, they could still attack him in a short time. Therefore, if he were to fight with a Universe Supreme Master, his talent of Chaos Domain was relatively useless. It could only be used to save his life. Of course, if he really wanted to escape, he wasn't afraid of Universe Supreme Masters at all. After all, he was very good at flying, and he had Chaos Golden Wings, which were comparable to Supreme True Treasures. Shwa. Shwa, shwa. Zhou Hao teleported at a high frequency. When he encountered dangerous areas, he didn't take a detour. He relied on Star Tower to force his way in, so when the Universe Masters of the Ancestral God School arrived at the frame of reference, he was already far away. After dozens of days of hurrying, he finally arrived at the inner area of the water domain, which was located at the edge of the belly of the main mountain. There were countless passageways and caves here, and the water from the outer area also flowed in. Some places were so cold that even Universe Masters would feel bone-piercing cold. As for Universe Knights, they would be frozen instantly. Some places were erupting with flames, and if one was careless, they would die. It could be said that if one didn't have a map to refer to, it was easy to encounter danger in the inner area, which was full of caves and passageways. In the original plot, Luo Feng found the origin of Shi Wu Wing in the water passageway cave of the main mountain. This means that there should be many machine-type true treasures floating over from the land of origin in the main mountain. Zhou Hao muttered. Universe Ocean was actually located at the edge of the land of origin, and there were multiple dimensions here. To put it bluntly, it was like a space interlayer. Every dimension had a Universe Ocean, which was why the weapons left behind by the fights between great beings from the land of origin and the wars between ancient countries would float into Universe Ocean due to energy tides. Tilted Peak Sector was a place one had to pass to break through reincarnation, so the chances of finding weapons from the land of origin, such as the Strange Wood and Shi Wu Wing, were the highest. The second was Universe Boat, which was a machine-type valuable from the land of origin. As for Flowing Level Mountain, it didn't have as many valuables as Tilted Peak Sector and Universe Boat. System, check in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in successfully at the inner area of the water domain of Tilted Peak Sector. You have received the evolved Shi Wu Wing origin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in successfully. You have received the Strange Wood. Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in successfully. You have received the Cyan Token of Universe Boat. There were more than 600 items, and more than 100 of them were tokens of Universe Boat and Polling Traces diagrams. The Polling Traces diagrams covered a much more detailed area, especially the map of the inner area of Tilted Peak Sector, which was more than 10 times more detailed than the map of the human race. There were more than 10 Pinnacle Special True Treasures, more than 20 Armor True Treasures, and more than 20 Weapon True Treasures. The rest were top-tier and senior True Treasures. There were very few ordinary True Treasures, and most of them were of the special type. Zhou Hao's expression was calm. Now that he was faced with so many true treasures and items, he was no longer shocked. However, he was filled with emotions. Tilted Peak Sector was indeed one of the 3 most dangerous lands. He had only checked in a few times, and the number of true treasures he had obtained had already surpassed the total number of true treasures he had obtained in the original universe. In other words, the pinnacle special true treasures he had gotten from checking in were enough for everyone in the human race to get one. As for the pinnacle and top-tier special true treasures, they were enough for 100 universe masters to get one. When I go to Universe Boat, I'll go back to the original universe and contribute some of these true treasures to my race. I'll leave the rest on Earth. With these true treasures, the pulse of Earth will rise. He continued on his way while taking out the pulling traces diagrams he had gotten from checking in. He checked the routes to the inner area to find the shortest and safest one. Soon, he found a water passage, just like the one in the original plot of Shi Wing. However, this water passage wasn't as dangerous as a valuable like Shi Wing. Instead, there was a terrifying flaming vine, and only Universe Supreme Masters could pass through it safely. Other Universe Masters wouldn't be able to get to the inner area even if they knew about this passage. However, Zhou Hao, who had Star Tower, could force his way in. Pa. Arriving within the range of the flaming vines, a large amount of flames seemed to have a mind of their own. The moment they sensed that a living being had barged in, they attacked Star Tower one after another. These flames formed vines that lashed at Star Tower like long whips. Wave after wave of attacks landed on Star Tower. If it were a top-tier palace-type true treasure, it would not be able to withstand such crazy attacks. Only pinnacle palace-type true treasures could. Several days passed. Zhou Hao went through the flaming vine and teleported himself. After half a day, he finally arrived at the inner area of Tilted Peak Sector. He knew it was the inner area because of the markers on the pulling traces diagram. System, check in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in at the inner area of Tilted Peak Sector in Universe Ocean. You've got a domain-type Supreme True Treasure. Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in. You've got a Supreme True Treasure armor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in. You've got a Cyan token from Universe Boat. Ding. 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 Congratulations to the host for checking in. You've got a large number of pulling traces diagrams. 683 items exploded. Although there weren't as many as the outer area and the inner area of water, the lowest grade of items he got this time was a senior special true treasure. There were more than 200 top-tier true treasures, and more than 60 pinnacle true treasures and pinnacle special true treasures. There were more than 20 pulling traces diagrams, and there were many tokens from Universe Boat. The rewards were generous. It could be said that this reward alone was enough to turn an ordinary race from the primal universe into a powerful race in an instant. More importantly, there was something else. He'd finally gotten a supreme true treasure by checking in. Although his original body in the Land of Darkness and Universe Ocean had gotten a supreme true treasure before, he couldn't take it out for the time being. This time, however, he got 2 true treasures. TSK. Not bad. Usually, supreme true treasures only appear in the core area of the 3 lands of Extremis. Sometimes, supreme true treasures appear in the inner area, but rarely. It seems the rumors are true. Even in the inner area of Tilted Peak Sector, there are very few supreme true treasures. A rare smile appeared on Zhou Hao's face. Currently, he lacked defensive and domain-type supreme true treasures, as well as soul-type supreme true treasures. What he had gotten from signing in could make up for his shortcomings. Plus, Star Tower had the effect of protecting souls. In this way, he was truly armed to the teeth. Even if he encountered a Universe Supreme Master, he could resist with his true treasure. He opened the pulling traces diagram. He had obtained a large portion of the pulling traces diagram, which included a detailed map of the core area. However, there were many dangerous areas in the core area. Universe Masters would definitely die if they ventured into the core area. Even if they had Pinnacle Palace-type true treasures, they would still perish. Only Universe Supreme Masters, especially those who had Supreme True Treasures, could enter the core area. Zhou Hao checked carefully and gave up the idea of taking the risk to go to the core area. Although Star Tower could allow him to explore most of the dangerous areas in the 3 most dangerous lands, he was only a Universe Knight now. If he relied on Star Tower to get into dangerous areas that could trap enemies, it would be difficult for him to escape. After all, he could protect himself, but in terms of attack, he couldn't compare with Universe Supreme Masters. Next, I'll go to the black-striped stone pillar in Universe Boat and explore the inner area. I'll try to fully comprehend the 3rd step of Chaos Law. After Zhou Hao had made up his mind, he immediately returned. However, when he reached the boundary between the inner area and the outer area, he stopped and prepared to refine the 2 supreme true treasures he had just obtained from checking in. He would also continue checking in at the same time, so that he could take advantage of the inner area. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. He had successfully refined 2 supreme true treasures. One of them was the fire cloud armor, and its surface was the color of flames. As for the domain-type supreme true treasure, it was the thunder light world. After it was activated, it could instantly burst forth with boundless thunder light. Not only did it have an extremely strong binding effect, but it also had a strong destructive power. Primal Universe. Primal Chaos City. Dark chaos airflow floated around, the sky was sometimes torn open and sometimes sewn together. Large amounts of law threads were like spider webs, densely distributed within the cracks. Zhou Hao, who had returned from Universe Ocean, stepped on the wet streets of Primal Chaos City. His thoughts involuntarily returned to the time when he was a star level and universe level. Back then, he was like those cultivators sitting on the balcony, studying and comprehending all sorts of origin laws. Now, 5,000 years had passed, and he had grown from the weak back then to a universe knight. His power had reached the 6th tier as the top, and he could be said to be number 1 below universe supreme masters. All of this was due to the sign-in system, and of course, his own hard work couldn't be overlooked. He arrived at the entrance of the city leader's office. He saw a few domain lord level and sector lord level geniuses walking towards the Primal Chaos Tablet secret room. Seeing Zhou Hao, these geniuses all revealed looks of surprise. "It's Lord Zhou Hao. I didn't expect Lord Zhou Hao to come to Primal Chaos City. I heard Lord Zhou Hao only trained for 5,000 years and he's already a universe knight." "Nonsense, he's already a universe master." "Yes, the geniuses from the same batch as Zhou Hao, Uka, Icon, and Buren are all universe knights. Lord Zhou Hao must be a universe master. I'm so envious. If I were in the same batch as Zhou Hao, I'd be an undying by now." "Isn't that so? Everyone from the same batch as Zhou Hao got a spot to listen in, and their law comprehension improved rapidly. The weakest one is already a sector lord pinnacle. Now, regardless of whether it was in the human race or in the universe, Zhou Hao's reputation and prestige were even more resounding than Hugh Jack's and the other universe supreme masters. Especially among the weaker cultivators, he was incomparably respected and worshipped. After all, his preaching talent was too abnormal, and the effect it had on universe knights was getting stronger and stronger. As for universe level, domain lord level, and sector lord level, it had even achieved 1/10 of the effect of his preaching. As long as they were listening in, without exception, they would be able to break through their current level. Under such circumstances, the cultivators below the immortal realm worshipped him. However, as time went on, the selection of spectators was no longer as casual as before. Even though the number of spectators was still in the millions and was increasing step by step, the number of spectators below the immortal realm remained at 1 million. Compared to the entire human race, with 1 million sector lords and domain lords, the number of universe-level slots was very small. Zhou Hao smiled calmly and stepped into the city lord's mansion. When the guards saw Zhou Hao, they hastily saluted. He walked all the way to the ancient palace. This was the place where the human race exchanged supreme treasures. This time, he naturally didn't come here to exchange for treasures, but to contribute. In fact, before he went to Universe Ocean, he had made a contribution once, which made his contribution second only to Hugh Jack's and Primal Chaos City leader. This time, he had received 6,000 to 7,000 true treasures from check-ins in Tilted Peak sector. He no longer cared about the ordinary true treasures and treasures he had received from check-ins in the past. It was time for him to contribute them. Rumbled a 100-meter-tall bronze door opened. Zhou Hao walked in. There was a stone plate with a diameter of 100 meters. As long as a true treasure was placed on the plate, the virtual universe system would be able to determine the value of the true treasure. There were too many true treasures, so he stayed for a few days before leaving. The moment he left the palace, Zhou Hao received an email from his teacher, "Come and see me quickly." To this, he wasn't surprised at all. He connected his consciousness to the virtual universe and quickly arrived at Primal Chaos Palace. As soon as he appeared, Primal Chaos City leader's voice was heard. "Disciple, the virtual system just informed me that you've contributed nearly 200,000 true treasure contribution points." As he spoke, his voice was filled with disbelief and shock. Even though he had been shocked countless times by this disciple of his and was immune to anything that happened to him, he still lost his composure this time. After all, it was nearly 200,000 true treasure points. A pinnacle special type true treasure was worth about 6,000 to 10,000 true treasure points, and there were only a few pinnacle special type true treasures in the treasure vault of the human race. Including the special resources, secret techniques, and the pulling traces diagram, the total value of the treasure vault was estimated to be less than 200,000 true treasure points. This was before Zhou Hao had contributed tens of thousands of true treasure points. However, now, Zhou Hao had come to contribute again, and this time, he had contributed nearly 200,000 true treasure points. Teacher, I was lucky enough to enter a water passage in the outer area of Tilted Peak sector, and then I found many treasures in the depths of the passage, including the pulling traces diagram map, the universe boat token, and many other true treasures. Zhou Hao replied with a smile. He had already thought of an excuse. Previously, when he was fighting on the original stars, the true treasures that appeared out of thin air could be said to have been left behind from the Great Destruction era, or he could say that he had gotten them through some connection with Sitting Mountain Guest. However, this time, he had taken out so many true treasures at once. There was no way to explain it at all. In fact, after the initial shock, Chaos Creator had quickly guessed that Zhou Hao had most likely found a huge treasure vault. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have so many true treasures. As he spoke, Zhou Hao took out the pulling traces diagram and the universe boat token. Not just one, but several. I followed the treasure vault and went deeper. I passed through many dangers along the way and arrived at a mysterious cave. There was a special space in the cave, which seemed to have been left behind by the universe supreme masters of the past reincarnation eras, and there was more than one. Chaos Creator looked at the pulling traces diagram. Primal Chaos City's teacher looked at the pulling traces diagrams and the universe boat keepsake, and he could not hide his excitement. Haha. This is great. The maps recorded in the pulling traces diagrams are not available to our human race, and they are extremely detailed in some areas of the inner domain. This universe boat keepsake is cyan in color, and it is extremely valuable. My disciple, it seems that you are in luck. You must have met countless universe supreme masters from reincarnation eras, and the location of that area is special. That is why generations of universe supreme masters from reincarnation eras have passed by and left behind treasures. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded. I was just lucky. Chaos Creator suppressed his excitement and looked at Zhou Hao. Suddenly, he did not know what to say. My disciple, let's not talk about those true treasures. Just the pulling traces diagram and the universe boat token are very valuable. Theoretically, the race should give you the same amount of true treasure points. Zhou Hao interrupted him and said seriously, Teacher, I came back this time to contribute to the race. You and Hujax Creator often contribute to the race for free. Now that I have grown up, it is time for me to take on the responsibility of the race. Besides, I have enough true treasures with me, and I have kept some for myself. Upon hearing this, Chaos Creator was filled with emotions. My disciple. No matter what, the value of your contribution is almost equivalent to the foundation of a pinnacle race. I still want to thank you. Let's go. This is a great thing for the human race. We have to tell Hujax and the others. Zhou Hao nodded and said, Teacher, I have contributed so many true treasures this time, and there are several pinnacle special true treasures among them. I was thinking that since the foundation of the race has increased a lot, can we lower the true treasure points to exchange for true treasures so that Darkness and Ice Mountain can exchange for powerful true treasures? Chaos Creator smiled. My disciple, even if you didn't mention it, I would have mentioned it. In the past, there were very few true treasures in the treasure vault. Now that you have provided this batch of true treasures, the foundation of our race is finally solid. It is time to give everyone some benefits. After all, the stronger the universe masters of our race are, the stronger the race will be, and the safer they will be in Universe Ocean. Inside Hujax's godly palace, many universe masters at the long table were chatting casually. For more than 300 years, the human race hadn't held any meetings with Chaos Creator or Hujax, mainly because the human race was already the top power in the original universe, so there was no pressure anymore. Everything was peacefully going according to the previous plan to rise up and silently improve the power of the race. Besides, Darkness, Pungong, and Deserted Mirror were all adventuring in Universe Ocean, so Chaos Creator would send out mail to notify them if anything happened. There were very few meetings. Unlucky, really unlucky. This time, when I was exploring the inner area, I met a lunatic from the first Universe era, and young master. Fortunately, I went to Universe Ocean and exchanged for a top-tier palace-type true treasure. I hid in the palace and controlled the domain true treasure to get rid of an young master. In terms of power, I'm not afraid of an young master, but he fought with all his might. In such a complicated environment like the inner area, I didn't dare to fight like that. You're really unlucky. Although everyone from the first Universe era is crazy, there's still a difference. This young master is a complete lunatic. Every time he fights, it's like there's a deep hatred between them. When you meet such a lunatic, don't get entangled with him. Just get rid of him as soon as possible. Yes, but this time I'm lucky. I met a top-tier true treasure armor somewhere in the inner area. Ah, my luck is just SOSO. I didn't find any true treasures, and I lost my armor. This time, I plan to go back to the original universe first. Darkness, Pungong, and the others were talking to each other. It was normal to wander in the inner area of Tilted Peak sector for hundreds of years without any gains. After all, the three lands of Extremis were extremely vast, much larger than the original universe. It would take a long time just to travel, and sometimes, when there was a fight for true treasures, they had to wait patiently. I don't know why Chaos Creator told us this time. It should be related to Zhou Hao. Yes, Chaos Creator's mail is quite urgent. Usually, this kind of thing has something to do with Zhou Hao. Ice Mountain, Darkness, you two are the closest to Zhou Hao. In the past 300 years, we haven't heard much about Zhou Hao. Is he wandering in the outer area now? Or is he practicing hard somewhere like before? Most of the people wandering in Universe Ocean wouldn't practice hard. They mainly wanted to explore and find treasures. Only in some areas of Universe Boat, such as the black-striped stone pillars, would they practice willpower. Ice Mountain Master shook his head. I'm not sure. Shwa, Xianxia showed up. Then Chaos Creator and Zhou Hao showed up. Seeing this, Huang Jian and the others were surprised. Since Zhou Hao and Chaos Creator had come together, this meeting must have something to do with Zhou Hao. Chaos Creator, what's the matter? Xianxia asked directly. Chaos Creator laughed. Good news, great news. Then, he waved his hand, and there was a lot of wine and fruit on the table. Huang Jian and the others smiled, but they weren't too excited. They were more or less immune to it. Xianxia sat down with a smile. Chaos Creator, what's the good news? Did Sword River bring it? Chaos Creator nodded. Indeed, Zhou Hao brought it. Then, he told Chaos Creator about Zhou Hai's gains in Tilted Peak sector. At the same time, he took out the pulling traces diagram and gave it to Xianxia. With a sweep of the Xianxia, he became excited. Haha, this is indeed a joyous occasion. The area recorded in this pulling traces diagram is too large, and it is incomparably detailed. There are even some optimal routes, and there are even some shortcuts on how to pass through dangerous places. Xianxia's Creator, is this a detailed map of the inner area of Tilted Peak sector? Great! We humans have very few maps of the three lands of Extremis in Universe Ocean. Now that we have these, we'll gain a lot. Haha. I was worried that we wouldn't gain anything, but Zhou Hao brought us such great news. Drink, drink. Huang Jian and the others were excited. Although everyone was looking forward to endless true treasures and eternal life, everyone knew that in Universe Ocean, without a detailed map, it was easy to run into danger. Therefore, a map that could be recorded in the pulling traces diagram was very valuable. It could be said that a small map was worth as much as a pinnacle special type true treasure. Chaos Creator continued. Besides these, Zhou Hao also got many true treasures from the place where he found the pulling traces diagram and the Universe Boat token. Zhou Hao has already contributed these true treasures to the race. They're worth about 200,000 true treasure points. Just then, the originally excited and noisy hall suddenly quieted down. Huang Jian, Pungong, and the other universe masters all looked at Chaos Creator, dumbfounded. Xianxia also opened his eyes wide, and he couldn't help asking, Chaos Creator, how much did you say? Chaos Creator smiled. About 200,000 true treasure points. There are 5 pinnacle special true treasures, a few pinnacle true treasures, 10 top-tier palace-type treasures, and 4 soul-type treasures, he finished in one breath. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the universe masters were dazed. They didn't expect Xianxia to get so many true treasures all of a sudden, and there were even pinnacle special true treasures. This was like moving the treasure vault of a pinnacle race. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. After a long time, Xianxia laughed. The other universe masters were so excited that they almost jumped up. They couldn't suppress their emotions. Xianxia smiled and hurriedly said, Xianxia's creator, everyone, our race has always generously bestowed me with supreme treasures. Now that I have grown up and luckily obtained the treasures, I should naturally contribute them to our race, just like Xianxia and my teacher, the Chaos Creator. So, this is my destiny, and also the destiny of our human race. Hearing this, Deserted Mirror, Pengong, Darkness, and the other universe masters all looked grateful. If it were them, they might not have contributed so many true treasures. At most, they would have contributed a few true treasures. After all, this was equivalent to the treasury of a pinnacle race. If they kept it for their race, they could become stronger quickly. However, Xianxia had offered it for free. This made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. Of course, they wouldn't have thought that Xianxia had so many true treasures, and he contributed less than 1/10 of them, especially supreme true treasures. Chaos Creator raised his wine glass and looked at everyone. Everyone, let's toast to Xianxia. Schwa. Schwa, everyone, including Giant Axe, raised their wine glasses and stood up to make a toast. After half an hour of lively celebration, Yizichen was stunned. Deserted Mirror and Darkness left one after another. Xianxia, Primal Chaos City Leader, and Xianxia stayed. Xianxia got the pulling traces diagram and the universe boat tokens in Tilted Peak sector. Most of them are in the inner area of Universe Boat, and some of them are even related to the core of Universe Boat. That's why I've had a simple discussion with Xianxia. Should we transfer the exploration of Universe Ocean from Tilted Peak sector to Universe Boat? Primal Chaos City Leader whispered. It depended on Xianxia's attitude. After all, the exploration of Universe Ocean required the presence of a Universe Supreme Master. Otherwise, if they encountered a crisis, it would be difficult for them to survive and send reinforcements. Xianxia laughed. Primal Chaos City Leader, I've been exploring the inner area of Tilted Peak sector for countless eras, and the most I've got is a pinnacle special type true treasure. I wanted to find a suitable supreme true treasure inside, but since Xianxia's opportunity is related to Universe Boat, we humans should focus on the inner area of Universe Boat. Otherwise, we'll be wasting Xianxia's opportunity. Primal Chaos City Leader also laughed. He turned to look at Xianxia and teased, who knows, maybe my disciple will have an opportunity in Universe Boat. Xianxia nodded and looked at Xianxia. Although the opportunities in Universe Ocean are often accompanied by danger, Xianxia, it seems that you are indeed very lucky to have obtained such a great opportunity in the early stage. Besides, the sealed independent space where the tokens of Universe Boat are located must have treasures left behind by the great beings from the reincarnation era. Therefore, the Universe Boat will indeed have opportunities. Yes. The tokens in Universe Boat are divided into black, green, and silver tokens. Among the 5 or 6 tokens that Xianxia got, 2 of them are green. In Universe Boat, only Universe Masters can go to the sealed independent space with the black token, while Universe Supreme Masters need to go there with the green token. Primal Chaos Creator chimed in. Hence, within the green tokens, there are usually inheritances and treasures left behind by Universe Supreme Masters from the past reincarnation eras. However, if you really want to go, Xianxia, you'd better wait until you've truly become a Universe Master and your combat power has increased again before you go to the place where the 2 green tokens are. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. Teacher, since I've contributed the tokens, Xianxia's creator should go to those independent spaces. That way, I'll have a better chance. Primal Chaos City Leader was helpless. Disciple, you, Zhou Hao interrupted, teacher, this disciple has made his decision. Huge Axe and Primal Chaos City leader looked at each other and nodded. At the same time, they were glad that they had protected Zhou Hao in the face of the pressure from the 5 pinnacle races. After that, the 3 of them discussed the contribution of pinnacle special type true treasures in the treasure vault. Among them, teacher Primal Chaos City leader felt that a 30% reduction would suffice, while Zhou Hao felt that a 30% reduction was too little. He suggested a 50% reduction, which meant that if a pinnacle domain type true treasure was worth 7,000 or even 8,000, other universe masters could exchange it for 3,000 or 4,000 true treasure points, which was almost equivalent to the value of a top-tier domain type true treasure. If that was the case, top-tier universe masters like Darkness, Pungong, and Ice Mountain could all get pinnacle special type true treasures. In the end, Huge Axe and Primal Chaos City leader agreed with Zhou Hao's suggestion. After all, the focus of the human race would be shifted to the internal area of Universe Boat. With a pinnacle special type true treasure to protect them, Darkness, Pungong, and Ice Mountain would be more powerful and safer. Half a year passed. The human universe masters who were exploring Universe Ocean returned one after another. They came to Primal Chaos City to meet up with Zhou Hao. Haha. Sword River, we universe masters have to thank you this time. Now, each of us top-tier universe masters can have a pinnacle special type true treasure. Pungong, Void Gold, and the others were all grateful. There were still quite a number of top-tier universe masters in the human race, like Ice Mountain, Darkness, and Pungong. Deserted Mirror, Void Gold, and Qing Dong were slightly weaker, but after listening to Zhou Hao's lectures, almost all of them had created their own universe master supreme fusion techniques, and their power was similar to Star River Masters. The rest of the universe masters, like Yu Ho and Long Xing, had also reached top tier, but they were still a little weaker than Darkness and Ice Mountain. This time, after a discussion, Primal Chaos Huge Axe decided to lower the ratio of the 7 pinnacle special type true treasures, which was equivalent to giving benefits to Ice Mountain, Darkness, and the others. Each of them could have a pinnacle palace type or pinnacle domain type true treasure, as well as soul type true treasures. As for Yu Ho and the others who were slightly weaker, they could exchange for top-tier special type true treasures, pinnacle weapons, and body armor true treasures. Previously, they had only been using top-tier armor true treasures and senior special type true treasures, but now, in terms of true treasures, they had been upgraded to the 5th tier top-tier level. This was why all the universe masters were very excited, and they kept thanking Zhou Hao. In Universe Ocean, one more good true treasure was equivalent to one more life. Top-tier palace-type true treasures were things that even Universe Supreme Masters couldn't break, and they could be used to explore most of the dangerous places. With such true treasures, if they encountered any danger, they could hold on until Huge Axe came to their rescue. Teacher, this is a pinnacle top-tier armor true treasure, green gold glass armor. With it, together with the pinnacle domain type true treasure you exchanged for this time, as long as you don't encounter any Universe Supreme Masters, you won't be afraid of anyone in Universe Ocean. In a residence in Primal Chaos City, Zhou Hao handed the green armor to Ice Mountain. There was a trace of warmth in Ice Mountain Master's cold eyes. Disciple, I know you mean well, but a pinnacle top-tier armor is rare in Universe Ocean. You should use it yourself. Now that I have a pinnacle domain type true treasure, as well as a pinnacle true treasure armor and a weapon, I can explore Universe Ocean. Zhou Hao hurriedly said, Teacher, this disciple has a better protective armor. Ice Mountain Master was dazed. A better body armor? Yes, a supreme true treasure. What? A supreme true treasure? Ice Mountain Master opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at Zhou Hao. The human race didn't have a single supreme true treasure, yet his disciple had one. Zhou Hao continued, this is another opportunity for me. Because it's inconvenient, I didn't tell Chaos Huge Axe. Ice Mountain Master quickly realized that this supreme true treasure had been given to Zhou Hao by another teacher, which was normal in the universe. However, to be able to give a supreme true treasure, Zhou Hao's teacher had to be a very powerful Universe Supreme Master. Disciple, I understand. He nodded slowly. Then I'll take this green gold glass armor. Zhou Hao was delighted. Teacher, take it. You'll definitely get a pinnacle true treasure on this trip to Universe Ocean. Ice Mountain Master smiled. I hope to get something, too. My disciple has contributed so much to the race. As a teacher, I can't fall behind. Before heading to Universe Ocean again, Zhou Hao met with Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng. He also returned to Earth and left the rest of the Pinnacle Special Type True Treasures with Fenhun. He also gave his sister, Zhou Ying-er, a Pinnacle Soul Type True Treasure and a Domain Type True Treasure. Zhou Ying-er didn't want them at first, so he had to say that he had a great opportunity in Universe Ocean and had Supreme True Treasures with him. Zhou Ying-er accepted them. As for Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng, Zhou Hao also gave them top-tier Domain-type True Treasures and Pinnacle True Treasure armors. Even so, the three of them were still shocked. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, don't feel guilty. This time I got many precious true treasures in Universe Ocean. The other universe masters of the human race all changed their Pinnacle Special Type True Treasures. If it weren't for your power level, I wouldn't have taken out the top-tier Domain-type True Treasures. Hearing Zhou Hao's casual tone, the three of them felt relieved. Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng accepted them with peace of mind. Damn. Third brother, what did you do in Universe Ocean? How did you get so many precious true treasures? Yes, besides being in the Ancestral God School, we also went to the original stars to explore. We worked ourselves to death and only got 1 or 2 true treasures, and this is all thanks to you, fourth brother. Top-tier Domain Type and Palace Type True Treasures. If we were on the original stars, even Universe Masters would fight for them. I didn't expect each of us to have one now. Zhou Hao laughed. Universe Ocean is so vast, and there are so many true treasures in the 3 lands of Extremis. It's just a top-tier special type true treasure, so you have to work hard. While improving your combat power and law comprehension, you have to improve your level as soon as possible. Universe Ocean is the real place to practice and explore. Luo Feng and the other 2 felt their blood boiling. They could not wait to become Universe Masters and follow Zhou Hao to Universe Ocean. However, they knew that they were not Zhou Hao, and it was not easy to become a Universe Master. Tisk, TSK. Big brother, fourth brother, now that we have top-notch special true treasures, we can do whatever we want in the original star. We can rob anyone we don't like. Haha, second brother is right. Snatch from whoever you don't like. Hong and Thunder God burst into laughter. Although they were Universe Knights, their combat power was still relatively low. The main reason was that their law comprehension had soared too quickly, and their study of secret techniques was not as deep as those experienced Universe Knights. That was why the 3 of them had formed a small team to explore the original star. However, most of the time, they were on the run and were robbed, which made them feel aggrieved. Now that they had obtained better true treasures, their combat power had soared. Of course, they also knew that they should keep a low profile and not show off their wealth. That was why they had to think carefully about how to make use of their precious true treasures instead of foolishly revealing them. Luo Feng sighed in his heart. Third brother is getting stronger and stronger. Now, he can even give us top-notch special true treasures so casually. I have to work harder so that I won't be left too far behind. Yes, it's time to become undying. He had already nurtured the endless remote ocean, and it was because of this body that he dared to follow Hong and Thunder God to explore the original star. Cheers, cheers. I'm going to Universe Ocean the day after tomorrow. I don't know when I'll be back again. Zhou Hao smiled and raised his glass. Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng all raised their glasses. They were very grateful. After all, this was a top-notch special true treasure. Most Universe Masters did not even have one. Endless chaotic airflow. Streaks of light flashed. All of a sudden, the chaotic airflow thinned out. In the distance, a huge, damaged ship appeared. It was tens of millions of light years tall and hundreds of millions of light years long. The surface of the ship was black with mottled purple embellishments. Other than that, the entire ship was densely packed with holes, as if it had been pierced by countless lasers. That's Universe Boat, it's so huge. What kind of powerful force could create such a colossus? Many Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance were shocked. When they learned that the human race had moved to Universe Boat, they all followed. After all, they had huge acts, and the human race had shared part of the map. They had not gained much from exploring Tilted Peak sector all these years, but the ordinary true treasures were still considerable. With the map, they were all willing to continue exploring Universe Boat with the human race. However, there were still many Universe Masters who stayed in Tilted Peak sector. So, a group of Universe Masters quickly flew to the fragment that was flying at high speed around the periphery of Universe Boat. This was originally a temporary gathering place for the Human Race Alliance, such as the 3 most dangerous lands of Tilted Peak sector, Universe Boat, and Flowing Level Mountain. Many groups of powers would set up gathering places so that Universe Masters within their groups could rest when they were tired from exploring. Zhenma Master and Swallowhawk Master from the Hong Alliance were waiting for the great beings in Universe Boat. They all came out to welcome them. Huge Axe Creator, Darkness Master, Pungong Master, Ice Mountain Master. Zhenma Master and Swallowhawk Master were very happy about the arrival of the main force of the human race. This way, regardless of whether they were adventuring or cultivating in the Universe Boat, they would have more confidence. Even though they were powerful, in the Universe Ocean, the more powerful the race behind them was. When they were adventuring, no great beings from other races would dare to provoke them. Thus, they would have to deal with some dangerous environments. After landing on the fragment, Huge Axe and the others walked into a white palace in a canyon. Everyone, compared to Tilted Peak sector, the environment in Universe Boat is more complicated, and there are more dangerous areas. This time, our race shared the map with you, and most of the routes are in the inner area, so if you haven't reached the top level, I suggest you explore the outer area first. If you want to explore the inner area, try to form a team. The Universe Boat was not a land of extremists that was naturally born in the Universe Ocean. This was a common understanding among all the powers of reincarnation in the Universe Ocean. Hence, great beings from the Divine Eye clan, the Skeleton clan, and the 2 Holy Lands were all willing to venture into the Universe Boat in an attempt to obtain some inheritance left behind by the ancient civilization. After resting for 3 days, the Universe Masters of the human race set off again. Zhou Hao was going to explore alone, and his destination was the black-striped stone pillar. With his current soul and willpower, he could go deep into the black-striped stone pillar. From the fragment of Universe Boat to the black-striped stone pillar, he had to go through close to 1,000 dangerous lands. However, with a domain-type Supreme True Treasure and Star Tower, he could basically go through everything. He was faster than most Universe Supreme Masters, and it only took him 300 years to get to the black-striped stone pillar. Of course, he didn't forget to check in. There weren't many precious true treasures in the outer area of Universe Boat, but in the inner area, there were more pinnacle special true treasures. He kept checking in, and he got more than 70 of them, including 3 supreme true treasures. There were a total of 16 sky-reaching stone pillars, and every stone pillar emitted a terrifying willpower impact. In the entire Universe Ocean, no Universe Supreme Master was able to get close to the sky-reaching stone pillars, and the space around the black-striped stone pillars was very safe. This led to many great beings from Universe Ocean occupying this space. Some were there to sharpen their willpower, and some were there purely to rest. Among them, Beiqi Star Master from the First Universe Era, Blood Orchid Ancestor, and Rampaging Devil God from the Second Universe Era were the 3 Universe Supreme Masters who lived here for a long time. Before Zhou Hao came, Swallowhawk Master had specially introduced him to some of the temperaments of these 3 Universe Supreme Masters and warned him to be extra careful of Rampaging Devil God, who liked to play tricks on newcomers. Swallowhawk Master also advised him to go to Black-Striped Stone Pillar No. 2, where Beiqi Star Master resided, because even Rampaging Devil God had to show some respect to Beiqi Star Master. Swallowhawk Master originally wanted to come along with Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao politely declined, so when he came to the black-striped stone pillars, Swallowhawk Master would need at least another 100 years to arrive. Zhou Hao had 3 pairs of dark purple wings on his back. His body kept flashing, and soon, he stepped onto a gigantic rock that was flying at high speed around the stone pillar. Many Universe Masters were sitting cross-legged on the rock to resist the impact of the endless willpower. Other than that, there were many eye-catching buildings with exquisite carvings on top of the gigantic rock. These buildings were the sealed spaces associated with the Black Keepsake. Zhou Hao had received many black tokens from checking in at Tilted Peak Sector, and he had received dozens of black tokens from checking in at Universe Boat. Thus, as he flew quickly toward the depths of the black-striped stone pillars, many of those secret space rooms made him feel something. Most of these sealed spaces contained treasures, and they were basically left behind by Universe Supreme Masters and Universe Masters from the previous reincarnation era. However, to Zhou Hao, these treasures did not interest him at all. However, since he had already arrived at the black-striped stone pillar, there was no harm in taking a look. Just as Zhou Hao was flying, a strong aura suddenly permeated the air, and then a Universe Master with an unfamiliar aura flew straight toward him. Many Universe Masters saw this from afar, and they all looked at Zhou Hao sympathetically. TSK. I wonder which power this newcomer is from. Is it the two Holy Land universes or the original universe? No matter which force it is, if they encounter the rampaging demonic god, even if they don't die, they will be skinned alive. This rampaging demon god is really a bully. Shoo, keep quiet. If it weren't for the protection of the Beiqi Star Master, I'm afraid that we would have offended this rampaging demonic god. It's better not to cause trouble. Rampaging devil god was only of an ordinary standard among the Universe Supreme Masters. His power was not even at level 8, and he was estimated to be at pinnacle level 7. He stayed by the black-striped stone pillars all year round, so he was temperamental. His favorite pastime was to pretend to be a Universe Master and bully those who came to the black-striped stone pillars for the first time. Zhou Hao was a Universe Master with an obviously unfamiliar aura. The moment he arrived at the black-striped stone pillar, he was naturally targeted by Rampaging Devil God. If Swallow Hawk Master had accompanied him, Rampaging Devil God would not have taken any action. After all, it was just looking for entertainment. Boom, thunder with strong power gushed out abruptly. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a gigantic mountain. The mountain was surrounded by a large amount of thunder, and its power was frightening. At the same time, a frightening impact of willpower spread out. Although Zhou Hao did not know that this unfamiliar Universe Master before him was Rampaging Devil God, he was not going to be courteous at all. It was obvious that the other party was here to pick a fight, so he immediately activated his domain-type Supreme True Treasure, Thunder Light Sector, and executed the willpower secret technique Transform Mountain, which he had been comprehending while flying for the past 300 years. His willpower was comparable to that of a true god level, and he had not just achieved the level of a true god. With such a powerful willpower, coupled with the power of his willpower secret technique, and the super strong power added by his domain-type Supreme True Treasure, this simple impact of willpower reached a level where it could affect a Universe Supreme Master in an instant. Rampaging Devil God, who was disguised as a Universe Master, was dazed for a moment under this impact of willpower. However, Rampaging Devil God was, after all, a Universe Supreme Master, and he often stayed at the black-striped stone pillars to hone his willpower. Thus, after a short moment of daze, he immediately reacted. His expression changed abruptly, and he immediately unleashed his true power. But at that moment, the gigantic mountain condensed by the thunder light had already landed. Rampaging Devil God's body was instantly sent flying backward. The Supreme True Treasure armor on his body was shining. Although his godly body was not injured, he looked extremely disheveled. What? This? Which great being is this? That's too powerful. Even Rampaging Demon God was sent flying. He must be from the two Holy Lands. That domain seemed to be a Supreme True Treasure, and only Universe Masters from the two Holy Lands would carry Supreme True Treasures. TSK. Rampaging Devil God has kicked an iron plate this time. And this Universe Master's willpower is very strong. He executed a secret technique, and Rampaging Devil God was unable to resist it. The surrounding Universe Masters, who were initially sympathetic or watching a good show, were all shocked when they saw Rampaging Devil God being sent flying. They were all guessing Zhou Hao's identity. Even the two Universe Supreme Masters, Beiqi Star Master and Blood Orchid Ancestor, looked over. After all, he had been able to send Rampaging Devil God flying. Even though he had relied on the power of a domain-type Supreme True Treasure, the mere fact that he had been able to activate that kind of willpower technique was enough to astonish them. As for the dark purple wings on Zhou Hao's body, no Universe Master thought that he belonged to Sword River Horde leader from the original universe. Although the demon race, the bug race, and other races had been publicizing Zhou Hao's power and his true treasure, there were also some universe masters in the entire universe ocean who had dark purple wings. Besides, with the power that Zhou Hao had just displayed and the supreme true treasure he had, they naturally would not think that he belonged to Sword River Horde leader. After all, everyone knew that the human race did not have a supreme true treasure to guard it. Humph, Zhou Hao snorted coldly. Rampaging devil god, other universe masters may be afraid of you, but not me. After that, he continued to fly toward the depths of the black-striped stone pillar. Damn it! Bastard, are you from East Emperor Holy Land or Purple Moon Holy Land? Rampaging devil god roared. He felt very humiliated. He was a universe supreme master, but now, he had been sent flying by a universe master. It could be said that if this news spread, many powers in Universe Ocean would laugh at him. However, Zhou Hao could very well be a universe master from two holy lands. After a short exchange of blows, he had already experienced Zhou Hao's power, so he did not dare to continue to go forward to stop him. Zhou Hao did not pay any attention to rampaging devil god. He was just an ordinary universe supreme master. Even if he did not have a supreme true treasure, he would still not be afraid, let alone now that he had a full body of supreme true treasures. If rampaging devil god had not been good at defense and had not had the supreme true treasure blood sea armor, that blow would have definitely injured him. P.S. Thank you to Earl AI Ku for the 1,500 coins tip. Thank you to QQ Reader for the 1,666 coins tip. Arg. You are courting death. Even if you are a universe master from the two holy lands, you will die today. Rampaging devil god was furious. He was a universe supreme master, after all, and he cared about his reputation. Now that a universe master dared to ignore him, he was furious. Rampaging devil god was surrounded by blood ocean, which covered hundreds of millions of square miles, and it was still expanding. The universe masters who were competing with each other immediately retreated. They all knew that this was the blood ocean domain that came with rampaging devil god's blood ocean armor, and it had a strong willpower impact. Even universe supreme masters would be affected, and universe masters would be in a daze. Rampaging devil god is mad. That guy who used thunder domain is in trouble. At most, he'll be injured. After all, he has a supreme true treasure, and rampaging devil god isn't strong. Besides, he's definitely from the two holy lands. Even if rampaging devil god is temperamental, he won't dare to mess with the two holy lands. He'll just teach him a lesson to vent his anger. Yes, the two holy lands. If it were the 7 true masters of the Divine Eye clan, they wouldn't have to show any respect. But this rampaging devil god can't. If he dares to make a move, the two holy lands can send 2 or 3 universe supreme masters to suppress him. In the distance, the universe masters were all engaged in a heated discussion. The two holy lands were very famous in Universe Ocean, and many groups of powers in Universe Ocean did not dare to provoke them. It could not be helped. The two holy lands had the largest number of universe supreme masters, and they were generally very powerful. Almost all of them had supreme true treasures with them. Voila! The monstrous blood sea quickly enveloped Zhou Hao, who was flying. In an instant, waves of murderous intent swept toward him. If it were a universe master, even Luo Feng, who had just arrived at the black-striped stone pillar in the original plot, would have been somewhat affected. However, Zhou Hao only felt a gentle breeze blowing against his face. With his willpower at the level of a true god of void space, this murderous intent was like an egg hitting a rock. He didn't even frown. He waved his hand, and lightning appeared again. Under the support of his willpower, a mountain was formed and hit rampaging devil god. Willpower techniques were illusory, and their attacking speed was very fast. However, he combined his willpower with his supreme true treasure thunder domain to form a solid mountain. Even though the speed was reduced, the power was multiplied. Otherwise, in terms of pure willpower attacks, Zhou Hao was still unable to affect universe supreme masters. The main reason was that his cultivation of the mountain transformation technique was not deep enough, and he himself was not proficient in soul attacks. Of course, if he were to use his soul talent to enhance, the power of the mountain transformation technique would be even stronger. Hong, the huge mountain smashed through the sea of blood and smashed into the rampaging devil god, sending him flying once again. What? That guy in Thunder Domain isn't affected by the blood? My god, his willpower is too strong. He has definitely reached the level of a Universe Supreme Master. Within the entire black-striped stone pillar, there are only 3 Universe Masters who are sharpening their willpower. Now, there is going to be one more. The rampaging devil god was Furious Devil God. Rampaging Devil God, who was flying backward, was furious. After 2 brief exchanges, he knew that he couldn't do anything to his opponent, and the opponent couldn't hurt him either. After all, his opponent had a domain-type Supreme True Treasure, so he couldn't get close to him. Long-range attacks would be weakened by the domain of the Supreme True Treasure. Besides, a domain-type Supreme True Treasure could form armor, and its power wouldn't be weaker than a pinnacle Supreme True Treasure. That was how terrifying a Supreme True Treasure was. One Supreme True Treasure was comparable to a set of pinnacle True Treasures. Damn it! Rampaging Devil God roared, but he felt helpless. He could only watch as Zhou Hao went deeper into the black-striped stone pillar. Zhou Hao went deeper and deeper, and it didn't take long for him to reach the depths of the black-striped stone pillar. The area had reached the limit of a Universe Master, and the time flow was 3,000 times faster than the outside world. 1 year in the outside world was 3,000 years here, but he didn't stop there. He went deeper easily. There were only 3 Universe Masters on the black-striped stone pillar who could break through this limit. This guy's willpower is indeed comparable to a Universe Supreme Master. No wonder he's from the Holy Land universe. He must have stayed in the Holy Land universe for countless eras, or even dozens of reincarnation eras before coming out. There are many Universe Masters in the 2 Holy Lands who can endure this. They're all very powerful. I wonder how deep this guy can go. The Universe Masters in the distance sighed and looked at Zhou Hao, trying to guess where he could stop. The deeper one went, the stronger the willpower impact. Beiqi Star Master, who had the strongest willpower, had a time flow of more than 130,000 times faster. Zhou Hao's willpower was much stronger than Beiqi Star Master's, so he kept flying forward. The Universe Masters in the distance couldn't even see Zhou Hao anymore, and they were all shocked. Beiqi Star Master and Blood Orchid Ancestor looked in the direction of Zhou Hao. They were shocked. After all, they could stay in the depths because they were Universe Supreme Masters and had honed their willpower to break through 1 reincarnation era. But the one who used the Thunder Domain was only a Universe Master. Even if he had stayed in the Holy Land universe for dozens of reincarnation eras, or even longer, he couldn't be stronger than them in terms of willpower. How powerful must he be? As for Rampaging Demon God, he was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect that the newcomer he was bullying would have such a strong will. If the soul secret technique used by the other party was a little stronger, even he would not be able to withstand it. That was close. Luckily, I'm good at defense and have a Supreme True Treasure armor to protect me. Otherwise, I would have been injured. Rampaging Devil God came back to his senses. He didn't dare to attack anymore and returned to the black-striped stone pillar. In the depths of the black-striped stone pillar, Zhou Hao continued to fly forward. He had even surpassed the sealed space that the black tokens had sensed. When the flow of time reached 150,000 times, he felt that this was his limit. If he went any further, he would have to face the willpower of a true god of void space. If Beiqi Star Master had broken through this limit and honed his secret technique, he might have been able to transcend reincarnation. But it was extremely difficult to reach this step. Very quickly, 160,000 times, 170,000 times, 180,000 times. When it reached 200,000 times, the impact of the endless willpower emitted by the black-striped stone pillar was already extremely frightening. Even Universe Supreme Masters would lose consciousness from the impact of the impact. Even true gods of void space would be slightly affected. System, check in. Zhou Hao also sensed his own limit, but he calmly chanted in his heart. Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in successfully at the black-striped stone pillar in Universe Boat, one of the 3 most dangerous lands in Universe Ocean. Your willpower has been greatly improved. Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in successfully. You have received part of the mystery of the black-striped catalog. Actually, when Zhou Hao checked in between the outer and inner areas of Tilted Peak sector, he knew that the rewards he got from checking in didn't include some special areas. For example, in the inner area of Tilted Peak sector, besides the 2 supreme true treasures he got, there were definitely other supreme true treasures. For example, in the original plot, Hugh Jax got a supreme true treasure in a special area in the inner area. Similarly, when he checked in between the outer and inner areas of Universe Boat, he didn't include the black striped stone pillar, the Boat of Mausoleum, and other special areas. So, the rewards he got from checking in continuously weren't too precious, just a few supreme true treasures. Now, after checking in at the black striped stone pillar, he got almost all the rewards from the sealed space with countless black tokens. However, these rewards were nothing more than true treasures and inherited techniques, which weren't of much help to Zhou Hao. After all, he had a lot of supreme true treasures now, so he didn't care about those pinnacle special true treasures at all. As for inherited techniques, they were extremely precious in the eyes of other races and powers, but in Zhou Hao's eyes, they were very ordinary. Besides these, the rewards that Zhou Hao really cared about were the enhancement of his willpower and the mysterious engravings on the black striped stone pillar. Receive. As he said it in his heart, the rewards of his willpower and the mysterious engravings of the black-striped catalog were poured into Zhou Hao's spiritual consciousness. First, his soul experienced pain that was even more terrifying than the soul-stripping technique. His willpower rose at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Next was the mystery of the secret engravings on the black-striped stone pillar. Even though it was only a small portion, the information contained within was incomparably vast. Even the soul and sea of consciousness of a universe supreme master would be overloaded. However, Zhou Hao merely frowned. It took him 3 years just to receive this information. After that, it took him another 5 years to completely sort out the mysterious engravings. No wonder it's the sky-reaching stone pillar in Universe Boat. The engravings on it complement the diagram of secret engravings of the universe. Zhou Hao's eyes flashed with excitement. The diagrams of secret engravings he got in Beast God sector were huge engravings of the universe. Some were simple, and some were complex. Undoubtedly, the diagrams of secret engravings in Beast God sector were only more complicated than those in Miniature Universe. However, the engravings on the black-striped stone pillar weren't as huge as the diagram of secret engravings of the universe, but they were much more detailed. To put it simply, if the Beast God realm's secret pattern diagrams were the dense structural diagrams of the human body's bones, blood, and meridians, then the secret patterns on the black-striped stone pillars were the microscopic structures that went deep into the cells and molecules. From a research perspective, the secret patterns on the black-striped stone pillars were much easier to comprehend. Of course, the premise of all this was that one had to know about the school of engraving diagrams and be a beginner in the school of engraving diagrams. At the same time, the engraving diagrams of the black-striped stone pillars were so profound that one had to have some understanding of the ancient civilization's cultivation and the Wu kingdom system. It was like it was wrapped in a layer of code. If one did not peel off this layer of code, one would not be able to see through its mysteries. This was also the main reason why Beiqi Star Master and the other experts were unable to comprehend the mysteries of the black-striped stone pillars. He suppressed the joy in his heart. Zhou Hao, whose will had improved once again, continued to go deeper into the black-striped stone pillars. At the same time, he also signed in to improve his will. 210,000 times, 220,000 times, this continued until it reached 300,000 times the flow of time. He felt that his willpower had broken through a certain limit. In other words, his willpower had already broken through from a void real God to the level of an eternal real God. This made Zhou Hao very excited. It was very difficult for other great beings to improve their willpower. Even in the original plot, Luo Feng had relied on the space where the origin of Shi Wu Wing was located to improve his willpower first. Then on the black-striped stone pillars, he had the experience of sitting Mountain Guest's corpse in the godly kingdom of Jin, comprehending the destruction of the original universe, enslaving sector beasts, defeating sector beasts, and so on. Now, Zhou Hao had quickly become an eternal real God from a void real God just by signing in at the black-striped stone pillars. However, the increase in willpower that he had received from signing in had greatly decreased. It was not like the increase in the first year. Thus, he stopped at 300,000 times the flow of time and did not continue to improve. Next, Fenhun will stay here to study and comprehend the laws and sign in at the same time. My mirror body will go to the inner area of universe boat and sign in at the core edge. After making his decision, Zhou Hao quickly used his talent to form his mirror body. Although mirror body could not improve his power, he was now a top-tier 6th tier. With the combination of chaos secret techniques, talent, and supreme true treasures, he could deal with 7th tier or even 8th tier universe supreme masters. Even if he lost it, Fenhun could quickly form another one. At most, he would lose some true treasures. It was very suitable for adventuring and signing in 300,000 times the flow of time. Now I can finally study chaos law, fusion law, secret engraving school, and secret techniques to my heart's content. Zhou Hao was in a good mood. His only shortcoming was that he did not have enough time to cultivate. As for life, destruction, and the higher level chaos law, the further he went, the more difficult it would be. Even with the combination of secret engraving and talent, the time to study and comprehend them would be 100 or 1,000 times longer. Now, it was 300,000 times the flow of time, which was faster than the time in the Beast God sector and the miniature universes of other universe supreme masters. It was enough for him to study and comprehend them one by one. He sat cross-legged on the giant rock. He looked at his mirror body and pondered for a while. Finally, he decided to keep Star Tower and Chaos Golden Wings, the two most precious true treasures. After all, he had worked hard to get these two true treasures by completing missions. If they were lost, it would be difficult to get them again. Currently, he had obtained 6 supreme true treasures from signing in. Among them, there were 2 domain-type treasures, 1 soul-type treasure, 1 palace-type treasure, and 2 armor-type treasures. These were enough for his mirror image clone to use to protect his life. Fire Cloud Armor, Thunder Light World, Spirit Snow Ice Pearl, Flowing Mountain Palace. These 4 supreme true treasures will be taken away by the mirror image body. As for the remaining 2 supreme true treasures, Chaotic Golden Wings, and Star Tower, I will leave them with the divided soul. While murmuring, Zhou Hao quickly handed the true treasures to his mirror body. Then, his mirror body took the 4 supreme true treasures and Star Blade and left the black-striped stone pillar. With a large number of black tokens and maps from the sealed space, he knew all the dangerous places and safe routes of universe boat like the back of his hand. Even the 2 holy lands could not compare with him. After all, this was a map that had been accumulated by countless great beings from reincarnation eras. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. His mirror body had already entered the deeper part of the inner area through the safe route. As for Fenhun, 9 million years had passed under 300,000 times the flow of time. This was the first time he had experienced such a long time. In such a long time, he had made great progress on the laws and pictures of secret engravings. P.S. Thank you for the 1,500 coins tip from Han Guangwu. End of chapter 393. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.